Такс, опа. Такс, дивимось угорі.
Invoker is buying one, and Undying is. Oh, it's 6 actually. Undying is buying one.
You're kidding.
They're getting 4 on P Vision. The only hero who does not have it in quick buy is the the Snapfire.
And why not?
Yeah.
Why not just go for all 5?
So they're getting 4, and
This
the
feels like
side of Wildcard's
overkill.
getting
Surely,
2.
surely this is overkill.
I don't know.
I mean, what's your assessment based on the games that we watched? Is it as good as the pro players think? Because sometimes they're just wrong. You know?
Так, я
I
тут,
think in this
друзі.
particular game it's
F5,
really, really
F5,
good
F5.
because the side of Wildcard don't have the best ways of killing those creeps. There's no. I guess Marcy with the Fleeting Fury can be quite good at it, but aside from that, the other heroes don't really want to spend time running down these Dom creeps. And if your assessment as P-Vision about this team-to-team matchup is that you can go late game, this is like your pseudo Midas. Yeah, this would be a really nice stack to get.
Fade
for the side of
continuing to get
Wildcard.
harassed. He's the one having some major trouble in the landing stage. So you see, actually in terms of net worth, you see no one has been struggling quite a bit as well. As DM is going to force Yamson out, but they get considerable amount of those creeps. So RCY getting closer to his blade mail. 2-level advantage right now on no
А
one.
все не так вже і весело, да?
Have we
Для
seen,
півіженів.
have we seen a game with a team getting more than 3 DOMs until this one? I feel like 3 was the record by
The same?
Tundra.
No, I have not at least.
Yeah, this will be interesting, for lack of a better word. Bottom lane.
And
Nine
Nightmare
Class getting
onto
lassoed
the
as well.
Satyr. It's reflected though as 9 Class is burning in the bot lane,
Nobody
but will
dies.
survive.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Pete here.
It's going to be really hard to keep track of
Сатанік,
all
Сатанік
these
починає
heroes plus
набирати.
their pets at this rate.
Через домік.
Fade finally does hit level 6 as mid lane cold snap into the meteor boundless strike.
Можна було б трошечки.
Not sure they would have had the damage anyway.
Можна було трошечки притримати паличку.
Well, you really enjoyed the voice.
Філіппінс, Філіппінс.
That's a couple of good ones.
There they are.
I like that.
I prefer the
Непогано,
Cinder
непогана
voice,
кричалочка.
which speaks
Трохи
Danish.
віруситься.
Oh, you like that one more. Can you quote it for me?
No, I don't remember anything other than the fact that it was Danish,
That's right.
which made me really hungry for Danish, of course.
Yeah, the best thing to come out of Denmark, of course, Danish pastries, which in Danish are called Vienna bread. So we
Oh.
don't want to take credit either.
Yeah, that's very humble of you. You guys
Yeah.
must be the best then.
That's right. Yeah, according to Kezu.
That's right.
Also according to Kezu,
Ну.
if you cannot be the best.
До речі,
if
ще
you quote
шанс
the
на довгу
best,
гру.
Of course, he is in the running because he has never said I'm good.
That's true. Nobody else has either, though.
Не вірю,
And
що
the mid
вайлдкарди
lane
виграють.
taken,
Незважаючи на хреновий
tier
пік
1
віженів.
taken out by wild card. It was just an inevitable fact of nature.
About 2,000 up on the net worth. This is a solid start for them. They can keep building on it.
А зараз можуть підловити.
It's getting ice on Satanic, but I mean, how do you initiate on this hero without Marcy? It's like the only stun you have that reliably connects an AM.
Yeah. Unless you get a grip from Fog.
Exactly, you have to get
Which
in
is
from
very
Fog,
difficult.
you have to get Blink on Bat, but Speed is not going to a Blink first by the looks of it. He is queuing up the Glimmer Cape. This is pointed out here, the Queen of Pain with a Blade Mail Rush together with Bondage, pretty standard, but okay, fine. Of course means Queen of Pain is not offering anything in the ways of killing AM. Historically, Quap would oftentimes go Orchid Rush when playing against Anti-Mage. It's not really meta right now. So, Blade Mill it is.
You know, a good counter play to all these helms, Cinderin, is the Queen of Pain Aghanim Scepter. More units that can be shadow stricken and scream of
Actually,
painting.
not a bad idea.
Yes, I know. Every
I'm
once in a while, the
impressed.
clock is correct when broken. That's definitely the same.
Yes, that
2K early lead for Wildcard, despite the 4 helm of Dominators
yeah.
for P-Vision.
Антимаг. І що? І
Looking at
інвокер.
this, it just looks so weird.
Yeah, this is unnatural.
It feels wrong, man.
It's filthy.
I'm used to looking at this overview of items, and there might be like one of these on one hero sometimes. It's like, oh, there's Lycan or Beastmaster. Yeah, there'll be a Dommy in the
Yeah,
breakdown.
this is like
but
having a teleportation scroll at this point. It's
Yeah.
required, it seems. 9 class. Level 6 now. And
I draw the line at Batrider, though. If Batrider would have bought a Dom, it's time to go.
Well, sometimes you just feel left out.
Aurora.
The FOMO effect is pretty strong.
Cause could still queue one up. He's just
Не
very
поняв, а
poor,
чого вона
so
зелена?
doesn't have much to work with. We haven't talked about that much, but one of the highlights of the draft, Cause is 5-0 on Snapfire. For
Чого вона
P-Vision,
зелена? Вона ж
so
програла.
has been their most successful position 5 pick of the tournament, and well, if he can keep that streak up, might end up turning into a ban for
I think
future teams.
Wildcard was 0-4 on Snapfire, if I'm not mistaken, from the stats that I saw earlier too. So
Well, then it's highly unsurprising that it ended up on that team.
yes, as DM, if he walks a little bit to the right, might be in some trouble. Speed has the lasso. Grip is going to start it out though with Flame Break to follow. Yamson has made his way here as well. Lasso is expended just in case.
А це жорстко, да. Прогнози пішли по одному місцю. Таке буває.
That innate is in a good place. Starts on cooldown, and then afterwards it has an 8-minute cooldown.
It's fine. Only because I find Undying in the mid to late game to be hilarious.
Okay,
One of the
so
coolest
Він з
heroes
домиком
to go to.
it's
бігає,
not
до
about
речі.
whether it's actually balanced,
Три
it's just
домика.
about whether you like the
I mean,
hero.
everything is balanceable.
Yep. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
That you did not answer the question at all,
Yes.
in other words.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the question was?
Is it balanced? Do you like where it's at?
Yeah,
Yes.
true. Okay. All right. I'll give you this one. You actually listened for once. Here goes. Nice little ripe tomato.
Ну слухай, а якщо в фіналі будуть домики, це також, це також буде рофл?
Yamson shows up though, and some smoke members of Wildcard. They're going to top of DM. Pops to Flex going. He's already extremely low. Kisses are coming.
Але не влучила Sonic Wave'ом. По зомбаку, по-моєму. Марсі в'їбали.
And now Yamson kind of stuck in a weird spot, but Big Dumb, he's going to be.
Ой-ой-ой, а отут аренка.
The Wukong's command, not doing too much as that support Monkey King.
Нема,
RC
нема.
completely out of mana now, and there is a mana void for Satanic
Але
available.
добрий день, Квапа.
There he goes. So big kill in the end for P-Vision. It's the second death in a row for DM though on the Undying. Gonna slow him down a bit.
Ну, ті, хто не в курсі, можливо, і будуть кидати. Але рано чи пізно почнуть кидати, бо будуть програвати за цих домиків.
Satanic with what would
І
usually
Doom
be
carry в
considered a
кожній
really
катці.
bad Battle Fury timing here coming in the moment when his courier is back. Of course, that timing is quite a lot better when you have a Helm of the Dominator in the build-up.
Yes.
Without Dom, you're happy to get Battle Fury at like 12 minutes. Now with that, at 17, with 1,000 gold to boot even.
Так, то взагалі був би корм.
On how valuable it's been up to this point, as opposed to just getting the faster Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Like how involved, he's not been really that involved until this last moment. Really.
One of the upsides is that the
Слухай, а
early
думом
crowd is
хавати
actually
можна,
very good in lane
але це
for NTV.
не супер зручно.
Build up to Dom. I think part of the reason he was doing so well in lane against Fade was specifically because of that
Ой-ой-ой.
treads.
Satanic.
Як він це все відчуває, капець? Ну прям Сатанік виглядає як кращий керрі поки. Кращий керрі турніру. Якщо буде така номінація, я думаю, що Сатанік її забере. Ці кріпи просто прирівнюються до героя, да, Саныч. І після цього почали ж цю тему купляти.
That will die to a single scream of pain.
If they don't kill them, I wonder how fast they could take a tier 2 tower. Nightmare onto the Dom
The
creep.
zoo is coming for
А
you.
спірити
Be
хотіли
careful
замість
now.
кого?
Bane
Замість
versus
Ятора?
Nightmare is
Це
being run out
спорний
by a
момент
Mindcode.
насправді.
Be able to find the distance though this time, as the creeps have amalgamated into the mid lane, going for the tier 1, but Satanic has bigger sight set. Big Numb, Nightmares himself, eventually will be brought down by the Mana Void again. P-Vision getting a little
Так,
bit
а
more
взагалі на
aggressive
яке
in
місце? На
the
сонечко.
last couple minutes.
Взагалі
It's
по
very
загалям же ж так не
noticeable
працює.
how much the game has changed in the last 5 minutes, where it went from Wildcard are actually in a pretty good position. The laning stage went well. They're pulling off some successful moves, and now they're all just garbage men trying to deal with the onslaught of Helm of the Dominators in every single lane all the time, running at them, and they just don't have the best heroes for it. But Fade trying himself to be annoying. However, on the other side, Invoker and Snapfire actually kill them quite well. So, oh, lasso, DM.
He's gonna get some help from 9 class though with the Wukong to make this a little bit annoying. Centaur Stomp as well on top of Fade. And the kiss is going to clip him on the backside. And the Sunstrike
Boom.
is enough from no one.
Clean hit.
So numbers coming for P-Vision, forcing the rest of Wildcard back.
9class has had really good instincts this game with his hero movements. There's another good save there onto the Undying FDM.
Він, Масонич, він не дуже вписується в колектив, Масонич. If you know what I mean.
Okay. Oh, he missed the crit. Oh.
Flame break hits only one. Gonna get clipped by Ducalis though, and that should be the end of him.
Mission failed.
No one with another Sunstrike kill.
Sure, Speed is going to make a nice YouTube video about this one. That was a little bit of an overplay.
Це ДМ на Зомбаку віддав тіп Батрайдеру за те, що
Not running away.
він його тіпнув на лайні.
P-Vision
Коли
are
вбив,
very much
пам'ятаєте?
so stabilizing this game. Now they're 2k up. Writing on the wall here is this is a odd-like anti-mage game. Down the stretch, nobody really deals with
Важко
him
йде,
well,
до речі.
except Marcy. Even Big Num will get killed off
no one
now by
again,
no
my
one. They
goodness.
also get the Tormentor, so this is
Oh,
going to be the
бабулечка.
shard for Ducalis.
Yeah, that's
He was queuing it up to buy. Now that he doesn't have to buy that, will he buy Helm of the Dominator? No. He's going for Solar Crest.
one can dream as no one. I assume he got that kill with the Sunstrike.
I think he found Big Num in the river.
Oh,
So
okay.
there were different ways that could have happened, but yeah, this lead now.
Yeah, no one. I mean, I have to say, he was struggling mightily beginning of this game, but he has catapulted himself back up.
RCY has been playing a very good tournament. I think he's impressed a lot of people, and the lane matchup obviously Quap against Invoker quite good, so can have some nice individual skill expression in that lane. But now that we have
And Satanic.
lanes have broken down a while ago, this is when it gets more complicated.
And he's got that 3k lead now on the AM. Has Manta, Battle Fury, the item that shall not be named. And we'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter now.
Helm of Lord Voldemort, of course.
Yep, that's
Some of us
right.
can say
RCY
that.
blinks
Actually
in,
used
finds
to look like
Ducalis,
Harry
rebound,
Potter.
will hit.
Easy kill.
Easy kill indeed. What about Harry Potter?
I used to look like Harry Potter,
Well,
so I
okay,
can
easy
say
kill.
Voldemort.
I have the scar of Harry Potter though, so that's stronger.
So when we merge together, we are.
When we merge together, it produces brain rot,
А Марсі 12.
which most of the viewers watching
Так
can
ну це
attest to
видно по
now.
нетворцу.
Harry Rotter. Happy Rotter.
Yeah, they're happy about it though,
Yep,
no
that's
doubt.
right.
Speed can be found by 9class. He gets diffused. And this should be another easy kill for P-Vision, although Glimmer makes it a little bit harder. Let's Satanic again. Level 2 mana void.
Сатанік уже тут, це
Another kill
капець.
to his
Він
day.
тільки що на топі
14k
був.
net worth, and now
Easy
P-Vision
Roshan.
into the pit.
Oh, 2 rally creeps. Bring
Oh
him in.
boy, that's hype.
Okay, let's give me some zombies too.
Talk to me about this AM Axe.
Але, Масонич,
It's kind of a
пік
weird
віженів уже тобі не здається, як вінігрет?
This hero gains a lot of EHP from buying anything that gives health because he has pretty good base armor and he has good base magic resist. So when you buy Aghanim Scepter, it's not
Здається?
like extremely
Але
good
як вони
value
тоді
for money in
просто
terms of health,
домінують
but it's
всю
an
мапу
added
вже?
benefit to, you know, you get a bigger
Ну,
mana
типу,
pool, which is
получається,
helpful
значить,
for
це
playing around
працює?
the map and being aggressive. The active of it, or rather, it is a passive when you blink, is a very fast way of ramping up your damage in fights. Because when you're running Mana Thirst, you just want a target to very quickly run low.
Просто
on.
немає
So you
кетчів.
blink in, you hit someone, they lose a
І
big
ось
portion of their
це
mana, and
вся
in turn you get
відмінність.
damage. So it's it effectively is like a team fight accelerant.
I
Almost.
forgot it even reduced blink cooldown by 1 second,
Yeah,
just as an additive.
It's very, very.
Наступна гра буде крутою.
So tier 2 tower taken out by P-Vision. They
Liquid
claim the
Tundra.
Aegis as well for Satanic, who has been extremely hard to kill thus far, and this only adds an additional layer to his safety.
Of course, the final part of X that we didn't mention on AM, when you hit people with your first swing after blinking, you lose 20% of your mana, but also they cannot regenerate mana for 6 seconds, making Anti-Mage a true hard counter to specific things, such as OD. You just blink and hit OD, and then Essence Flux just doesn't work.
Should be good
for 6
against
seconds.
Medusa as well. We've
Yeah,
been seeing
obviously that is the
AM banned constantly
number
because
one
of
hard
that.
counter to
Fade
Medusa.
gets inhibited inside the Wukong's command. Sunstrike coming for him with the Sonic Wave to try to help. Not enough. 9class gets credit for that one.
Як же Сатаніку по барабану?
Satanic did use the ult.
Is he gonna keep chasing here?
4,5. А у антимага.
Not worth it.
Doesn't have the
Шість.
axe yet.
Папата поспритніше буде.
Only 800 away though. P-Vision now in the driver's seat.
Чого такий маленький кулдаун? Питаннячко.
It actually makes Bane so bad.
Yeah,
They can all take Nightmare off with a creep.
And look at him, this pathetic Bane trying to kill this wolf, and he's not even gonna get it.
I think Big Num is
Зараз Абадонич буде сильний
like, he
насправді.
just can't make moves. Everything just stops him.
Давайте мені гру на 70 хвиль.
Man.
All right, to be fair though, Bane has been
А,
kind of
руна.
the support of the
Так,
tournament.
поняв,
I feel like,
дякую.
right?
Doing well, yeah, for
It's
sure.
like better.
А,
Not that
от
he's been
тепер
bad in the
однаково,
past, but I was
6-6.
expecting Rasa to continue to be that hero, but for
Навіть
whatever
тут
reason, it's
5.
kind of fallen off in the last couple days.
А, тут 6.
Bane continues even against
Ого.
these mass summons.
You would think in a patch that is so dominated, no pun intended, by Hum the Dominator, that Shaman would indeed be rated high because you just ball down towers, right? You just play Zoo.
Yeah,
Zoo with Shaman was how TI4 was won. So, obviously, the math has changed a lot since then with the bonus gold for destroying towers, the comeback mechanics of what you get when you get kills when you're behind and whatnot. But
Чисто гра, щоб
in
подрімати.
essence, Vision
possible.
looking for a fight. They have found the Queen of Pain. Deafening blast
Не
applied
хочеться
to him. Wants to
давати
go for the
ульт,
mana
да?
boy, but the blade mail's still
Я би
active.
дав, блядь.
RC1 gets to the high ground. Satanic's gonna reset now as the endless creeps. So dumb.
Просто всі оруть з цих кріпів, які постійно
You
щось
know what would be
пушать.
really funny? TI ends and they don't nerf it in the next patch. They just leave it. Like, this is a breath of fresh air.
That's a sonic wave and a half for 9 class. It denies the centaur. I mean, those are worth quite a bit of gold. Does find his way to the grave, though. Oh, another big kill onto the Croaker incoming. Unless the Helm of Dominator is used in the next few seconds, it does give the 100 gold to Yamson.
Yamson is starting to make some pretty serious item progression as well. So now he's got the Radiance Manta closing in on Blink. Of course, Abaddon, the best carry in Dota right now to buy Blink Dagger on, in my opinion, together with Sven, because you can just... First of all, it's really valuable for your hero to get into the middle of the fight as fast as possible, but also when your borrowed time is running, you're not taking damage, so you can blink out of a fight while being hit by 5 heroes.
Yeah, it's like the old days when Blink was first introduced in Dota 1. You could do that normally. Pretty crazy. Is Yamson actually
48B.
completely out of mana right now?
The Inscript.
Satanic.
He's trying to fight it here.
And wants to
Okay.
go for the mana boy. Can he blow him up in time? Is Big Nim
Так,
taken out first by
перехідний
Satanic?
айтем,
And now the borrowed time activates for Yamson as the Mortimers.
який
Slow
пришвидшує
him down a
фарм.
little bit as Satanic looking for the big ult onto Yamson. See the Glimmer Clave applied right now as Satanic still has the Aegis for another 20 seconds. Turns his sight onto Fade instead, and that's life number 1.
Ах,
9
макака
class
не стрибнула.
looking for an opening. The Satanic continue here. They have their Zoo ready. Backdoor protection still
Clean
applied though.
disengage from Wildcard. They got the Aegis out of AM's hands and...
Мені хочеться, щоб вайлдкарди зараз
They know that
виграли
Abaddon
файт
does not
жорстко.
have borrowed time. Very big
Sonic
deal.
Wave is now on.
Fortification activated now.
А Єга пропала.
P-Vision look to be resetting fully. So Blink Dagger used to be able to
Щоб
use it
гра
when you,
трохи
when you
затягнулась.
got hit, and then they changed it to not be that way, but they had a mana cost. Then when they removed the mana cost, Dota went up so... The tier of game it became, Cinder, with that one change.
When mana cost of Dagger was removed?
Yes. So good. So good. Just think of a time when Wraith King used to buy Force Staff. Just think about how bad that is.
That sounds horrible.
It does. Shout out to TC.
Oh, that's
9
right.
class.
Oh, nice find there with the Dom, but he has the shard.
Yes, indeed. Had to purchase that one since the Tormentor
Трошки дріманути, да, час?
supplied Ducalis with the shard
Час
instead.
трохи
I will say,
дріманути.
theoretically, you can get to a stage in this game on Abaddon where you can actually kill Anti-Mage, but it does not happen until Bloodthorn. That's the item that truly unlocks
Що
that
думаєш,
play where you
Масонич?
blink in Manta, pop Bloodthorn and AM just absolutely wail away.
Ліквід і Тундру виграють чи ні?
Together with Marcy, that can be a killer combo. Until that point, I don't see Satanic cashing in a
Після-
single death.
Цієї зустрічі буде гарна гра.
RCY. Gonna be found by Satanic. Gonna try to set up a little bit of a bait action here. He's actually gonna blink in very aggressively. Speed sees him. There's a big cataclysm coming out. Looks like the AM is perfectly fine though. Gonna try to man fight against Fade inside this Wukong's command. Will blink away though as Ducalis looks to be the sacrifice for P-Vision.
Манки потроху фоткає.
Still very difficult to kill him off fully. Now the chase is on.
Yeah. Good
А
luck.
гарпунчик, абадончику, ні?
Has the Aghanim Scepter, so like I said, the cooldown even lower for Blink. No one who's going to be slowed to a crawl. 9 class going to be there for moral support. So Shiva's getting pretty close for RCY. Any other big items incoming? Satanic almost has Butterfly.
Fade is queuing up Ags. I thought he would go Basher against AM. The Ags can be pretty cool, but obviously if Manta is available, you can dispel it and get out. At the same time, though, if you use Manta offensively as you blink in, you could get caught off guard and get killed off by the constant silences of Marcy, so I don't really mind it. I think Basher is the safer choice, but still, either way, far away from there for now. Do you feel like Speed is making a mistake not going blink here? I don't know what to think, because if you still don't kill Anti-Mage in a lasso, I don't know if it matters that much, but I feel like they could. If he just blink lasso glimmers and runs him into his teammates, he should be killable.
Yeah,
But
it's
without that, it's tough.
definitely unusual. As
DM with
DM
the
will get
shard.
grab ally.
That is a very good shard this game. Lasso, grip,
Yeah.
kiting out Marcy. We saw Faith Beyond, also known as Bach, have an insane game on that Undying.
Wait, was that him?
Nope, it was XXS. I was
I was
testing you.
I was gonna say,
XXS had an
I
insane
cast
game.
that game. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Was that
so
another
did
game?
I, but
Yeah, no, I don't think you were there.
no, you
Pretty
did it
sure.
alone. Well, it's-
Ким тундра
evidently I
бахалась, хочеться
wasn't.
подивитися.
Yeah,
in
it's just
spirit.
it's funny that
Культів
people
виграла
haven't
і
really been
Наві
prioritizing
виграла.
shards since the nerfs from like years ago.
In my defense,
Але
Todd was
Фальконов
in the game though.
відтис
He
на
was.
The
карту.
other team.
That's
У
right.
Спірітів
So-
карту.
And
Very
he's
close
also
in
a
there.
very good player, and therefore he could have done the same thing.
Yes, but he
it was
didn't.
XXS,
Блін,
that's
так-то
right.
He went for
противники
card.
у
He did
тундри
the
були
card plays, which
посерйозніші,
were equally
друзі.
impressive,
Yes.
and that made for a hell of a series, of
That's
course.
the best
Qualified
Ще героїка
fast
відлетіла
team
тундра.
for TI. That was the 3-0 versus 3-0 showdown
Yeah, that was
of
very
yesterday.
good. Okay, so
Так, так, це
Satanic
непоганий
with the
шанс.
Basher. And
Yeah.
we'll be finishing the full
Для
abyssal
ліквідів
first.
поборотися
What do
на
you wanna see
інті.
after that? Does he need to go BKB? If he sees this Aghanim Scepter on Marcy, perhaps?
I think either BKB or Satanic, like both options are good. I guess,
Так,
like you said,
давайте.
with Marcy Axe, maybe the
Підловіть
BKB
когось.
becomes a little
Мені
bit better,
потрібна
but you can
катка
also
на
use
70
Satanic to
хвиль.
dispel, right? Just both of
Oh,
both
this is going to be a
options
big
are
play.
fine. This
Smoke
is
from
the
Wildcard's going to be
moment.
broken up by 9.
Але
class.
пацан їх
Roche
просто
number
взяв і
2
спалив.
underway. Belcher's
Сібався.
right in Satanic's face. And there's the counter smoke now from P-Vision. See if they try to wrap
Зверніть
around
увагу,
now.
чат. І на думку собі,
I don't believe either team has a
Намотайте
scan
на ус.
either.
на
Remaining.
вуса. Заходять на Рошана внизу, зверху. Цапартом стояти, або підтримці, або ініціаторам, контр-ініціаторам стояти
Just
тут
not
треба.
Not gonna force anything, it seems. Still 2 more minutes until Roche switches spots.
Yep. If nothing else, that play from P-Vision did force.
I mean, the pit is super
Wild
scary,
card.
though,
Yeah.
for both sides, really.
Але Абадон уже потужний, друзі. Там марчить.
No one.
Set up.
It's the meatball. Trying to force out this borrowed time. Nightmare provides a little bit of extra getaway. Yeah, Tombstone is always something you have to worry about. Mortimer's Kisses from so far away. And on the other side, you have a hero that can just go in and out of the pit at free will with the Bat Rider. And the Sonic Wave basically covers the entire pit. It's a pretty scary proposition. Looks like Yamson's going to go straight for the Bloodthorn now that the Orchid is done.
Yeah, it's the build here. And then after that, he's gonna go Abyssal, and then
Він, ну, високий,
by
це типу
piling everything onto the AM, maybe he's
топ-6 і
killable.
вище.
That is ultimately going to be the
Чи високе
challenge
це
that
топ-3
Wildcard have
вище?
to overcome if they want to win this game. They have to eventually be able to kill someone.
Oh, the tree was broken. Speed. Very nice speed as 9 class uses the BKB, but the lasso is reserved for him. And this is
Але
while
Рошан на
the
9
second
клас
rush was
норма.
underway for P-Vision. Now they're in a 4 versus 5. They have to come in for it. Speed's going to be able to spot it out. Yamsen into the
Але
pit, but
Сатанік
Satanic
не
is
вибачає.
contagious. They get the roach
Нунчик
as well.
просто
Grip right
торнадо.
now onto the Undying. Looks like DM is just dead. And Ducalis and company going to try to get away as a sonic wave from RCY does clip no one. Lincoln's does proc is a big
А що по
mana from
Monovoid?
Satanic, though. Now turning his sights onto Faye. That looks to be a dead Marcy. And now RCY completely out of mana, slowed to a crawl. Satanic
Та
double
добивай,
kill.
Вейна.
As DM, I believe that was the
Молодець.
innate procking back in action again. Yamsen
Я
left
Бадун один
all
лишився.
alone. Last remaining member of
Сатанік
Wildcard
лишається.
gets off the blink dagger, but now slowed. And Satanic catches up. And the bash, enough to bring the rest
Бля,
of
ну,
Wildcard to
нахіба.
their knees.
That
So
looked
P-Vision get
promising.
basically everything here.
It looked promising for Wildcard, but a flawless fight from Satanic. Just every single decision there, perfect.
Сатанік, звісно,
And
їбанець.
they tried to go and chase down no one there with the Sonic Wave and get on top of him, but Satanic immediately blinks to his assistance and just covers it. Look at those damage numbers. Check him PC.
Просто 25
Straight down
рівень.
mid now.
А Марсі 18.
21,000 gold lead for P-Vision. And of course, Satanic wants this to end. He is picking up and placing the banner. Well, he's not placing it yet. He's still backpacking his missile.
Speed. Very, very difficult to get out of this one. He's just dead. And yeah, the Roach Band are going to make it even more difficult. It's, Nightmare was there. He actually tried to take it off of Speed, and he just... Oh, my goodness. That is rough. Now they're just falling like dominoes as P-Vision should be able to secure this set of barracks, if not more. They cannot... I mean, the tier 2 still remains at top, so bot lane should be their choice. They're going to try to find RCY, gets off the Sonic Wave, but the Tornado clips him. We have the lockdown, Abyssal Blade, and no mana to speak of. RCY mana voided. Many cancellations from Satanic. That's what 17-year-old kids do, Cinderin.
He's got to keep his APM high for
That's
the
right.
post-game screen. Of course,
2
important.
lanes of barracks for P-Vision now. Trying to go for Throne.
Do you think Satanic has 3 of himself in fantasy?
Is that even possible?
No,
It's a
he
real
can only
question.
have 1. But
Maybe
if
he
there-
contacted somebody at Valve.
But if he did, and there was an APM stat, he would be auto-canceling all game.
Yeah, true. Oh, he's actually going to get lassoed.
That
Do
is
they have the follow? That
ambitious, to say
tornado
the
is
least.
beautiful. Mortimer's to follow. Fade hops the BKB. Again, this is still a second life for Satanic. So first one is down. DM puts down the tombstone. His 9 class jumps out of it. Yamsen now going through the tombstone. His borrowed time is down. Satanic with the alacrity. Truly something to fear. First tier 4 down. As P-Vision looking like they want to finish this right here, right now. The Nightmare to slow things down, but they have many creeps to take that off. Last tier 4 will drop. They're going to find speed on the bot lane. The Tornado's going to be way off. But Satanic with the instant bash mana void. Another kill to his name. 12-0 on this anti-mage. As the Ancient now exposed. Now you got some siege units hitting it as well. One last buyback from Wildcard. This is a 4 versus 5 and
В'їбіть, будь ласка, разок P-Vision. Дайте грі ще
Are they actually
потривати.
going to back away or is this a fake back?
Магія,
Oh,
це
he
гідота.
did TP now on AM, so this is a full-on back.
Роланд.
Completed Scotty.
Yeah. Silver lining for Wildcard is the fact that they could not get the megas since the tier 2 is still remaining there. Not much of a silver lining though.
The real silver lining is that this is a 3-game series, and in the next game
True.
you can make adjustments to try to make this more palatable. Honestly, this is just a godlike AM game, and it's a great last pick. They played it solidly on the side of P-Vision, and they kept the map under control with all their dominators, preventing Wildcard from really making as many moves as they would like with their lineup. And to me, arguably the biggest surprise was the Marcy losing the lane this hard. I think Marcy being level 4 when AM is level 6 really... It caused a lot of trouble, but a lot of that comes from the great rotation that 9 class did early on to the Lotus Pool at minute 3, if you remember, he got 2 kills up there.
That's true. That's
really was
very unorthodox.
It was very impactful on the entire outcome of the
Чекають
game.
на
That
кріпах.
singular move, because the top lane just became
Оп.
unplayable.
RCY, Abyssal Bladed, and dead. Just like that, 100 seconds on the deck. Yamson caught in the crosshairs of P-Vision. Borrowed time does activate, but it's only a matter
Зараз
of
буде
time now.
GG.
Fade trying to fight his way out of it, but the cataclysm comes as GGs come out, and P-Vision take game 1 relatively easily.
Yep, that was I was going to say it was a beatdown, but I don't think that's fair to
No,
Wildcard.
first 10 minutes or so was Wildcard favored, actually.
Yeah, the first 10 were Wildcard favored. The subsequent 10 were pretty even, but the problem is even is not good enough in this game with the lineups the two teams are proposing. You have to snow.
The mid lane as well. Very single target focused, very little team fight, and at some
Але
point,
ще буде жорстка
there's
йобка
actually just
Спіріт
gonna
і
get the
Фалькони.
farm, and there's nothing you can do to
І
win the
отут
game
у мене
after that.
питання.
Yeah, also just the way
Ви
that
Фалькони
Satanic
вчора в
plays
останній
not
грі
just
хуйню не напікали,
this
вони б могли
anti-mage, but
виграти.
in general, and then you see it on this anti-mage where he gets a free last pick, what feels like fly. He gets to pick whatever he wants, and this anti-mage is going in when you wouldn't expect an anti-mage to normally want to go in.
Yeah, I think
Inbound.
Satanic had basically a free game. His lane went much better than expected. I think he hit all his timing super early. Pressure from the side of P-Vision. Maybe because of the 4 Dominators, which I'm sure we're going to get to soon. Like, this is such a frustrating game from Wildcard's perspective. They just couldn't get anything done. There's always some creeps being pushed in their side. There's some Monkey King running around being annoying. Meanwhile, Satanic is just farming, and you know you're playing against this AM, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you mentioned the 4 Helm Dominators. I think we should just go ahead and talk about it now because we've seen it before for Tundra where they picked up 3, 1 on each core rare, but to now see a Monkey King, a position 4 also picking it up for yourself, it's so oppressive with the map pressure.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the part of like, oh, it's just oppressive and a good item to get it, or like they're just hoping to use it to end. Like they just think, oh, we're gonna hit our timing, let's just go down mid with like 4 creeps or something. I don't know. I mean, it's hard, right? We talked about Meepo and so on being good. Yeah, it's because these supports can't deal with these creeps. Like they're everywhere. They're constantly pushing towers. You have no way to clear these waves. It sucks. It's hard.
I think it just hard counters Bane too.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
Bane always wants to just sleep someone and set up for a kill. Everyone but Anti-Mage had an ability to take the sleep off, so you have to lead with grip or something, which is a little more awkward. So yeah, I mean, obviously the item is good, but I think it's twice as good when you're playing versus Bane.
I was also interested by that interaction where we saw Bane sleep one of the hero creeps, right? One of the Helmdome creeps.
Yeah.
And Anti-Mage puts on his counterspell and hits it. Even though you're not targeting AM, it's like targeted to go to him, so it reflected back onto the Bane. And I was like, wow, that's really annoying because now it feels like I can't even be comfortable putting a sleep down as a Bane around my off-laner to help him against the carry.
I mean, no pun intended. It is a nightmare of a game for
Yeah.
Bane. Like, it just sounds miserable. I think you need to be extremely well thought out of where you're going to set up anything this game. But he also didn't have help. I think Batrider not going Blink Dagger was very grief this game. He had a fantastic game in the early game, but he decides to buy this Glimmer when there's no initiation on his team. So you would want some initiation so the Bane can be in position to set up spells, but nobody gave that to him. So it's already a hard game and made even harder by the item choices.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was just gonna add on to that, like Marcy also wanted Diffusal Blade for some reason too. Like all this, like we'll call it wasted net worth, is you're gonna get punished by P-Vision if you go for it. So I think the game was even, it was looking good. You can't make mistakes and itemize in a way that doesn't propel you forward, and I think they had a lot of wasted gold, unfortunately, in this one.
I also want to add on to that point.
Yes, right.
When we watched the video of the highlight reels as well, I think every time we saw a team fight, Wildcard were starting on Undying, which I think was awful because you either need to be able to position yourselves in a way to catch the right heroes for your fight, or you have to buy items to do so. And when they're killing an Undying, especially on that Roche fight as well, it's like you kill the Undying, he literally just instantly respawned with his innate. So it didn't matter. And then you like pan top and Abaddon's there fighting an Undying again. It's like, why did we use grip on this? Why is this what we're going on? You know, on the bot fight, we're going on an Undying just so that Snapfire can ult on top of the rest of the team. It felt like they just didn't really have very good prioritization of hero kills in their fights.
Okay, so rough itemization, you know, a lot of resources used on a target that could have been spent somewhere a little bit better. But before all of this really kicked off and all the fighting fear, First Blood, right? I'm still a little bit curious then how you counter that, right? Do you have to do something in the draft then, Fear, to make your offlane a little bit stronger? Do you need to bring more numbers? Like, it's 3 minutes. How else could you add to this?
Yeah, I think something went wrong in the draft where you allow Satanic to have a very comfortable gotcha pick, right? I think you have to have a well-rounded lineup that makes it so whatever Satanic does play, it can't 1v9 the game. Not every hero can do that in every circumstance, so I feel like they just kind of dropped the ball a little bit in how they were.
Well, look, I gotta fact check you guys, okay? You're giving me a lot of information about Wildcard, what they could have done differently, the fact that they were ahead, lots of little momentum, but yeah, gotta fact check, you gotta bring...
Було б прикольно, якщо б можна було б дивитися ці результати. А, так це друге, 9.09, 49-й процентіль. Що?
Momentum up, I think, because then he basically got to zone both of these melee offlaners. And this is the moment 9 class went through the gate. Speed probably thought like, haha, I get a free little Lotus. This is wonderful for me and my team. Unfortunately, they lost the double kill. But what he gets to turn this into is basically zoning these two heroes. 9 class left the lane a lot because he couldn't do that much there, and he did get some things done, certainly, but DM just had a harder go of it as a result. He gets run down in this case just by the support by himself, and takes a huge amount of damage, has to tombstone defensively. Speed ends up killing this for 125 gold, so very, very good for his game. And then DM finally comes back to the lane again. He gets a shield, he gets right click, DM gets killed by him solo as a support. So this is a really abnormal circumstance to be in for a pause 5, basically, because normally you don't get to bully these guys like this. This gives Abba like the craziest lane. He can last hit and deny every single creep. He's super, super happy, and Speed has more levels and gold than normal because he's getting those kills. So as a whole, he's really happy. They get the Helm of the Dominator 8 minutes 20 seconds, and they basically use this to pressure the offlane tower. That's when you know a lane has gone bad. Nice TP by DM to avoid his death here, but they end up taking this tower super early. That's more gold advantage for his squad that they're really happy with. And then they start crossing the other side of the map. They're going to take these stacks that their opponents had made for one of their teammates instead. They don't have a good way to clear it, so they just move over and clear it themselves. Very nice cascading advantages. But then the Helm of the Dominators start coming in. This is Satanic on the other side of the map who's busy farming, bringing 6 skeletons. He's been planning for this push. And how do you stop all this stuff? There's a tombstone down, there's forged spirits, there's globs. They've got like 3 couriers in the fight as well. You got to watch out for those. They might deliver some items. So this is basically where Paravision starts really putting all of their effort towards their opponents and doing a nice job kind of breaking this advantage that they have. They group their heroes and they have these extra creeps. This was super instrumental though. This courier snipe, Yamsun's courier snipe, that was a relic. That's supposed to be his Radiance. He was off to that great start earlier. His Radiance ends up getting delayed until like 20 minutes because of that courier snipe. Hugely impactful moment for the game as P-Vision basically just swarm all of their neutrals on the midway. So despite being behind from that bad lane, the way that they utilized these Helm of the Dominator creeps, the way that they brought all their heroes together to push towers really gave them a nice advantage. And the last clip that I have, just look at this, this very sad display of the Radiance coming much later than this. I think my clip ended early, but 2036, he gets his Radiance shortly after this. This should have been 2 minutes earlier. That could have really helped in some of those earlier fights.
I do appreciate the breakdown as always, Pudge. And I feel like, yeah, all right, you guys were maybe saying some correct things here on the panel just about how slow everything ended up being for Wildcard. But the biggest takeaway to me is, well, I shouldn't say the biggest, but one of the key ones that does make me question it is still, how do we deal with this Helm of the Dominator, right? You're kind of going really well. You might be able to shift a little bit more focus onto that safe lane, but at the end of the day, there is still this item that can be bought by what now feels like 4 different heroes or 4 different players on the side of P-Vision.
Well, I'll talk around the green room from OD Pixel himself is you should just
call him out straight to the camera.
You should just pick Weaver and get the XP talent because it works when you put the swarm on the Helm of the Dominator creeps, and no one's removing a beetle from the Helm of the Dominator creeps.
What about the second one? Do you remember the second one that he said also count as the
Razor static link?
That's right.
You can also static link from the Helm. I believe he said there was one more, but I don't
Just
remember
end
it.
this, please.
Okay, look, I will. I'll pull you guys out of your misery, or maybe I'll give you some more time to think about it. Because P-Vision, they are 1 game away from making it to TI playoffs. They're going to be securing that top 8 if they can get themselves a win. There is one team, however, today that got that reality for themselves. It is, of course, Enigma Galaxy, and Pyrian himself got to catch up with one of the players in the moment of celebration.
Yes, thank you. I am here with GH from Enigma Galaxy. Congratulations, first of all, on making it to the last day of TI. After so many years in the wilderness, it must be great to be back.
It feels amazing to be back. I don't know, like, words cannot really describe what I'm feeling right now. We're just really excited. I'm extremely grateful to be able to have this opportunity to play. It has been a while, so we're just really excited to play again.
Wonderful. It's great to have you back at the International. Now you've made last 8. My question to you is, are those games as stressful to play in as they are for Enigma fans to watch? Because a lot of us are on the edge of our seats hoping you guys do it. And you did it. Are you guys nervous in the game, or is it just like, oh, come on, guys, we can do this?
Nerves really come and go a lot of times, especially when the game is about to start. There's a bit of nerves. But later on in the middle of the game, it kind of dwindles down, but then comes back again, and then there's team fights and a lot of the objectives, and then there's smoke, so it keeps going up and down.
I've heard a lot as well about the people are speculating about what Enigma comms are like. What are the comms like in game? Are you guys all talking, or is there like one leader? Is it quite calm and collected? How is it?
Well, the comms, we've been working on it a lot. I believe we've reached a place where we're happy with our comms overall. We keep wanting to try to improve, of course. But I would say it's relatively calm, objective-oriented. We try to focus on having a chill mood, not too excited, not too down. So I would say overall it's good.
Fantastic. And what are your guys' plans for the days off? Obviously, we've got a few days off here. Is it just scrims, or are you going to enjoy today at least?
That's a tough question because we really just ended the game a couple of minutes ago, so I need to go back and reconvene with the team so I know what they will decide to do. We have a really good support staff, so I'm just excited what they have coming for us.
Fantastic. And just finally, obviously, your fans have been supporting you guys for years. Do you have any words for them going into the last day of TI?
Well, I'd give a huge shout out to all the fans. I know it was a bit inconsistent throughout the entire journey, but I'm happy you guys are with us. I'd like to give a huge shout out to all our supporters, especially our families, our partners, our brothers, our siblings. I just hoped my brother would be here to be with us, but maybe next time, hopefully. So I'm really happy about that.
GH, thank you so much. You guys were fantastic to watch. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
It was definitely a very hard-fought journey, a hard-fought best of 3 for themselves as well. That game 3, though, it was great for themselves, and I liked it. You know, Fly, he was very honest, very candid about the nerves are still there. These guys have been playing for ages, they're veterans, and it's still just before a game, it can still be there, and it might not take until the middle of the game until it dissipates.
Yeah, I mean, that's just part of competition life. It doesn't matter how many games you've played, you're still gonna feel something before a match. You know, it's a lot of anticipation, a lot of thinking about it, and then some nerves come in, but might just propel you to play better. And honestly, listening to GH, it's hard not to cheer for this guy, right? He just seems like such an incredible human being, and he seems like such a good person to have on a team. And it's no surprise, you know, it managed to get them from a tough position into the International.
Yeah, just his message for the fans as well was like very, I don't know if emotional. like you said, you're very happy to cheer for this team, for GH himself as well. And, you know, teams about players, what am I trying to say? People back at home that are cheering for P-Vision and the players on that team. Well, you guys are one step closer to seeing your team making it to the TI playoffs. They're one game away, right? This game 2, whatever you're a fan of, you just want to see some good Dota. That's what we're hoping for. A little bit more of a game from Wildcard. That early game was good from them, but being able to bring it when it comes to team fights, Ariel.
Yeah, if they can... It's hard. There's a lot of things that need to happen, and I think the nice thing is that after the game 1, they have a read on what this team can potentially do to you. There's just so many different factors. Like, I think one of the things that Purge pointed out that was so massive was this Radiance getting sniped. Like, these guys have timings they need to hit to be able to fight P-Vision, and if they miss them, they are just going to get run over, especially when they're doing things like 4 helms that just take your towers and control the map space. Yeah, itemization problem. They just had a lot of problems, honestly. I hope they make it simpler for themselves, maybe. Like, if their plan is just very straightforward, then they don't have to worry about all these different factors controlling things.
I think they should ban Monkey King, personally.
Really?
Okay.
I thought that was fine, of all things.
No, I think it causes a problem in the draft, just because you don't know where it's going, right? Like, you oftentimes aren't going to pick some offlaners, and maybe this is why they got in the position they got in, because they didn't want to pick an offlaner that's potentially bad versus Monkey King carry. And then 9 class, he seems to be playing Alk and Monkey King right now. Those seem to be his 2 heroes, and I think after watching most of these games, the Monkey King looks better than the Alchemist. It has a lot of impact. He's doing a lot on the map. And
Maybe the most positive thing you've said about 9 class.
I mean, he's been having like a up and down tournament, right? But his Monkey King, I think he's back on track, and I think Ostini sees this too, and is probably going to give him Monkey King whenever it's available.
Yeah, but the one thing that does seem nice though is he sacked his offlaner so hard.
He does that every game.
Yeah, but like...
No matter what he plays. Is his Alchemist winning the lane for DM?
Sure, but maybe then the idea is, okay, let them have the Monkey King, let them sack the offlane, then just pick a more involved carry. Like, the Abaddon going Helm kind of stayed in his lane and tried to go get that Radiance, and then that ended up getting sniped, and then the hero just didn't really do much. Maybe pick something that can...
Yeah, I mean, you could
faster.
Try that approach, or you could just ban it. Those are your choices, but you need to think about it more, either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 9 class is I like to use this term, but he's a bit of a game warping type of player.
Yeah.
Where he does things that are not normal. Like, you're going to queue, you're going to play 50 pubs.
Yeah.
You probably won't face a single player who's going to do something like him. And Monkey King, which is banned in this case, is definitely a much more chaotic hero compared to Alchemist, who's just going to go farm some stacks. You know, he might just throw a stun somewhere, but it's not the same as Monkey jumping around, causing this chaos. And it was his hero that was kind of his claim to fame, almost.
Right.
So I also agree. I think this is a good ban. That hero is a problem. And now I think the interesting thing is that we kind of know how P-Vision wants to play. They definitely had some conversation about it together, like, hey, Dominator is OP, Tundra did 3, let's do 4, you know? Let's kick it up a notch. Use
Who's the first going to be to 5, you know?
Yeah, they could bust out 5. Ducalis, you're next. Maybe just play Chen. But you can see how these summons cause so much annoyance in the game for Wildcard. So I don't want him to pick Bane. I don't want Fade to play... okay, he's going to play Dawnbreaker, which is fine. I was going to say, I don't want Fade to play a hero like Marcy. I want him to stick to something that's a little more comfort. Dawn is already good. It's good against Enigma because you can cancel Hole with her ulti. And it also helps alleviate some pressure off the map because she can deal with a wave and ulti in. So even though Dawn has not been too successful, the idea of Dawn against what P-Vision is doing is fine.
It's that good building block for themselves. We didn't really touch on the Enigma too much. You know, you talked about how Dawn was good against it, but the gyro ban comes out and it feels like it's just inevitable. DM loves this hero. It's been banned out against P-Vision for what feels like as long as DM has been on the roster.
Yeah, it's a really strong hero for him, and it enables a lot of the heroes that 9 class likes to play too. And that's pretty much the goal of this P-Vision team is... I mean, I don't envy DM, but I respect him a lot in the sense that he has a really hard role on this team to play. He basically doesn't have a pos 4 that is going to win him a lane ever, so he has to find heroes that can play by themselves very efficiently. And Enigma is one of those heroes that historically does that very well, and this is why...
Сонний час, чат. Сонний час.
Radiant team's turn to ban.
really hard role on this team to play. He basically doesn't
Enigma
have a pos
від
4 that
Provision.
is going to win him a lane ever, so he has to find heroes that can play by themselves very efficiently. And Enigma is one of those heroes that historically does that very well, and this is why it works so well for P-Vision. And the added bonus is you can actually probably win your lane in some of the cases
5
too
seconds
with these
remaining.
melee pos 4s with Enigma.
Dire team ban.
Seen some more bands come out. TB, Pugna. Is there really too much to read into that?
TB is just like Yamson's, I think, comfort carry for this tournament, or one of them.
10 seconds remaining.
It's the one he's looked the best on, in my opinion. Pugna,
5
just super
seconds
strong
remaining.
support. I think it also makes the game plan simple, right? If you have a Pugna, you're just gonna be
Dire team's
able to
turn
take
ban.
objectives very easily. Just bolsters your lineup already with Dawn's healing on top of Pugna, huh? Seems like it's just a strong support. It's kind of hard to say exactly if it's banned for a purpose outside of it just being a good support.
Sometimes it's all you really need.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Манки в бані.
I'd like to see
Як же він
possibly a
їм
Chen come out
надоїв.
from wildcard.
5
I think
seconds
it's
remaining.
one of Speed's best heroes. It's also pretty good against Enigma because you can steal Eidolons in lane. I think it'll set up for
Radiant team's turn
good
to ban.
heroes against Enigma, such
Опа.
as Alchemist, or there's probably one more I'm missing. But something that deals with Eidolons, I think Chen would be a good
Асік же
addition.
може
But
збити
they go with
Blackpool
Tusk for
Enigmi.
now, which is a good lane partner of Dawnbreaker. Historically, it's always been a good lane
Приємний
together
чел.
with the tag team and Dawnbreaker's
10 seconds
first spell,
remaining.
so it's okay. Nothing too crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if
5
Ducalis
seconds
just
remaining.
ends up picking
Ну, а якщо
Snapfire
я
again. He's
покладу...
been looking fantastic on it. And then the 9-class hero is really the fun one, you know? This time, I feel like logic doesn't always apply to this pick.
No,
Probably what
definitely
he
doesn't.
feels in the moment.
What else has he been playing apart from the Alks lock?
Zeus.
The Magnus.
Oh yeah, Zeus and
Zeus.
Mag. Yes, I forgot about the. How could I have forgotten about the Mag that Phil loves so much?
I do. I love support mag this patch.
Well, you're not gonna see it. Instead, you're gonna see support Zeus.
It could be
So
Zeus plus
sad.
5 because he can jump away from Tusk, so it's actually pretty good
Oh.
against Tusk. In a way, we'll see. You know, we never know with this guy.
That's half the fun of the conversation about this team.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, that's part of the fun, though. I
Yeah.
think he's a unique player, and it makes watching P-Vision a lot of fun.
Але антимага не забанили, тінкер. Зараз буде тінкер від Сатаніка, друзі.
That could actually be multiple roles. It could be
Скриньте.
pause 4 because he has played it in the past. It can still be a carry. So again, with this Astini flex thing, where he keeps heroes pretty open until he has to decide where they go. Just like last draft, we weren't even sure where this monkey's gonna be. We
10
assumed it's
seconds
pause 4,
remaining.
but you have to keep it in the back of your head. Like, maybe it can go carry
5
or mid.
seconds remaining.
I'm a little afraid that Satanic gets like a free morph game. So I want to, because like I think morph is one of the better heroes that lanes against Dawn Tusk. It's pretty free. And then, yeah, if that's not addressed, that could be a problem. So this is already pretty good, having silences and disables. And with the morph, you could
10
also just lane
seconds
Marcy
remaining.
as a 5 too if you want. I think their whole idea of this Marcy plus
5
Zeus
seconds
is the fact
remaining.
that you can get away from Tusk in the laning stage and you won't just die. Because we've seen how strong Tusk can be paired with either Marcy or Dawnbreaker. If you just sit there and tank that damage, you will feed.
Are we looking at another support for wildcard right here then? Who's in
Yeah.
the pool? There's like Shadow Demon still available.
I think he needs to address Enigma, especially now that they've decided to give Yamsen last pick.
Yeah.
There's not that many good carries against Enigma. So if the pause 5 doesn't deal with him here, then Yamsen's going to be very pressured to pick a hero that deals with Enigma. So it has to be something. Okay, Warlock is a fine choice. You always have the cancel for the black hole. You have 2 cancels now with Dawnbreaker and Warlock, so Enigma's
Непоганий,
probably
до
just
речі,
gonna be going all
тімфайт.
this game. It's good with the fatal bonds
По
against the Talons. I
вайлдкардів.
think this is a solid choice. Gives him more team fight. I like the Warlock, probably even more than Chen, just for the team fight aspect. And Void Spirit might just be a comfort thing. It combos well with Dawnbreaker, so you have this Spirit that goes in and Dawnbreaker follow up. But they do get a counter matchup on no one now, so we'll see what he goes with.
Mhm. What are a couple of counter matchups to Void Spirit?
Shaker's in the pool.
Yeah?
And Shaker pretty good.
Shaker should be good. Yeah, I think it fits well with the heroes. Shaker, Zeus, a lot of threat on the map. Anyone can just
Так,
insta
час,
die.
що жарко,
I
капець.
don't know if he's played it already in this tournament.
Піду швиденько в душ холодненький, стрибну, бо щось на сон взагалі розбиває.
Better than I do.
I know it's kind of rough into
Войде
Void
Спіріт
Ag,
100%. А скільки там піків? Небагато було, Санич.
Okay, never mind. We don't even need to talk about it.
Але я не проти
It's like
побачити
the old school counter to
серію
Void Spirit. Still good, I
3-2-1.
And yeah, they don't have
Але з іншого боку, вже не хочу. Я б, скоріш за все, дивився. Ну, ти поняв, що, да?
Or just anywhere on the map.
Ліквіди, тундра.
That's what I was thinking about with the puck as well. I was like, they don't really have hard lockdown. The reason I like puck slightly was because if Tusk does rotate on mid,
Ліквіди, тундра мені більш цікаві.
you can get out of it early.
Ого.
Whereas maybe they have a little bit more pressure on like a spirit before pre-6.
Ліквіди, тундра. Напевно, хотілося б, щоб ліквіди пройшли.
There are some teams.
It's true. I mean, we saw last game. Laning stage didn't matter.
I think they should ban Faceless Void on the side of Wildcard, because I think Void will lane pretty well into Dawn and Tusk.
It does, yeah.
It's hard to kill him. They have follow-up damage with Zeus, Midnight Pulse. And it's a Dominator hero, because right now I
Думав,
only see
подрімаю, але
3%
щось сон.
Dominator
От я зараз
heroes.
хочу на 5 хвилин в душ збігати в прохладний, бо мене щось
Why couldn't
трохи
Dawn
рубає,
play
блядь,
Dawn
хоча я не
versus
знаю, ну,
Zeus?
наче
Why not?
поспав. Але ні, ну вчора
think
трохи
it'll be
пізно
the
ліг,
Pulse,
напевно.
Are we even sure that it's
В
gonna
2
be
чи в
nine
3.
versus?
А встав, як завжди,
Certain.
I think it's gonna be 9 class Marcy
біля
with Enigma.
10.
Yeah, so then you think Marcy's gonna be carried.
Oh,
Satanic's
yeah,
gonna be
you're
playing
right.
Marcy.
He could.
Зараз
I
я
mean,
I mean, I
7
agree,
хвилин, і я
but
прийду.
looking at this draft.
I mean, this could be Zeus.
Можемо
5,
піти в
Marcy
диск, щоб не
4,
спати.
Or this could be Zeus 4 and Marcy 1. We don't really know.
I think they're just gonna pick the best carry for the game now, because Marcy wants a win condition from mid lane as a carry, and I don't think Ember Spirit really is one. Like, he can carry games, but not in the same way like a Tinker would.
Mm.
So I think you'll just pick a carry here with Zeus. I think Void if it's left in the pool. If not, I would need to think a little bit what else is good against Dawnbreaker that's left.
Still think Morph could be good.
Oh yeah, there's Morphling, right? Morph is great against Tusk and Dawnbreaker, so I can see Morph, I can see Faceless Void. I think he's a good win condition already.
Taking the time thinking about this last ban, maybe they're tossing up between the two of them.
Might as well. You have this is your last ban and pick. You can use all your time if you want to.
What's a TA? It's neither of the heroes that you guys.
That's a
sort of-
strange one because I always found Dawn to be one of the better heroes against TA in lane, but it is Satanic TA. I was gonna say it's one of his better heroes, but that pool of heroes is like 10. He has like 10
Yeah, it's a
signature
pretty big-
heroes.
Yeah.
5 seconds
So-
remaining.
They just decided that's the one.
That's the specific one. What about it for Dawn in the lane against TA that makes her favorable?
Just you just have so many instances of damage,
Radiant
and you
team's
don't have a
turn to
stun,
pick.
so you just get on top of the TA, and you can
Dire team's turn to
typically deal with that. And they go with the Faceless Void.
Dominator, baby.
Yep, it's
That's
pretty good
the
item.
third one I see this game. Marcy, Enigma, and Faceless Void coming up.
Oh, such a good
Yeah.
Wraith King game.
Well, no, because they have Black Hole and Chronosphere, right? This is this is now a problem for Dawnbreaker, right? She has to ult something.
5
Now you're
seconds
relying on
remaining.
Warlock to have to cancel every Black Hole, and Dawn to ult every
King.
single Chronosphere. It's becoming a game of who's going to use their spell first.
No one ends up using them.
Yeah.
Just a pure stalemate.
He has to channel his inner Ame, but no, he's gonna go for the carry matchup. Or sorry, not the carry matchup, the lane matchup.
Yeah.
As opposed to the carry matchup.
Well, that's when how you know Wraith King is unpickable. If this wasn't a game for it.
You really tried. You put it out there, Fear.
I put it out
unfortunately.
there.
It's not going to happen. It's the ALK. We see all of our attendant heroes now across the board. And is there a slight favorite when it comes to the draft?
Both these drafts are... Well, I like this draft much better for wildcard than the last game. It is much more rounded. They could definitely win. I like RCY on Void Spirit. This is really where he pops off. However, you are playing versus this P-Vision draft where it could be very difficult to get out of the laning stage, I want to say. I feel like their lanes are incredibly strong, and that could snowball really hard, but wildcard does have some tools, and I do like the outclass pick.
I'm going with wildcard all the way. This is way better. They have multiple forms of initiation, 3 heroes compared to the 0 last game. 9 class is playing Marcy. I don't think he's played at this tournament yet. I know he plays it, whatever. Wildcard has their signature RCY Void Spirit. This guy's going to pop off. He's going to 1v5 this game straight up. We're going to game 3.
Okay, I'm liking a lot of initiations, a lot of comfort, something that's going to pop off.
Signature voice, signature enigma. What do you mean?
Of course.
DM's the master of this hero. Plus, picking confidence. He knows how to play into every single matchup. I've never seen a man better at a hero. What do you mean? All
right, well, then I feel like I don't need any more clarity there. Ray is definitely favoring P-Vision right now, and they are 1 game away here from qualifying for TI. Wildcard on the other side, they need to have all the comfort they possibly can. Off to a good start. We'll see just exactly what sort of start and game we're going to get here with Sunspan and Syndrome.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this is a very interesting draft from both teams. You got P-Vision versus Wildcard in game number 2, elimination game for Wildcard, elimination series overall. You have a favorite, Syndrome.
It's your boy Speed here.
Yeah, I think most of what they said I do agree with. I think Wildcard have a better shot in this just overall in terms of strategy. They also did have the total last pick here of the Alchemist, which I think was a very excellent choice. You know, you're going to be laning against Enigma. You have one of the carries that can survive a Chrono or can survive a Black Hole. All of those things or bearing all those things in mind, though, I feel like P-Vision might just be a little bit too much of a mouthful for Wildcard. And like they were talking about in the panel, I'm surprised this Faceless Void did not get banned. I think that was a relatively straightforward ban in that slot for Wildcard. They opted to ban the TA instead. In particular, when you're already
30 seconds to battle.
presenting the Zeus, that makes Void so much better. Something you and I have criticized when we've been casting games this tournament is Voids playing without damage in the Chrono.
Yeah.
That is not really a problem here. Even a support Zeus offers a lot of extra damage. Ember can do some assistance with slight chains. We've got Midnight Pulse.
The double bubble, the classic EG strat from back in the day.
If something's going to come back to bite P-Vision in this game, it's that their lineup is greedy. So if they run out of steam too early, even more so than in the first game, Wildcard could just get off to an early advantage and this time just roll it all the way to a win. I can see where Fly's confidence is coming from, to be fair, because I think if the lineups are both played to their utmost potential, I think this is a dire advantage. But we need to see a stellar game here from Wildcard because P-Vision are definitely firing on all cylinders today in that game 1.
There's definitely some NA pride there as well, though.
Yep.
To keep that in mind. But Wildcard have to win this game to stay alive in this road to TI. Yeah, it's been a while since I've cast Zeus. Talk to me about it. Obviously, damage in the Chrono you've already discussed, but what else does this hero provide?
Oh, interesting. Just they lane swapped.
Are those cracks
okay.
in Dia's top tower?
Yeah, Yamsen is in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a sec. Zeus mainly offers damage. I mean, he doesn't have any slow. Well, it's a symbolic slow in the Heavenly Jump.
It's not symbolic. It's very powerful.
Okay, he has a very powerful slow.
The Mario jump.
And then he has a lot of damage, and he is one of the best D-warders in the game, of course, because Lightning Bolt can find observers and sentries placed on the ground. There's a reason this hero hasn't been particularly popular this tournament. Not because I think it's bad, it's just very one-dimensional, so you need to either understand the hero at a high level to draft it correctly, or it needs the perfect game, which doesn't happen all that often, in particular as a core. So it is a little bit limiting, but P-Vision have been enjoying
Йобка не
it
почалась.
before. Oh, obviously on 9 class we've seen it, and this might be the second time it paused.
Так, що у нас? Ага, Керрі Сатанік на воді.
If somebody survives here,
Yep.
О, ух, ще вентилятор дує, так прохолодно.
Марсі четвірка, да?
All right.
This is a crazy combo, though. Of course, we've talked about this one in the past. The Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker with the tag team of Tusk. I mean, last time you were raving about this, they ended up initiating level 1.
Yeah.
This time the level 2 for wildcard. Very strong.
The level 2 timing of this lane is incredible. It's one of the strongest level ups you can get in Dota is when these heroes combined hit level 2 in the lane. The problem, or rather the reason they lane swap here is this combo doesn't kill Void in lane. And I think a very big reason of why Wildcard want to run these two heroes together is to get off to a hot start and try to dominate. So by lane swapping, what they do accomplish is it feels weird to remove or move Alchemist away from Enigma, because generally that's a good lane matchup for Alk, but so is Void. So he can just farm down here in the off lane, and then instead what you get in return is you get a killable target for the combo of Tusk Dawn against Enigma.
Нун в міду.
They have a little bit to fend for themselves with Malefice as well as the
У них
rebound,
керрі-
but you
керрі
gotta be very
алхіміст, да?
careful as the Enigma in this lane.
Так,
And you can
ні,
see
це
Dawn
трійка
already off to a
алхіміст.
massive head start, 18 for 3 against the 9 and 3.
Oh, yeah.
Also kills Eidolons very well with the Starbreaker.
Чекайте.
A lot of good things to
This
see.
Я
seems
заб-
like a... Oh, we're going to see
Я заплутався. Марсі керрі, все. Тепер все зрозуміло.
likes of 9 class. Now,
Ні, блядь.
He's had a
Чекайте, як я
terrific win rate.
сплю.
This does feel like the best start that we have seen.
Туска, ДБ керрі.
Many of the
What do you
games,
think?
DB
what do you think the
carry,
reason is
chat.
that she
What the
has
fuck?
been kind of meh.
I mean, many of the games that
The
we've
back
seen,
carry.
she has not won her lane. And I think it's such a big part of the hero's
Philippines,
identity is getting off to a
Philippines.
hot start and
Ooh.
trying to snowball. I also think in some of the games that have been played this tournament, Dawn has not been picked with good pairings. It's been picked as like an anti-hero more so than a combo with its own team.
Right.
What makes Dawnbreaker good, in my opinion, is the ultimate game is one where you have 2 or 3 teammates that have catch, and you have an enemy that's key to lock down. And lo and behold, in this game, right, you're stopping Black Hole, you can counter-initiate
Щось
Chrono,
Нун
and
дуже
you can be set up by
зухвало, але в нього Ферік був.
and technically Alchemist, so
Right. Well,
it's
the
good.
Eidolon's starting to do a lot of work to Faye. The Blood Grenade's going to slow him down as Faye
Добрий
gets
вечір.
disposed back into even more Eidolon. So that is first blood for P-Vision. As no one going to help some from Ducalis trying to take out RCY. It's going to be close. RCY just
Ой-ой-ой.
survives as Speed will get the better of Ducalis and no
Щось
one.
фіданув, коротше, його знову тіпнули. Це фора.
Yes, the classic 4-minute double kill Warlock in mid that we've come to expect.
Yeah, great ganking support hero.
That is the most random outcome. But what a great start for Speed here. Obviously great for his Grimoire as well, lest we forget Warlock
Yeah,
gets...
he's had 2 great starts to both games.
Yep, a massive benefit for him. This will be a very early golem, even if they don't get their wisdom.
Got
More pressure
disposed
here.
from 9 class back into a Malefice as Ducalis makes his way over as well. So a Thunderbolt getting Big Num quite low as now we have another TP from Speed. All over the place. Very mobile.
Санич,
Warlock.
інсайт інфи немає.
And this, of course,
з
will
приводу
be
анонсу
a
матчу.
situation in the bot lane.
Аналітики.
Void versus
Falcon
Yamson's
Spirit.
Alchemist.
Або
About of
Тундра,
enough burger Valena should
або
get.
Тундра Ліквід.
They're gonna hit creeps.
Що там Томпсон каже?
Pretty happy about that, I'm sure. So RCY, known for his Void Spirit. Oh, he's gonna get gone on. Rebound connects. Not level 6 yet, and this is just a 1 versus 3. He is gonna
Ну,
be
хто сильніше,
taken
хто в
out
якій
by no
формі.
one. A good rotation
Бля, це
from
одна
Division.
тільки машина, ревізорич
Talk
без
about
вихідних
the Void
їбаше.
Spirit as a hero feeling
Получається.
if they don't pop off, they feel extremely underwhelming.
Yeah.
And this is obviously a signature pick for RCY. We'll see what he can put together. As DM left alone because of that gank will be the recipient of all this damage from Fade and company as Speed gets
Але у Енігми важкий лайн.
killing spree at this point.
One of the heroes that has to be in the lower quarter of frequency of killing sprees minute 6, surely. Warlock.
You know, I'm not a Warlock player, Cinderin. Why does Black Grimoire even have a cooldown? I didn't even know it did.
I don't think you need to be a Warlock player for that. I think that's a Valve question, not so much the
Well,
player.
okay, yeah, but you're an analyst here.
Yeah. Why does it have
Right,
a
he could be
cooldown?
level 6 right now. How cool would that be?
Yeah,
That would
maybe
be
that's
sick.
maybe that's why it has a cooldown.
That's kind of sick, though. I mean, if you're going to get 3 kills on Warlock by 6 minutes, you deserve to have your ult.
Well,
Debatable, I guess. A 7-minute wisdom It's about to come to be.
If he uses the Grimoire for
так.
this wisdom, will he be 6? He gets 800 experience.
Needs 10 more
Але
seconds.
ще, ну, типу, тільки початок.
Are fortified.
Because then they can't contest the wisdom. If Speed could just pop a level 6 here,
Oh, they're gonna
Оп,
try
файт
for
за
it.
руною.
Class gonna spot Speed, the killing spree, and 9 class gonna be able to get the dispose, but Speed is back. And
Ой-ой-ой.
to make sure that
На.
they get the shrine.
Зевс прийшов, а тут же ще й Ембер прийшов. Ну, Галемич це боляче.
First misstep from Speed in this game.
well, if he doesn't cast it, he dies. Because no one doesn't get forced out. There's not enough damage. And he is on a killing spree, so it's pretty valuable to kill the Warlocks. I don't really
Але
mind that golem so
зато
much.
Галемчик плюс бабусики.
Obviously would have liked to connect it and do
Так.
damage. And he is
І
one of
наживо.
more damage, but you were never killing Ember there, but he definitely could have killed you. Gotta take the trade you can get. Yeah, this is definitely looking good for the side of Wildcard. As we saw in the stats, this is their second Dawn game, and they won their other one, so they are not the reason this hero's win rate is at about 35%. Not their fault.
Big Num shows up in the mid lane. Astral step coming from RCY, but Big Num taking the brunt of the damage here. 9 class first to fall though. Aether Remnant proc to Speed. No longer has his ult. As Big Num eventually falls to no one, so it's a support for support. Has the damage rune now, which is a very big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, look at the levels though. Enigma is really trailing here. A full level behind the enemy. I guess I should say offlaner Alchemist, but maybe that's an unfair comparison. And now Dawn ulti
Неприємно,
has
зараз
been
можуть
unlocked.
вбити. Ти подивися.
Very greedy for these last hits, barely survives.
Да, але Нун, звісно,
Have to
кнопки тисне добре.
back to base.
Close call.
RCY, see,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
they've actually put quite a bit of effort in stopping RCY so far in this mid lane.
Yeah, and as you already established, this hero is pretty prone to either snowballing or falling flat. It's a very polarizing hero in my opinion. So they are trying to bring him into the game, but already with this slowdown, can't say I'm too confident in Void Spirit having that pop-off game. He's gonna go
Можна
for the
покласти
Vessel.
вже
This is
так.
good against Faceless Void. And just an all-round feels good item on the hero. You're universal, you want to get those all attributes and have the extra bit of damage since your spell combo isn't generally fully enough. But against Flame Guard, you're just never killing.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. You can see no one is just bullying him.
Let's see if any TPs come. RCY has the escape mechanism, of course, in the form of the Astral Step. So, yeah, Helm number 2, actually. So, is 9 class going for it? Yes, of course. Why did we even question such a thing? So, 3 Helms, down from 4. It's an improvement.
I would make the argument that if you're playing Marcy and not buying this item regardless of role, I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, that's true. As we can see, the first Solar Guard
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
drops his ult as well. Fading coming to get
Мінус
2
2.
kills. Very nicely done from Wildcard.
Зевс без рівня.
It looks like as Ducalis slowed down, Aether Remnant punch.
Да. Але ДБ керрі.
Ace right there.
Triple
Що вона
kill
збирає?
Fade.
БМ збирає, бач? Білдяра чисто трійки.
Safe lane.
He's keeping up with his free farming elk on network.
Поки
This
що.
is a really good look
Oh yeah.
for Wildcard. And what can I say? Maybe Fly just knew. He saw the draft. He was like, this is a Wildcard. It's going to smash them. So far, so good. 4K
It is a
lead in a
4K
10.
lead, yeah.
And it begs the
Radiance.
question, I was entertaining this, that maybe P-Vision got a little bit too greedy here.
A little too cute. They've been known to do that from time to time.
It is indeed a greedy lineup, and you are so
Hey,
far away from 6
можно
on Zeus. He just
футбол.
cracked 5 now on Ducalis, just trailing by a massive amount
Middle tower should
against the enemy team.
А скільки?
Gotta weather the storm here if you're the side of P-Vision. You gotta just farm up. You need time.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
well,
tower could use some help.
Yeah, well, games these days have been going 60 minutes, so
Якщо не з'їм, то
Yeah, you'd think Enigma Void just can't lose, right?
Мгм.
in the 60-minute game, yeah, I would agree. And Wildcard up the pace. So far, so good.
Ну, так треба.
Titanic brings his troll summoner with all those rally creeps, and DM has his own troll summoner.
Oh, Blade Mail, it's
Fade.
in there.
Yeah, he does quite a bit of damage, takes out 1 troll. Still quite quite a bit of damage done to the tier 1 regardless.
Але знову тут лайнінг виглядає у вайлдкартів поприємніше.
Satanic yet to use Chronosphere this game. Speed's going to be an easy pickoff to start this fight. Big starbreaker from Fade. Only on the one actually is 9 class getting to the north. Looks like he's going to be fine. Satanic still looking for that.
А є же ж Блекхол.
Also has the black.
А ось і він.
Will use it for Fade. Gets canceled on the last moment. The eighth remnant. The Solar Guardian canceled though.
Нормально
That's
місяця.
going to be the death of both Fade and DM. So trading offlaners. Now RCY in a 4 versus 1, although Big Nub coming to try to save him with the potential snowball, but the Chronosphere at the last moment from Satanic. And this will lead to a 3rd kill for P-Vision. Actually 4th if you count Speed at the beginning of the fight.
Воу, Вочик! Добрий ранок, смачний сніданок, привіт! Дякую велике. Добрий. Як настрій?
Долгое утро, хорошего стрима и просмотра.
Дякую величезне, Вочик, дякую за підтримочку. Привіт, як настрій? Що на сніданок?
TP rotation though, on the way as Fade. Time dilation applied to him. Bignum with the snowball picks him up. Right on top of Ducalis with the punch as well. That's going to be the death of the support of P-Vision. A good rotation from Wildcard. Fortunately for them, not able to get more
Ого,
than just
і
the
скільки тебе
positions by
марафон
Zeus.
триває по часу? Скільки вже їдеш і скільки ще лишилось? Ну спати встигаєш?
Oh, this would be a huge
Типу
kill.
закупки це якісь продукти, да, щось першої необхідності?
Hype that up a little bit too much. Sorry about that. Won't do that again.
Чи закупки по роботі? Типу щось... Ага. Ого. Двоє суток вже. Ще до вівторка. А потім чіл? Трохи якийсь... Буде перевалочний пункт. Поки 6 годин сна є. Прям зараз? Вочик, так треба брати. Бика за рога. І заряджатися енергією. Прям зараз? Чи 6 годин сна є, це типу уже поспав?
Good fake outs, multiple fake outs with that golem. He's gonna pop it. It does clip no one in the end. Beautifully done from Speed. That was
А,
really,
все, поняв.
really sick. Now the tier
А
1
то я, знаєш, мені аж... Я думав, що в тебе є 6 годин, а ти залетів на стрім, і тут я тебе затримую, а в тебе дорогоцінний сон. І я думаю, йо-моє. А, ну якщо в дорогу, то вже да. Пойде. Що смачного купляв? Що плануєш готувати? Доброго.
I thought you were gonna say something with edging.
Oh, yeah, well, you're probably better at
Edging
titles
with
and
Warlock.
YouTube thumbnails than I am.
А я тут цілий тиждень, ну, з четверга, дивлюсь кращий турнір по доті, щоб трохи розбиратися, шарити. Сьогодні останній день групової стадії, потім основна стадія і перерва з понеділка по четвер. Потім в неділю, я так розумію, буде фінал. Риба, картопля. Це база, фундамент, ґрунт. Блін, ну вайлдкарди виглядають зараз потужно.
They rated it pretty highly. They picked it early in the draft. Ducalis has not really found his footing. And this is a dangerous Zeus game. Literally anyone gets on top of you, just dead. Like what are you supposed to do when Alk gets a blink, which he has? He just jumps and kills you. Void Spirit can assassinate you 100-0. Tusk plus Dawn. The only hero you can survive is Warlock, and he doesn't care about you. So.
До речі, я так зрозумів, ти дуже часто рибу їш. І як взагалі організм переналаштувався після м'яса? З кайфом? Прям хочеться вже їсти рибу? Чи хочеться якогось жирненького м'яска? В теорії організм має сказати дякую, напевно. Але чи ти звик до такого?
It's with Alchemist, but it's still a very monumental lead here, honestly. Given the overall outlook of the game, this was the stage of of this elimination game for wildcard where things needed to go right, and they have all gone so right. They finally do lose their mid tower now, and they lost their top tower as well, but they stalled it out for a very long time. I think it's good enough.
Very, very...
Ага, навіть так. Прикольно.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
Fade has Ags.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. So
He
Blade Mail,
is
Ags...
Stupid rich. He's 3,000 ahead of Enigma. 200 GPM ahead. Pretty much.
I mean, he was the safe laner, you know?
Yeah.
Should be comparing him to the Void.
Yeah, well, if you want to compare the carries, then Alchemist against Void is also 3,000. So I don't know.
Yeah, true. Well, you should be comparing the Alch to the Enigma.
Oh yeah, that looks even better for P-Vision. Then they're only 6k behind on that roll.
That's right. That's the whole lead.
But then the carries are even, I suppose.
Exactly.
Так, врив.
Pick me up, and that is a Solar Guardian into the depth of 9 class. Golem comes out as well, as no one will drop to the deck.
Слухайте, ну виглядає так поки потужно. Потім Сатанік.
Blind, Synderen?
Maybe we can get a replay of that. That's definitely the thing worth talking about here.
Ну ти ж сьомгу, кажу. Ти ж рибу типу сьомгу, форель, да? Форель, напевно, ти фоткав.
He was anticipating the remnant.
Філешечку. В принципі, її готувати швидко. І тобі в треку прям, напевно, з кайфом.
Ultimately, I think no one might have.
Зручно дуже.
He had enough mana, right?
He just knew.
Кісток немає.
In the mid lane,
Кайф.
Yeah.
he saw ahead
Ще якимось
this
там
time. Still died.
лімончиком збризнути, бо може соєвим соусом.
Started hearing voices.
Speed is too good. It's just in his head.
It's
You
your
know?
boy
What
Speed
can you
here.
do?
Ні, ну ти казав, що курка більш-менш.
Through Dawn.
Курка більш-менш. А тим більш, ну типу, теоретично знайти нормальне м'ясо, ну, любе, я думаю, можливо. Але так як ти постійно в дорозі і купляти, експериментувати незрозуміло де і незрозуміло яке м'ясо, ну немає сенсу, напевно. Реально.
Does percentage-based
А риба всюди кайф.
So here's that golem.
Okay, let's see.
Just anticipate, but he got pulled by an Aether Remnant. I don't really mind that golem because he's expecting if you don't remnant there, you're gonna die, and he thinks the remnant's gonna
Блін,
come
так
out
не
from
хочеться,
the-
щоб ця серія була
and Burst Spirit
1-1,
would
прям
be
жесть.
simultaneously by the
It
void.
worked out.
Хочеться на ліквідів подивитись.
As Fade, I believe, just bought his shard.
Sure did. So now what's stopping Starbreaker? Chrono and Black Hole. Nothing else.
That's still a lot.
Well,
That's 2 things.
it's 2 things, but it's 2 things that are really, really expensive, right? It's like your key abilities. If you're using that to stop a Starbreaker,
Yeah.
that's... I think Fade is completely fine with that. He's going to arrive with his ult running for the heal. He's going to pop Blade Mail. He's going to press his Starbreaker. If you need to stop that Starbreaker with a Chrono, you're going to lose the fight.
Yep, for
So
sure.
he's in an extremely
Fade.
powerful position here.
Gets Malefice. Midnight Pulse is placed as well with a congregation on the deep from DM. But unfortunately, his creep does get
Ганім, реально, Затар трійки, бачиш, Санич?
Worse.
У ДБшки, але вона кері.
Interesting. Huh.
Shards, Aether Remnants, Starbreaker. But I can't say this inspires a lot of confidence in me.
У Енігми домік, у Енігми домік,
Time on Dagger
у Вайда
again.
домік.
Was a very early
У
one,
Марсі
now also
домік.
has the BKB.
Ець.
This is
Просто
an
вони грають уже другу гру в 3 доміки.
10,000 lead.
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
How are P-Vision... Okay, we're at a point now in this game where what it takes for P-Vision to come back is effectively wildcard overstepping. They can keep playing the map and keep growing their lead for the next 20 minutes if they want, because I don't think P-Vision with their
А у них є алхімік, напевно, із-за цього.
Even if they do be successful, like this 4-step Enigma is not telling me, all right, it's go time.
21-minute wisdom is what Wildcard wants, and if they can get a pick off, that might clean up a Tormentor as well after the fact.
Protocol is, man.
They find a low
Ну це виглядає, Санич, це виглядає, ну, нереалістично.
With the steal of the Wisdom Shrine, they should be going for the Tormentor, one would think.
Both Wisdom, they just
Але
took it.
хто його знає? Просто, типу, ну, прикинь, вайлдкарт проходять далі, ну, припустимо, да, що вони зараз тут виграють. Ну, що це будуть за матчі? Ну, я от зараз, типу, що ти, що я, от ходили, зівали, розумієш?
3 and 2.
Oh, damn it.
Ну, прикинь, будуть грати
Speed who got it. So the
китайці,
upgraded
Paintbound, да, зі своїм стилем гри,
spawning some imps.
2 катки з вайлдкардами по годині. Ну, це ж просто... От такий контент. Ну, типу,
not all that important. Just got to keep the flow of this game going.
It's interesting that DM is prioritizing getting Shard next. And a lot of times you see these Enigmas, they get like they get like a Vlad's, and then they start going for big items, right? At least historically.
Yeah, it's just...
This is all small items.
It's difficult to...
Ні, ну я в це не вірю.
Whole build, right? Against Golem and Solar Guardian.
Ну, типу, віжени зараз грають.
Destroyed by Fade and Bignum.
I feel like P-Vision are actually just lost in this game. I think
Віжени просто грають зараз на розслабоні, не палять страти.
I think it's very hard to have guidance when the overall comms right now should be we can't fight them, we have to farm.
Yeah.
Whenever
Але якщо вони пройдуть далі, вайлдкарди я маю на увазі, то вони будуть виглядати просто як груша для биття. Потім будуть казати, а ви прийшли, у вас просто вайлдкарди були в опонентах.
So he can look for plays for the Dawn way more effectively. Dawn can connect on Elk, on Tusk, on Void Spirit.
Alright, so Yamsen will be rewarded with the first Aegis of the game. Wild card in a very good spot to push this to a game 3, but of course P-Vision, I mean the high ground going against an eventual late game, depending on how late it goes, Enigma and Void is a scary proposition. Really, all of their heroes are kind of scary late game.
Yeah.
A wild card in...
Wildcard's late game, not bad either, though. If it comes down to these big late game team fights, you're happy to have a Warlock. You're happy to have a Dawn ulti, probably 2 of them as well.
I feel like the games that we've watched, the biggest mistake these teams make is going high ground too fast, potentially.
Ну так, Санич, ОГ на той момент вже були, типу, відомі гравці в ОГ. Знаєш, типу, вчасно підзібрались, а в вайлдкарді, ну тільки Бігнум, Ямсон, ну Спід, ну вони такі немедійні, знаєш, і не рахуються прям топовими.
Do you agree that, let's say this becomes somehow a 60-minute game? Okay. I don't think it's a clear-cut P-Vision win in spite of having Void.
Ну Топсон дуже сильно одні паби. Олександрович, ну Топсон дуже сильно завірусився, знаєш? Популярність набрав дуже швидко. Ну, так само, наприклад, навіть God the Juice, да? Він тут дуже гарно засвітився на цьому інті з приводу скіла. Незважаючи на те, що вони програли. Ну там же ж Ноутейл ще був. Чи не був? Ноутейл, Кріт, Флай.
So how on earth are you ever going to land a black hole unless you catch both Warlock and Dawn? And then the Chrono has the same issue, right? The counterplays are pretty clear. Dakalis trying to farm.
Indeed.
He's farming his death stat. If you have him in fantasy, I think this is not good.
Yep, death number 6 for him.
Але Void добирає, друзі, Void добирає.
So, yeah, maybe I think that's what he's going for.
А що там є? Батерфляй? Навіщо він бере МКБ просто префайром?
It's not really a trait. Like I am a villain, therefore I will.
I don't know. It sounds like you've never played a pub game before.
Oh, you mean like that? Oh yeah, okay. I see it. I see it. He's a villain to his own team. If that's his villain arc, TI is probably not the best place to start.
No, but in all seriousness, we have to hold that thought. Actually, DM with the Midnight Pulse, going to get Astral Step by RCY, but right on the footsteps of his base is going to be fine. But Yamsen adds a big concoction coming for the Enigma, the Solar Guardian to follow. Down goes DM quite easily.
Слухай, ця катка виглядає переможно для вайлдкардів.
From Wildcard, Satanic shows up for this fight.
Yeah, but there's no fight.
Сатанік, 25 хвилин, 1 хрона. Ось це справжній Void. Вітімейт.
Gotta be back to take care of this, but of course Dawnbreaker, theoretically one of the best heroes in Dota against Helm of the Dominator, because she can, if you're playing against the skeletons, you wipe them out instantly. If you're being split pushed and the Dominator's causing pressure on your map, you can just be there and still participate in team fights with your ult.
Yep.
So
yet her win rate is garbage.
Yeah.
just not playing it right. You gotta safe lane it like Fade here today.
I will say, out of all the games I have seen Dawnbreaker in this tournament, I think this is the game that is the absolute best pick. And it was first picked. It's kind of crazy, right? He picked it as a Enigma, and then afterwards, I think P-Vision made it even better, and they themselves kept making it good as well. I'll see you later.
Gallus insta-gibbed.
Yeah. He is just not
Але
getting
тут
it.
головне таймінги не
I
просрати
guess it's Zeus
вайлдкартами.
farming more than Tusk, right? That's the only reason he has more net worth is the CS. But
Ще 15-20 хвилин і віжени будуть дуже сильні.
And P-Vision,
Lead
no
is flatlining,
strangers
no?
to the voice lines, of course. They've created a lot of enemies in this scene, I feel like, with some of their play and talk. That's what we love watching in Dota.
Everybody loves a little drama.
Absolutely.
Бля, просто шишка стоїть, коротше, і дефає.
No one has his 9-second BKB, is going to opt for the Aghanim Scepter next. As Bigdom also going for an Aghanim Scepter. Obviously quite a ways away, but that would be a pretty early kick for Tusk. And we talked about high ground just being an issue, not with their team.
Марсі нулік.
Kind of harder
БКБ.
in this meta for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But kick is something that can certainly provide a boost.
Войд бере. Опа-па. А якщо Скаді на вайді, то буде, мені здається, вже дуже боляче.
Wise gonna be spotted by no one. Rebound's gonna connect. Do they have the damage? Yes. No one with the kill, and that's a big one.
Yeah, unexpected find there for sure. RCY was killing a Dominator creep. Sick bait.
Yeah, gotta leave it to Fade, you know?
Yeah.
That's what he was built for.
I think Fate did have his ulti ready, but this was an unclear moment. Because if you ult too early, you expose yourself to Chrono and Black Hole. You want to use it as a counterplay to that. Finally, the AC now arrives for Yamsen.
How did that take so long to arrive?
His courier must have died, I think.
I guess so.
That's a big power spike here, of course. Good news for P-Vision fans out there is that Satanic is putting on an absolute farming masterclass. It's so impressive that he has 360 CS this game.
He's only 3k behind an Alp. That is insane.
Given the map control,
Просто Сатанік доганяє алхіміка по фарму.
get better than this. It's just borderline flawless.
Що там?
This has become RTS game, man.
Yeah.
Creep versus creep, and then they just go their separate ways.
If anybody from the development team of Stormgate are watching, this
Смок.
is some
Ой-ой-ой,
inspiration.
huge kill.
Satanic, he spotted, punched in the air.
Huge kill.
As well with the Solar Guardian, but the rebound save.
Ля, як він витягнув. Блін, треба було накривати, але походу там був стан. Huge kill.
They find a second in the form of 9 class.
God, I love cursing players.
Ти про МКБ?
Satanic's having such a good game.
Саныч, я так само не поняв цей вибір, якщо ти про МКБ.
You have power, young man.
Is there something you want?
Yeah, I want to win the lottery.
Okay.
Але все одно це швидкість. А, про домік?
That might be outside my reach.
Да хрін з ним, він його
I haven't
продасть.
tried yet.
Я ж не кажу, що він фул.
I can do
Затарений.
small things like make you die in a video game.
It's
Really nice superpower.
very
Speed.
impressive. Chaotic offering place, no one.
He's
In the
pretty
vicinity
tanky.
as well. Yeah, speed will end up going down, but Solar
Oops.
coming in, though Fade. How is that up again?
Oops.
Now they take out two Collis and no one. Double kill for Fade.
Диви, диви,
He
як
stays
флексять.
alive.
I
І
love
довольні.
that patience. That was really nice. They very clearly communicated that he was
Варлок такий товстенький, ти поняв.
ready.
It was the refresher from
Baits them in.
Fade.
І зараз, зараз
Finish
походу,
already.
буде
Just buys
Fermenter.
all of that time and they find the right opportunity. They were just waiting for the side of P-Vision to use enough cooldowns before they went for that. Now they're also going to get the Tormentor.
This will go to the Tusk, last remaining one on the team. Looks like he changed his mind on the Ags, by the way. Looks like a Yules instead.
We're going to see the replay here. He's not even really that close to dying. 14 sticks, solar, as well as the essence ring. There was a bit more to give there. They need another 500 damage to get through this.
And with that, an 18k lead for Wild.
Ну, типу, Блекхол просто і Хрона. Саныч, це ж перевертає ігри.
NA region, Cinderin.
Yeah, well, the prognosis of this game definitely
Тускар?
is taking us to a game 3.
Поки немає.
Item build for DM.
Але
This
Тускар,
is
як і Зевс,
satisfied
через
for Enigma
бідність
fans.
грають. Так що Це ще хвилин 20 їм потрібно пограти. Але Зевса вже є аганім, насправді. А от узка блінки ул.
Of course. Of course they are.
Це дуже приємно. Санич, це виглядає як контра. Бо БКБ ще немає, але буде скоро. Дуже скоро. Цікаво, чи станеть ДБ через БКБ чи ні? Можна подивитися насправді. Так Скаді буде у Морфа.
Like I was saying, I still think Wildcard have good solutions against Enigma Void, but with every passing minute, it becomes more and more possible for them to pull it off.
Наче не бачу.
You keep flat. If you flatline this net worth lead at like 15,000 for another 15 minutes, then I think the game approaches a 50-50 state. So you still want to exploit the snowballing of your heroes right now if you are the side of Wildcard.
Енігма БКБ.
DM finally has a bigger item in the form of a BKB.
It is really hard to use.
Ні, це виглядає як гра на 50 хвилин насправді.
What else do you buy though? It's just I'm trying
Бач,
to think of what
просто айон диски на
sort of
корах.
really cool build he could have gone. I'm just not seeing it.
Жесть.
Like if you were crushing the game, maybe you could have gone Crimson and then pushed.
Sure, Speed's made a video on that. Maybe we can check that out in between games. Actually, you can all tab right now. Google that. Oh, congregations from 9 class. Gonna spot out Yamson in the pit as Roche not happy about this.
Ульту Войда. Так буде.
Very close. Only 12
Але є ще
away
Black
from
Hole.
what I consider to be the literal best ags in the entire
Але я
game.
думаю, що вона не буде підставлятися. Для цього є Тусік, для цього є Алхімік. А кастанути в Black Hole або в Хроно ульту,
That makes you very
засейвити тімейтів також жорстко. Так що я не думаю, що це буде, поняв? Він ферст таргет агресивний. Це ж керрі, Санич. Вона буде прилітати, коли будуть піздити Алхіміка.
Casting games and seeing how big of a power spike that is. As Yamson in the pit,
Where's the Dawn Axe on that list?
it's not top 10. It's good.
Really?
It's I mean, come on. There's 100 how 30?
Dawn Axe
It's
is
top 20 probably.
okay. Fair.
Yamson looks like they're gonna get a free Roche
It's
for the
your
wildcard
list.
side.
You don't have to be right. You just need to be opinionated. It's
You
all
think
good.
it's a top 10 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's very high. I think
Make a list for you at some
I
point.
think the pros would rate it top 5.
I mean, the pros are dumb though.
Oh, that's touche.
Thunder God's Wrath for scouting.
Yeah, they'll confirm that Roche is dead after the Roshan is dead announcement.
Yeah, I think just checking if they had smoked.
Yeah.
Very common move. You would know that if you paid attention in your casts.
Teach
It's
me.
gonna show up in the top lane to take care of some of these Eidolons.
Ну на аганім готується. Але, блін, всі купляють, але я не сильно бачу профіта. Мобільності більше, да, сейва трохи більше.
Nice BKB.
Супер дед.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Not
hard
gonna help
game.
you when you get jumped.
Very hard game.
I think this is really interesting. Once again, I don't want to start theory crafting on this too much because this game is far from over. But it,
Void зі
once again,
Скаді.
it comes back
3200
to
хп.
Wildcard's willingness to give away this enigma and structure an entire strategy.
У Алхіміка
around countering that
2700.
hero. They have just completely mitigated DM's impact. This is the worst enigma.
І
game
зараз
we've seen
буде
in a very
Сатанік, і
long
там
time.
буде від 4К.
Scepter from no one. And the Nimbus place. This will be
Snowball.
an
But
eventual
keep him in the
kill.
Nimbus so he can't play.
Surely. Satanic gets credit for that one. So Satanic, as we can see, Mjolnir, MKB, BKB.
Зараз це буде свапати
and then his
домік.
namesake in Satanic next.
Satani.
Satani.
How did that become Italian?
He is very, very strong.
Yep.
I mean, is there anyone he can't like? He can kill everybody in his chrono if there's no assistance. I would assume. At this
Але
point.
дивись, він думає,
Like if he chronos a hero, who he can
Метелик
kill 100
чи
to 0?
Yeah,
Сатанік.
without any assistance from the teammates.
Warlock.
Ну, Сатанік з Сатаніком канонічно.
You're saying he can only kill 2 heroes,
He
right?
can only kill the supports
Oh,
alone.
okay.
Yeah. He can't kill. Void Spirit has 25 armor and 3k health. Dawn has 3,500 health and 30 armor. and Alk has 30 armor and 3k health. So yeah, I don't think he solos anyone except supports.
Okay.
But he's also not going to solo. There's going to be a Nimbus, there's going to be a Thundergod's Wrath. Unless he's dead, then it's going to be neither.
Unlucky.
Jump off to slow Yamsen, which isn't going to be enough to get away, it seems. RCY joins the party. Another death to Ducalis' name.
Is it high ground time? You have the wave, you have siege
Скільки
creeps,
б'є?
you have all spells ready. You
Well,
have Aegis.
Chemical Rage is going to be running out. He does have Berserk Potion, of course, as a little pick-me-up.
That's nice against Ember.
Good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower is under
And they're going to poke at the high
Скільки
ground.
демеджу?
Roche banner placed. Speed with his Alpha Wolf at the ready as well. Tower's already dead. As Yamsen going to be spotted now. Satanic
А там сало. Оп-оп-оп.
Solar guarding as well, but a pick-me-up is there, but the Astro Step on top of him. Void Spirit is getting so low, the black hole.
Крона, блядь, ніхуя собі, блядь.
Is there fall?
За що?
Satanic gets his chronosphere off and is beating everybody to death. Already 3 down, but the Aegis is
Єбать, Марсі.
Time walks close to the fountain. As Yamsen, back in normal form, still hitting these buildings. As Speed with
Бараки
the ball,
б'ють.
continuing to apply some pressure.
Сатанік взяв Сатанік.
Onto Satanic. He's still gonna be fine, though. He's already
Марсі стоїть. Бам. Полетіли.
rebounded by 9 class. As now the time dilation coming to work. Fade does finish
Ну вони
off
вже не
the
відпустять.
Bears, but this is looking like the death of the rest of Wildcard.
Піздець, блядь, чесно.
Will drop to the deck, so Void Spirit the only
Це
one to
піздець.
survive until Ducalis finds him on the other side. A
Це
full
піздець.
team wipe at the cost of a melee barracks.
Oh my, you need to see this replay. It is so damn
Можна
close.
кліпати.
Satanic clutches
Можна на
that.
ютубчик.
He was on 5% HP, I think, from the second Dawn ulti, and you gotta question. I mean, it's so easy to say this stuff in hindsight, right? Wild card, they thought they could burst this the faceless void. Satanic puts himself out there as bait. He tanks through absolutely everything. Largely courtesy, of course, of his 25 talent. Look at this replay. So pay attention to the Void's HP now. As he enters this fight, they're going to use 2 Dawn ultis, but one of them will get interrupted. So they start poking here.
Сторон, один барак тільки, Санич.
This pick-me-up is massive. And this ult, the black hole on 2% HP on the Void.
Yeah.
They then get the 3-man black hole, the 2-man chrono, everybody's locked down. And even after that, it still wasn't a clear-cut victory.
And now they are going high ground instead. P-Vision get the tier 3. They might be able to get all these buildings as Wildcard does not want to expend a buyback. Meanwhile, Big Num against Ducalis. More importantly, that mid lane is completely down now.
So is Big Num.
So equalizing the game in terms of the barracks. In fact, they get the range as well. The Big Num does get taken out in the end by no one. And what a shift. And exactly what I discussed in the high ground, it feels like it's where a lot of these teams falter.
P-Vision's patience paid off, and Wildcard did the worst possible thing that could happen there, and they were so close to succeeding. If they kill Void there, the game is over.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think he had buyback gold. So that was an
Так,
all-in
вбити
from
Вайда.
Satanic, trusting that his teammates would cover for him with the pick-me-up and the black hole. 5% more damage there, and we're going to game 3. And now instead, the entire lead is gone in 1 minute. Crazy.
Вбити Вайда і
crazy
можна
stuff.
виграти.
They were 20k up. You're gonna see this graph here.
Oof.
That is a pretty significant change. And yeah, now, you know, everything we were praising Wildcard for and the strength of their lineup, I still think this game is absolutely winnable for them because of the solutions they have to Enigma. But with the Rax advantage going the way of P-Vision and the scaling they're now acquiring, probably something like a 2-1 or a 3-1 favorite at this point. Now fix this Void also with the butterfly even
Look
more.
at his inventory, man. This
Так,
is
зрозумів, і є бабки на це. Сторону допушили чи ні?
going for shard next.
Дивись, скільки кріпів, що за прикол? Що це за атака кріпів?
What is this?
Як вони так зробили?
It's-
О,
What did I
дивися.
miss?
Ага.
What did I miss here?
Єбать.
Did they block these creeps somehow? What happened?
There was a banner down there forever, right?
This is an army of creeps.
The
This is
big-
like the old YouTube videos where Chen would just and Earthshaker would just block the creeps
So
constantly.
I'm assuming the banner from the push was just sitting there.
Так, солодкий no one.
Creeps couldn't push out.
I don't know. As we're gonna have a fight though. Yamson has the concoction, Bissell blade onto Noah, the punch into the air, but 9class now gonna force
А Марсі та
the
летить.
Alchemist away. And no one with the BKB gonna pursue further once his BKB's down. Bignum's already down and out, but a nice
О, як хілиться, як хілиться. Там є хрона, є.
Bignum buys back in the game as
І Блекхол є, а ось і хрона.
Satanic comes in with the Chronosphere with a little help from Zeus. The chaotic offering is not enough as Bignum tries to save him with the snowball, but it's a little too late.
Блін, Марсі гарно тискає.
With the rest of them as Bignum gets dieback now as DM with the BKB is going to be fully safe against Fade, who has to pop his refresher, the Eon Disc procs as well. And now on the run is Fade on this Dawnbreaker. Has the hammer to the high ground, but the Searing Chains uses a Solar Guardian to get away successfully. But another great fight for P-Vision.
І все. І все, і переваги нема.
That was with the shortest black hole of DM's career. I don't know if he canceled it himself or whatever that was, but they still managed to win that fight. I think Refresher was on cooldown earlier in the engagement, so couldn't really get the immediate follow through. And yeah, once you isolate and kill the Alchemist, the fight just blows wide open. And no one buyback, of course, should be a consideration going forward in this game.
Yeah.
If Wildcard could somehow kill him again, might open the door. But instead, Speed will not get out of this.
Spotted. Looking for a high five is no one. Speed will not reciprocate.
DM will, though.
And Satanic, high ground number 2. Ooh, that is okay. Divine Rapier for Fade. It has come to this. He has been carrying the game for Wildcard so far.
I don't mind it. This is a ton of damage on Dawnbreaker.
Absolutely. This is going to be 2 lanes of racks, though, easily for P-Vision. Roche is up, so we'll see if they consider that.
The thing you have to be
Як все? Ну, все, вже нема двох сторін у вайлдкарді.
What you're presenting by buying Rapier here is a way to kill Void. It's them saying we cannot win a fight without getting through Satanic first.
Right.
They just keep sending him in front and covering him, and we have to be able to pierce. This offers a solution to that with Starbreaker, but if you do it and Aeon Disc gets proc during the combo, it's all for naught. Actually, he took the Celestial Hammer talent on 25 instead of the Starbreaker cooldown. That could come back to bite him. He has he has all of the Solar Guardian focused talents and none of the crit and attack ones. So no Luminosity attacks required, no crit strike,
Time to get
and
30.
no Starbreaker. Yeah, he needs levels.
He's going for the late game.
Love that.
And smoke from both sides. This fight going to dictate a lot. Of course, P-Vision have the barracks advantage, so they can kind of just sit around to a degree and wait for those creeps to push in. Feels like if P-Vision get this Roche, that might just be it.
How do you kill Void twice, right? They've been struggling so hard to do it one time.
Satanic will be able to get the D-ward as Roche, very confused in his old age, will exit the pit temporarily.
They need to kill him pretty fast, 20 seconds before he moves.
That's true.
So if they can stall him at all, this will not happen.
And Nimbus to start things out. We have the Remnant there as well. And there's the Belch for all to hear. Big number.
Буде Берапіра. Так. Він видає Хрона, щоб забрати Рошана. А все ж таки Вой туди стрибає. А Сатаніку боляче. Але там Сатанік. Він уже собі слот під рапіру лишив. Саме жесть. Ну, чисто виглядає, що по скілу.
That was quite the game.
Wildcard had everything in their hand, and one high ground push fails, and it all comes crashing down about as fast as you could imagine. You can see the joy and the relief, I think, also in P-Vision's faces. They were not interested in playing a third game. And in the wildcard camp, that one's, it's got to sting, right?
Yeah.
You enter TI, or road to TI rather, as one of the underdogs. You start tasting this could actually be possible. You get to the elimination round. You're an inch away from winning a second game and having that.
Ну, це добре, що не буде третьої гри, бо зараз буде гра ліквідів.
And the mistakes they've done, but They put up a great show, they put up a great fight, and I hope we see these guys again. I think RCY showed that he's
Фентезі можуть залетіти? Та ні, напевно. Було все занадто ізі.
By what happened in the mid lane. That's not only by RCY himself, but also the support's really offering him a lot in the rotations towards mid. So you said it, 2.5 years ago, RCY, one of the best talents to be coming out of NA and proving it really on the stage today.
Yeah, it may have been a 2-0, but there was a lot of fight within that team. That's what you like to see. And yeah, they should have won this game. It was very close, and you might be able to argue even game 1 was in their control as well. They just need to work on the key fundamentals, really, and this team could be very good. Like, this could have been a potential 2-0 on the side of Wildcard if they just played slightly better, and that's pretty scary, and it's nice to see. And I think teams coming out of North America, we oftentimes don't have a lot of variety, but finally, we have another team from NA coming out that is making some waves here. Usually it was just Shopify every single time here, so good to see Wildcard doing good things, and RCY, yeah, he looks amazing, and hopefully he just continues to practice.
Yeah, you say focus on some key fundamentals. When you look at the series, what exact ones would you have said?
Well, they're definitely going to look at high ground pushing after this one.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't really need to ask about that one, did I?
And it's just basically, you have a lot of good tape now to look at from playing one of the best teams in the world, and that's going to be a confidence boost for them going back into their region for sure. They're going to definitely feel like their goal now is to beat these P-Visions of the world, and that's going to make them much more stronger. But I hope they do stick it out together and just fix these small issues, because they looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, I was
Це трохи запостив.
impressed as well by Fade's Dawnbreaker. Like in the early game, looking at how high his net worth was and how much impact he was having. It's just joy to watch that. I am also really impressed with P-Vision. Like, obviously, it is sad to see Walker go, and I think they showed, what they're made of in this tournament to us. But oh my god, to be that far behind, it was so fun to just watch the mini-map and see how they were managing to split their heroes around to try and get as much out of the map as possible to keep up net worth. Because they I was like, watching the way this man was putting like his Mjolnir active on his Helm of Dom creep and then sending that down lanes, for example, whilst then farming the outer edge of the map and so on and so on. I know this is highlighting no one.
We're getting there.
But for me, Satanic was my MVP, man. The way this guy got farmed, hui!
easily the MVP. I think this guy carried them 2 games. He straight up carried this team.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game, it really was just this patiently waiting for that Anti-Mage to get online. And in this game number 2, it felt the same about the Faceless Void. The same thing can be said props for Wildcard. They did end up slowing that down a little bit. They did end up.
Ну, зараз буде така плотна ліквідівська перевірка.
And farm up and keep a net worth there for himself. But yeah, that high ground push, I don't like, even when we watch the replay fly, I'm still kind of questioning like just exactly how P-Vision could hold that and continue on and actually pull back this game.
I mean, there's a problem when you start winning games. Your mind tends to relax a little bit, and you lose a little bit of focus. And you cannot lose your focus for a single second in this game. Like, we've seen so many teams
Кого вигравали Тундра?
against Chronosphere and Black Hole, and sure, you have tools to deal with them with Dawnbreaker.
Іду дивитись.
But if you just walk up together
Є
and
культів і Наві.
spells on everyone, you're gonna all lose, and that 40k gold swing just goes the other way, and it's a
Ні, та мають виграти ліквіди. Ліквіди вигравали так само, як культів, Нігму і Бумів. Let's go, Liquid.
Go back, take it a little bit, and really break down this game, because the first column was where you wanted to look at Fly and the use of it.
This was a bit more critical towards Wildcard, but I think Speed.
Але я думаю, рахунок буде 2-1.
Part of already 4 kills, and he got a very early level 6 this game. And his first golem usage, I would have liked him to use it to actually get a tower, but he sort of does it defensively, which does help him live, but then he suicides his golem into the tower, which is a bit unfortunate. But Speed was off to a great start, and you usually don't get early level 6 anymore like this, so props to Speed, probably a little better usage, but still.
It's just a random flame clip.
We thought the game was going to go the other way, so it didn't feel as
Like gold did like
bad.
50 damage to that tower.
Worth something, right? There was also the lane swap. That's actually something we didn't talk about because of this eventual comeback, right? The ending of this game just really kind of took everyone else over, that we forgot about how good this early game was. The fact that you're able to get an early 6, the fact that they did do this lane swapping to ensure that the Dawn was staying up against the Enigma and making DM really struggle on a comfort hero.
Yeah, DM, he did struggle, but like, that's the nice thing about him, is that even though he is basically spending the entirety of his mid game being snowballed by a Tusk into a Dornal and just dying over and over again, he's doing the same thing that Satanic is, where he's playing like on the edges of the map and trying to farm and sending Eidolons out to lanes. And like, you keep seeing how Wildcard have to send heroes back to like deal with these lanes being pushed in all the time by the Helms, by the Eidolons, and he did get his net worth up and he did get his items, and we see by the end of the game between the Chronosphere and the Black Hole, they had too many threats for them to deal with.
The next part in this game that we would like to look at is for yourself, Fear. This one is something, you know, to highlight P-Vision that they were never really
Let's
truly
go
at it,
Liquid.
right?
Definitely not, and this just good movement here. Void took the gate this way, and just highlighting the fact of this Helm Dom and how much utility it has. Satanic bought it, normally faces Void as a hero that is pretty useless, but he provided the creep so 9 class could get in there, get that kill, and then they made the rotations here, and this is where the game was going really well for P-Vision, and a lot of it does have to do with just having great rotations by Satanic here.
Yes, sir. I get like taken away that we are still talking about this game, and you're going to just sit here and watch it there. It's an interesting one. You know that on the other side, the Ark is still farming it up. A lot of us know that.
Але Тундра по приколу відлетіли від героїків 0-2, да?
They really don't want to sack this top tower, though, Fear. They're not willing to give it up, because after that, maybe not even a minute later, they're fighting there again. It felt like I was watching another replay.
They were just kind of bleeding up there, to be honest with you, because Alchemist was farming and they brought 5 heroes each time. So these are the things good teams are going to do to you, get very active, especially as a carry player, making the decisions when to move on the map. And Satanic did a great job this game of doing so.
Yeah. And the final linchpin, I will say, of what happened in this game that really swung it into P-Vision's favor is, of course, this high ground hold from them, the high ground push that came from the side of Wildcard. Ray, you gotta explain to me again, all right? The cast is talking about, we see one replay, but what exactly is happening for Faceless Void to live?
I would need to watch this in like 5% speed to truly understand, but I will give most of the props to this pick-me-up facet on Marcy. Got him so far back into the base, made Wildcard have to extend so far out and saved his life. I think he also then just like throws him as well. Satanic lives on like 1% HP, mostly due to this Marcy, and it lets him get his BKB off his Satanic and get back into the fight. I mean, it could have been devastating if he hadn't, because he did not have buyback.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of an early Dawn ulti here, which caused the issues, right? Because then Enigma gets a 4-man black hole. The Void gets to jump the Warlock because the Warlock wants to interrupt the black hole, but, you know, he gets Chronosphered. So just a series of disasters. Good pick-me-up by 9 class for sure. He did what he had to do. But then it was just that lack of, I don't even know, discipline, I would say, from the side of Wildcard. And that's how you lose games, unfortunately.
Yeah, you kind of realize the fight's turning against you. You want to throw everything towards it. P-Vision very patient. The patience played off. They get a 2-0 here. They are now secured top 8 at TI. We're going to head on down to Pyrian with one of those victorious players.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. I am here with no one from P-Vision. Congratulations on that win, first of all. Just talk me through that high ground hold in game 2, because it looked like that was the turning point in the game for you.
Yeah, it was too shaky, I would say, because Void survived on 100 HP, I would say. I don't know, they jumped us at the high ground. We tried to save him with Marcy, and in the end, it did work out for us, yeah.
So, I mean, I felt like Wildcard were actually kind of maybe took you by surprise a little bit in that game. Do you think that there have been a few teams this TI that have surprised the other teams in how well they've played?
I think on this side there's like 14 teams that can compete, and like it proves, right, because Tundra is in lower bracket right now, 2-3, Liquid as well 2-3, Spirit 2-3, and like you cannot expect this, but it happened. Like all the China Dota as well is like rising up and like beating everybody. So this TI is like really competitive.
It is very competitive. And of course, you've got 3 first-timers here. You've got Satanic, 9class, and Ducalis, their first TI. You've been to a fair few TIs. How are you helping them to adapt to the situation?
I mean, I don't think I need even like to try to, I don't think I need to help because we have a coach, we have a team environment that like creates and...
Що, вони вже стартанули? Та наче ні.
Okay, and also, which teams have impressed you the most? You were just saying there were all these teams could compete. Which team has stood out to you as like, wow, these guys are actually playing some really good dotes?
I mean, of course, Extreme, because we played the clan war before they started the group stage, and I already said like, oh my god, these guys are good. Because like, you felt it like whole year, they were like, and the first clan war that we played against them on TI, it was like, they showed a really good Data. And they proved it, they 4-0.
Fair enough. And last of all, what are your plans for the off days? We've got a few days off now. You're going to take a break, or are you just going to scrim hard?
I think 1 day break and then scream hard, watch replays, like talk through about the heroes, because I think there's like lots of new things that can be invented right now in Dota because of Dominator, I would say, in this patch. So,
сам уже рофлить про Dominator.
First of all, like chill a bit, take a deep breath, because even against Wildcard it was like hard game, I would say, second one. They surprised us with the draft, especially the Alchemist last pick, because we pick like Faceless with Enigma, and they just like wanted to tempo us with Down and Alch, and it was working great for them, and they swapped the lane, so yeah, we need to chill first.
All right, well, thank you for taking the time to talk to me, Noah. Congratulations on making the Final 8. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
I appreciate Pierre and getting all that information there, and a very well-deserved break for P-Vision before they do continue on in a couple of days at Barclays Arena. And for them, they're like, we actually want to experiment more with what Helm Dome can do. I thought we were already at the limits flight here with 4 of them.
There's 5 coming next time we see these guys. I think they're a very creative team, and you know, it's just fun to see what they're going to bring out. It's cool to have these couple of days to find something new, take this time to really review the game, and yeah, Dota's all about inventing, coming up with new ideas, and this is a team that does it, so I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing yourself, you got to keep proving yourself, and Wildcard, while they don't get the win here, they are eliminated. They definitely proved themselves, and I know someone who would love to sing their praises just a little bit more, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look over what Wildcard did that was so effective in their match, because both games, they won the laning stage against one of the best teams in the entire world, which is incredible. Here's one of the ways they did it. Dewarding was fantastic for them. They got both Observer Wards at the start of the game, which is virtually never happens. It's incredible that Big Gnome was able to snipe both of them. Good placements here, checking some obvious spots, and he manages to get the second ward, which is just a great start. It's going to make your mid have slightly better time. This rotation by speed was obviously very effective. Shadow Ward on a melee hero fighting melee heroes is obviously very good, because you're a Warlock that normally doesn't pan out very well. Then he played top for a while. He didn't show for quite a long period of time before getting this kill, so they then killed DM and the other side of the map, which is fantastic. Around the 10-minute mark, they had this amazing first fight where their laning advantage was decent, but this combo was incredibly powerful. Cleaning up both heroes super easily got them a really nice advantage now.
Let's go.
Later on, Ducalis put a very deep ward over here in the jungle. Very normal to do this because you're trying to spot where your opponents are making their movements from. But when he approached the creep wave, he ended up being visible because they must have killed something bad happened there. The trees all died. And as a result, they got a little information that there was a ward. They did also manage to get a little kill out of this using Tag Team and Dawn spin, which is very strong. So later on, Big Num moves over. He's looking for the D ward, he can't find it, and he gets it with the second sentry. So at this point, the vision that P-Vision are dealing with is just really low compared to normal. And as a result, it actually just forces them to have to do things like Zeus ultis just to get vision on the map. So they're not able to use that offensively. They're just trying to avoid and stem some of the bleeding, which does kind of continue happening regardless. They get this really cool solo or double kill on the mid lane on no one that allows them to take the tier 1 tower. And this all kind of just compounds for fight after fight where Wildcard gets to make really good decisions, and their opponents can't really see it coming because they're smoking from weird angles. B-Vision doesn't have very much vision to play around, and it all gave them this really, really nice net worth lead. So this was not the advantage I expected to see Wildcard get, but they played so well against one of the best teams in the world. They had a great showing. It's a shame that they're going home at this point.
It is when you break it all down like that for us, Purge, which we do appreciate.
Thanks, Purge.
Thanks, Purge. It's really hard for, I mean, you're someone that played in NA for so long, you still do every now and then on your pubs, but when we say goodbye to Wildcard now, knowing just how well they played that game, an unfortunate loss, any other words out there for the NA hopefuls, players?
Yeah, I mean, just keep it up, keep playing.
Okay, consistency. Stop changing rosters. We heard it there from Fear himself. We're only halfway through our day right now. There are still 2 more teams to qualify to make our final top 8 at TI. And, you know, we want to get things rolling, but before we move forward,
Ліквід
let's
першу
have a look
зільють,
back to before the road to the
а інші
international
дві заберуть.
playoffs, where period
Ну,
sat
це
down
чисто
with
класика
Insania.
в стилі Ліквід.
Hello, I am here with the oldest player at the tournament, Insania. I'm also the oldest person working the tournament, so
А ось
two
і
old men
вони.
having a chat. Coming here as the old man of Dota now, has that changed your mentality at all coming into the tournament?
А що по зачісці?
Not really. I've been looking at myself like move up the list over the years. You go on like Wikipedia, you look at the oldest people, and you were like, you know, I'm like 6-7 people off. Now like as the years go by, people are like slowly dropping off, but I'm still like going strong. And now I finally made it to the top. So
Hell yeah! I mean,
Yeah.
you come in here as a reigning champion.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So how has your guys' season been? Obviously, coming here as champions, how has that changed your season, and how would you rate your season overall?
I think we had maybe a little bit of laziness because of winning TI last year. I think this year for us was in many ways quite relaxed up until a point where we were like, okay, like we really need to get our stuff together because it's not happening. And I think it was around the times of we played PGL Wallachia, and I remember before one of these events, I had a wedding in Hawaii coming up in June, and I told Nish, like, hey, I really need to make this wedding. My cousin's getting married, it's in Hawaii, I really want to go, and we need to get everything together. And Nisha just looked at me and went like, don't worry about it, I'll get you there. And in order to be able to go to the wedding, we needed to be directly invited to TI.
Okay.
So then Nisha kicked it into high gear, and I think as soon as he did that, the rest of the team picked up steam, and that kind of fixed our slow start to the season.
So do you think that maybe having a commitment in your diary for a wedding or something like that is a bigger motivator than?
I think Nisha's a good friend, and if you need something from him, he will put in the work and he'll like make sure to push the team forward. So yeah, I think for him also it's kind of nice to have something to like work towards.
Yeah. What about your expectations for this TI coming here as champions?
Expectations is a funny word, I think. I try to like not really have expectations. Obviously I'm hopeful. I think we're a strong team, we can do well. I think top 3 is within grasp. And then I think everything after that is kind of just who shows up in better form.
Right. And speaking of form, I mean, you feel like the chemistry is good on the team at the moment, but do you feel in your scrims and in your practice like we are really playing at our best? Or do you still think maybe we're going to see the best of you once the serious games start?
Yeah, I think Liquid as a team, just in general, we will probably look at our best somewhere in the playoffs. I think we have this thing with like, okay, I'll just be real honest. I have nothing to fear. Our coach doesn't do any work, right? So he has no idea what's going on until the tournament begins. And then
we're talking about Blitz here.
KP and Jabs, amazing.
Yeah.
Blitz, on the other hand, he doesn't really do anything.
Okay.
So he doesn't know what heroes are being played until like he's seen a lot of games happen. And that's usually where Liquid looks quite shaky. I think you can kind of tell from our drafts. And then the longer we go into the event, the more games Blitz is seen and the more ideas he has for like, this is how we want to draft. This is how we want to do things.
So if something doesn't work out, we can blame Will.
Oh yeah. Don't even hesitate.
Perfect.
Like, please go to social media.
Yeah.
And
start a
let
Reddit
Blitz
thread.
know. Yeah. Reddit threads.
Absolutely.
Even if it's not like draft related, make it about the draft.
Probably him anyway. Yeah, fair enough. Now, last question, because I think this is probably the one I'd like to close on.
Cool.
I have heard some rumors, and you've talked about it on your podcast, that you were thinking of calling it a day and retiring from Dota, either what, this year or after TI?
Already. It might happen this year. Who knows? I haven't really decided yet. And for now, I just want to try to play the best Dota I can, and then we'll see what happens after.
And what's the reason for this? Is it just you are sick of the lifestyle?
I mean, part of it is like kind of getting tired of traveling, but part of it is also that I think love this game, but there's also more to life than just Dota. And I mean, I think I'll always be interested in what happens in Dota, but just playing it, I think, is kind of reaching the end for me. And I'm kind of looking at other goals in life. You know, I have a girlfriend, kind of develop that into what comes next.
Yeah.
Maybe kids in the future, who knows? So, yeah, just other goals.
Other girls?
Goals.
Other goals.
Goals.
Oh, man. Aiden, thank you so much and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's see if Insania is going for other goals, or maybe after this TI, maybe after next TI, but then he has to get to TI first. He's in the road to the International, and he says that top 3 is within his grasp. We're about to find out if it will be, because it's elimination on the line. A best of 3, Team Liquid and Tundra Esports. I know, I don't think anybody had this on their bingo card when they thought about elimination series on the final day here of the Swiss road to TI. To talk about all of that and what's coming, I have Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard next to me. Misery is it's Christmas.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Dota Christmas.
Dota Christmas.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, this is the most hype series of the day coming up, both this one and the next one. So yeah, this is extremely hype. No doubt about it.
No doubt about it, Lizard.
Absolutely. Kind of strange to see these two teams, of course, battling it out to go through even, but yeah, I'm expecting some insane Dota in Series 1 and in Series 2, and I'm still waiting for some of these teams to actually show their A game. Like, same what Insania was talking about. Like, he expected top 3, that's within reach, and from what I've heard from the guys, like, as the tournament was starting, they had high hopes.
Yeah, and then they're right to have these high hopes, Stormstormer, because both of these teams have had such an amazing year.
I mean, they honestly did, right? I mean, they both had multiple tournament winnings. I think for Tundra it was 3 wins, for Liquid was 2 wins. Yeah, we actually see it on the graphic now. You also see that Tundra was in 10 top 3 finishes and Liquid in 5 of them. And also last year, remember, Liquid won TI. Tundra got 3rd place, and funnily enough, one of the Tundra members, 33, he was on Liquid back then. So these teams are extremely successful over the years, also exists already for quite some time. Liquid especially, right? They exist for over a decade. So yeah, I think it's finally time to show now what they're really capable of.
Yeah, if not now, then when? We gotta put a little asterisk with Tundra. They're not having their entire full roster, but I think
Але
they've
Тундра
had
на
a lot
початку
of games
рахувалась
here already in this
посильніше,
road
ніж
that,
показала
get
результати
accustomed to each
насправді.
other. And they're like, this is it. This is their road. They have
Але і
actually
Liquid мали би
played
бути
with the stand-in
посильніше.
fairly frequently last year when they got 3rd. That was also with the stand-in, so they should be able to know how to adapt and move further on. But then again, so should Liquid. And unfortunately for one of these two teams, the road will come to an end. Now, we gotta look at what has happened in this road to TI so far, Misery, because both of these teams obviously are coming in with ideas, maybe find out something wasn't working, they adapt. Like, what's going on with these teams? What's happening?
It's kind of hard to exactly put your finger on, I would say, what happened, but there's a reason why they're both here, potentially getting eliminated, right? They have not been looking very hot at this road to the International just yet. Here you see the results that they've had. Liquid losing 2-0 2 times and only winning 2-1. Very close series there. On the other hand, Tundra, you know, going 2-3 in total, also losing 3 different teams, right? Not what we're used to seeing from these two teams. And to be honest, from watching their games, it has looked really shaky. They did not look like themselves at all. And yeah, I think it really just comes down to who is more prepared today, who wants it more, who is willing, who's able to kind of, you know, come back and bring the form that we know them for.
Yeah. What's really cool as well, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong.
От чому мені каже, що Аврора, вони ж програли, чому мені тут зелена галочка? Я не поняв насправді. В чому прикол?
definitely not where they're definitely not where we expect them to be, but I'm not sure. I kind of think that Liquid have got it, considering that they do not have a stand-in, and I kind of like what they've been doing with their drafts recently, like in the last couple of days, that they have experimented a little bit more.
Інсенія
They
вообще
have
завжди на
flexed some
позитивчику.
picks. I've seen some Lashracks being played
Let's
before,
go
Puck as
Liquid,
well,
Alienware
they're-
на
they
рукаві.
have the curveball, let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
They definitely have thrown some curveballs. We also got to look at the trends that maybe they have or have not been able to follow from other teams that are doing well. And one of the trends, one of the bigger trends, is game time, average game time. Because Mystery, this is a very big difference between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, it's not that many games, but it still tells a story, right? That average game time for Liquid is a bit higher, and the win as well. Like when Tundra wins, it's pretty early on in the game, right? They maybe capitalize on some 33 Sue type of hero, some dominators, and they really stomp the game. Whereas Liquid, however, takes a little bit longer. And then the unique heroes here is kind of interesting, I think. The fact that they've played 39 and 35 unique heroes in this few days, right? Whereas other teams are only hovering around 30 here, as we can see. And these are the qualified teams. So that also tells a story that perhaps they're not really sure what their own identity is, what's really working for them. At least there's a lot of new heroes every series, right? I agree with Lizard though. They did seem towards the end start picking Lashrack and Puck a bit earlier, and like kind of going back to some of the true niche heroes and maybe finding that. But interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what these teams are going to have for us today.
You know what I really like as well? You mentioned the average game times. Like when you think about it, most of these teams in the tournament are currently the winning ones, at least.
Yeah.
The ones that are true have played really long games.
True,
that has been their forte, right? Like take the games long, split the map, farm the map, and maybe that's something that Tundra kind of lacked. I feel like sometimes they prepare themselves for the late game, but sometimes they overdo it, like their series versus Heroic. I think they had a Tinker and an Anti-Mage as well.
So for future matches, we can always go that the team is favorite that has the longest average game time. I think that's the theme of this TI so far.
I mean, so far, yeah, it has been.
I think when the games end early, it's often because teams make too big mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Too many mistakes. They feed away too many kills. They take bad fights, things like that. When we see these long games extend, it is because both teams are playing so disciplined and so well. And yeah, I mean, let's see what we got going here. It's a draft starting, and we got an Invoker.
This is the very first day. Stormer.
Інвокер для тундри торспіком. Так, ідемо сюди.
Radiant team's turn to ban.
Fights, things like that. When we see these long games extend, it is because both teams are playing so disciplined and so well. And
Dire team's turn.
yeah, I mean, let's see what we got going here. It's a draft starting, and we got an Invoker.
This is the very first day. Stormer, when we were watching the opening of the road to
Так, Ліка на Марсі забанили. Ліквіди, Пака, Шейкера і Nature's Profit Тундри. Ех.
BZM with the helm of the Dominator first item Invoker has been doing well.
Yeah, and he also, we just saw it on the screen, right? He has 100% win rate so far. So other teams even copied it. We saw P-Vision especially. They copied it and already picked it 2 or maybe even 3 times for no one as well. Obviously, Liquid is aware of this. They should have seen this coming because it is. You can see the pattern quite easily, right? They're gonna pick this hero if it has 100% win rate on them.
Yeah.
So curious to see what the answer is gonna be because high chance you just pick the niche hero here, right? You know what's coming for you.
What could that be then? I mean, the Puck is already banned.
Ember. I would say it's almost guaranteed Ember because Liquid has always been rolling really well that here. Okay, I'm wrong. This is Rupture.
I mean, Ember might come later, but they just choose to take it a bit more slow, right? Like we sometimes see teams do, instead of jumping the gun with the core pick.
Yeah, probably Nisha is saying like, okay, there are multiple on even level heroes that I would like to play into the Invoker. Let's take the Disruptor first because we've also seen that this hero has been popping off on this event so far, and it is one of the, if not the most contested post 5 most picked hero.
It's the most picked. Also, Liquid has played, I think, 6 games of this. This is the one hero they keep picking actually.
And they're not the only ones. I feel like
Гарний пік і там, і там. Чи може бути інвокер саппортом? Чи було таке на туріку? Такий флекс-слот, щоб збити опонента.
with Invoker, you're showing a lot, right, on the other side. Meanwhile, with Disruptor, it's just a stable position 5. It's a really strong laner. It's good catch. And the silence from the ulti, of course, later down the path with the Aghanims can always scale.
I must say the one criticism I have towards this is that, in my opinion, it doesn't really give too much response to the Invoker. Usually mid lane heroes who don't like to play against Disruptor are elusive heroes. Let's name the Ember, the Quap, the Puck, the Storm. Invoker, even with this dummy build, is quite a summon hero even. And Disruptor, generally speaking, doesn't trade too well into those. But Liquid is gonna have the reason.
What do you hate playing into as Invoker?
Well, I would still say that the Ember Spirit is something that Liquid should be looking at here. He generally speaking, he's not that good
No, banned.
Never mind, it's banned. Yeah, mobile heroes are usually quite good.
Ніша наче любить Ембера, але Ембера, скільки не бачив на турнірі, ну, типу, мені здається, ефективність менше, ніж середня.
The pool of heroes is getting a little bit smaller. There's something like a Void Spirit that also comes to mind. I think personally it's a tier below the Ember Spirit, but Nisha has been playing that before.
Could we see a Nisha sinking? Is that something that they might bust out here? Because it's kind of a little bit limited to at least the meta heroes. It is Void Spirit, like you mentioned, but apart from that, it's like what, Primal Beast? He's not the best against Invoker, right? And then you have the potential sinking.
It's something that Spirit tried, they lost with it. Again, I mean, it was exactly the matchup against Tundra's BZM Invoker. They tried the sanking, they lost with it. It's still a very good hero, obviously. The mid lane matchup will be kind of 50-50. Both people get basically what they want. It's just, usually when you see the mid lane matchup, right, you want to try to capitalize on it a little bit. You want to try to get an edge on the mid and not really aim for 50-50.
What if you had some good old magic SF on that mid lane with some melee position 4? Is that doable? Never mind, there's gonna go with the
sanking. Misery, you got it. I mean, yeah, it goes really well hand in hand with the Disruptor as well. Once he has a blink dagger timing and Disruptor's level 6,
Сенкінг похоже на мід.
can always pair up, go
Для
for
ніші.
smoke gangs, look for openings, and generally
До речі,
speaking,
дуже популярний герой,
be
наче.
a threat to anybody
Зараз
who's showing on
подивлюсь,
the wave.
скільки його
So
взагалі
we feel like
пікали.
Liquid answered this well.
5 seconds remaining.
I think they didn't really address the Invoker too much. I think they're just drafting something that's solid for themselves, something that's also open. They have a lot of stun, they have a lot of catch.
17 разів. Топ-20 входить найпопулярніших героїв.
Which is a really good thing when you're a second pick. But I don't think they really addressed
Disruptor самий популярний з 41% піка.
Which is a hero that could be really good for Tundra here.
It's also exceptional with Invoker. It's one of the few heroes in the laning stage that has enough stun duration to set up the Sunstreak reliably with both Toss and Ava. And they have ran this combo before. Usually Saxa is playing either Shadow Shaman or Tiny to set up for Invoker Sunstrike spells.
Could also be a Nyx Assassin maybe, but I think why would you Nyx if there is a Tiny?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, okay, you can keep going. You're laning.
Тіні.
No, this is a really good pick with
Okay, so
Invoker.
let's think
Тіні.
about Liquid
А
then.
троль в бані?
What are you looking at here? You probably, I mean,
Давайте
I wanna keep
троля.
it open, so Saberlight can play
Ліквіди.
the Sanking somehow. So you pick the Mickey hero plus the Boxy hero perhaps, and then you keep it open for the last pick. Or you can just
33-й це офлейнер?
pick
Ну, офлейнер
Saberlight plus
Doom не
Boxy
виглядає
and
жахливо.
dual lane now, and then last pick Mickey. I feel like that's the two options that you kind of have to choose from here.
I guess I also have to do the homework. Okay, what heroes does Crystallis have on the 18th pick that could be threatening here?
Yeah.
A niche pick that is here on the 8th pick available for them is the Bloodseeker. We've some come out earlier because there's already a Sanking who's affected by Rupture. So I'm just throwing it out there. If they would pick something like a Pangoli or something, they should not do that against
Троль
Crystallis.
Варлар, 100% вінрейт.
Also a Puckna on Tundra's lineup.
Пікрейт 80. Пікрейт 8, 8 каток. Shadow Demon 72%, до речі, вінрейт. 14 піків. Shadow Fiend 21 пік, 66 вінрейт.
Again, right? It could be Nisha, it could be Mickey, right? Leaving it the Sanking still flexible, somewhat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now
МК.
they're gonna pair this up with a Boxy hero or an Insania hero.
Блін, зовсім не зрозуміло після цього 9 класа. МК це керрі чи саппорт.
I think Tundra has a lot of
Але
options.
Тіні
I think
небагато
they
разів
could even
пікали.
go for
Скільки
the
разів
Anti-Mage
пікали
that we
Тіні?
saw, earlier.
Раз
I think
5,
this hero
7.
is rising in popularity. There's the Faceless Void, like you said. There's a lot of stuns and a lot of catch, but the fact that you have the Chronosphere, you have a Invoker, right, with the Cataclysm, and you have a Prognosis to secure the lane, it is definitely an option.
And they kind of play the similar way, right? Like you get the Invoker, you get the Faceless Void, both of them are buying Helm of Dominator, like you have their
12 разів. Вінрейт 40%, 41.
unbeatable teamfight.
What about 33 though? Like his hero pool is
targeted.
Kind of banned out
Yeah.
a little bit right now.
A hero that is still
Бейн,
in
до
the
речі,
pool is
31
Starkey, as I was about to mention. I'm not really
31
sure about the
раз
interactions
пікнули
the main
Бейна і
do
пугнув
play against
31.
Sims, but
І у
we
Бейна
also saw in the series
58
before
вінрейт.
that he actually instantly 9-picked a Darkseer into his Sand King because he values that matchup. You buy the pipe, you buy the auras. So he's definitely looking at it. It's just a question. Okay, I mean...
МК, до речі, 18 разів пікнути, 61% вінрейт.
A lot of players do not care anymore. Like I see this,
Блін, гарний пік і там, і
Darkseer
там.
being picked into Disruptor
У
anyway,
ліквідів
very often,
зовсім
so
не зрозуміло,
you have
хто
the tiny, you
куди
have the kill
піде.
potential from
Дуже
level
такий,
2,
знаєш,
like you said,
прикольний
and
пік.
The creep skipping is always there.
Yeah,
Ну,
Darkseer
Санд
has
Кінг
always
мід,
looked
скоріш
like
за
a very
все.
strong hero,
Манкі
especially
керрі,
in the
якщо
stage. I mean,
по
his
стандартному,
weaknesses are
да?
the first two levels. And if that is
А
not being
може
punished, I
бути
can see huge
Санд
value coming
Кінг
out of this
Another
hero.
dominator. by the way.
харда,
Yeah. Also, two dominators already on Invoker and Darkseer.
Манкі.
High chance
Манкі
combo.
може і
Oh,
мід,
it's
друг,
more
слухайте. Ну тут
dominator,
жесть,
so-
звісно. І
Oh,
саппорт.
we saw Monkey King dominate.
Просто
I mean,
Манкі
we
проти
saw- we saw
інвокера
four
наче
dominators in
непогано.
T-Vision. I think they would buy it on, I don't know, Pugna.
Liquid has no dominant heroes right now, at least. Right? Unless you're gonna go for something on Hoodwink or... I don't know.
There's no way they play Dom. None of those four heroes can play Dominator. I would go crazy.
Well,
Does that mean that you want them to go for a different offlaner that can build into that, or are we happy with the offlaner in the ban?
They will probably just try to round up the draft nicely. They're not gonna look at the Doms either specifically.
Fair.
But it would be quite funny if you had that as a strong condition in your draft.
Like we need team fight, we need a stun, we need someone that built the dominator.
so... Razor is a hero.
Seconds remaining.
We
Abaddon,
might see Abaddon, yeah. It's pretty good here, I think.
5 seconds
you
remaining.
profit off the surge. It's very strong alacrity synergy. You also cannot
team's
die
turned
to
bad.
Epicenter. And they ran it before on Crystallis. There's also the anti-mage that you mentioned earlier, Lizard.
Yeah.
However, I think that is not the easiest game because every single hero in Liquid does have lockdown. The static field is always a threat as well.
If they knew that Sand King was offlane, it wouldn't be that terrible. But
Then it would be
Yeah.
quite different, yeah. But
But like this, with the flex on Sand King, it's kind of hard to commit into that anti-mage. But I do like your Abaddon call. I think that's maybe the easiest one to go for.
I think it's also one of the heroes actually Crystallis has the most success with
yes.
so far when I've seen it.
There's like one thing that he needs to worry about, and that's the break plus silence,
seconds
because they do
remaining.
have exactly that combo. You have the hoodwink with the break.
Oh,
and
that's
Disruptor
true,
with
actually. They
silence.
can actually
5
threaten to kill him
seconds
without his ult
Exactly.
popping.
So Abaddon can fall against these four heroes, even without popping his ulti.
There's also Sven. Sven looks pretty decent here as well.
Radiant team's turn to pick.
It will be the Night Stalker that is the final ban coming out from Tundra, and they will
That-
be the last one, or they're picking their last hero.
That's a really cool ban, by the way. I need to say that Liquid would play so damn fast with the Night Stalker.
Liquid і Джагу забанили. І Вайда. Вони розуміють, що там керрі буде. Last pick.
Yeah, and I think Saberlight has a lot of Aegis steals with.
Бля, якщо
Hero
Дузу
as
зараз
well,
вони
and,
керрі
with
викатять,
Tournament
Тундра.
to-
Буде небезпечно.
I like your Sven call, by the way. I feel like another setup, another stun with Invoker, and overall just looks like a very strong combo. It's a Bloodseeker.
Вони хочуть закінчити цю гру дуже швидко.
I mean, obviously here the Rupture is very effective against the Sand King. In some way also against Monkey King, you cannot use your shard to jump out of the fight anymore. It is also very strong alacrity synergy with the
Блін,
Invoker.
тепер манки хочеться взяти не в
He's not one
керрі,
of those tanky boys like the Abaddon or the Sven. He can
а в
also start
саппорта.
one epicenter with follow-up.
It's absolutely
Будуть вони
this
так
full
робити чи ні?
comfort zone, right? Like the only thing that I'm worried about is before when they were playing this Bloodseeker, like I could see an instant reason why. Here, sure, there are some benefits to the Bloodseeker, but I don't think it's nearly as
Блудсікера не
Yeah,
бачив
it's not
ще.
nearly as good of a game like when he was playing versus what Pango plus Weaver a few days ago.
They did have Darkseer with it, and I do think that this hero adds something to their overall lineup.
Another Helm of Dawn.
What did he go?
Does he actually go dumb? Nah, he went Melts from
right?
BKB. It
Yeah.
must be. That must be the case because he needs that item to deal damage. He needs the spell lamp synergy.
Underlord.
Choose your hero.
Так, це
Good
кор
to
манки.
balance game. The pit can lock them down with the surge, with the fast-moving Bloodseeker. It's also very good follow-up when you have the Nisha plus Insania combo running around. You now have some global
Це так, як
presence.
це по класиці.
Rounds up the draft quite nicely.
Yeah, I also think that the
Блін, ну
Monkey
в
King
принципі
carry
подобається.
here with the disruptor
І ліквідів,
against
ну
Darkseer
і
has the potential to pop
50
off,
на
right?
50,
I think
піки
that should be
гарні і
a
там і
very good
тут.
lane for Monkey. And if he has a good game, he can easily rotate to the gate.
Так, Мікі прям уже супер гарно грає. Коли я тільки Мікі перейшов в ліквіди, я тоді ще дивився International, мені він тоді постійно не догравав. Але зараз він уже прям в самому соку.
They don't get rolled over here. But at the same time, I think when Thunder gets their core items online, it's not that easy for Liquid to team fight into them.
There's also one core item for Liquid that is very effective in this game in particular, and that is the Nullifier against the Surge, against the Partner Decrepify. And I think this is going to be an item that Mickey is going to pick up very early here, probably third or fourth item.
Yeah, Nullifier early on, maybe some Yule Scepter on someone as well, for sure. I feel like for Team Liquid, this is, again, for Saberlight, a pipe game, right? Like a game in which you need to get all the auras. I'm not sure if he's going to go for a Helm of Dominator or not. I'd like to see auras instead, just to prevent all these early game pickoffs that they will be making with Tiny plus Invoker.
Very interesting drafts.
Yes.
Yeah, can't wait to see how this one plays out.
It's so diplomatic.
Really? No, I think it's pretty even.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty even.
I mean, I will go with the Invoker show a little bit. I don't think the hero has been properly answered enough. I think it's quite a free Invoker game with what he has got going for him. So I'm going to keep going with the BZM show. It's going to be a 4-0.
I didn't doubt it that you would go for the Invoker regardless.
Double down.
Let's see who takes game one of this best of 3 with Cap and SVG.
This is the last chance for one of these teams to qualify for the International, which is fitting because back in 2021's TI, 5 players inside of this match were part of that infamous last chance qualifier. Nisha and Chrysalis were on Team Secret. They were teammates then, now they're enemies. And then, of course, the core of Liquid, Mickey, Boxy, and Insania. Almost forgot. I almost said Nisha again.
Got there in the end.
Making up the core of Liquid. Still on Liquid and still fighting for a shot at TI. Avery, this is an extremely intimate match.
Да, хто думав, да, що ліквіди будуть на груповій стадії битися за виліт.
Their former captain and leader in 33. Hell, even the stand-in of Tundra played for both teams this year. He stood in for both Liquid and Tundra.
Well, there's a reason Liquid's, esport organization of the decade, right, Austin?
I guess so.
They just gobble everybody up. They steal everybody else's talent. They steal the stand-ins. I mean, everything is eventually gone through Liquid at some point. I would not count Tundra out of this matchup. I know a lot of people are going to say they don't have the full roster. They are missing Whitemon. That is a massive blow to the squad. We'll see if 33 can get out of here, down the river, try and get the extra boost to work, but...
Приплив.
I think he will eventually go down
grenade taking him down, 10 HP, and
палка-то довга.
that last hit. A lot of damage done there by Toby trying to punish the team he stood in just a month ago.
I still would not
Що
count
по
Tundra out
рунам?
of this series just because 33.
Ніша Інсенія.
He knows him through and through.
Yeah.
And this is a
Кристаліс
guy.
2-2.
He's a double TI champion for a reason. He knows how to gimmick his way through certain series. Dare I say it right? This guy has definitely abused certain items of certain patches that will go unnamed. And this is
Ну, інвокера, конечно, тичка прикол, да? Хоча він затарився статами, і не так вже й погано. Не встиг. Ось домік уже рашиться, чуєш? Блять, де інвокери з Мідасами? Я вже так скучив, піздець. Інвокера з Мідасом, будь ласка.
You're likely going to win that fight if you are all there together and hit the right target. I think Tundra's a lot higher execution. Maybe the ceiling's a little higher, like with this Invoker dancing on kids, but I could also see this Bloodseeker struggle. Like, this is a game where it's a Crystallis specialty, but like the panel said, there's no direct counterpick. There's no Pango you're shutting down. There's no mobile hero that you're really rupturing. And the Monkey King matchup can be really rough. Again, if Liquid can just plant their heroes in an area or an objective, drop the Wukong,
Значить, понерфлять Санич, якщо ненормально.
And there's not a lot of damage to throw out to enable the thirst in this game. That's my
Хтось би інвокера з Мідасиком би, да? Рефрешер швидкий і аганчик.
Liquid trying to get a bit aggressive there. Turn back around, double ion shell, but a whiffed vacuum from 33.
You don't see that often.
No, you don't. I think this matchup lane is so interesting because last year's Liquid, how often did we say, oh man, the off lane of Liquid, they're killing it, but it's their safe lane that was a liability for them so often. But when TI came around, that safe lane showed up and was a large reason why they were able to claim the Aegis in the first place. A lot of people pointed to Mickey and how good he got within that season as a large reason why Liquid walked away the victors.
I mean, it's just crazy one of these teams is going home here. Like, I don't think anybody would have predicted this.
It's last year's TI winners versus the most successful regular season team, right? Tundra was at 7 different finals this season. They claimed 3 different first places. Like, they were the most successful team. How are they in this elimination spot? Well, Whitemon was certainly a large component of this team's success. And, I mean, even before that, 33 himself said that this is a team that they felt like they were kind of missing some of their identity. They weren't sure exactly where they were going. Toby, he's going to be picked off here by Saberlight and Boxy. Liquid already 2-0 up.
Ой-ой-ой, халепа.
It's such a strong laning phase for them.
Ликвиды наши
Good
слоны.
matchups. The Sand King's just going to push out the mid. They got the counter pick versus the Bloodseeker lane. This Darkseer's against Monkey King, a notoriously difficult matchup, and arguably one of the better Monkey King players in the world. If Liquid can pull this game out, it sets them up really well for the series because, again, you are trying to build hero pools for your players right now. It's one of the strengths of Liquid. The more series they play, the more they understand how they want to draft, what they want to pick, the better they get. A win with this style of draft that can play fast, can combine quickly around the map, can get stuff going, fights happening. It's the exact style of lineup they want to play. So therefore, if they can find success with it, it's a great way to start the series and push your momentum further.
Isha's just being super aggro against BZM because he has the Sentry advantage. He's really been pushing that. And
he's going Helma Dom.
Why not?
No, I'm kidding. I got you. You believed it for a second.
I did. I actually fully bit that.
I mean, I'll get somebody at least once every time. You know, you could say any mid hero is going to go Helma Dom.
I mean, it was that 7 Helma Doms or whatever craziness we had in that previous series. That
Ще
really
домики
got me
будуть.
going.
Well, that's why I was watching that series. Everyone's complaining about the Helma Dominators. I'm thinking.
Так, 2 домика готуються вже.
Crystal has got a lot of movement speed and Sunstrike. Oh, was that off the mark there?
A little bit.
Такі моцні куски відриває насправді БС.
Will walk away pretty worse for wear. Healing cell for Boxy. And the creep wave is pushing into Saberlight, so they'll be okay.
At least you get some thirst going here, but a couple spells off the mark early for Tundra. Maybe, you know, little jitters, got to warm up a little bit.
I think that's concerning to me because, you know, drafts aside, you know, what you do in the game is so important, and putting players on comfort here
У Мікі виглядає фрілайн, до речі.
I think is a really good way to start out the series. That is a little sad. And you've got a Crystallis Classic, where they have struggled to find what his hero is for this TI. Right? They even picked a Razor, and it didn't work.
Але під раптурою
Razor meta. We just haven't seen anybody perform.
Блудсікер буде боляче робити Мікі.
Which is kind of his namesake at this point in time in this meta. We've had Invoker players come and go, but I feel like BZM's the best of the current batch.
Oh, it's his best hero right now for sure, and you could first pick it. Definitely sends a message. I don't think Liquid addressed the Invoker too hard either, as the panel said. This is a pretty good Invoker game, especially for first pick Invoker. Like, there's not a lot of counterplay. Your Monkey is maybe the best bet at getting on top of him, but Monkey is also a hero that really suffers against the Invoker control in the fight, that disarms the tornadoes, the ice wall. You can BKB, you can refresh your BKB in the late game to bypass it, but sometimes it can be difficult if those fights get drawn out, and BZM is a master of that. Trying to deny this.
Look at all the heroes coming in. 33 came over with Soxa to secure the power.
Повернути.
That's crazy.
Did not want to give this
Повернули.
They're still on Liquid, potentially getting the pick off on Toby, as Tundra did bring a lot of heroes, but only one hero at the bottom lane, which was Toby, outnumbered 3-1.
Very slow start in this game for Tundra. Maybe Helma Dom on the Invoker, you get some more levels on BZM. Start picking up some kills with Sunstrike, it could speed it up, but that top lane was tough for the Darkseer. The Bloodseeker didn't find any of those extra kills bottom. There's not a lot of thirst being built up, chipping these heroes down, and the stacks are being
Які
built.
смачні
If
стаки.
Tundra can get in here and steal some of this, that would be a big boon.
Why'd you point to the Monkey King as the best hero to address the Invoker? Why not the Blink Sand King follow up with the Hood Whip? I feel like that's a lot of initiation and burst that should address a hero like
All right, there's a kill. There's a kill on the board. Nice little push in there. They're wrapping around. They can
Вони
even go
знають, що
triangle
вони
now.
в трійці.
That's true. They
Що
got
в
a
трійці.
nice ward to play
Да, і
around
він це
here. I think
бачить.
at least block the ancient stack.
He is another hero that can jump backliners, but I feel like in some
А
sense,
нема
I mean,
кому
Sand King's
забирати.
either gonna do that to somebody or he's not. Like, he can always use his whole kit, jump somebody and kill them.
Солодкий
but I think to
дизраптор.
reach and find Invoker for Sand King tends to be a little more difficult. At least the Monkey, you can leap on him, you can BKB, and you can just commit, try and bring him down with Nullifier or something in this style of game. It's a little harder for Sand King. Darkseer comes in, gives you some auras.
Yeah. Oh, got him inside the kinetic field there. Insania lands that. Epicenter attempted. Nisha not going to be able to get it off thanks to the cold snap from BZM
Гарно.
protecting himself.
BZM.
Threatening it. Tornado at the same time an avalanche. Not great between Tundra, Soxa, and BZM.
This mid lane is a brawl. This is... I think Liquid feel like they're playing against Game Gladiators again. It's just tri-lane mid against tri-lane mid.
Yeah, and Mickey thinks he's playing PvE because 33 hasn't even been in the lane. He's been clearing out
Мікі
neutrals
PvE
half the time.
стоїть. 50 кріпів,
Highest
60.
net worth in the game by far, and he's got a ton of denials.
Йому повністю це
You pick
влаштовує.
jungle, but it's not nearly as fast as what this Monkey King is getting out of this early game, and that's a big concern for Tundra. Again, you cannot rely on this Bloodseeker to help win this Monkey King matchup. It's just not something you're going to overcome. It's even more pressure on the Invoker in this game.
Which means Chrysalis needs to be careful, right? Because we've seen Mickey, he does like to do the gate rotations. A little bit surprised he hasn't done one yet.
I mean, I think he's just having such a good time.
Sure.
Why risk a perfect game right now? This Monkey King can do whatever he wants.
Why quit a good thing?
Ну, Ніша, конечно,
Tundra
кайфує,
did a really good
кайфує.
job of punishing the first round, that hard camp stack, but the ancient stack is still going to go the way of Nisha.
Might
They
get some
maybe
of 'em.
get a little bit of it. They got one last hit. Thanks to the blood right. As long as they don't lose anybody, this is not too bad. But it's hard not to lose anybody when you're invading into the enemy side, trying to
Та, не
get back
загуляв.
against a disruptor. Inevitably, somebody is going to be glimpse picked off.
They got one creep out of that camp, a little XP. They're going to rotate in the mid, but not a kill.
Дивися, Bloodseeker домік не бере.
Maybe Boxy, but grenade, and then as he's stunned, they make sure to land the bushwhack. EZM, he's low, but thanks to Toby, a good decrepify. Still though, another glimpse back up. Insania, low cooldown on that one. Got it back up just in time to secure the mid kill.
That's a super nice rotation from Mickey. He's having a free game. Well, it's even freer now. Now he's taking it to the biggest counter, slowing down the Invoker game, speeding up his own.
Oh, first
Так,
rupture going
пішов
to use
вихід.
Saberlight. Is he really in trouble though? They're trying to get the toss on him so they can get the extra range on the rupture. Saberlight's not giving it to Soxa easy, and now Soxa underneath tower just
щось,
gets on, does
коротше,
what damage
ці.
he can, but he
Щось
knew he overstepped
Тундра
himself.
просто халепа.
That's the one combo they have to guarantee.
Дуже багато зайвих деців.
Doesn't really matter who your rupture target is if you can toss him back. But this has been a really slow early game for Soxa. Just not finding those little openings he wants. The Darkseer had to go.
Походу реально не прокинули ще, але я гадаю, тут буде 2-1.
It's Toby on a power rune, round 3.
Then you get the Sand King. Nisha gets bursted down by the meteor, and look at
Опа,
the use of
прокидується,
the
походу, ні?
hurricane from BZM.
Що є? Дота для задрота. Масонич, а ти подрімав трохи чи ні? Мені, щоб не дрімати, в душ треба було йти. Швидесенько, бам-бам. Я не знаю. Просто закрилась без помилок, без нічого. Але за сьогодні це перший раз.
Out. There's a quick little kill.
Nice pickup. It's Chrysalis who makes the first run through the gate. Probably trying to find the Monkey King, but instead it runs into Insania.
Dire structures are fortified.
Liquid need to keep finding little connections, combinations around the map, outnumbering Tundra. That's where their lineup will thrive, especially if you can get the Underlord to gate in on a certain play around the mid lane, off of a glimpse. Another miss.
ECM. I mean, he's doing all right, but frankly, he's not really looking like
Цікаво, Cyberlight. А, там ж, напевно, йому перекладається фраза.
spellcasting invokers.
So many stacks going into this man right here.
От дивіться на Networks Monkey.
See if Liquid make a smoke with this, or if they feel like going into Tundra is too risky with everybody available to respond. They have the connection capability, though, with this Monkey, and they do instant smoke it.
Where do you want to go with this smoke? Who is the most important person to shut down of these cores?
You want to go on Invoker or Bloodseeker, one of those two. These are the two damage dealers for Tundra. Darkseer's going to play a utility role, slowing him down, not that relevant. He doesn't have great wall targets this game anyway to scale on his own.
Sure.
You want to shut down the primary scalers and damage dealers. It's always going to be these two. They are looking for Crystallis down here, but
they're
a
too
little
late.
late. Little late to the party. He finished Maelstrom. He's already out of here. Nice read from him. And this is all time for 33 to recover. Gotta remember.
Доміки пішли працювати. Дарксір домік.
With Ion Shell pushing in that top wave. He's effectively getting a lot of CS
І
off the board
інвокер
right now.
домік.
Yeah, as soon as he got that helmet dom, his net worth is
А у пацанів є
It's
доміки?
actually catching back up to Saberlight.
Нема доміків, ні одного. О,
This isn't a fake dominator. This is a hero
Тепер
that you would normally
подивимося.
buy it on in a lot of metas. For this reason. Tundra, eyeing up
Вихід на
Saberlight.
Сайберлайта. Халепа.
Airlines combo.
They're baiting Saberlight, but they brought it
Ага, а тут ніша стоїть.
Epicenter all in on the Invoker.
І дізраптор. А добити ні? Добили.
Thanks to the glimpse, they push it back in the static storm, they get that kill still though.
Ой-ой-ой, ну Блудсікер зараз прям виглядає моцно.
An exchange of it, 2 for 2, and it was 2 cores lost on the side of Liquid. Tundra get the better of that engagement so far.
Not a bad fight for them.
Oh, gotta be careful there. Mickey jumping into a tree right in front of Soxa. Get the glimpse
А ось і
back onto
Vision.
him with the kinetic field, surrounded by the Wukong command illusions. He will die. So a third kill going the way of Liquid. Still, I don't feel like that's too bad for Tundra, outside of the fact that Mickey continues to grow, and grow, and grow.
That's the issue here. You lose the Invoker, and the Monkey King gets another kill. That's the differential you're trying to make up here. Good fight for Crystallis, though. You finally get that Rupture Toss connection. Again, the Darkseer is going to continue to recover really well here with the wave pulling.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
And ultimately, your 5-man team fight as Tundra is not going to be as strong until the Darkseer joins
Sound.
those skirmishes.
Yeah.
And he has some auras to offer. It's a really good pipe game for the Darkseer. I think that's going to be the first choice here for 33. See if he opts for anything else.
Пацани, що у вас з дотою? Ви на інтернешнлі чи де?
Tundra can get up 1 or 2 Glimmer Capes. Liquid are going to hit this mid-game point where you hit that valley with the Sand King. He's just all magic damage. If you get pipe, glimmers, mage slayer, whatever the item of the meta is up, you reduce his damage output in the fight. You can just take these head-on clashes. Mid-game strength is going to be a big problem, but you can kite the Monkey King a little bit in this game. You have Decrep, you have some toss mechanics, you have Surge, you have a really fast Bloodseeker. You have ways to get out of Wukong, even if Mickey has an early BKB. You know, he's not going to be able to chase you infinitely. So I think there's a route to winning mid-game fights against Liquid's insane teamfight-oriented draft. That said, they will have auras of their own.
On the offensive side of things, right? It may be a bad wall game.
Так-то гра рівна, але ліквіди виглядають повпевненіше на першій мапі.
The biggest one, I think, from the Invoker, the highest potential combo damage here from Tundra. Liquid got to be really careful in their positioning in team fights. One good vacuum could just be a team wipe.
You do not want to clump. You want to be the ones chasing Tundra down, getting the glimpses, going on the big damage dealer, so even if the vacuum comes in, the damage is already done, particularly if you have early BKBs.
If Liquid do clump, I mean, that's on them, right? They've got heroes that can really spread out in a team fight. Monkey King, Sand King, like highly mobile heroes that like they hit from angles you're not expecting.
They can space it pretty well. They can also throw this break into the Bloodseeker. Really annoying for him in the middle of fights.
Oh, from the hoodwink?
Yeah. Like you just get shot from this, you lose a bunch of move speed. It's you feel it. That's another tool that they have. Look for this long-range burst damage that can come out, and of course you have that boomerang combo with the Sand King. Like hoodwink Sand King, amp up all that magic damage. It's just straight nasty.
Tower needs some help.
Well,
So
because of
there's
the
the
helmet dom, it means pipe first for the Liquid lineup. Saberlight has his, and immediately Liquid are going to 4-man smoke with the Underlord ready to join them thanks to his global capabilities. They're going to run into Soxa. And while he is a tanky hero, he is still a support
Але
hero.
який же він
Toby's actually going to try and help him.
шикарний
Static
ульт.
Storm, stopping Toby with the heals, and they'll catch both the supports out of this. Unless, wait,
Ой-ой-ой, а тепер не в позиції ліквіди.
tornado into the meteor, but unfortunately the pipe makes the meteor damage look just bad. He really doesn't get much done with that at all. A rupture underneath tower, but Nisha doesn't lose much for it. He just sandstorms. Not even the illusions can hit him. And now Liquid may be set up to get some tower damage, or they just back up and farm.
Awkward fight for Tundra. I mean, Liquid end up clumping on that choke point. The spell usage looks great. Pipe just tanks it all up.
Yeah.
Not enough to punch through this. Really nice aura timing from Liquid. They'll gain a little lead out of this, continue to snowball that Monkey King. And that was probably the one fight where Tundra had an opportunity to punish Mickey on this item buildup as he pushes towards the BKB because he's going to have it for the rest of the game. That was your
О, щас, зараз буде ще нулік. БКБ нулік. І це буде дуже боляче.
502, 150 CS, level 12.
Now we watched Pure's Monkey King go for the early Radiance. This one is a very early game and much more defensive build, Echo Saber into BKB. We want to talk about like the differences of mentality-wise between these two builds?
I mean, Pure is going to be a little greedier always.
Sure.
He's going to want to scale. He's going to want to farm, take more of the farm off the map. Mickey's going to play for the fights. He's always going to think about what that 5-man fight looks like because the team is expecting him to always connect to those plays and be there. So he has to hit earlier timings. He has to have an item build that comes online and can punch with the team at the 12-minute mark, at the 16-minute mark, at that 20. Like, he can't go some Radiance into whatever, an AFK farm for 30 minutes, you know?
I do think that while it fits Liquid's style, I can't help but thinking that Radiance looks so good because they were matched up against Helma Doms and the way that P-Vision was playing against them, just pushing in waves over and over again. It ended up being just perfect for the game. And I feel like if Liquid doesn't get a lot done in this next 10 minutes, you're going to regret this item choice.
I mean, the Radiance feels good because you farm up, you disassemble it, you go into this Nullifier later, right? Like, the natural item progression scale-wise feels amazing because it builds into everything you want, and you get the farm rate early. I do think this build looks generally weaker on Monkey because it's not going to pay off as hard. But if you go this build and you use it to win fights, it makes your team overall stronger. It puts your team in a better position. That's how Liquid like to play. It's a style choice. Of course, you have to execute.
And a style that 33 is going to be very aware of. Burrow strike whiffs.
Ой-ой-ой,
that
гарно.
was just terrible.
Але тіні не відпускають.
That's Kate. 3 different cores throwing everything they
Красиво.
have. Finally get Soxa thanks to the Disruptor. Again, the early pickup of the Disruptor is doing wonders
що
for
має
Liquid.
It's bailing out a lot of
Андер?
these plays, to be honest.
Yeah.
Андер досить жирний, це буде Аганім. Це буде додатковий контроль.
I mean, I guess Underlord is also your way to deal with some of this Dawn pressure. You can deal with the split push threat, still join the fights.
Yeah.
Just soak up the farm. You're seeing all of Liquid's cores continue to climb this chart.
It'll be another source of catch to keep heroes inside of Wukong's command. Once he gets this Aghanim Scepter, he'll have the double pits.
There's another Dom kill, and there's a lot of gold you're feeding away.
Пацани, давайте більше домиків, ми будемо це все фармити, кажуть ліквіди.
No chance to get anything off. Not that he has a BKB that would protect him. He was dead 100%, but Burrow strike into the bushwhack is going to be a deadly duo for much of the game for Liquid.
This is just Tundra routing the map, trying to get to some sort of item timing where they can fight back, maybe around the Bloodseeker BKB. There's the pipe for the Darkseer.
Ooh, Toby, he's going to go for the last hit on the tower, and he gets it.
Nice little snipe. That's 20-minute mark, so you got to think about the Tormentor too. Liquid just already there, man. Not giving any openings. They're just a little ahead, hitting all these timings faster, translating them into objectives.
Good try from BZM, well aware that they are doing the Tormentor, tries to snipe it. And not the best shard. They definitely wanted the boomerang over this one. Considering all the magic damage they are putting into it. You and I were having a back and forth conversation last time we casted Sand King game, talking about how good and bad this hero is. Talked about how it reaches this valley in the mid game where it doesn't have Aghanim Scepter. But he has it super early. Blink Ags, highest net worth right next to the Monkey King. So when he does finally show off that next epicenter, it's going to do big damage. It's only going to keep scaling as it goes late.
I mean, this hero still scales like a truck.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. You go up against level 25 plus 5 or 6 slot Sand King. It is one of the most terrifying heroes in the game.
It's funny because the hero used to be just trash when it comes to scaling, but being given an extra addition to your spell like the Aghanim Scepter does adds a lot.
I think so much of Tundra's game plan here revolves around the tiny, like the tosses. Can you find good toss targets? Can you start the fight?
Helma Dom kills, a double kill for Mickey.
Yeah, they've really fed a lot of these away.
That was 232 gold from player-controlled units.
This is the 3rd or 4th time I've seen it go straight into Liquid's hands. Quick smoke from Tundra, though, might not be a move Liquid expect as they were busy killing the dominators.
Is it
Так,
possible
іду
to
дивитись.
BKB before the BKB goes off? No. They can control him, though, and he'll just TP away.
Yeah, that is something that can almost always happen in this game. They
Ну
like
так
a
ти
missile
потужність,
seeker or something.
получається.
No BKB control in this lineup. Feels pretty bad.
З кайфом.
I do feel like Tundra's weathered through this timing, though. Not too bad. I mean,
Мене
it's only
якогось
5,000
дідька
network
Аврора
lead,
горить.
closer to the BKB.
Але я не розумію, якого дідька. Бля, тихо.
Pops the illusion rune. Burrow strikes away from the rest of the team. Static storm, but doesn't actually keep anybody inside of it. Still going for Nisha. A touch strike on the mark. It's not going to be enough damage. Not quite yet. An Essence Ring gives him the extra boost. He's got a Burrow strike up in a second. 33 tries to go for the kill, and he got it. With the vacuum and a hit at the last second. They managed to get that one, and now a toss back. Though the Monkey King is here, and that is dangerous for Tundra. A nice toss away from
А
Saksa.
де
And
арена
Liquid
від
just
Ман?
trying to continue the retreat here. BZM catching another. Thanks to Cold Snap. Now the Ice Flow goes out with that Meteor on top of that one. The tanky Underlord is
такої.
dead. And even more, the game is just completely flipped on a switch. And Tundra are now going to take the lead as they hunt down a fourth hero on Liquid Boxy with no more trees to be able to hide through. He will be run
Дивись, якогось
down.
дідька у мене...
Liquid's lead just
А, вже не горить, це нормально.
Completely gone in the blink of an eye. I thought what Liquid thought was a failed gank top turned into another quick play to mid. Even without the
Falcon це,
rupture,
якщо
you're able to
виграють,
take
то
the
мене
Sand King
пройде.
down with the final punch off the Darkseer. That was as close as it gets.
Тундра, якщо програє, мене пройде.
Look towards Saksa. I mean, he has done this
А,
before.
героїк
This is
мають
one of the
пройти.
things that won him his first
О, зіграти, бо вони
on that
вибили.
previous Tundra squad. These guys know how to play around the
Правильно
support
чи
Tiny
ні?
so damn well. And this guy is one of the best support Tinies to ever play this game. He will find the tossbacks. And he will outmaneuver you in the fight. And if you don't shut him down, if you don't commit big ults to bring this Tiny down, he's going to keep doing it over and over and over. And there isn't really a good reply to this style of gameplay that Liquid have other than they jump Tundra first and they just force the fight in a situation where the Tiny has to go into the massive AoE that they have. If he's chasing you down one by one, Tundra are going to be really happy in that kind of situation.
The wave cutting continues. So Liquid get 5 heroes back up, but they can't really catch anybody on the side of Tundra. Chrysalis now has a BKB, so not nearly the same kind of threat. He can play a bit more aggressively out on the map, and obviously he's a much bigger threat. Good catch, though, from Boxy. Finds Toby once again. Glimmer Cape, but they have some dust.
Яка ж потужна тичка у манки. А якщо буде...
Perfect game for Mickey continues. 6-0.
It just means he's
Як
worth
він
a lot of gold
називається?
when he dies.
Yeah, he really... it does feel like if the Monkey King goes
Нулік.
down in this game,
Yeah.
it's going to be a big net worth swing with what happens on the map. Nonetheless, Liquid continuing to scale up. They have the Underlord Ags. There's the BKB on the Sand King. I mean, they're ready to take the 5-on-5. The only thing you're really missing is that Nullifier.
He just got that BKB, so Saksa, well, he may have a shield rune, a guaranteed epicenter right in Saksa's face. He did get quite the reaction out
Але
of
гра
Liquid.
стає рівною.
That's Gate plus
Тундра
that BKB.
прокинулась. Масонич, ти їм подзвонив, да?
I could see Tundra trying to do something off this. You get thrown out. That's
Yeah, I guess so.
it's a tough break. And look at Tundra smoked up, hunting around this power rune.
Ooh, blink away from Insignia before Chrysalis can land that rupture. Saberlight, he's not going to be as lucky. He gets ruptured and can't really stand still for long enough, especially with that ice flow coming in. Silva with the Burrow Strike and the Wukong's command. Mickey and Nisha will try and fight this out. Nisha needs the extra help. Without the BKB, he will die of the magic damage. And the Wukong's command, Tundra just
Mickey's
walked
gotta get
out
out.
of it rather easily. Mickey, they're trying to spot him here, but he's jumped into the trees and he is out. But another team fight that Tundra walks away the better for it.
And look at the damage coming out from this Bloodseeker. 5,000. I thought they were going to have issues ramping him up, but he's just going to ramp himself up. Run in, get a good rupture target on one of these big boys, and just run him down. Can't TP out unless you have BKB because of all the control from the tiny Darkseer Invoker. So once you're ruptured, it's just a man fight. And honestly, this Monkey King is not doing enough damage with this build to threaten the Bloodseeker in that man fight. Another nice team fight win for Tundra. They'll claim an Aegis here, continue to push towards the Bloodseeker Ags. And that is a powerful Aegis in this game. Even if you don't get a lot done with the Aegis itself, it can wear through a couple ults. It can wear through a Wukong duration, end up winning you the fight just by forcing spells out of Liquid. Little rat action here, but I think Tundra are feeling a lot more comfortable in this game once they started taking the fight to Liquid, just playing off the strength of this tiny initiation. And now they have Crimson plus Pipe from this Darkseer to back up the team fight.
Yeah, I love that two different successful plays off of making a go and getting a BKB out of Liquid, and then immediately smoking and going again, right? Saying that these heroes are too reliant on the BKB, they can't win a fight. Right, if Monkey King doesn't have his BKB, then he is potentially food for this Bloodseeker and this Invoker. Found it Dania this time, he's not going to be able to get out the blink. Nisha once again trying to make his initiation onto this Invoker. The damage, a lot of auras. It's wearing through them bit by bit. No, the big damage from Mickey. That'll make the big difference. Chrysalis is committing for the kill on Tanisha, and he will have him here full vision. Meanwhile, great wall vacuum there. 33 pulls him back into the wall, and Chrysalis playing the outskirts of this Wukong's command. Saberlight, he's not making it out. There's no way he can outrun this Bloodseeker. But Monkey King, he can get away with the shard, but he is the only one of Liquid to make it out of that team fight alive.
This Pugna did so much work at the start of that. He healed so much damage, it forces the Monkey King to commit onto the Invoker as well as everything from the Sand King's kit. Forces an overextension. Once more, Crystallis able to output the big damage and clean the fight up. This Bloodseeker doing so much work in this game. You can always throw Alacrity on this guy later. Like, there's a decent amount of buffs.
Yeah, and he didn't even have the Agnum Scepter for that fight.
It's just going to get worse here.
He's going to get Ags and he buys out the shard.
A lot of extra damage, a lot of extra sustainability as well when you're taking these man fights. You get Basher, you can absolutely just take the fight to the Man King here, or the Monkey King, even in the Wukong.
Yeah, for sure. And he makes short work of the Underlord because it's percentage-based damage.
Really good against this these two strength heroes on the front line.
Yeah.
Game is starting to spiral for Liquid. They need a team fight win the next 5 minutes or so here. Because again, they're in this valley in that mid game where their lineup is very magic damage heavy. They also lost the nullifier delivery to the Monkey King in the middle of that fight.
Oh, that's
so I'm not sure it would have affected the fight if he had gotten it because it was near the end, but that's your nullifier timing that you didn't get a fight out of right when you got it. Instead, you got dragged into a fight right before it.
Yeah.
Just stings a little. As great a game as Mickey has had, he's just not been able to drag the rest of the team into these team fight victories.
I love how relentless Tundra is on the pressure. Soxa, he's looking for a hero that he could blink inside the base and get a toss back. If Saberlight's not careful, he'll get tossed back into a rupture.
It's so scary to show on these Helmet Doms because you start killing one of these random Helmet Dominators, if a smoke's coming through, if Sox is in the area, he's going to combo toss you into the team. You're just dead.
Yeah.
So some of these creeps are pretty scary to go out and kill, and I think they had Alpha Wolf Aura in that fight as well. Yet another buff for this Bloodseeker as he goes in. It just feels like Crystallis has way more punch behind him than Mickey has right now.
I mean, that's what you said is true. It's just build your own Wraith Pact. Put all the pieces together. Here comes that epicenter. The ward drop.
This could be a setup.
This could be a two-man. Oh, they dropped Tornado. They got him. Tornado tosses up Nisha and allows the Invoker to walk away from the epicenter.
It's a lot expended out of Liquid. It could be another situation where Tundra try and chase.
Yeah, they got to TP away. They got to get away from this Bloodseeker.
That was a ridiculous Tornado.
Вбили тіні.
Didn't get the BKB off
Ого,
anyway,
а тепер Мікі вже не такий грозний, як був спочатку.
He still has BKB.
Nisha.
And, you know,
yeah, he can't
there's
die
nothing
here.
that can get through that, but just getting yet another BKB out of Liquid.
Oh yeah, Tundra they're absolutely fine starting the fight and forcing spells out of Liquid, even maybe at the cost of one hero.
Yeah.
If it sets that fight up for the rest of the
Біля Терментора вже Тундра і захватили.
Time Soxa went in, right?
If the damage dealers between the Bloodseeker and Invoker are not getting jumped, the fight is unlikely to go Liquid's way. They have to commit, and they have to commit hard on this back line. At least while Crystallis has Aegis, he's just not a target you can jump either. And you're looking at the damage ramp right now. It's a problem. A lot of defensive items coming out.
БКБ є. Ого, Скаді, приємно.
You have Nullifier that's some damage, but it's little utility. You get a BKB for the Underlord, BKB for the Sand King. But where's the damage going to come from?
There's that Nullifier. Big burst damage.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Подивися, що коїться. Це було дуже боляче. Що з Мікі творилося.
Crystallis knows all these matchups. He knows the exact right itemization to help you power through some of these bad, you know, carry versus carry into the late game.
So when he does get the bash, what is the answer for Liquid?
Там був той
And
турець.
generally for Monkey King, it's going into that butterfly satanic type territory where you can stand your ground, or you're going for a refresher late game with double Wukong, double BKB. He's just nowhere near that. Gotta look towards more scale on the Sand King, right? Like Nisha, he has to be your secondary damage dealer. Shiva's on him, will definitely help. Pushing towards that level 25 talent will definitely help. But you have to get here without losing too much more ground.
I mean, it just doesn't feel like his axe is doing that much whenever the Darkseer is in the fight, right? He pops Pipe, he pops Crimson Guard. A lot of that Stinger damage is being blocked. A lot
Somebody
of that
gets decrepit. There's
damage. Yeah,
there's a heal going off. Invoker BKBs and Ghost walks away. I agree. It's hard for the Sand King to connect damage in this game.
It just doesn't look like it's going to be a threat until he gets to maybe 25, where he gets all those extra pulses, and that is obviously a long ways away.
Disruptor Ags might help a bit, because then at least when you initiate, you go in, you start putting this damage out, you lock people in an Ag Static Storm, that is a way longer window to capitalize on the control.
Insania, oh, another blink away from an avalanche. Insania trying to control Saksa, tossed together. Hits on two, and they had a Static Storm outside. The Wukong Smith surround the Tiny, but once again, Nisha goes in with his epicenter, and Crystal's feasts on him. And now Liquid again have to retreat after killing one hero. It's just not good enough. They do not break Tundra, and Tundra, stronger than Liquid is in a 4 versus 4.
They're
actually thinking about going back into Chrysalis.
There's no BKB.
They're going to catch him with the pushback. Oh no, Chrysalis, he went too far forward. The heals coming out from Toby, though, are doing wonders for him. Back though into the... Oh, Chrysalis. Things had been going so well for Tundra, he thought they could just keep pushing forward.
What a read from Mike. Knows they have glimpse to draw him back. Knows the Nullifier's going to do some serious work here. Even through the Pugna heal.
І вообще нічого не того.
And finally they get this Bloodseeker down.
And now he's got
that basher delivered.
Now he's got Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor like you talked about.
Big overstep there from Tundra as they got another team fight win, but then threw it away. And there is your Disruptor Ags. A little extra gold off that kill pushes.
Блін, яка рівна гра, друзі. Середня гра у Тундри 37 хвилин. У Ліквідів 40. Вони вже виходять з графіку.
Time and time again for those glimpse kills. He has found an incredibly fast Ags. He's 5-3 and 12.
I mean, he's the oldest player at TI.
It's true.
He's having reactions like he's 21 years old again.
Але Манкі знову в топі.
Of course he would say that. I think it's pretty cool to see because I know Insania once said that in a way he regrets that his peak as a player he feels was long ago. You know, back in the HOD days, he felt like he was the best player, and now you know he's on a team with all these superstars like Nisha, right? And you know he wishes that he was still, you know, like he still was his best self. But now showing up at TI with the quick blink reactions, he's doing some decent amount of work.
Listen, brother, you won TI last year. I think you're doing fine in being your best self. And looking to make another run at it. That Scotty is done. Shield rune on the monkey.
This is dangerous.
Оу, пастка. Ультрена, шикарно. Байбек. Трипл бай, ого, зухвало. А кнопок нема. А тепер просто з ракачами ганяє Bloodseeker усіх.
Saberlight's not dead yet, but he also doesn't have a TP to get away.
He will go down.
Right, he's going to tag him. They've got vision. He's not getting
Чи вартувало воно того?
For the number of buybacks Tundra used, they wanted more.
Але вони розуміють, що тут два стоячі, гліфи є, байбек не треба в найближчий час.
Beautiful positioning. Monkey King from the trees gives you everything you need there. That's a nightmare team fight for Tundra. Exactly what they don't want to have happen. Clump into the AoE, lose your Invoker early. Buyback salvage it a little, but at an expensive cost.
think the power spike, you know, swinging Liquid's way, I think it's really bad. The Invoker is the one to die because I think it swings back into Tundra's favor when he gets that Scythe of Bias, right? Then you've got something to you know, 100-0 the Monkey King potentially if you see
Ого,
him.
що це за
You
таке?
catch
Це
him
стінка
before he
така у
BKBs.
інвокера? За
Nothing
скіна?
bails you out of a situation like that. You get stunned on 2 heroes and Static Storm on top. This Disruptor can always blink, do it instantly.
Yeah, he's thinking about Eon Disc, but you have a nullifier.
Right, I don't even think it bails you out of that situation. They have Pit to throw in, you get Boundless struck. You're not getting out of this Static Storm bar some crazy like 4 staff plays without nullifier coming through or something. You just cannot get caught in that type of situation. At the same time, Liquid, they're going to look for that every time. They're going to plant this monkey in a tree. They're going to play around an observer ward. They're going to try and bait
Що
you
там
into a
Мікі має?
situation where
БКБ
you
є
have to
вже?
go
Є
into them.
БКБ раз, є БКБ 2 і 3.
Doesn't have enough information to get the
Прекрасно,
jump.
бля, білка
That's a
з
big
Владміром
factor that has
бігає.
changed this game in the
Прикольно.
last 10 minutes. Liquid have limited Tundra's
Ага, Німу
information
Діза.
going into the team fights. They're not giving up
Блінк.
easy toss connections for Soxa.
Айон Діскер готує інвокер, але спочатку Skywise.
He's just going to play in a safe area, deal with the lanes. connect with the team.
Рефрешер у Блудсікера. Добрий день.
They're going to break this and to get the blink away. Oh, and the gate comes in. Of course, it's blind, but doesn't actually hit any hero from
Ой, як боляче Дізраптору, капець. Ця пугна. Луплять Блудсікера. Йо-майо, а де, а хто? Просто дає пендалів. Стінка. Зразу байбек. Зразу буду всіх доїдати. А Єгіса нема, моцно. Подивись, як він носиться. Це така стратегія на байбеках, да? Біжуть, опа, ТП. І байбек, походу, зря, да, але МК вбили. Ну, не зря, вони на Рошана йдуть. Ібанися, друг, що це взагалі за карт?
It's such a tough fight for Liquid. I mean, what a grab from Insania. You lock 2 heroes, including this Bloodseeker in the Static Storm. Unfortunately, the jump follow-up was not there fast enough to kill him before he got BKB off at the end of the Static Storm expiration. That hurt Liquid a lot in that fight. If it's like 1 second faster, it's a very different scenario. Still a great find. You force some buybacks out of Tundra. You trade out the Aegis for it. At least it was only Aegis banner. You're not giving up, you know, one of the big items on top of that. It's another technical team fight win for Tundra. A lot better positioning, holding that high ground.
Це що Дота каже по відсоткам. 42-58, рівно.
Dead even game. Less than 1k advantage.
Воно так і виглядає.
You got to look towards refreshers and you got to look towards those 25 talents. Like, that's what's going to change some of these team fights.
Yeah, what is the biggest 25 talent that is coming up?
I mean, the Monkey Kings is huge.
I think the Monkey King has got to be the
Sand
biggest.
King would be the next for me.
Yes.
But a lot of these heroes have some extra damage that's going to come out. But those are the 2 biggest ones for me. Also, who got the Monkey King kill, right? That was worth a lot of gold. First death for Mickey. It was BZM who actually got it. That's a 2,000 gold kill. He got 1,100 off that streak. So that's what finished up that site. That's why it came out so fast. Because he had the buyback earlier, hurt his economy. Well, guess what? Here's an 11-0 Monkey King to push you right back up. That's influential here. Like, that's probably the hero you would want it on if you're Tundra.
Crippling crossbow. That's pretty interesting.
Oh, Blood Right.
2 Blood Right.
And the Timeless.
King.
I mean, of course, man, of course. You know, we would roll this in pubs 100 times. You'd never get that, but the man's a professional for the reason.
Times.
Okay.
I don't
There's another
that's
Blood
how
Right.
the RNG works, but sure.
I'll tell you, I would roll that 100 times. I would never get
Yeah, but that's because God hates you, so.
Wow. I don't know if you're allowed to say that.
Дарксір як багато набрав.
2,000 net worth lead.
Який же він
An extremely
жирний.
even game, and I'm not really sure. Like, I agree with you. The most important talents, 25 talents that are coming up, are on the Liquid side. But I'm not convinced that they are actually.
Що манки буде навіть рефрешер. Це, звісно, жорстко.
That is an incredibly powerful talent. I just think the other ones change the fight dynamic a little more. It could absolutely win Tundra a fight if he can get 2 off on like big core targets. Just the damage pump alone.
The other 2
can do
are
some work.
instantly impactful. 2 rupture charges are, you know, usually not having immediate impact, right?
I'd say it's close. I think the monkey ring changes the dynamic of fights a lot, particularly if you're around Roche, you just plan it. I think the Sand King talent also, just the damage ramp on that is insane. It's not really comparable.
What about if we're going to be talking about refreshers for late game, which is kind of the MO of
Тайнер, шанчик, шардик.
Which refreshers do you think are the strongest? Because if you get through 2 rupture charges, you get a refresher on top of that. You're rupturing the entire team.
Айон диск, зараз тундра сильні. Яка буде відповідь у ліквідів?
The Sand King refresher will be amazing. The Monkey King refresher, if he eventually gets it here, will also be amazing. Those are the 3 big ones for me. And of course, there is Invoker, who can also go for that item in the late game. You just double Hex, double Meteor Blast.
Yes.
You know, someone is out of the fight. There's a lot of scaling late game power in this game.
He did offer the Aeon Disc. We'll see if he gets to use it.
This is a mixed bag for me. Like, it could pay off if there's no Static Storm. If there's a Static Storm plus Nullifier, things get really weird.
I mean, he is the last person you want inside the Static Storm.
He should not get jumped and put in a Static Storm.
Right, like I feel like it's almost more acceptable for Chrysalis being that Static Storm than BZM.
If he has an Aegis, yes. If he doesn't, you better hope you have buyback.
And that is something that Tundra do not have for many of
Гарне
their heroes for at
питання,
least another 40
Мілкорич,
seconds.
гарне.
But thanks to this Aegis, it has allowed them to weather through this timing. And all they'll be left with is about 2
Іменно
minutes
прям
where
в
the
глухому
Bloodseekers does not have
леті.
buyback. So Liquid,
Блін, ну якщо
you can
тінь
anticipate that they're
розкачається,
gonna get super aggro once that Aegis expires and try and abuse
але
that
він не
timing.
думає це робити, то виглядає навіть зліва.
Do you think a slower game favors?
А от іменно в лейті там 50 хвилин, наче справа красивіше. Якщо тіні буде якісь мати бойові слоти на демедж, тоді зліва виглядає страшніше.
Tundra have a lot of sustain now. You just got a BKB on this support Tiny.
We're talking about 25s, but Soxa did get an important talent. It's a level 21. The toss requires no target.
Pretty nice.
Considering how efficient he
Це
is
інвокер
being
ще
with
без
his
рефрешера.
crossbacks.
They're just building BKBs and Aeon Discs. Like, that seems to be the go-to for them. I was curious if maybe they'd go for a Wind Waker or something like that, try and bail the hero that gets jumped out, but doesn't seem that that's the course they're taking. Just kind of every man for themselves. Just survive as long as you can.
Yeah, I mean, if you only
There's
have
another Blood Right.
If you only have 1 nullifier, glimpse back on Soxa. He has to use his BKB.
Nikke in the tree. Has Refresher. Got the Giant's Maul as well. Super powerful tier 4 items for Liquid across the board. I mean, they got triple Blood Right with an Outworld Staff Maul in their carry. That is some juice right there when you're playing this big AoE lineup.
Yeah.
And now you have double Wukong, double level 25 Wukong. A nightmare to fight into if you cannot bring this.
Смок на смок, зараз буде м'ясо.
And at the same time, Chrysalis has his 25 with the refresher. 4 rupture charges.
Але бачите, навіть трохи ранні смоки.
It's all about who makes the initiation, and both teams know that.
Тому що до Рошана ще трохи почекати треба.
Nobody is showing on the map right now.
Не просто розминулись, але тепер вони розуміють, де тундра стоїть.
Oh, now
He's looking for it now. Yeah, he knew it was there. He just didn't want to show it his real hero. And for good reason. I mean, these smokes can be coming
Просто дивись, шишка пачку кріпів тримає, навіть 2 пачки.
This might not be an angle Tundra expect right now.
Well, especially BZM doesn't want to be caught, but BZM very smart. Just throws Forge Spirits, gives it a little bit of extra buff with the alacrity.
Liquid know Tundra are here though. There's enough information to go off of.
But
Ой-ой-ой, зараз може бути неприємно для ліквідів.
Look at 33. He's positioned right up perfectly in this high ground situation to break the smoke and maybe get a really sick vacuum wall.
Tundra can send units down mid.
Yeah, force Liquid to TP back.
Either force them to TP back and show, or force them to make the move into them. And this is the correct maneuver in this situation.
Прикольна ця стінка. Що це за кінчик дає таку стінку, класно. ДД, зараз ще й... Ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой. Що, вони будуть заходити без Аєгіса? Просто... інфернали. Взяли і спушили, фаржи. А що так боляче? Що це за прикол такий? Пів їбала просто від фісури відвалилось. Арена гарна. Б'є, Манкіч б'є, Манкіч б'є. Подивися, які товсті. Відбились. Дай бек, Сайберлайт.
Like you said, you cannot go up and clear those catapults. At the same time, somebody has to go up and clear them. It was Saberlight, the sacrificial lamb, but he paid a massive price. He dies, TP's back in, gets killed again. Very expensive double death.
Який товстий Дарксір. А Сікер не тис байбек, да? Ні, не натиснув. Байбек присутній у Сікера.
Just debilitating. The second that landed, it's pure chaos for Liquid.
The only reason Liquid didn't get completely wiped in that situation is Nisha made his own jump, and it drew so much of Tundra's attention.
Просто подивися на цю махіну.
Just such an awkward situation with the rupture.
Сайберлайт виглядає полегше. Просто 14 плюс 29 броні, а у Сайберлайта 15 всього.
Just a beautiful jump from 33, even if it ends up costing him a little bit.
Зараз буде йопта під Рошана.
And Tundra, they'll get out of there with the double buyback.
Ми не проти.
Happy with that exchange. Doesn't break the base, but
no,
some serious damage.
Not a huge net worth swing, but it does put Liquid in a very dangerous position where they are going to try and contest this next Roshan and will not have the buybacks.
Yeah, they're big buybacks too. That's an Ag Static Storm that you need in the fight, and that's an Underlord who could potentially have 2 lives in the fight off of that buyback.
Which pretty much means like there's no way Liquid can let Tundra make the initiation again.
No, you really have to watch for these tosses. You did get to 25 on the Sand King that we mentioned, so he has the epicenter pulses with the refresher, with the blood right. This is a nasty amount of damage if you can get the double combo off. Daedalus for Monkey will also help. So that damage Valley Liquid were in for a long time. They've pushed past it. They're now scaling in that late game. They have the DPS if they can land it, especially if they can lock heroes into the Static Storm on top of whatever stun is the initiator.
Are they actually going to be able to burst down heroes against double Aeon Dis, against a Decrepify, heals from Toby,
Андерлорд і Дізраптор тисне.
But you have to lock him in the cage. It can't be a,
Ну, тепер сетап знову під Рошана. І Тундра хоче файтитись.
Punch hard. The thing is, Tundra are...
Ну, гарний статік від Дізраптора і арена від МК можуть це перевернути. Так, топ-1 нетвор Смікі. Крити в нього є. А, в принципі, не вистачає. Зараз можуть Сайберлайта відправити без байбека додому.
But it's not a place that Tundra is willing to venture into.
The thing is, somebody is going to likely have to show for Liquid.
Рошан вже готовий.
Yeah.
And the only person you want getting jumped in this game is that Underlord.
А, не було все окей.
Acceptable though when he doesn't have buyback. The other heroes, some heroes do.
It's tough. You can maybe bail him out quickly, but you cannot show.
Він хотів гарпун догрейжувати, да? А потім продав саблю. Молодець. Часне рішення. Ой-ой-ой. Дуже гарний врив. Але БКБ вийшов. Арена є. І все, і Манкі не може нічого робити. Ще арена. Мікі в таверні. Добре, давай повертайся. Байбек у Манка. У Манки.
The damage out of the Bloodseeker in this game has just been disgusting. That is a quad rupture fight. as he is just running through everybody with a pure cloak on top of it. Nobody is stopping him. All of the focus is on the spellcasters, on the utility, getting this invoker out of the fight.
Sasa, a toss back, a big one onto Insania. Want to take this static storm out of the equation for a full
GG для ліквідів, друзі.
fire placed on. They're going to turn back around, do a little damage to 33, but there's just retreat. But boxing, he's going to be caught in the trees. BZM, he nails him. Tornado, ice blow, meteor, and outward staff will only delay the inevitable. Death is on its way for the other support of Liquid. They are both out with no buybacks, and Tundra straight into the base.
This is going to be megas unless you can rally something here.
You already used all your ultimates earlier. You used all your epicenter refreshers from before.
You do not have a lot in the tank.
You basically only have the Monkey King for this defense, and you may not have Saberlight Thunderlord either, as he's going to be tossed back into the Bloodseeker once again.
Refresh into death. You can't refresh your buyback. Another one down. This should be a throne call for Tundra. You have Sand King buyback.
Обидно катка для ликвидов.
And Mickey, one more epicenter. They make the jump. They hit Chrysalis. They all like fourth. Wukong's command, but it's just not enough. A nullifier, but BKB decrepify and heals. Once again, Toby makes a massive difference with his Pugna. Now you don't have the epicenter. Now you don't have the Wukong's command. You've got absolutely nothing to hold your base. Liquid are run out of their own ancient, and Tundra will take it easily. A game one victory. They'll finish it up by killing Nisha just one more
Це,
time.
звісно, є сумніви, друзі. Є сумніви. Але дуже гарно починали.
Some questions of, you know, is this Tundra going to be able to find the coordination, the team fighting to make this lineup work? They pick their points beautifully.
Получається, 33-й переграв.
That is a game you don't win without Soxal.
Переграв Сайберлайта, розумієте? Він був дуже товстий. Дуже багато було предметів. Вбити його важко було. Чому 22 асісти? Це такий саппорт?
They were considered to be one of the favorites going into this. A lot to break down with that game one. It was an absolute brawl. I think we're gonna focus a lot on the Bloodseeker, of course, like our commentary team does as well. But first, gonna go to Stormstormer, Invoker, double down.
Double down. One more, please. I mean, I'm actually getting so much ammo on this panel. It just keeps going.
Every double down.
Keeps going, and it's just a little bit more meepo and so on. But yeah, I mean, BZM show together with Crystallis. I mean, Invoker Bloodseeker is honestly a combo we played a lot together in Entity when I was a Crystallis in one team. That combo really ramps up once Bloodseeker has two items, basically the Mjolnir.
Bloodseeker був несподіванкою, насправді.
The same show. Like at a certain point, you could just see that they couldn't deal with them. We're gonna see later in some clips as well, but I think overall the Tundra draft really came to shine.
It did, but at the
Просто
same time,
тут не вистачило шкоди добити.
We see here these multiple buybacks out of Tundra. Buybacks out of Liquid.
Просто з ракачами ганяє Seeker.
It really came down to that last Roche fight, I believe. Not the last one, but the one before that. I think the second Roche, perhaps. That was really the key moment, I think.
Але як затерпіли тундри на байбеках, пам'ятаєте? Два файта, всі зразу байбеки і погнали далі.
Overall, clutch gameplays, clutch buybacks, also clutch movement on the map. I feel like even this here, if Disruptor of Insignia
Ну, я
is just a
чекаю камбека від
second
ліквідів,
closer,
друзі.
the static storm connects on the Invoker before he can pop that BKB, and perhaps they even start off with an Invoker kill. And maybe this
Цього на
game is
інвокера не вистачило
completely
демеджу.
different. So 50 minutes in, you didn't really know who's going to take it. Of course, it was maybe a little bit easier for Tundra to play at this point, but Liquid were not without chances.
I think one of the reasons why it became a bit easier for Tundra to play this game is the ghost push of Tundra, right? The Darkseer shells, the Dominator creeps, constantly shoving waves, the Invoker, right, with travels.
Спойлерити. А ти можеш? Тестера, ти можеш спойлернути?
That team fight was actually fine. It was actually strong, right? You have Refresher, Monkey King, Sand King,
Давай.
and so on. But
Давай, можна.
the fact that you never really get the
Ексклюзив.
proper initiation in the fight was a big problem for them.
А, да? Ти з майбутнього?
like see a stat of like how many creeps
З
died to
майбутнього?
ISO,
Ну
how
дай
many
Боже,
creeps
дай
died to
Боже,
Force
дивимось.
Spirit. Because if you look at
Чекаємо
Liquid's
на
lineup,
другу
like, they have
каточку.
the good wave jump, right? They have the Monkey King who can set you up. They have the Sanking with the epicenter and the double subs who can follow it up. But as you mentioned, Shadow Push in this game, or in this meta currently, plays a huge role. We've seen
Чекаємо
this
наступну
play a huge
каточку.
role in other major
Подивимося.
tournaments as well. We've heard great people like talk about it, like in Doctor's
Мікі
documentaries.
досить непогано
so,
грав.
again,
Фармив,
some
лейнінг стадія,
Strategically
все.
as well, like you are pushing the waves with Forge, sure, with your Helm of Dominator, but I feel like one of the more important ones, of course, was Alexi and the Carti, right? When they were pushing high ground, because Carti could not be stopped, not by the Underlord at least.
He could not be stopped.
He's just looking at it from distance, and he needed to approach it, and because of him going into melee range, he gets tossed out by
Yes,
Tiny.
they had,
Right? Like it was such a simple play, but very effective.
Yeah, the Allegri on the catapult.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that.
Yep.
No, Carti.
Carti.
Yeah.
The one Carti. No, and we have the standout player, of course, being Chrysalis on his Bloodseeker. That has been one of his signature heroes from the very start of his career, so it's not that much of a surprise.
Ні, так якщо
that
без
we see it in
приколів,
action.
то
But we did say during the draft, because we've seen them
Bloodseeker
pull it up
здивував
before,
ліквідів.
but when we saw it first, it was like, okay, it's against the
Вони на таку
Pango,
хуйню
it
не
makes sense against
розраховували.
all these moving heroes. This was, I mean, I should say Stormstormer, maybe the combination with Invoker was enough to pick it, but this game in particular, I kind of feel Misery. Maybe it's worth it to keep it on the radar a little bit earlier.
I mean, you think of this hero as being good against Weaver, perhaps, Pangolier, like we mentioned, but maybe it's just a legit hero overall. It doesn't look bad at all, right? You have a pretty clear item build, Mjolnir's BKB, and now this Aghanims as well with the shard. It actually looks strong. You get a lot of healing. You can even get the barrier with the plus healing. So maybe this hero is just viable.
I think
altogether.
I think it is all just hands down. Together with Monkey King, Chrysalis best hero. Like he is exceptional at this hero, and he even himself after the other series against Falcons where they played the Blood. It was Falcons, right? But they played the Bloodseeker, I think. Yeah.
Блін,
I
ну
think
зараз
after that,
треба
he even
виграти.
himself might have gained more
Зараз
confidence.
ліквідам треба дати, ну щоб хоч не без зуба відлетіти 2-0, ну камон.
Well, of course, also
Треба дати,
Chrysalis is,
а третя
I mean,
катка
this
за
is his
красиву
second
доту.
time having reached the international road to the international, and first time he came second. So this is a team or a player rather that does level up when he needs to, and it is showing for sure. And speaking of items that we've seen on a lot of players, I think it's time to relive a little bit of that game. Specifically, Lizard, we're going to start this road in this game one with that looking at the items of Saberlight's Underlord.
This was so long ago when I requested it, but I mean, all of these games are very long. I really requested this highlight and this timing because it's kind of early and he already has a pipe, right? Like he rushed it. This is something that you come to expect from Underlord. But the way Liquid plays around it is fantastic because the moment he gets that pipe, they move out on the map with the smoke. And that's exactly what they did. In one of the clips that we watched earlier, they moved on to the mid lane, right? And they do know that they have this pipe ready and available. Of course, Underlord, he doesn't need to be here. He just connects with his ulti. And usually you'd lose this fight, but the pipe gives you just enough of that barrier to basically be untouched. I think not a single one of their heroes dies here while they gained a massive advantage. Of course, that didn't lead to a W this time around, but these kind of plays make Liquid a pretty formidable team this early on.
Yeah, I mean, Misery, you said this was a very close game. It was a very back and forth game, and we just saw the back going for, I'm going to go for back with Liquid. And then fourth for Tundra, I believe you have something where the fourth comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, I think the moment where Tundra sort of get a little bit of a lead, it's kind of one of their timings now, where they actually smoke onto this Monkey King, and they don't get the kill, but they do force this BKB TP out. And Tundra's instincts, their shark mentality, immediately go for a second smoke, and they catch this fight, and they relentlessly just keep chasing the Sand King. I think this is a very cool move by 33 to actually force this chase onto the Sand King, because they know there's no BKB on Monkey King, and they barely managed to get the Sand King kill. Very important here, and I feel like this is just a very good move by Tundra overall, sniffing out that they actually cannot fight without the Monkey King BKB, getting the initiation on the Sand King. So I think this was part of the reason why Tundra actually managed to get ahead and have a game, because before this happened, it looked like Liquid were actually getting ahead and getting to their timings cleanly.
And this is also in the end what defines good Dota, right? Both drafts, both teams know when their drafts come online, basically. And here also, I think the trigger why they even like went for this Bloodseeker was, this Monkey King, sorry, is that they got their own BKB finish in Bloodseeker. They're saying it's our time to go, and they just played really, really fast. Even though Liquid before that kept dominating the map, they were opening mid, they got the Tormentor. But the really good teams, they don't get afraid of that, basically. They still know when it's their time to strike.
Yeah, and there was another time to strike for Team Liquid because it was this much of a back and forth game, Storm.
Yeah, like it's actually pretty good that we keep going back and forth between the two of them. But yeah, there's later a situation, like after the clip we just saw from Misery, there was a situation where basically Tundra was leading the charts. Here's the team fight on top where basically every single button is gonna get pressed. We see the Wukong come out, we see the Static Storm come out, we see the Epicenter come out. Every single BKB is being used. I mean, there's a lot of circles in this fight, right? And after this, I feel like me as a player, I always struggle to make the decision, okay, is there something we can still get here or should we get out? Because both teams basically expose the entire arsenal. But I wanted to highlight Mickey here on his Monkey King because he's gonna find this moment here to jump in, even though 4 of the Tundra members are still up, and actually understands I can burst this Bloodseeker down. I don't know where the Invoker was in this current situation. He might have gotten mana or something, but I felt like this was a small moment that some people might have missed. But Mickey actually, with that jump on Bloodseeker, kept the game alive.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight this guy after the same fight because, of course, he had Axe. That didn't really come into play that much. The Glimpse did. And this is a hero that got first phase, right? Like first pick. Yeah. He still found so much use throughout the game, almost winning them a couple of those crucial team fights. But it's kind of cool to see the structure. Like we were talking about his laning stage, and how strong he is there, and how strong he is versus spirits. It feels like you can always find use for Glimpse, right? Like it doesn't really matter what you're playing into.
Шейкера,
роля. Like we saw all the circles. There were so
До речі, у Урси 71% вінрейт.
And with, like so many team fights, we also saw the
Shadow
Zoom
Finda,
Blood Rights
давай.
coming out
66.
from Liquid, of course, making the circles even bigger. But this game 1, I'm looking forward to game number 2, Misery, because the amount of team fights that we saw in this game, and it was team fight after team fight, because everybody showed up to these fights. Are you going to try to get more team fight in game number 2? Like, what's going to be the progression here?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what Liquid is going to take away from this game, actually. It's kind of hard to say. I think maybe the Invoker was annoying. I think maybe the fact that they don't have enough lane push. Yeah. I think it's going to be a topic that they're going to talk about. They will for sure have more team fight. As you can't win Dota without winning team fights, so that's important. But I also want to highlight this game in particular, how explosive of a game it was. There was a lot of fighting, but it wasn't like a 60-minute, 70-minute game like we've seen in the past, right? It was very explosive, a lot of buybacks, try to seal the win right now, right? Use the timings we have right now to try to close it out. So kind of a different style of game than what we have seen the last few days.
Yeah, with that actually, if you want to have more ghost pushing, lane shove. Helm of the Dominator. Were there any on the side of Team Liquid? Is that what's missing?
I think there weren't, right? Underlords went for pipe into Aghanims. They didn't have really space to buy Helm of Dominator immediately. But I really like your point. This game was so chaotic. Also partly because of the kind of a draft and kind of a position ones that they've got. Like on one side, you've got this Bloodseeker. Moment he gets Maelstrom Mjolnir BKB, he wants to go, he wants to fight. And when you look at Monkey King and what his build was, it was no Battle Fury, nothing like that, no farming stuff, just full head-on aggression and team fights. So it's kind of cool. Their approach to the game is so far different from what we've seen like yesterday between Tidebound, Extreme Gaming, and Falcons.
I would say it also goes a bit hand in hand with the spot that they are in right now, because I will still say in some way that it's a little bit crazy in some moments. They do leave openings to the enemies, they do overextend occasionally, and this is what we did not see from the top teams like I'm naming Extreme Gaming, Tidebound, Falcons. So that's why also these games are more explosive and honestly a bit more fun to watch, because like more circles are going to be put on the ground. And I also agree with what Misery said. I think to me, Liquid has also been in the previous documentary about ES1 Bangkok, I think.
Давайте щось стабільне. Давайте медузочку, давайте. Чисто заготовочку. Як Нігма.
This has been a topic that they've been discussing about. Do we actually need more objective damage? Do we need the shadow push? And this is probably the second time they're meeting this. In this game, maybe not as prominent. They could have won this game quite confidently, I think. But it might be a topic they want to address.
I mean, just on the topic of the shadow push, I mean, Liquid's lineup wants to fight. pretty early on, right? They have the pipe, they have the glimpse to get kills, they have Monkey King carry, they have a Sand King with Blink Dagger. They want to fight these fights, fight these pickoffs all over the map all the time, but you can't when the waves are in your face. All your moves are going to be obvious, right? The Dominator creep by 33. I actually asked for that to be highlighted, but his creep is always on a wave. It's never next to the Darkseer. It's always pushing out the waves. The Invoker is doing the same thing. So it's so hard to find these openings in the early mid game. Eventually, there's just 5-man clashes, but just the first 20 minutes, it's not that easy for Liquid to find these fights.
Yeah, because then at some point, you're going to go to a point in the game where Tundra is going to have the same amount of team fight, and then you have team fight versus team fight, but one team still has all those creeps pushing all the waves everywhere. So then you're gonna not do very well later on.
I would say that's exactly how they won the game. If you remember when they were camping the triangle, when the Carty was pushing in, Liquid, they were smoked out and they tried to find an angle how to fight, right? Like they tried to get from behind, but they couldn't reach the high ground of their own triangle. Meanwhile, Invoker was just sending Fort Spirits and using Electricity on the catapult mid lane.
I do want to highlight the very first thing that we said when we came back. I think we said it anyway, that a lot of this win also was on the back of Saxa. I mean, getting those tossbacks, those little moments where he created an opening for his team. We talked about the Tiny during the draft already. Misery, that surely should be on the banning side of things. Like, because the first thing that we're going to head towards, obviously, is the draft of game number 2. Is there anything that you'd say, okay, that has to change? And would Tiny be one of them?
I mean, it's
Котлету зажаряться, друзі.
If you're gonna ban Tiny somewhere in first phase or whatever, then you're gonna have to leave something else, right? But it was the same thing last time we watched Tundra, covered them here on the stream. Saxa and his Tiny, you know, it is his most played hero here, the most successful hero. He always makes high impact when he's playing this. It is worth considering. Maybe you can pull a tight bound and just snatch that Tiny for Boxy early on if you don't have the bans, right? Try to steal some of the heroes away. I'm not sure, but I think the ghost push and perhaps some individual hero player combination is what we need to change.
Yeah, I would ask the same question regarding the Invoker. That was the biggest way that we saw other teams deal with Tundra. Just they banned the Lycan, they banned the Invoker. And those were the first 2 bans against this team, time and time again, Stormstormer. I mean, I know you're a little Invoker biased, but he just makes it look very effortless.
I mean, I must say that I criticize the answer to the Invoker in the Disruptor a little bit, because we...
Що, пішли? Пікуни. Майже.
Invoker. The first game that he played, he banned Ember into picking Invoker and the puck was already out. These 2 heroes are the ones
Тіні,
that...
мені здається, не був типу якимось там прям геймченджером. Але типу в цілому він виглядав нормально. Але що у Тіні? Хоча 22 асіста з кайфом. Як саппорт. 2-10, 22, ну типу може і ок. Але прям що геймченджер. Мені здається, тут просто був ось цей пацан. І дуже гарно відіграв 33-й. Він був супер товстий, з купою аур. Подивися. Його просто Monkey King його не міг вбити. А що по демеджу? 54. Ніша 40. Манкі 36. Хоча Манкі був прям такий. Фармив дуже добре. Ні, ну правильно, якщо нема агресивної трійки, то Тіні виступав як агресивна четвірка. Це ж типу ок, ні?
Go for it again and giving that Invoker, right? I think you should have just taken that chance when you had it in the first game.
It's out.
It's out.
Just a sideline story, like I think maybe a year and a half ago, I was talking something with the Liquid boys, and they were inspired by your Ember, Stormstormer. Like they were talking about Ember, they weren't playing it. Ember wasn't really in the meta, but you were playing it. Like you were one of the only mid laners that were playing it at that moment.
Really?
I'm serious. Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
I mean, so I really like the situation where all the everything is kind of revolving around the Invoker and Ember matchup in this current series.
Well, we do have our answer because the Invoker Ember matchup gone. or rather the invoker is
Опа,
gone, which
зразу
can
же
make
інвокер
the
бан.
number also a little bit lower.
Добрий
That
вечір.
does mean that, of course, we're gonna see some heroes make it
Ура
through.
бан,
Didn't make it
шейкер
through
бан
previous
від
game.
тундри.
Because we do also
І
see
пак,
that
блін,
Siren in the
всі
first two
топи
battles,
позабанювали.
that hero was completely ignored
Але
in game number one.
покажіть, будь
So,
ласка,
that's not
нам
true.
траля
They
від
also
ліквідів.
banned at that time.
Okay, I was just about to say.
Якщо не виграєте з ним, можна йти спочивати.
No, it was also banned. Okay, but there's still gonna be a hero banned that... Or not banned, and that's the Mars.
Shadow Demon, до речі, високий вінрейт має. Урса високий вінрейт і Shadow Fiend.
Good success, I think. I mean, it's 1-1.
Кентавр, до речі. Кентавр мені подобається.
It does give the sacking away though to Tundra.
Це бокс. О!
With Shaker, Invoker, and
Олександрич, це твій фаворит? Тобто тут перемога у нас вже у ліквіді в кишені? Санич.
So it's a quite of a gamble. I would have liked to see also Liquid just to pick up the sacking here, but they must have had this on their radar, I think.
But it does leave the room for Nisha to potentially play some of his more signature heroes, perhaps like the Queen of Pain, could be Leshrac, right?
Воксі гарний ж на Марсі.
Are heroes that Liquid perhaps excel a little bit more at when Nisha has a more dominant role compared to like a Sand King, which is more like playmake, teamfight. I think
Пугну забанили. Ну, траля не буде, на жаль. Ну тоді Урсу від Мікі можна? Урса з Марсі, це ж моцно.
Monkey also still left in the pool. It's a Liquid classic that they both play.
I mean, if we're talking about circles, there's plenty of circles to find still in the pool, but the tiny that we saw in the previous game, Saxa is out. So the progression is there.
And the respect on the disruptor as well.
Did I see that right? Does Nietzsche have a 100% win rate on puck on 3 games?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Kiss puck is.
I think that's a combination with them first picking the hero as well.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'm also very curious why it didn't. Or did it get first stage? It got banned. It got first stage banned by Tundra. Okay, very clever. He picked puck, holy.
This little hero we don't really like. We kind of glance over him very often, but Hoodwink right now for me feels like in a good spot. I know it's not.
Really?
I think it's not showcasing it at the moment. I feel like maybe it's not played in the right compositions and stuff. But Go Nuts kind of the facet. It gives a lot of range. The item build is only.
О, Shadow Demon. Це по гайдікам.
Is also really nice. It's really difficult to take down.
Shadow Demonич.
Gives you the break, which kind of is needed in a lot of games as well. And a lot of
Shadow Demon 72% вінрейт, друзі. А Марсі скільки вінрейтів?
I know exactly.
Але Марсі це флекс. 46. Але Марсі це і саппорт, і керрі, і.
Stable. And sometimes you get caught off guard just how big the range is from your facet.
That's a really high win
Ну,
rate.
слухай,
Shadow Demon,
поки що мені
11%,
подобаються
52%.
ліквіди.
One of those wins is in the hands of Insania from what I
Більш Санич
saw.
топить за...
I like this pickup from the
А оце не подобається. А оце не подобається, друзі. Хоча є Марс, слухайте, ще Марс є на трійку. Якщо буде Марс, то буде подобатись. Не подобається мені мідова бабка, хоч ти йобнись. Вони зразу всі карти відкривають. Хоча й знизу все зрозуміло, що Сандкінг на мід. Скоріш за все.
Okay, I see Snapfire now. I have to think back to Tundra, how Crit just gobbled up heroes with like 800 range or something off the screen because it was a 17-minute game. Maybe Boxy got inspired.
Unleash Marcy flying at ya.
So what do we need for Tundra now, actually? We need some way to respond to this Marcy, right? We've seen a lot of troll in the
Давайте
tournament.
якогось Марса, Магнуса,
I don't
Медузу.
know if you want to pick it that right now. There's also a Shadow Demon, which is very good against kiting troll.
It's also not really a Crystallis hero, I would say.
А Санич, ми за ці дні стільки з тобою вже бачили, що все переплуталось. Last pick Бруда. Huge. Це буде керрі Бруда чи трійка? Чи мід?
I mean, it's the Shadow Demon hero is very annoying to draft against because he is very good against a lot.
А якщо Марсі керрі?
Heroes that are good against him are.
Це може переїбатись.
Like these type of heroes that don't care about getting purged, they don't care about getting disrupted.
А якщо бабка і Shadow Demon це саппортики, а Марсі це трійка або керрі. Shadow Demon з Марсі наче приємно стоїть.
And then you're also staring down this Marcy offlane, which is one of the strongest heroes of the patch. So I think it's these two picks are not
Марсі
that easy for
керрі,
Thunder right now.
Shadow Демоном.
There's one here that they... Never mind, cut I thought I was about to mention Monkey King, but
Бабка
they're taking the
четвірка,
face
а
of
зараз
Monkey
буде
King.
міти керрі.
The next Helm of the Dominator hero.
I think this is a pretty good pick. I'll need to find a hero for Toby.
А Сайберлайта бачив?
Quite a bit.
Pugna's out.
Pugna's out, yeah.
Марсі стрибок і Снепфайр стрибок. От Бейн прямо жорстко контрить Марсі. Да, answer to Марсі, все правильно.
You do have double save already. I mean, Snapfires these days at some
Блядь,
point
щось
you look at
Марсі
the
вообще
items,
тут
and this can
не
be a
плясає
save
проти
for
Вайда
both
і
the
Бейна,
drones
ні?
and the so
If he gets the 800
Ух.
range, like he can save it on the other side of the chrono.
I mean,
We did see the average game and win times for Tundra. They are on average a lot lower than anyone else, and the difference between them and Liquid and that is
ОДБ,
10,
до
so
речі.
they
Слухай,
hope to not
ОДБ
get to that point
мені
where the
подобається.
Snapfire is able to get that range.
is there
І
some
Марс мені
top
все
lane
так
they
ще
could pick that
подобається.
would be very good here against Bane and Void and make the Marcy go +1? 'Cause I'm sure
Хоча
Nick
проти
is ready
Вайда
to
не так
play-
то і приємно.
he's ready to play anything.
You pick Doom here, maybe?
Що, броду вже не
What do we
хочеться?
need from an offlaner on the
Олександрич.
side of, Liquid if they put the Marcy on Mickey?
It also needs to consider their players, I guess, right? Because Saberlight, I think he's the one who's mostly played the Marcy.
Бля, ну я таплю зараз за ліквідів. Ну не можна, блядь, 2-0 відвалитись.
Smiling. He's cooking something.
Ой-ой-ой, а ось і Сайберлайт.
Enigma, Saberlight.
There we go. I mean, this is a very
Санич,
good pick, no?
ти
I mean,
точно десь
both
це
Bane and
бачив?
Void don't really interact with the Eidolons in the laning stage.
Ну якщо це Сайберлайт, ну норм.
What we saw actually Wildcard
Ну
do
це дуже
earlier
гарно
in the
можна
Enigma is
постояти
they put
проти
the
Вайда.
offlaner in the safe lane. So that's something that they Thunder could consider doing here. Throw
Ну що,
the
ласт пік для
Void
Мікі?
on Crystallis into the offlane and
Дузу
pick
беремо?
another hero or put the
Наче
Sandstorm
грав.
against the Enigma.
Давно,
Suddenly
але
you
грав.
have the biggest issue.
Давно бачив, я
Void
маю
in
на
the
увазі.
offlane should be pretty happy against the Marcy carry with any of the two supports, right? So that is a way
Дузи
you can sort
беремо.
of play around with that, at least the laning phase part.
The black hole part is not really an issue, right?
But of course, we don't see it that often, and it does require a little bit of, what would you say, adaptation from Tundra, maybe a little bit of risk, willingness, because it
А
is something
троль
that-
як тобі,
yeah,
слухай.
you don't really have much
Слухай, а троль
experience
як
in
тобі
doing
Вайда?
They definitely have to
Бля,
cover
по-моєму,
some
це
solution, because
імба.
I think if it's just gonna be a
Їбать,
casual
беруть троля,
2v2
коротше,
lane
виграють
like
катку.
Snap plus Enigma against Bane and Void,
Yeah.
I do think it will go quite out of
Інвокер
control.
забанений.
They're gonna start the lane with the Hoodwink on top.
Санич, інвокер в бані,
Maybe they
перший
gotta
бан
switch
від ліквідів.
supports First of all, but as you mentioned, are they ready to do that, especially with the standard on their side?
I mean,
But someone's
I
on
imagine
fire.
33 could
Ра-ту-ту.
should be able to come up with something like that. Could he play like a Tidehunter in a safe lane and just not care about this Enigma at all?
Тобто
Like,
ти
we've
думаєш,
seen
що
something like that.
це СК буде...
He played Brute the other day. Maybe
СК
that's
буде
something we
все ж
could,
таки
like, play some
харда?
Brute in the safe lane.
ОТСФ не в бані. ОТСФ можливо пік.
With ideas.
Oh, and I also want to highlight Liquid has the next pick coming, but they're also
А може для
banning
ніші?
mid, so the mid pick is not getting easier
І
here.
Мікі на Марсі? Ну не
Sentinel
хочеться
already
Марсі
took
Вайда,
Tundra.
ні
I'm honestly a
хуйта.
bit surprised by this ban. I mean, it is true that the Liquid draft does not have too much lockdown, but you're also banning your own potential heroes here.
Ой, СФ банять, дивіться, Тундра банить СФа.
But what Liquid needs some kind of more damage, I think. The supports Snap deals damage when he has the ultimate.
Санич, ну тут на інтернешналі, на жаль, такі піки не працюють.
Kind of only Marcy that deals this.
Траля,
He
траля,
shouldn't
траля.
be a damage dealer out of
Я
mid,
вже
I
бачив
think.
троль
Mentioned it
проти
earlier, Leshrac is still in the pool.
Вайда, і це було просто смішно для троля.
Besides the black hole as well, something that can jump the backlines like an Ember or Void Spirit or something like that,
Ember now banned.
and bring some damage, yeah.
Але дивися, Тундра банять мідерів. Це думають, що Марсі це керрі. Як тобі таке? Получається, ми зараз переграємо, якщо буде керрі лест пік.
You mentioned the Void Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't like it that much.
Pickable, but
They might pick
not
Quap,
exceptional.
but it's also not that easy Quap game, right? It's a lot of stuns.
I think out of all suggestions you made, the Leshrac makes the most sense to me because you deal
Їбать,
damage
Лішрак
even if
в
you get
мід.
Chronosphere, you have the Shadow Demon to back
Реально
you up.
сильно.
Generally speaking, Leshrac Shadow Demon is also a strong combo. You have the disruption setup for the split earth.
Radiant team's turn to pick.
Зараз просто Міки психане і на Марсі їбане.
They ban out the Queen of Pain themselves.
That would be a potential
Дивимось.
Leshrac counter. Indicates the coming Leshrac pick maybe.
Дивимось. Але я за троля. Я за троля. До речі, Урса також непогано виглядає.
Go in and start the fight as well.
It's very hard to play against the Chrono and the
Yeah,
Bane group
it-
though.
it is
I
not
Але
the best
троль
feeling.
впевненіше.
you would definitely
SF так
sacrifice
самі
your
Тундра
own game
забанили.
there if you pick that hero.
I kind of feel like there's a lot of pressure right now.
Definitely not an easy pick.
Whichever hero he'll play. It's the Primal Beast.
I somehow always forget.
Це Боксі на Марсі, друже. Пізда, все нахуй,
I
0-2.
don't know. But of course, it's the
Боже,
type of
це
hero that
ну
you- it's
нахуя,
like the better combo
блядь?
there in this game, you know? It's
There is a Monkey King in the pool for Tundra.
Ні, ну,
Basically
Санич,
one
я
of
знаю,
the
тобі
classics,
подобається,
still
але,
one of those
блядь,
cheesy
я не
mid
вірю.
heroes. Obviously, BZM is ready
Це,
to
блядь,
play.
буду,
If they want
буду,
to try to
коротше,
slow down the Primal Beast game here a
горе
little bit,
заїдати
but in that case,
вечерю.
obviously the
Пів
second would
восьму.
be
Треба
rotate
їсти.
to the offlane, which surely 33 is ready to do.
Це 0-2, друже.
Kinda won so far. This road to TI did not come out on top, but I'm sure he's comfortable with it.
There's another hero they didn't really come out on top. That's the Tinker that they played before. If they want to take this game late, and if they think that they can surpass that mid game with him, I feel like later on down the path he is exceptionally strong.
Ну, я вірю, що ця гра закінчиться на 33-й хвилині.
there's also a world where
На
they
честь
take a 33,
33-го,
right?
на користь ліквідів.
Also, yes, the second could just simply go mid, where it's like looking the strongest, to be honest, if there's like a good
Але
offlaner,
тавер
like-
демедж не супер багато, хоча Марсі дуже сильно б'є по таверам, плюс
A
Енігма.
lot of his favorites are still out there. Definitely a lot of flex room for Tundra. They can pick what they want, and it will be that Monkey King that you guys were talking about. So we're gonna see that coming out from the mid lane.
Just makes a lot of sense. We get one more circle. We were counting circles last game. Now we got Wukong, we got Chronosphere, we got Epicenter. Ooh, I
There's
really like
one
this pick.
team with way more circles, Stormstormer. Is that
What,
a bad
Liquid?
sign for Liquid? No, the most circles.
Tundra has more
surely on
circles, right?
Tundra.
Yeah.
We have Sandstorm, Chronosphere, Wukong. Yeah.
And the other one, what? Black
Versus
hole.
maybe
That's
one
it.
circle. Yeah.
I mean, I love this pick personally. I mean, the Shadow Demon Destruction doesn't really save against the Wukong, because obviously the Wukong just persists and kills them even after they come out. And to me, it looks like some overwhelming team from Tundra. To me, it's going to be a question whether basically Nisha can pull off things that I would call Malrine gameplay against this rough matchup on the mid lane.
I also think it comes down to whether or not Tundra does adjust the lanes, like we talked about earlier. Do they actually put the Sand King against Enigma? Or does Liquid get the lane matchups that they want that then can snowball into a quick tower, for example, for Enigma, and, you know, freed up map for the Primal Beast to run around? I think this is also what's going to be, you know, it should make the Liquid's refs a lot easier to play if that were to happen.
So if the Sand King's playing against Enigma, we're gonna have the Monkey King played against the Marcy?
No, Monkey goes mid, but the Void will just be in the off lane in that case. But I mean, we'll see if they do it. It's not that common, but I think it would be a good idea this game.
Okay, let's see if we're gonna get some lane shenanigans here at the start of game number 2. And let's see who comes out on top. Can Liquid force out their third game, or will it be Tundra moving forward to the playoffs of the International? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
That's right, the TI champs are just one game away from elimination. Failing to make it to TI, is their road going to end here, Avery?
That would be quite a surprise. I think there'd be a lot of predictions that are absolutely decimated by that result, but there's maybe going to be some predictions decimated either way. I think both these teams people would have put in the top 3, 4, 6, you know, stand-ins, whatever.
I think many people may have had Tundra doing better at TI, especially midway through the season where Tundra was just killing it. But they did seem to fall off just a bit before this tournament. And this matchup specifically is one that's plagued them since going back to the last time the 33 was on Tundra. A matchup that Liquid very often did walk away the victors, but now they're just one game away from getting the victory over their old nemesis in Liquid. And of course, 33 beating his former team. Soxa breaking a smoke and getting good vision of what's happening here. Liquid already not doing quite as well as they did in game 1, where they managed to use that smoke to find the early first blood. And they kind of need that early advantage, because the panel was talking about there's potential for a lot of shenanigans here in this laning phase.
Big question, will they put the Sand King against the Enigma, try and dodge this Faceless Void Bane lane? It looks like the answer is no. Looks like Tundra's just going to play it straight up. They have confidence enough in the Monkey King pick going mid, giving them enough tempo with the matchup against the Primal Beast. But this is a auto-lose lane. Void Bane does not beat Enigma. Like, I don't care how well you play it. It's just not doable. Of course, you can always throw, but barring some crazy shenanigans like that, this is going to be a dominating lane for Liquid. This Marcy lane looks pretty strong as well. They're even going to pseudo tri-lane it at the start because they know how powerful this Enigma is. First, the lack of Eidolon clear. Looking for an early first blood.
The disruption. We're going to see Soxa try and help himself here with the bushwhack. But, of course, there's still two supports that are going to run him down. So, Liquid still walk away with the first blood. This one goes to Insania. 33, who opted not to show in lane because I think he knew something like this was possible. I thought he was going to grab the creep wave from behind the tower, but
Lost his courier, too.
Yeah, that's
tough start for Tundra in this off lane, which I think was already going to be a little bit of a tough lane.
Yeah, every single time. Ooh, bushwhack misses there. Again, Tundra with some early whiffs on their abilities, though. It didn't stop them from still getting the victory in game one, as it seems that their late game was inevitable. Burrow strike back in, 33, but he still has stick charges. One more hit from Insania. That innate starts building up, and now it's going to start building up on Soxa, too, though he has his own innate. One of those hits is already missed, thanks to the tree taking the hit instead. So, trading out cores in the bottom lane. This is certainly going to be a lot of battling. Also, a question of, we're talking about lane shenanigans. What about the shenanigans in mid lane? Because we have the Monkey King counter pick here against Nisha's Primal Beast. Is Nisha going to do his best Maureen impression? Leave lane early, start back lane? What do you do here?
He did go the early boots, but he is just getting
Грусть заїдаю.
You're seeing the reaction.
Не вірю в ліквідів.
Not the start he wanted. He's going to have to do some back laning. Like, there's no way he can continue to play this straight up with the start BZM has had on that CS chart.
Frankly, I think Nisha is just not comfortable with that kind of play.
No, it's not his style.
He likes laning straight up. He does not like having to do weird, cheesy stuff.
I agree. It's not his MO. It doesn't use his exact strengths as a player, right? Like, you'd rather have him just beating someone mid, taking it straight to him, but he has no choice here. Those early waves were a disaster.
Second go around. Insania trying to cut through the trees, will not be able to juke out Soxa. His aim is true and finds a second kill for Tundra. No trade out this time.
Liquid had that first blood, but Tundra are getting the better of Liquid in this laning phase in game 2. I mean, this is going to be an absolute free farm mid Monkey King. Avoid surviving top for now. That's the lane that will go bad for Tundra over time. But if these other two go well enough to make up for it, that's a lane phase win.
Tower did not quite get in range of the tower. They got to be careful fighting into all of these Eidolons. One stun is all it takes. Crystal is hoping that he gets enough to, trade off a kill. It's just clearly not going to happen. This is the one lane that will go very well for the Enigma. You said it at the start. There's just simply no way for them to win.
Yeah, no shot. You're looking to get as much as you can before you have to abandon. Eidolons are going to be strong in this game. Eventually, you can rotate some other heroes into this Enigma, maybe gank him or deal with him, but...
Well, that's also the danger for Tundra's offlane, right? If Saberlight is having good enough time, Boxy can leave him alone and go to that safe lane.
I mean, you can rotate Boxy to gank other lanes, and you can also rotate heroes into this Enigma lane if it starts to push in, especially around the level 3 Eidolons, and just destroy who's ever lingering there. It's another big option for Liquid, which they love that move.
What on earth? Mango on the ground.
Well, so far, this Monkey King last pick has done its job. 24-12 to the 9-0. Is well ahead in net worth as well. He's a full level ahead. This is pretty brutal. And this is a mid hero in this Monkey that he can go top and kill Enigma, right? He can go bottom and skew that lane. He has options to use this advantage.
Oh, nice body blocking there. Beautiful micro there from Saberlight. The cookie on one of the Eidolons gets in front of the Bane and then continues to body block him, ensuring the kill.
Little glyph on the trample, making Nisha's life even more miserable. I mean, Primal is a hero that can function from a sacrificial position. His spells are powerful. You can always make up for it in the team fights. But he does have a lot of stuns to go into, and it's generally not the kind of lineup Primal has fun playing into without a BKB. Even BKB this game, you're up against Grip and Chrono.
Considering the fact that net worth actually seems to be pretty even, 33 Burrow Strike. Nice read, holding on to the Burrow Strike there, but there's still the disruption, and there's still a blood grenade. Insania brought another one of those little bit of utilities. Yeah, he does have a Lotus, and they realize that they will not go for the kill. Insania is actually going to drop pretty low here, trying to get him with the bushwhack, not required. Blood grenade will finish him off.
And Sox is having himself a series. Salvage that mid-game in game 1 with the tiny and 3-1 start here for the Hoodwink, breaking that early smoke. Giving 33 a much easier time on this lane with some small outplays.
Yeah, there's a reason why 33 left Liquid. And it was because he wanted to rejoin his old teammate in Soxa, right?
Austin, they left each other. It was a mutual party.
Sure it was. Bookie will force Chrysalis to use the time walk defensively with creep wave under tower. So, even net worth, who would you rather beat on this side? Would you rather have a Primal Beast get sacrificed or a Faceless Void and a Bane?
Considering the draft, I think the Faceless Void having a slow start is fine for Tundra. Like, I would
Okay.
rather have the Primal have a better start. That said, I think Liquid were always going to win this laning phase just based on the setup. So if you're Tundra, you're trying to limit the damage, right? Like, I don't think you're going into this first 10 minutes expecting to have a lead out of that. You're expecting Liquid to pull ahead, particularly because of the core matchups. Just trying to extract little wins. And if you can extract more from this lane,
big kill.
This is really going to compound the problem. Again, that XP differential between these two mids, the amount of net worth BZM has gotten here, he can translate this into other lane wins around the map. That's the big concern if you're Liquid. You're doing fine on the side lane. You're winning those. What happens when this Monkey King, who's already almost level 7, shows up? And you take that fight.
With an Orb of Frost, an Orb of Blight, and Power Treads.
And look at this, Wisdom Shrine, 7 minutes. It's a classic Monkey King rotation if he wants it. Or he just wants to ruin Nisha's entire career here. I mean, this is...
Yeah, it's usually the MO of these Monkey Kings to just try and Wukong's command on the Wisdom Shrine. Insania tries to sneak it because I think they were afraid of the Monkey King controlling their own Wisdom Shrine, so they had to make a play somewhere else. But BZM, he tricked it out. Nisha is just going to be shut out of this laning phase entirely. It will still be a 2-2 split, but it forced the Enigma to go back into lane, so gave Chrysalis actually a lane or two to play with.
Really interesting he didn't go for that Wisdom Shrine at this. I think that would have been the automatic play for a lot of teams. Maybe Tundra doesn't always play that tempo style, but there's also a possibility he felt if he goes up there, he's going to get outnumbered because his safe lane is the weakest lane in the game right now. Like, the Void Bane cannot help you fight that Wisdom Shrine at all. So it's just him versus Enigma Eidolons plus Snap, maybe a TP in, and then if you die there, you throw all this momentum.
And you're not guaranteed to get into that position in the first place, right? It's because Monkey King can tree cross across the map, right, that he gets there in the first place. But if you're spotted and you get, like, cookied, or maybe, you know, we know Saberlight doesn't have it, but maybe he has Midnight Pulse,
Yeah,
which
later
is
on in the
gonna be
game,
a problem to
there's
consider.
some tree cuts. I kind of like that decision, you know, the more I think about it. I think it was the disciplined choice.
Ooh, Nisha gets away before both the Boundless Strike and the Bushwhack can stop him there. He gets caught, probably dies. It's pretty far outside of any sort of TP area. Meanwhile, Big Gay, with the help of his Helma Dom creep, almost gets the kill on 33. May still get the kill. Oh, the Pine Cone will run him down.
That's not the thing you want to die to, but sometimes it gets the job done. Helmet Dominator paying off. Okay, just farming the wave. And honestly, I mean, Nisha is recovering here. Like, if he gets the creep cut, if he gets to pull it to camps, his hero farms incredibly fast.
Saberlight, he's gonna get 6 off of this one. A sick move. That was one hell of a read. It was a level 5 Enigma, but they made the disruption play knowing they were gonna kill the range creep to get 6. And that would set up the black hole. Nisha almost dies to the duo of BZM and Toby, but he does manage to get away ever so barely. Once again, BZM, this Primal Beast, he's an endangered species out here. He's just being hunted down non-stop.
But no momentum for the Monkey King. No kill connection there. You get the black hole on the Faceless Void. It's exactly what you want in this matchup. And Nisha gets to continue to farm. This is a very good sequence for Liquid. This is going to start to build the lead out of this laning phase. Not much Tundra can do about it at this point. Their supports are just not strong enough to combat how strong these cores are on the lane. And Stack, however. He's back on the triangle for 33. And this guy will always find some net worth.
Avery, last game, Liquid, no Helmet Doms. This time around, they're going to have 2 Helmet Doms to the 1 on the side of Tundra.
So they won.
So is that enough to win? Is that enough to push us to a game 3? Primal's going to join this top lane, which is the strongest lane for Liquid. Primal Beast is a hero that needs to accelerate through kills, so best to play wherever Saberlight is. They'll get the kill and get the tower.
I'm surprised Tundra are lingering up here at all. They plan to double ward up here as well, as if they're trying to fight or protect this safe lane, but there is no fighting or protecting this lane. Summons are way too good against their lineup early until Sand King and the Monkey can clear them out later on. Kinda have to just respect the strength of the Enigma here and not be too much away to Saberlight in this early game. bend but don't break right now as Liquid ramp up the pressure.
Yeah, you're not getting a power rune here. Monkey King on one side, Toby on the other. It's a regen rune for BZN.
And you really have to be careful about showing mid. Very high chance that Liquid make a smoke move or try and collapse on this lane with the Enigma backstab. We're gonna try and smoke into it and catch Saberlight before that happens. Boxy breaking pathway here.
Yeah, well, he was. Now Saberlight's on the low ground. The smoke breaks on either side, but they've already jumped onto Saberlight. Looking up the... Oh, no, the cookie! It's not the Wukong's command. Still, though, the Enigma is limping back and will not be able to escape.
That was the Croaker.
The Croaker?
Yeah, Croaker ran over and tendrilled him.
That's funny.
That is quite annoying. But that's a huge smoke for Tundra. It's not just about getting Monkey King that kill, it's slowing the strongest hero on the map down, that Enigma. Looking for that backstab move around that tier 1. He gets killed, that whole play gets broken up. You buy a minute, maybe even a little bit more here on the map to keep farming up. Buys your other cores a lot of time. Liquid not happy about giving that up. Still in a good spot out of this laning phase, but they are looking to take that and snowball it more straight back into mid. Not deterred at all, and for good reason. There is no protecting this tower.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, especially with the Monkey King. After that situation in TP bottom, I feel like the only way Tundra can ever fight Liquid right now is around that Monkey King. Around his Wukong's command, but...
It's just such a fast lineup from Liquid. It feels like they went back to their MO in this game too and said, we don't want to be stuck in some late game ultra greed fest with late game refreshers and all this nonsense. We're just gonna win lanes, 8 towers, tempo you out of the map, have a really fast carry that is gonna come online faster than the greed you've gone for, and there is your third tier 1 down before the 12-minute mark.
And we're gonna use Helmadoms the way Gaben intended.
Yes.
To push towers instead of as a hand of Midas that rats the map every once in a while. Primal Beast surrounded, tries to go for a charge away. That'll limit the epicenter damage. Crystallis.
Ну що, чат, є надії на ліквідів.
Zox is on the other side. Once again, Zox makes the difference. You do not have to expend Chronosphere.
3-1-4 for this hoodwink. I mean, he is doing work.
Можна покласти нетворси.
Together for Tundra right now. They do not have the playmaking or damage.
У Мікі фріфармчик, але і на МК було так само.
Continuing to post up here, steal a lot of farm away from Tundra. This is
Так,
where
а
the
у
Saints
Вайда
are
вообще проблемки.
taking ancient stacks. Benefit of getting all those tier 1s down. I mean, they scam that triangle. If it hits, what are you going to do about it? Are you actually going to run heroes in here and try and contest this?
Enigma Pipe, бач, бере. Ні, я поки хвилююсь ще. Я поки хвилююсь. У мене є сумніви. Я не вірю в Марсі. Типу, якщо вони не закінчать до 40-ї, то все. В лейті нема шансів просто. От, Санич, ти бачиш взагалі вей-офи в лейті? Єдине, що вей-оф, да, це ідеальний блекхол.
All the abilities synergize really well. That's a 3x streak. Got that squirrel off the map. That's true. So the bonus goal. Getting baited in. Big K tries to burst him down.
Ну да. Ну, кульочок окремий. Окремий кульочок просто наверх покласти, хай буде. Я завтра все...
He got messed up by that Shadow Demon. 4 points to disseminate. Maybe not expecting that build, but it chunked him.
Але якщо не встигнеш, не знаю.
Now it's the Wisdom Shrine, perhaps being taken by Liquid. Look at Crystallis, though. He wants to take it and do something with this positioning. I'm not sure what, though.
I mean, he doesn't do any damage here, so...
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chronosphere into what? Xania will take the Wisdom Shrine. He will be run down at the same time. Is it worth it to give up a support to take the Wisdom Shrine?
14 minute one, yeah.
When does it no longer become worth?
Probably around that 21.
Someone better have
I think first and second are worth. Third is iffy. Fourth, you know, then you're in these mid-late games, like you give up a hero, you're maybe losing Roche, it's not worth it.
Yeah, you're losing a lot of time on the map.
That one's worth it, though. He's only dead for like 20 seconds here. Creates a nice XP differential. You can continue to hunt these supports. This is still a level 6 Bane, right? Like, Toby is not getting experience in this game unless he can start finding some kills. And it's unlikely you're going to be able to do that consistently when you've lost a lot of your tier 1s early and your core heroes just need time to get damage online.
duo of Helmet Dog creeps pushing the bottom lane. They'll hunt down Saberlights. Because that was the one that is more of a threat to these towers. Summoning the skeletons. A rally. Yeah.
TM can keep looking for kills, but it's just so hard to find them with the lack of information.
It's also not just the Helmet Doms, right? It is the aura advantage. This time, Liquid are going to have the aura advantage over Tundra. I think a rare thing to say.
That's true. 33 is not going to go utility here. He's trying to scale. I would love for Liquid to overextend into them right now. That's how they get a good fight. Liquid are just not biting the
Поки
bait.
виглядають сильно.
33.
Ліквіди поки.
Thinks he's spotted. Third strikes out, blinks backwards, joins his Bane in a smoke into mid lane behind BZM.
Слухай, ну, BZM, ой, BZM, цей Monkey King,
Not afford another death. He really needs that BKB.
щось так собі, да, виглядає в цій катці.
There's nowhere to smoke to.
Але слухай, арена цікава, будуть ці солдати в арені бити в куполі чи ні?
Suffocated here.
Так там,
Not too many
блін, боляче.
places for Tundra to go.
That's really awkward for them. Their vision is all bottom right, but that tier 1 tower is still up. And it doesn't really see that much of Liquid's jungler where they're farming their own jungles dark. Having trouble getting the lanes in. Only the Monkey King really wants to show aggressively, and at this point he doesn't want to show anymore with Primal off the map.
Liquid does take a step back here to finish their first BKB. That's going to be Marcy completing hers. The Primal Beast still a ways away.
БКБ.
Which
Олександр, а як
means
ти
that Toby's
оцінюєш
positioning is going to be
закуп
so
Мікі?
important because Mickey does a ton of damage,
Олександр,
but he
що
does have the
кажеш?
counter to the BKB. He can stop
Це тру чи не тру?
rampaging carry.
Just a standoff on this top lane.
Ну,
Nobody wants to show and get
судячи з твоїх коментарів, то Мікі дурний, виходить, трохи.
Why Liquid is so
Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
trying to wait for this pipe on Saberlight.
Ой, давай, давай, давай.
They can't wait forever.
Let's go Liquid, let's go Liquid.
They pushed out the map a lot. They pushed out top. BZM has been pushing out bottom. Chrysalis
А
is
там
getting
нема
farm in the
нікого.
jungle. They're going to give up a tower here. This move really needs to work for Liquid.
They are giving up a lot. They're just losing this tier 1 for free bottom.
And Tundra is even aware of what could be coming their way.
О, давай, давай,
Stand
давай.
on the gate. The
Пацани,
stand might expire
погнали,
Too early.
as Liquid come through.
погнали.
But they do have
Ой-ой-ой.
one that spots it. They should see the
Let's
channel
go
they saw the channeling on
Liquid.
the gate. Soxa puts himself in a position to break the smoke, and yeah.
Бля,
Tundra,
всі звалили.
they say, "All right, let's
Пиздец,
use a
блядь,
ton of
алло.
space that we just
Один
got for
BZM є.
ourselves." 33 is gonna get greedy with it though. He's
Let's
gonna
go,
try
я
and
пінгую,
stay on
пінгую.
liquid side of the map, and Nisha's
схватив, бля.
He really doesn't have a way out of here. As long as Nisha can still track him, misses, it spots 33 once. He's gonna go Sandstorm TPO. Oh, good read from Nisha. He couldn't see 33, but he gets a grab on the neutrals and gets the AoE slam to stop the teleport.
Що це було, блядь? Який нахуй кріп?
Able to find him anyway. As on
Чи це він зробив так, щоб збити? А він його не бачив, да?
Still dies, but at the hands of Mickey.
That was still a pretty big outmaneuver sequence.
Oh, there goes your TP. Zox just being a nuisance. If you can't get kills, he'll stop TPs.
Я думав, ще й місанув. Бабка ще ульт, блядь, куди плюнула.
From mid to top through the gate, all the way to bottom left of the map to then chase the Sand King to another
До речі,
camp.
в боксі
Just to get that one
на
kill.
бабці.
That is time for Crystallis to hit the jungle. Time for Monkey King to push some waves. Even the Hoodwink gets a little bit.
Подивися, нетворс та приємний у Марсі. І це Рошанчик. Але, друзі, треба заходити, друзі, треба заходити, треба ламати, ламати, ламати.
The game pace here.
На 50-й хвилині вам нема що робити проти Вайда.
Very close to it for Nisha, and then it's green light across the
Просто
board.
БКБ. А ти казав про шарт, про башер щось.
You should be trying to find as many of them as you can get. Start pushing some of these tier 2s.
Це просто такий класичний закуп, да?
In danger of the game
На всі пори року.
One or two more deaths on Marcy are going to slow this game down a lot and hurt your scale.
Чиста
And if this
класика.
game does go
Виконання.
late, I do favor Tundra. I mean, their tri-core is just terrifying
Ну ще до Ганіма довго. Цей йобаний домік.
Black hole. I don't think black hole is going to be relevant, frankly. You have way too many cancels.
Mixed bag, but in situations where you jump in black hole faceless void +1 or something, I can see it doing some damage here. You don't need a lot of control for this Marcy to burst heroes.
Yeah, that's true. First Tormentor of the game and first Roshan of the game will both go Liquid's way. Shard for Insania.
Cleanse a little time dilation on somebody.
Yeah.
Not insignificant. Bonus heal.
Definitely out the Primal Beast when he charges in.
Very nice. But time to pick up the pace. Time to start getting these lanes.
Так, друзі, давайте щось організовуватись. Башер присутній, друже, Башер присутній.
Kill that hero when they show. This type of sequencing would feel really good for Liquid right now, because man, it's just so hard to stop Tundra from finding farm.
Ну, Башер прям смачно виглядає. Під Аганімчик.
Just can't. They're too efficient.
Шардік я маю на увазі.
Maybe Falcons would disagree with that, but
I was going to say that.
Так, друже.
But they build too much of a lead.
Міша, давай трошки активності. Ну грати на праймбони чи грати, друзі, на праймбони чи грати. Мати такий рахунок, ну щось ще якось таке. Ой-ой-ой, якщо Вайда, а якщо Вайда, а якщо Вайда, а якщо Вайда, куди йдеш, Войт, не тікай. Не встигли. Є білка халявна. Халявна білка. Хавай нахуй. Опа. Бу-бу-бум. Бу-бу-бум. Дякую, Ніша мене почув. Йому стало стидно. Красота вообще просто. Ну ти знаєш, так воно сохнути буде. Хоча, що там сохнуть? Завтра з'їмо. Ага. Хто? Ніша?
Just doesn't feel efficient. These dom creeps keep pushing in the waves against them.
Yeah, I think the
Друзі, а є 2 хвилини. Давайте організовуватись. Мапу відтискайте, маєте перевагу. 5к переваги на 22-й хвилині – це небагато, Санчес. Це один файт пройобаний. You know? Тут було б 10, уже було б спокійніше. Let's go, Liquid.
All their lanes get pushed in, right? They don't have these Helmet Dom creeps keeping the lanes in and keeping the map dark for Tundra.
Ні, це нормально, це ж нічого ж тата мені принесуть. А я то викину. Довийобувався.
Just kind of got gifted to him. Out of nowhere. Here's a two-man burrow, two-man kill. Boomerang.
І ще, дивися, ще й демона знайшли.
No joke. And that is more time. That is all Tundra want in this game. They just want time. Time to scale, time to get that Faceless Void off up the charts.
Ну от Liquid зараз пускають гру на самотек. Нема активності.
That is not the tempo Liquid we're looking for.
Yeah, be careful now.
От зараз просто Єга, вони нічого не спушили. Давайте Т2 хоча б заберіть на міду. Чого ви тут на боті товчитесь? Так, один домік. 2 домік. До речі, у бабки, дивися, мека. Це приємно. Просто байтять, щоб не пушили. Давайте на мід перетяжку, заберіть хоча б таверочок. Подивися, вже 3К. Ну це ніхуя.
There's a hoodwink killing waves from the tree line. It's like I've seen this stupid troll summoner go to Liquid's off lane at least 10 times this game. Summon his
Ліквіди на таймері, друзі.
and laugh in their face, and nobody wants to go back and
Пік сили у ліквідів буде через 10-15 хвилин. 20 максимум, далі вже все, спад.
It's just so effective this game because
Дивись, просто, блядь, з Аганімом пробігались.
if the Marcy goes back, he's not
Якщо вб'ють МК, то буде добре, але що МК дурний?
And the Enigma is a pretty slow hero around the map. Like he's not.
Давай, може, Шиву, значить, спочатку. Праймал. Нахуя рефрешер сразу? Він же ж ніхуя не дає, крім рефреша. Шива броні дасть. Подивись на Вайда, блядь, це вже не смішно. Обіцяний був. Ну і то добре. А хто забрав шарт, не пам'ятаєте?
Punish coming their way. This is the same area as the Shadow Demon Primal Beast got jumped last time. This is just going to be the Primal Beast. He got off the BKB though. Wait, not dead yet. No Chronos.
Хорош.
And he gets a blink away. Sox is
Нет, пизда.
Oh, he's right around the corner. We would have had him.
Пощастило.
Didn't see. Successful TP out from Nisha this time around. The gank does not work for Tundra, but you know, you sent the heroes back.
Ну реально, у нього 500 мани, який рефрешер, друзі.
It's still summoning here, man.
It's still here, man.
Somebody kill this troll.
It's killing under tower. Crystal has just realized, whoops.
I mean, he's probably like, why is this not already dead?
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower
Дивись, що з кріпами робить.
Thing heals up, by the way, so.
He's gonna pull the wave, and that means there is no creep wave.
This is just so
Beating
annoying.
under tower.
So annoying for Liquid. They don't want to be in games like this.
Ой, блядь.
Where the map's getting manipulated and they just can't set up their quick plays and get the connection.
Енігма, коли блекхоли?
This team likes to play.
Ну ти ж не Void.
So uncomfortable.
Але воно така іменно плотнячком, да? Дагерок буде. Чекають дагер на Енігмі. Ну йобаний сир. Шо Вайда вже? Ну Вайда ніхуя, до речі. Ну чисто на фарм слати. МК також не сильно страшний. А Марсі, блядь, страшна, чуваки. Блексанич би з таким затаром би, блядь, їбало би відлітало, друзі. А де Аганім, я щось не бачу. Він передумав? Санич. У Блексанича б уже, блядь, якщо він був би у нього такий затар, там їбало би летіло у пацанів, блядь. Тупо лящі були б сракачі.
Would you feel better about your potential to win this game going late?
Я списав вище, так. Дагон класно працює проти всіх кріпів. Це помилка зараз, щоб ловити білку. Мікі, не Аганім треба, а Блінк або Шарт. Так. Є Блінк, все, поняв. Треба дагер або Блінк. Записав Санич. Або дагер купляємо, або Блінк. А якщо дагер і Блінк? Став лайк, якщо уловив прикольчик.
It's not how their lineup wants to play. Like,
No, they cannot go on their side of the river. They can't go this far back. But you conceded to tier 1. You didn't find a kill for it. You can't concede a tier 2.
I mean, honestly, this is the type of game where like 5 boots of travel.
Шарт, так, я поняв, Санич. Я просто прикол потянув. Далі.
You're gonna go to the off lane. I'll cut the mid lane.
This is
BZN is just hopping in and out, tree after tree, tree after tree.
illegal. What is happening right now?
I mean, Saberlight's got to get like a blink dagger just so he has a chance to kill the Monkey King when he jumps into these trees, right? Jump Midnight Pulse.
This Void is about to be ahead of your Marcy. It is not the best, or I should say, it's not the easiest matchup for Marcy.
Так, кріти вже наче є.
Can be okay if you burst him, but
Ось, майже.
I feel like 50% of the watch time is on this creep.
Дивися, кайфує, кайфує. Ніша кайфує.
you know, this is like
Ніша на
an example of
преймбоничі.
why I would want 33 on my team.
Oh yeah.
So you don't have to play against, you know, whatever nonsense his team is doing.
Yeah.
Санич, як ти розцінюєш це стояння, коротше, і фармежку?
They got it. Round of applause in the chat.
З боку Ліквід.
The troll has been slain. Liquid will get to play Dota now.
Тобі подобається? Liquid get to play Dota now.
As his
Їм
brother-
треба вже грати в доту.
His twin brother.
You forgot about me.
I will get vengeance.
Nisha's like, no. No. I will not let you.
Погано чи добре?
Troll 2 has been slain.
Скільки домиків у тундри? Один. У тундри один домик, а у нас два.
About that. We'll have to farm
У
the
ліквідів,
old-fashioned
точніше.
He's catching up to the Marcy.
Yeah, he's gonna
Єдине,
overdose there.
бач,
I mean,
єдине
it's inevitable.
врятування на лейт підстраховочка — це Аганім Shadow Демона.
Halfway there.
Але щось Shadow Демони не хочуть це
Get him with, tag him with a
це
poison.
збирати.
Unlikely to stop him here unless he's really surprised by the Primal Beast or the Enigma. It's got BKB. Oh, got him.
Опа! Лови нахуй.
From Nisha to cut the trees.
Чи назис?
Indeed, gets surprised by
Розбита їбало. Дивуйся, шокуються. А ось, блядь, а ось приколіст. Ой-ой-ой, підхилили! А Блекхол буде сьогодні чи завтра? Супер. Ловіть цього. Де нахуй стан, йобаний? 2 в 2, ну норм. Норм. Беріть Рошана тоді. А, нема демеджу, все, поняв, нахуй.
And also, Tundra were playing this hit and run game, right? Like, Chrysalis is hitting Mickey, but as soon as he sees the Enigma, he makes a run for it, and then it's the Sand King's turn to jump in.
Тупо рефрешер, блядь. Ще й гем. Лови білку їбучу.
That's a 5-on-4 with the refresher primal. They're super strong right now in the fight.
And instead, all you end up with is a 2-for-2 in that fight specifically.
Чому Ганім не тарять Праймалу? Там же шкоди більше.
Some good gold for Nisha on this primal. You get that faceless void kill, and you're gonna be able to take Roche here. No chrono available, no epicenter.
Давай, хоч Рошана заберіть. Тоді, блядь, не буду вас засуджувати.
So this will be an Aegis for Mickey. Big deal playing into all these big ults.
Якщо заберуть Рошану, то все ок. Ти, блядь, демедж, нахуй. Їбіть своїми домиками Рошана. Демеджа нема, блядь, що за крінж, нахуй?
The roar goes off. Look at Tundra. Liquid don't know it, but Tundra said, yeah, it's all yours. You can have it. We're farming the map.
Ну, вони вирішили зараз, коротше, дати файта. Блядь, що за крінж, я не розумію. Ні, ну нормально наче. Крити вже мають летіти, сонечко, летіти, крити. Опа! Банчика з'їли. Давай, чезіть. Опа, а там лінка. Давай Блекхол, похуй. Нормально. Але його неможливо вбити. Куди йдеш? Бекай. Марсіса Єгіса, а телепорт натиснути, ні? Ну, типу норм. Ні, ну ніхуя не норм.
Nisha running the other way here. He's got the gem too. What a massive loss for Liquid. 4 dying for this, a gem lost in a period of time that you had the Aegis.
Я так кажу. Зараз last chance у ліквідів. Вони всі ресаються і нав'язують бійку. Дають Блекхол хоча б вдвох і вбивають.
If the Marcy's not there to kill the hero.
I mean, especially if you're using both Pulverize and Black Hole at the same time.
That also doesn't help the situation.
Like, they had a chance, maybe, that they Black Hole, then they Pulverize.
А Міку Рошана забирав.
With all those spells chained up, well,
I don't even know then. Like, he just doesn't take that much damage here from everything, right? If you chain it, sure, but there is a chrono coming off cooldown.
Мікі Рошана.
They were pressured to force the spells because
Бив.
this cooldown's right there, right? It was about 5 seconds.
Yeah, they felt like they had to burst him immediately.
I just think this is an awkward fight with Mickey running across the whole map.
Agree.
Like, you just get sucked into a bad engagement. Trying to make the fast play, it's the right idea. You just had to be a little more patient there. And it works out for you. Instead, you pay a big price, 4 heroes plus that gem. And Mickey's sitting here with 2 lives going,
what do I do? What do I do?
Well, yeah, what am I supposed to do about that?
And how are they going to be able to force the fight? Ooh, Mickey almost caught him there. How are they going to be able to catch these heroes when they?
Да, це, до речі, перша гра, де Торментера не контролять.
It also means that Tundra's vision that has been recently placed is very likely to stay alive. They're going to be.
Але ТП тут було тільки на цю вежу. Ну міг би, реально було б швидше. Т1 не було. Сенс Роші, що зараз вони можуть іти все ж таки пушити або смока гангати. Забрати Рошана, типу, сенсор. Ой, Торментера зараз.
And it makes all these disables, the pulverize, the black hole, demonic purge, whatever it is, makes them a lot more deadlier. Particularly for Crystallis on this faceless void. He can get chunked down. There is a real chance. He's gonna
Йдіть заберіть реально Торментера. Ну що за хуйня?
Especially with that level 25 talent. already has the level 21. He got a lot of experience out of that fight. It was a big deal for him. These are big talents for the face.
Ходять, блядь, ходять. Все, готов, Сайберлайт, блядь. Ну, якщо не буде з Блекхола зараз вдвох, нахуй, то це бан, блядь. Опа, знайшли.
So it'll pick off. Still have 2 minutes on this agent. Gotta remember that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think they can go.
Ну, вони, звісно, едалонами і торміками пушать, дай боже.
I think you want to go higher.
Yeah.
2 хвилини, ну вони будуть намагатися заходити. Але там, ну, хроносфера вайда. Я би, напевно, не заходив би. Ну, заберіть підійти ментора, чуваки. Похуй, не вірю. Ну, банер ще є. Ну, бабка може видати багато і під сейва. Точніше, демеджу і під хіла. Але якщо зараз буде в купол буде, блядь, епіцентр, от буде, нахуй. Дивися, трусить стоїть. По Марсі похоронять 2 рази. Просто коли, блядь, пушити нема кому, блядь, одна Марсі стоїть, мілічник пуше. То тупо очково. Мені здається, що це трохи свято. Для ліквідів, що їм дали забрати тавер. В неї зато Дедаліс уже є. Давай, 38 секунд, блядь, ну дави, йобаний сир. Я навіть не вірю, що вони якщо сторону заберуть. Так, макака стрибнув. Блекхол готується. Манки зловили. Давай, Блекхол, сука ти йобана! Давай, нахуй, нормально. Фу. Чуть не забанив, нахуй, Сайберлайта. Думав, що манки стрибне, блядь. А є газ 15 секунд ще. Хроно є. Похорони, блядь. Байбек. Бекай, просто бекне, просто бекне. Так куди, нахуй? Блекхол побачимо в наступному році.
That is an amazing team fight from Tundra, especially with how it starts.
Oh, yeah.
You sacrifice the monkey, but you get effectively 3 almost 4-man chrono, zone the primal into the base, while epicenter sandstorm is going on.
БКБ треба було тиснути. В нього БКБ, блядь, 8 секунд. Один Войд піздить. Вон в 3 їбала можна забрати Вайда? Блекхол навіть на нього віддати. Можна, блядь, чи ні? Тут білка, правда, стоїть.
Positioning from Liquid just got mega punished here. And then the chef's kiss, you kill him with 1 second after the Aegis expiration. Not that it would have mattered, but you just got no value out of your Marcy. BKB, Mickey doesn't get to hit anything. Everybody clumps. And now you need more.
No doubt about it now.
Не, зараз будуть похорони, ну хроносфери ще нема.
Well, he knows. I mean, it's
Hunter have full advantage of this game now. Bushwhack gets the grab.
Єбать, що це коїться тут? На, нахуй. Де Сайберлайт? А, він не може ніхуя зробити. Але вбили, блядь, але вбили, ніхуя собі. Давай, сука, блядь, синя, сука, стрибай уже кудись, нахуй. Що ти фоткаєш, стоїш, йобаний крінж. Стоїть, блядь, фоткає. Вайда вбили, дай Боже здоров'я Мікі. Та похуй же, просто дай той блекхол, блядь, дай контроль, хоч когось вбити, блядь. Блядь, це просто... Я пікати тоді цього чела. Давайте тепер форсті байбек. Там байбекалась макака і ще хтось байбекався. Форс, давай нахуй цього синього. І бантяя, блядь, сюди нахуй. Пан Стрім, ви би не могли, не матюка. Можу, добре. Що? Чи діти дивляться? Можу. Якщо потрібно, не буду. Та не можу, вже не вистачає емоцій. То Наві, то ліквіди, мінус серце, розумієте?
Pretty confident, right? That high ground push, continue to push out on the map. You're like, these are TI champions for a reason. They're not going to go out easy.
Yeah,
And they're going to put the pressure on Tundra even if they're maybe slightly unfavored, they're
Давайте по таймінгам, щоб байбека не було.
you mess up one fight, the game's just over for you here.
It may be a 30%
Розумієш,
chance at victory, but
цей
their best chance
Фреймбонич тупо боїться пушити, що його швидко вб'ють, розумієш?
before it goes too late. 40 minutes, an aggressive force staff, a blink back on Mickey.
Ой, блін, бек був хорош.
That would have been such a nasty
Є
aggressive
хрона.
force staff into boundless strike and
Вони
epic
відійшли.
better play.
Давайте якимись домиками допушти щось.
Lucky to get out of there. Extra cast range on this hoodwink, you really got to think about the utility.
That's true, yeah, that's a good point. Aether lens plus that go nuts.
Та яких 3-4, Преміч, я такому не мрію. Хоча б вдвох, Блекхол це вже перемога. Де цей... Чи з банкою бігає на 40-й хвилині?
Chrysalis and BZM are closing in on 25.
Давай уже бери Шиву і поїхали.
On Chrysalis.
Та як вбивати Вайда? Скаді уже у Вайда. І рефрешер через 7 хвилин.
Now we talk about the 25 talents. I feel like those are all favoring Thunder.
Oh yeah, for sure this game. And refresher on that Sand King is a big deal here.
Рефрешер від Сандкінга і Блінк. Зараз, якщо підставляються...
Now the fight is still anybody's.
GG. Shadow демони просто не хочуть збирати аганіми. От просто не хочуть. Просто хочуть бути через бідність. Білд через бідноту.
Mickey, he's gonna show. Soxa backs away. Glimmer capes out of there.
So scary to push in right here.
And not get lured into going all
Ой-ой-ой, білку зловили. Отак в відкритому полі файтиться їм приємно.
DM holding high ground.
They pop their BKBs. Zeros are spotted in the river, and there goes Wukong's man. Mickey, oh, he managed to get a visible blade on the Chrysalis.
Зараз буде купол. Войд. Давай. Ух, блядь, пощастило. Войд байбекнувся. Розійдіть, пацани, просто бекніть. Бекніть, друзі. Просто бекніть. Бабуля, блядь, стрибаємо. Хорош. Це хорошо. Та я бачив охуєнний той Блекхол, Санич. Блекхол бачив. Нішу не бачу, я був задоволений Сайберлайтом, дайте хоч похвалю пацана. А де Крімсон, що не протиснути, чи він відкатився вже? Це є Шива. Так, а під стан би він і так би попав від Марсів, в неї ж башер. Я абюзав. Там, типу, 2 стана гарантовано.
Yeah, they saw it spawn.
I would expect you're just sitting someone in this pit, you do it instantly.
О, зверху допушили. Дай Боже. Давайте тільки не будемо віддавати цю всю фігню, давайте. А є варіанти? Ну, у Мікі зараз буде. Вони наче встигають. А Іон, щоб видати 100%... О, вони йдуть. У бабки є ульт. У бабки є ульт. Дивись, який скаут стоїть. Це Рошан стоїть. Білку зловили? Це білки нема. Все, супер. Супер. Супер, друзі, супер. Блекхол зараз буде. 30 секунд. 30 секунд Блекхол. Можна пробувати стартувати, але є хрона, друзі, є хрона. Войд стоїть. Давай. Напльовуй туди, напльовуй. Напльовуй, молодець. Блекхол уже готовий. Готовий, 15, не готовий. Давай, напльовуй. Марсі дуже товста. 3300. Щось до неї летить. А він димажить потроху Рошана. Войд стоїть з Блекхола. Обійдіть Саркатан. Нападіть на Войда. Манкі готовий. Давай, просто чекати. Беклайн з'їли. Шикарно. Просто чекати. Так. Подивіться, мімо, Марсі живий! Сука! А його забрали, блядь. Дай бек. Ловимо, ловимо. Ловимо нахуй. Рона нахуй. Бабка, 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 бабка. Бабка, плюй нахуй, плюй, 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 плюй. Вайдо, вайдо. Ні, все, все. Все, посипались. Посипались, посипались. Але купа байбеків. Купа байбеків, купа байбеків. Нормально. Це нормально.
That's a sick fight from Liquid. The amount they're up against here, the amount of damage they're just trying to fight through, the amount of buybacks on the outpost. Ultimates, they use 0 buybacks of their own.
Там буде рефрешер, який... Оце зря. А ні, чекай. Чекай. Давай пробувати. Давай пробувати. Тебе є плюшка, плюшка, плюшка. Так, тепер тобі треба ховатись. Оце погано вже. Оце пізда просто. А що він продав рефрешер? У Вайда ж був рефрешер, друзі. От зараз буде форс. Оце просто хуйню вони зараз зробили. Що один, що інший, блядь. Але буде Shadow Demon, буде Енігма. Не віддавайте байбеки, друзі. Давайте до кінця на яйцях.
It's just the AoE control their lineup has. I still think Liquid did a tremendous job in that fight at prioritizing the right targets and the spell casting.
Все. Відбилися, відбилися.
On the Monkey King, connected on the Void, but
Так, Демага реально... А звідки у нього мінус Демаг тільки, щоб... А, то кріпи дали. Ну, я не можу сказати, що Демага 0.
The true carry has come alive here for Tundra in the late game. It's 33. It was always 33. It's always gonna be 33.
Так, ну так, а як якого хера бабка з праймалом вмерли в міду? От скажіть мені. От зараз би вже могли б смокіп десь би ходити, розумієш, всі разом?
Oh, they used none.
In part because they weren't in a position to use those buybacks. They would have loved if Roshan was the other side of the map and they had an outpost to TP onto.
They did get everything out of that, right? They forced Crystallis to use Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard.
Yep.
They also got buybacks out of
Cheese Refresher Shard, да.
Didn't have to use any
Хороший
on the
рефреш.
subsequent base defense.
Ну, у Нігми на носі рефрешер, тримаю в курсі. Але байбек потрібен. Шива присутня. От, до речі, Тарасочка. Хто там не любить Тарасочку, має бути в цій грі. І Аганім. Може спочатку Аганім? Трошки більше демеджу. Але дивіться, з Тарасочкою цей кабан буде бігати ще довше.
How do you win a fight and push through buybacks and double ults on all these heroes if you're Liquid? Your lineup is just not designed to do it this late into the game. Like you're gonna need.
От Терментера можна вбити для Мікі Шарт, щоб Блексанич уже спокійно себе почував? Дякую, блядь. Дякую, блядь. Все, тепер Санич спокійний. Спокійний і тепер у Мікі все вийде.
No, it's not. Take a Tormentor Shard for the Marcy. Which, great on support Marcy. This one, just a bit of a damage boost.
Блядь, ну почему б не взяти йому цього, блядь, як його? Та якийсь нулік би, блядь, чи що? Мікі, ну нахуя цей рефрешер? Хоча з іншого боку, слухай, якщо вцепитись в Вейда, блядь, то я думаю, з рефрешером точно... Та він і без рефрешера його має, там тривалості ульта вистачає. Скільки там тривалість? 16, блядь. Камон. Вайда через 10 має не бути, що буде підтяга. Так, а схрони як випригнути?
You just gotta go in and believe, man. I mean, you pick Enigma TI for a reason. Do or die.
Cyberlight має рефрешер, але тримає на байбек.
Well, do you have the longer pulverize for a primal beast?
That helps a lot.
От у пацанів там ще байбеків немає насправді. Розумієте? Немає байбеків.
You have two of them. You have the Ags on the Snapfire as well.
А вони вже все проїбали. Піду по
Ags
пісю.
on the Shadow Demon, and you could buy out for a refresher on Marcy, so you have the gold for these items. These are all really big late game items for Liquid.
Yeah. And you get the Ags on the Primal Beast, you'll be able to get some breaks as well, which is important because that takes away the 20% backtrack for the Faceless Void. Increasing their chances. I mean, you want to be able to burst down the Faceless Void. They're going to throw out what? First aid bash! Chrysalis just instantly stops the initiation of Nisha. I don't know if that was actually going to be good for Liquid or not, if they could have killed him, but no chance, apparently.
It was not ordained.
It was fated
not meant
to fail.
be. You will never know. But the buybacks are slowly coming up for Tundra. That is the biggest story about this time period in the game. They're waiting out the cooldowns. They are getting the gold. They're trying to get all
Що вони
10
там
lives up.
кричать?
I'm sure there's a part of them that feels if we have 10 heroes, 10
Я
ultimates,
думаю, вже Мікі
we'll lose
відвалився.
this game. Like you have to believe that with this style of draft.
Yeah, I have to believe that they're favored, sure.
They're the favorite. I mean, we've seen the execution though from Liquid. Like I don't think the margin is that wide, honestly.
Yeah.
Все, поняв. Це так і потрібно і мене чекати, а
Yeah,
як?
we did see the win percentage actually creep back to their favor.
Dead even.
Weirdly enough.
Somehow Mickey is the most farmed hero here. I don't even understand how that's possible.
Didn't have to use buybacks.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like Tundra's cores, I think, have all bought back at some point in time in this game. I don't believe Mickey has.
Що, Рошана будемо чекати? А Войт потім всіх накриє?
It's pretty nice.
I think he would have bought out for it. Delay it a little bit here.
I mean, Tundra is just welcoming Liquid. Go ahead.
Є рефрешер у Енігми? Нема.
Out the map for him. Say, try it.
Нічого нема. У бабки що?
Tundra would love for Liquid to jump.
Лінза готується, що до демона. На кінець-то, блядь, боже, купи цей йобаний аганім уже.
Protect it with all this AoE.
Там же ж Войт з ілюзії буде стане так само, чи ні? Ну, мав би.
Let's be clear, there's no way Liquid should push the base, right? That time is gone.
Straight up.
Він ще блінка гільний хоче брати, бачиш? А нема слота на фляй. Хоча можна ж перекласти, перезарядитись і знову перекласти. Віджали територію.
Refresher on the Marcy plus the buyback available. All 5 buybacks will be available for Liquid. All 5 will be available for Tundra here in 10 seconds. We are going to the ultra late. Dead even. 2K difference at the 52-minute mark between these two teams who know each
Блін,
other.
макака топ-1 нетворс, як?
We are going to have some big Aghanim Scepters coming in from the supports.
Ну
He's
все.
working on his. That's
Все,
a
друзі,
massive
ховайтесь
one.
по норам.
Aghanims on
Тундра
Shadow
виїхали
Demon,
вас
I think
шукати.
it's just about as good.
Oh yeah.
But much more
Ховайтесь, друзі,
situational
ховайтесь.
in its usage.
Рошана нема.
A lot easier just to get a really sick Fiend's Grip and have it be uncancelled.
От зараз тундри нема на мапі. Це ж розуміють ліквіди. Зараз буде смерть. Зараз буде смерть. Вони зрозуміли, блядь, розривілився смок. Ой-ой-ой, Шадоу рішає. Але що, ну це похорони. Що тут коїться нахуй? Які жирні вони? Які ж вони, сука, жирні, блядь, души нахуй цього таракана єбучого. Байбек. Давай. А ось Мікі. Рефрешер. Бух. Скинув, вбив нахуй. Стан викупу, блядь. Байбек Войт. Бейна в'їбали. Даблкіл. Стан викупу. Що у Вайда? Нема рефрешера. Пацани, пробуйте і давити. Чи ні, Рошан, фрі Рошан. Все байбеки заради Рошана. Давай. Слухай, хуй, ти собі аганім взяв? Взяв. Все нормально. Давай.
but the Sand King got taken out of putting the damage into them.
Who stopped the Sand King?
Nisha was straight on top of 33.
Ні, я не побачив це. Там такий був піздець, я просто охуїв, коли Войт не вбив за хроно. Коли Енігма була супер товста. Це, пацани. Last chance, last chance. Last chance. Let's go liquid, let's go liquid, let's go liquid. Last chance. Пішли, 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 ще нахуй зносити, блядь.
I was just thinking that. I mean, they might leave him the refresher shard.
Yeah, he's keeping it for now.
Ви що, пацани, вам ще третю гру грати, закінчуйте нахуй.
Quadruple demonic. Ooh, Nikkei just pops the ultimate and starts hitting the buildings, huh?
No chronos available, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Hello! Two-man stun.
Так.
Boxy just keeping him honest.
Коли, в Discord ідемо чат, чи що?
Throws in a creep with his own Aghanim
Так.
Scepter. Mid lane gets wiped out.
Давайте мегів, давайте мегів, давайте мегів, давайте мегів. 15 секунд охорони, давай.
They really feel like they gotta grind out more time for this refresher on the Faceless Void, which needs 50 more seconds. They can't
Сьогодні ж неділя, Мілкорич, чим зайнятий? Борщ вариш чи що? Мене жінка зранку зварила вже всі борщі, супи, слоєчки піджарила, все те зробила, поняв, чи що? Так а скільки можна говорити? Мене жінка за 10 хвилин це робить. Let's go, Руся. Реально, ну за 10 жартуй, звичайно. Але зранку все поробила вже, ну, в день.
He's probably looking for black hole cancel. That's what this blink is.
А, Black Hole Cancel, да? Да. Ти все правильно зрозумів, Мілкорич.
They have been team fight winning, but being able to potentially cancel a black hole that is disrupting the entire fight could be the bigger play.
Байбек є. Ну, типу... Яка гра єбуча.
Execution in these fights has been incredible. They finally got a fight on an outpost where they can use their buyback.
Ось цей мені хуй радує, розумієте? Shadow Demon, на кінець я бачу Аганім.
Where you take the fight, not how you take it.
He's just really not going for an Aghanim Scepter, huh? His heart got
Можна ж зробити ілюзію ще із Марсі, правильно? А коли Марсі в ульті, і Shadow Demon робить ілюзію з Марсі, то вона буде бити в ульті чи ні?
Why not Ags? I feel like Ags this late is still a significant damage source. Gives you the break.
Ну там ще був дуже гарний на підсейві Демон же, ні? Не буде. Тоді, коротше, з Вайда, да, вигідніше всього робити.
There's a lot of epicenter damage going off in these fights, man.
Бать, що це за стріли там мількають?
There's the disruption charges.
Yeah, okay. Quadruple disruption?
It's huge. It's huge to counterplay this chrono.
Подивися, блядь, на цей... на цю атаку.
Double chrono that person and never see them. He could just get disrupted.
And we have the gobble up save potentially.
That's true. With an ether lens, he can kind of reach in.
Yeah, it is a decent shot. I mean, this chrono is not a guarantee.
Тобто ілюзія дізраптора, цього дізрапшена, Shadow Demon сильніше, ніж Void буде.
It's doable. If they're in the middle of the chronosphere, he's not going to be able to grab somebody, but he can get people on the edges.
А на 5 секунд працює тільки, чи що? Що у бабки є вже? Це що, Октарін?
Well, it's the damage. I mean, I think we agreed that the core level 25s were bigger for Tundra, but the support level 25s for Liquid, because they're actually getting them. The Boxy isn't building into any sort of right-click build, but the other talent is, it's a lot of damage. These kids is just boom, 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 boom. That's the burst that is Liquid's specialty for this draft.
Oh yeah, incredible late game supports on Liquid. Might be able to just push him over the edge here.
Поки хто не буде готовий.
Minute left on the Aegis, but it seems like Liquid are content to sit back and play for the late. Value get their heart back for the primal.
Valuing buybacks over what Aegis gives them, right? Like again, if you push.
А, байбеки, ага, поняв.
Sure, yeah.
It's just GG.
А у Бейна Аганім уже буде скоро. Якщо вони так будуть стояти за Єгісом, блядь, то вони навіть не хочуть заходити, бачиш? Навіть не хочуть смаки якісь робити за Єгісом. Розумію, бояться, що байбеків немає, але коли Аєгіс спаде, що ви будете далі? Стояти далі на базі? Поки Void буде 6 слотів, а він уже 6 слотів. Майже. Просто скоро Бейн бере Аганім, друзі. Бейн просто грає через бідність. 6 тисяч нетворцу, блядь, 60 хвилин. Ну, 1000 нетворцу в 10 хвилин у Бейна. Ну, типу, розумієте? Силу цього білда.
Probably by Liquid, if anybody's going to be buying Book of the Dead. Feel like they're in the position to maybe rat out this game a bit more. I mean,
А у них уже у всіх є шарди. Ні, у цього нема, у Праймала. Але, напевно, йому він нахуй не потрібен. Він придумав брати Гарін, до речі. Тараска на Праймалі, ну він жирний, ну піздець. Та нормально, можна камнем в їбало кинути, блядь. Прайбонич кидає, наче не жаліється.
I think I'd rather help the Undying just to make sure, because he's got Refresher, right? I want to see double epicenters no matter what. But no chance that he doesn't get those off.
33 should be the first point of contact ever. I don't think
Просто, типу, наче виглядає, що у Тундри нема двох сторін, але по факту одна бійка і гра може закінчитися. Неудачна бійка для Liquid.
Level 25 for the Hoodwink. Does go for the Acorn charges here. Doesn't have a ton of damage, but
Да, 1.4 ще стан, їбать. Ну що, Вайду погано виписати на секунду стана. Досить далеко летить, 500 ренджі. А що Енігма Аганім робить? А, прикольно.
60 minutes. Let's see what we roll here. Make or break your TI run.
Коротше, додатково ще мінус ХП в відсотках, да? Ну йдіть хоч шард заберіть, буде рогатому на пиво.
Another way to get saves into all these ultimates, particularly against the Chrono, if you can build some up on some of these core heroes or supports. See them eyeing a few. I mean, you combine like 1 or 2 Wind Wakers plus double disruption in this game, you mitigate a lot.
От опять, бачите, я, коротше, піддаюсь емоціям, вболіваю прям щиро за ліквідів. І це важко, коротше.
On the Enigma, quite annoying here actually.
Yeah.
You cannot reliably all in him anymore. He's just going to turn around and black hole you from death.
And 350 extra cast range. If he gets an Aghanim Scepter, like he can kind of throw that black hole around.
Digian for Mickey is insane with this Daedalus build.
Do you think that's better burst than
Дивись, що він бере. Він бере Wind Waker.
It might be.
It might be, right?
13 armor. Some of these heroes do not have a lot of armor.
О, давайте подивимося. Дивіться, ахуєнно для Мікі, ахуєнно. У бабки каменюка, нормально. Тут ноги, ну нормально, він тікає, влітає, убігає. У Енігму, оце нахуя він взяв. А, хоча, ні, нормально, нормально, нормально. Якщо Black Hole не дав, то дасть уже після смерті. Зараз буде для шар для цього. Нормально все взяв.
Desolator Hoodwink.
You're just looking for the proc off the Acorn, right? He has 2 shots.
Shadow Demon така ж сама тема, і тут така. Хорошо, гарно повибирали. Не кричи. Бейн така тема. Не кричи. Хуйня. Це норм. Худвік дізолятор. Прикольно.
And it's gonna be
Toby's helm can also be impactful. Marcy goes in, kills the Bane. Bane just grips him, you know, sleeps him, whatever.
Yeah.
А він може себе підняти в Іул, коли хрона на ньому, чи ж не може? Не можеш, напевно. Смок від ліквідів. Пацани роздухарились. І йдуть всі вниз. Так вони стрибають на Марсі. Це типу не складно Марсі підловити на хроно, розумієш? Вона сама хоче стрибати. Дивись, дивись, який. Зараз Енігма, тільки не вмри. Пацани, зараз розведу на кнопки. Так. Лови нахуй. Ти шо, Мікі, бля, чого розвернувся? Єс нахуй. Че нахуй? Де Сейберлайт нахуй? Так, так, так. Ще одна хрона зараз буде. Тріснув, блядь, Санкінг. Фух, блядь, серце моє нахуй. Бабка, блядь, печиво їбани. Ну нахуй не їбало. А куди печиво? Та далі бикуйте. Дивись, дивись, Енігма вже тут. Хуярь Black Hole, друже, у тебе А, ти вже заюзав один блекхол. Куди нахуй?
That Sand King got absolutely melted by the Stygian. Again, he
Майже Наві грають.
bonus armor. He died in a second. And that was fight over for Tundra unless you're willing to commit buybacks. And 33 did not want to pull the trigger on that buyback. Felt like that was a bad
Да,
fight.
пацани,
Just try and get everybody
пацани,
out that you can.
беріть мегакріпів, блядь. Форсите байбеки. Це нормально. Можна далі постояти. Як немає кнопок? У всіх все є. Крім бабки. Блекхол є, все є. Дивись, смок, смок. Ой, пізда. Господи, допоможи. Войт уже в сракі. Войт уже в сракотан заходить. Опа, манки, манки, ловіть. Ай. Хорошо, жеремо. І в'їбали ще це нахуй. Їмо, їмо, їмо. Блінк, блінк, блінк. Є блінк. Ладно, добирайте спокійно, блядь, без виїбону. Хто забрав нахуй Аєгу? Аєга. Чи потрібна вам та їбуча Аєга? Та, потрібна, бо є хрона. Ідіть, забирайте вже. Чат, ну Кристаліс, давайте будемо відвертими. Один до одного, да? Ну Кристаліс на вайді. Це не Сатанік. Це просто Кристаліс. Сатанік, ну це піздець просто. Кристаліс, Сатанік. Коли буде гравець з ніком Аркана Бутс?
This is such a strong timing in this game for Liquid. 2 lives on mid-A. Buyback available makes it 3.
Look at the priority from Liquid. They're like, they must control this outpost. Because the Aegis is nice, but they still need to be able to play off of buybacks and TPs in.
Liquid's just so good at understanding things that mess them up and how to adjust and fix it.
Tundra. Time for a hold of the line.
Дивися. Лопнуло нахуй. Опа, спасли, спасли, спасли. Стрибнула. Мінус Аєгіс. Але є блекхол. Нема блекхола, є блекхол. Є. Білка. Купол. А Shadow демона купол, блядь. А куди він дівся нахуй? Давай блекхол, сука, заїбав, синій. А куди білка? Куди Shadow демон з'їбався? А бабка спасла, єбанися. Ой, нахуй. Я скоро постарію нахуй від таких ігор.
Have to find something here if you're Tundra, and it has to be on multiple heroes. Ults on one are not going to do it anymore with the amount of saves Liquid have. Divine Rapier for the Sand King.
Divine Rapier у кого? У Sand King'а? Може стрибнути цю макаку просто з'їсти нахуй, отак от, блядь. What a black hole. Єсть один. Один таверна. Войт, таверна нахуй. Єбать, як же гарно нахуй. Ой-ой-ой. 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 Ой-ой-ой, нема нахуй, сука, у синього нема, нуль нахуй. Сатанік би роз'їбав, чат. Сатанік би роз'їбав. Але Кристаліс не працює, блядь, не стакається. Let's go. Ну більше, блядь, Liquid, за вас боліти не буду. Ну вас нахуй, блядь. Ще одна катка попереду. Я їбав, це дуже нервово. На перший був спокійний. Пішов, цей азарт, цю нотку вайб зловив, нахуй, пішла, блядь, серцебиття туди-сюди. Єбать, 50 хвилин чи 60 грали, сука, з Керрі Марсі. 60-70 хвилин грали з Керрі Марсі, 70 хвилин, блядь. Оцей, блядь, піздюк їбашив, блядь, дай Боже, нахуй. Оцей бабка, блядь, сейвила. Сайберлайт, половинка на половинку, блядь. Але в кінці він зібрався і дав, блядь, те, що я йому розповідав на вухо. Поняли? Перед грою. Це Все вже нормально було. А то бабка, дай його спіздила Марсі. Дайте фентезі, щось дайте, блядь, трасе, алло.
31, these Shadow Demon disruptions.
Ух, їбанися гра.
Game saving for Liquid as they push to a game 3.
Absolutely. Like he was talking about retirement and stuff in his interview.
Please don't.
Yeah, please don't. He's not there yet. Like these disruptions have been absolutely game saving. Multiple times in a row, multiple heroes in a singular fight that he saves. And of course, we have to talk about
Знаєте, третю хочеться повболівати за красиву доту.
Because Snap, Boxy was doing some serious stuff as
Тут
well.
це
Later
була
on, down the
непогана
path,
гра.
no,
Друзі, непогана гра.
like,
Але
you can't
це,
even use the chrono unless you catch all three of them.
друзі, ну, тут більше пройобів тундри. І ліквіди в кінці зібрались. Ну, типу, казе, тому так і вийшло. Але по таймеру мали би вигравати, розумієте? По таймеру. Тундра мала би вигравати. Але получається, Блекхол дати легше, ніж Хроно, да? Але прикол же ж чого, блядь? Прикол Хроно, що в Хроно всі можуть бити, а в Хроно в Блекхолі. А в Хроно тільки лише Войд. Ну, ще міг Кристалі залетіти. Крікс, точніше, блядь. Крікс, таракан.
We do need to talk a little bit about the earlier stages of this game because it was a very difficult road for Team Liquid to get to that point to begin with, Stormstormer.
I mean, the very start of the game, it kind of basically went off how we expected to, right? The BZM Monkey did very good against the Nisha Primal Beast. The Saber and Enigma did fantastically against the Void and the Bane. There was no lane swapping shenanigans, which we assumed here on the panel. But later, yeah, the game went like different roads. First, like, did someone manage to stall the game out on Tundra's draft? They managed to cut waves of
Чат, ну ще один пот намічається. Falcon Spirit. Ваші думки, чат, ваші думки. Ваші думки.
I think this game had so many curves that it's hard to recall all of them.
Ваші думки з приводу цього експіріенса.
I mean, I think this game was also so crazy and so hard to actually break down analytically because there was a lot of mistakes, a lot of weird plays, a lot of mistakes. Yeah, from both teams.
Мілкорич, а я хейтив Кристаліса чи що? Я сказав, що Кристаліс це не сатанік. Ось це типу і весь хейт.
Big organizations and teams, so yeah, I mean, this next game is going to be even more crazy, right? Like,
Mistakes make for very fun.
Але я в другій грі трохи притопив за ліквідів і пішла, коротше, ситуація вийшла з-під контролю, витратив багато енергії.
All enjoy, we'll all love to watch, right? Like the most perfect Dota sometimes is a little bit too boring. Like there's just perfect scenarios, perfect smokes. Here we had some really good strategic movement across the map, but we also had
А ти ж бачив, блядь, як Войда це заїбало, і він предостанній купол в'їбав в беклайн в одного ШД, і потім його не вбив, його бабка забрала звідти. Блядь, позиціонка піздець просто. Що там, домінатор на Вайді купляємо, друзі, чи ні? Чи ну його нахуй?
He did find trolls very frequently, I must say, because I killed
think he found like 3 or 4 trolls in a row or something, and at a certain point you just left wondering. I mean, here we mark the 11:30 minute mark, right? This item is going to catapult into the top net worth later in the game, and this comes out of a tough laning stage. Yeah, here we're gonna see.
Net worth.
I mean, this is gonna be his net worth, his 16,300 net worth at like 31 minutes, which is quite substantial. He was top at that point. He was above everybody else after being counterpicked in lane. So this item, I mean, it's surely gonna get nerfed, probably not between the road to TI and TI itself, even though at this point I'm asking myself,
Чат, ваші думки, Falcon Spirit.
Should we nerf this stuff because it just feels so frustrating,
Саныч,
right?
спрацює теорія ахуєвших саппортів чи ні? Якщо хуйні такої не напікують, як вчора з ким вони грали, там Falcon, це я не пам'ятаю вже. З китайцями, блядь, чи з ким? То мають, з китайцями. Якщо хуйню, як в третій карті, не напікають. Хоча Мілкоричу хуйня сподобалась, так. Тімбер, хто там ще був? Праймал був. Коротше, якісь жиробаси були.
letting it follow the hero, but actually sending it across the map. So this void is basically farming an entire wave every 30
Ти казав 1-1, так і було, а потім ти казав 2-1 на користь
He's never
Falcons.
gonna die because he's hidden, you know, behind his whole team.
There's something with Neta and the zoo being meta whenever he's playing.
Тобто в першій ти вгадав, ну, коли казав 1-1, а в другій ні. А я просто не розумію, що там тобі подобалось, знаєш? О, от як це можна виграти, друзі? Чим демажити вообще? Чим демажити? Скітер, подивіться на цього керрі. 3-6-13, йолки-палки, це, ну, блін, це ж не ревізор навіть, це ж скітер, алло.
Into the game that lasted 60 minutes.
I mean, at that point, I kind of thought it was going to be Tundra
Tundra's game,
taking this one.
Не в другій, а в третій, Мілкорич. Ти путаєш першу гру з другою, а другу з третьої.
It was so close so many times he barely got out. But when the void hits the Marcy, it's the entire chronosphere. And he's not... it just felt like there was not the same explosive damage
А, типу, гра хуйова була, так?
I'm not sure what
Так, розумію. Пояснюю для чата.
The saves, of course, playing a big part with the SD. Maybe the aura.
Так, там якийсь кліпець від Масонича.
But yeah, the difference in
Чатич
how hard it
залетів.
was for Tundra to kill heroes versus the other way around was definitely there in the teamfights.
And maybe we
Divine
can
Rapier,
track that
кого?
all the way back. We mentioned it a few times now to that laning stage that was very good for Saberlight and then not so good for
О, в макаку.
Crystallis.
Може стрибнути цю макаку просто з'їсти, нахуй. Отак от, блядь.
Well, they beat him up. They attacked him many times.
Yes,
They made their lane very hard, and that's because they
Void
had the hero
taverna,
counter. They
нахуй.
had summons. Summons are good against both faces Void, who doesn't have any nukes or AoE, and against Bane, who
Схау,
also
їбать,
isn't
як
very
же
good
гарно,
against
нахуй.
lots of targets. He's a very
Ой-ой-ой.
single-target-oriented hero. So
Ой-ой-ой.
Boxy, the Snapfire, and the Enigma, they just
Ой-ой-ой.
click them a lot
Ой-ой-ой,
throughout the course of this
сука,
laning stage
Василь,
here.
не можу,
Basically, just lowering their
нахуй.
HP. Kind of interestingly, Boxy even got a Headdress of Rejuvenation to give them both 2 extra regen, just to keep the pressure up and deal damage to Crystallis. And then here, Toby's gonna try to
блядь,
do
демагу
a little bit
нуль.
of a half pull here, grabbing some of his creeps, but in the same moment, Liquid realized like, oh, we can just turn and kill him actually. So they can get the first blood in that lane in that exact moment here. So as the lane continues, same kind of stuff. Spawning Eidolons until they duplicate, and then they have a go here. They're gonna use Cookie here on one of these Eidolons, so he shoots forward, and then watch this really cool body blocking that they do afterwards. All these guys are wailing on him. His armor is lower because of the Snapfire machine gun.
Ні, та це кліп, тільки що. Тільки що цей кидав. Масонич, трохи вище. Він після лайнга сильно по нетворсу виривався. Тут його прям жорстко закрили. Так ладно, давайте, коротше, від лірики до практики. Спіріти Фалькони. Ваші думки з приводу переможця. Спіріти чи Фалькони? Хто рахується фаворитом? Зараз скажу. Неочікувано, але спіріти аутсайдери, а Фалькони фаворити. Невеликі, але різниця трохи є в кофах. Давайте хоч... Ні, ну без піків, поняв? Чисто по формі, по силі, по моральному духу, по готовності вигравати інт. Хто більше готовий? Фалькони чи спіріти? Санич вчора, блядь, обсирав, коротше, спірітів, вообще, каже, 0, блядь, бездарні. Один Ятора хуярив, каже, проти Аврори, блядь, проти Аврори, чат. Вони вчора Аврорі проїбали. Анігма сьогодні Аврору так... Сюди йди, добрий вечір.
To 6 and cast it. He had such a small window there to finish the creep, level to 6 and cast Black Hole. They managed to hit it, and that's what helped really catapult their advantage in this lane. And that is why it took 11.5 minutes for him to get Helm of the Dominator. It was a really, really tough lane for him.
Otherwise, he would have gotten it earlier. Would have farmed so many more creep waves on that lane, and who knows? Maybe we would be sitting here telling a different story. But the story right now is series is tied and we are going to a third game. And I think that the players, the teams have a very difficult job of moving forward from that game we just saw. But we're going to try to think about what they're thinking about right now, Stormstormer, because
О, ще жіночка 40
and
плюс.
I do remember you saying at the very start of this series that you felt that Liquid had a slight edge in this series. Now that you've
Old
seen
Dota chat style.
both
Old
teams
Dota style.
take a game off each other, do you stand by that?
I would say the games are too chaotic to simply define, okay, Liquid has this turkey in the back, right? Because it went so back and forth. I think one thing is safe to say that the adaptation in the draft was good. I think they should keep banning the Invoker like they did in the first game. I'm not biased. I just
Цей
think
чувачок
it's good to
також
see.
на стайлі, ви бачили, да?
I think that basically the things that happened in this draft were very good for them. I think the 18 Enigma pick also works fabulously against the Void and Bane. That might also be something that Tundra's thinking about, when they should like keep this more in mind when they pick their duo, because of course they're susceptible to that. So I think if you, this is the main thing you can discuss between a game right now. I don't think you can really like go too much into gameplay because it was too much back and forth, like too much to look at. And I think the best you can get here is like small margins in the draft.
What about this? What about this Marcy hero? Because I think this was a display of Marcy. Why Marcy is considered to be borderline broken by a lot of people going into this event. Like the amount of damage that this hero puts out with fairly low net worth is absolutely crazy.
Let's
And
go.
Normally people throw it
Let's
off
go.
lane and then or they put it on support or whatever. But this was a carry Marcy, and I would say he carried this game on his hands. Is that a potential ban? I mean, we can look at the bans down there in the bottom right here: Beast, Shaker, Furion, and Puck. Right? Like, is there something else you want to ban? Yeah, those ones there.
I definitely agree with your sentiment, because the Marcy pick was also what enabled the Enigma pick, right? Because the flexibility that this hero provides to position 1, 3, and high chance also 4, I mean, boxing guarantee plays it. It gives a feeling that they should ban it. But then again, the other bans you saw there, I mean, the Mika Nature's Prophet is a classic, the Nisha Puck has 100% win rate. What else was there? I think
Shaker Beast.
Shaker Beast. Yeah, these heroes are also super strong.
I feel like they came prepared for the Marcy. Like every single team in this tournament, if you're letting the Marcy go through, you have a preconditioned idea, right? Like you have something in store for the Marcy.
Давай подивимося демедж.
However, I feel
Давай подивимося демедж Марсі. Але гра 70 хвилин. 56 тисяч. Не так і багато, але враховуйте те, що файтів не так і багато було. Ну, Вайда 38. У Сандкінга 50. У Ніші 39. Топ-демедж на карті у 33-го. А ні, 56, да, у неї. Ні, ну, теоретично вона і має давати топ-демедж, як керрі. Але бачиш, тут Крікс передемажує Вайда. Ну, типу, Зевс передемажує, так може Марсі. Знаєте, в грі на 70 хвилин Зевс передемажує. Як. Але це ж винятки. Стока з'їла. І Void 114. 110 та 114. Ні, Cyberlight, дивіться, скільки з'їв. 80к. Жирновато. І Ніша ще 90. Групу. Так, уже пікають, друзі, чи ні?
My opinion.
Чи ні?
It was also a rough game for Sax, I think.
I feel like one problem that this hero definitely does have right now is like there is no clear path when it comes to itemization, like with some other heroes, like you can literally do whatever. I feel that most players right now are doubling down on the go nuts facet, getting an Aether Lance as well, and then you have this absolutely long range when you press Scurry, like you literally you don't see the range. You know that circle, it's across the map.
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice, of course, but later on down the path, like you have some solid, just normal Shadow Demon. He doesn't need all that range. As long as he has some ability item, he does way more.
Well, we did of course, highlight Saxa's Tiny in game number 1. Didn't get it in game number 2. Was banned by Team Liquid, rightfully so. They went for the Hoodwink instead. Are there any heroes that would be fulfilling a similar role to the Tiny? Because I know they picked up the Tusk earlier this week as a replacement budget Tiny, if you will.
I think they could take the Shadow Demon for themselves. That's a hero that Saxa has been playing a lot. I mean, he also played it back when I played with him in TI6. So that's a hero he's very familiar with. They could also just take the Tiny first. Before the Sand King, before anything else, just make sure they get this Tiny secured. I think that's also an approach.
I would also say that because we were talking a lot about the Hoodwink, I think the second support they took, the Bane, was already feeling a little bit off, right? Because you picked it into Shadow Demon, already a good counter with the disruption, and it felt like at that point most of Tobo's heroes were banned out or like pre-picked or something like that. Disruptor was out, Pagna was out, so I think they did a pretty good job at countering that, because that's also what enabled the Enigma 18 pick, that those conventional Toby heroes they picked are not in the pool anymore.
I think there's a good point about Bane. If you're gonna take Void, why also take the Bane? Then you have two, like, you don't need it. You need damage in the Chrono, right? You need AA, something like that. Like, that would be a lot stronger, I think, because then you
Не
have
було
ways of
демеджу.
killing stuff
І, до
in the
речі,
Sacking Stun, in the
вони
Chrono,
нішу так
in the Hoodwink
відганяли.
stun as well. I think the Bane is
Ой,
maybe
нішу.
overkill on disable.
Мідера, коротше, БЗМа так відганяли, що він не міг стрибнути в хроно. Це під центром. Помічав, він ні разу, по-моєму, не стрибнув. Не підтримав.
But yeah, that duo definitely seemed like, to me, the main weakness. You guys can also hate on the Hoodwink, okay? I'm gonna keep myself out of that. But that duo of picks for me would be the first, I don't know, weird that I would try to adjust with if I had to today.
Just to protect my Hoodwink a tiny little bit, the shard is pretty damn good. When you have a Sand King on your team or any sort of a big DPS dealer, like that shard, 25% damage increase is quite significant. And it's one of the reasons why you see a lot of insta kills with the Hoodwink and Sand King in other games. In this one, obviously, it didn't work out that well because of all the saves.
But it is still the almost. It's in the most picked soft support there.
Yeah.
Fire gets picked a little bit more still, but you know, there's a low win
It's great win rate,
That's all.
40%.
We are of course talking a lot about how the draft played out in game number 2, because the draft for game
Походу,
number 3
Бетрайдера будуть апати, блядь, 36% вінрейт.
I think we're gonna have something relying on the coin toss that
А
happened.
в пабі
and see
вообще,
who's
по-моєму,
first
менше
pick
ще.
and who's not, because
Бетрайдер 44, а на рапірці. На рапірці трохи вище, походу. 47. Он, дивіться, на древньому. Бетрайдер. 45. 45. 44. І на турнірі 40+. Це про щось говорить?
Bring them up. I feel like it's just
predicted, which is the highest amount of correct predicted teams. 6
Їбать, Марсі для
accounts
тундри, бля.
insanely low
Обізрались.
that have that. I wonder if that's going to be
Боротьба за Марсі, сонич.
whoever's going to win this series, because we're not even done yet with the road to TI.
The 6 geniuses.
The 6 geniuses, they saw this coming. They foresaw.
Oracles.
bring them up. I feel like it's just as hard to be wrong with everything. I think Sind was talking about being 0 out of 16. That's impressive as well. Shout out to Sind.
True. Let's see what's happening in this series in particular, as we do have Tundra on first pick. They secured themselves the Marcy Invoker, Lycan still banned, so is Naga Beastmaster. Not much change there. Tundra.
О, до речі, давно не бачив цю дівку. Оце прикольно, Dark Willow. Цікаво буде.
Willow, this hero is so good. Why is not picked more?
Yeah, I think
Maybe not first pick.
You're misquoting me a little bit there. I said Willow is surprisingly unpicked. I don't know how good is it. I'm not sure. I think it should be picked more. I mean, we just saw the hero pool. for position 4, and I'm actually not impressed with that hero pool in general. I feel like the 4 position right now is in a pretty weird spot. I don't think it has that many great heroes actually. It's the other hero, like the post 3, the post 5. There's some really OP heroes with the Pugna, Silencer, stuff like this, but the post 4 is not that impressive. So I think maybe also why you see some of the Chinese teams experimenting with the AA4, right? But the Willow is definitely a forgotten hero in this tournament so far. But the interesting also development right now, it's something that Liquid has done in the past as well, just casually pick up that Willow for Boxy out of nowhere.
It's really crazy, right? I mean, Thanking was in the pool, Monkey was in the pool. They love those heroes, absolutely.
Thanking was not in the pool, but Monkey was.
No, right here.
Oh, sorry.
In this draft right here, they decide to take the Willow into the Marcy on the 9th pick, even though great cores like Thanking and Monkey King were in the pool.
This is a hero that doesn't care way too much about Marcy, right?
Yeah, I agree.
You can go into the Dark Realm. Brambles are really annoying for Marcy to jump around. Terrorize is good, so...
It's actually a very good matchup for Willow, if you think about it, right? He can't kill you, and they can also kill him.
And they get their Sand King anyway.
Yeah,
right, like
I mean,
afterwards.
I guess the order wouldn't really matter. There's unlikely that Willow would have been banned.
But on the flip side, if Tundra wants to, they are getting their Tiny because it was the Pugna Toby's hero that got banned out. They do pick up the Toby hero now with the Warlock.
Can I just say, I love that we discussed the Toby hero pool as well, because here Tundra is just not messing around.
They pick it instantly.
Slam! Toby, you're secured.
Vayne, get this.
Yeah.
Absolutely, brings so much
keep
damage.
it simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I think Tiny here looks somewhat obvious unless you are willing to flex the Marcy potentially. I mean, I know Saxa, at least in past, liked this hero a lot. If you pick the Tiny now, you are giving up that flexibility.
Yeah, that sounds kind of risky, right? Because I think Tundra, we at least know that it's quite confident 33 is not go. Okay, they do go for it, but doesn't this mean that the Marcy is basically +1? Does 33 actually play it? He doesn't strike me as a Marcy player.
That's maybe true, yeah. I didn't think about that, but yeah, that might be true. Could BCM also maybe play it?
I mean, there's only been like one guy who I've seen consistently play it also in Puffs, and that was Nico. But Nico plays everything on mid. He plays Undying mid.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't also be surprised if 33 just does it anyways, like in this game. Like, I'm sure he has played it, right? It's not something he's known for, but if you get like a really juicy Bloodseeker pick later or a really juicy Anti-Mage or something, can't he just play it and buy Dominator like everybody else?
Exactly. Bottom line is, if
he does like buying Dominator.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So, if that item can be purchased, he's gonna play the hero, right? Like if it's viable option.
I mean, let's see. I do agree though. It is a bit unusual.
So now, what do you pick up for Liquid as a +5? I mean, you're guaranteed gonna pick the +5 here for Insania, and something else would make sense. What do you guys think is good here? Because there's a Vayne in the pool, but there's quite some cancels with the Warlock Golem and the Tiny in the pool picked already.
I think Willow is a little bit like Hoodwink in the sense that I don't want
Shakira не
another
пікають на
Disabler.
інті
I want
чогось.
more damage. I want more teamfight / damage for Insania's heroes, ideally. Maybe a save is also an option and play that way. Yeah, so okay, they go to SD.
Ну Мікі на Манкі Кінгі, ну все, похорони.
There's a lot of reasons why SD is decent.
I feel like I would be
Це
very
пік з
happy
першої
getting
гри?
Warlock here. Like, I feel like you just trump the team fight the first 20 minutes. Every time you have Golem, you just walk down lanes and they can't fight you.
And I also think repositioning, like Tiny offers it works way differently against saves than what they had last game. Like it's way harder to disrupt somebody who gets tossed back into their own lines in comparison to last game where you just had to answer the chrono, the sanking, and you don't have to reposition yourself so
And
much.
just imagine trying to get
Але
some
ШД
position
рішає
to
так, ШД
disrupt the
подобається.
target that's being tossed back.
От тут прямо вміють грати на ШД,
Warlock with
їбанись.
Golem with fatal bonds following up.
Ну якщо ніша на МК, то ще куди не йшло.
And like, Queen of Pain being picked up.
I feel like
Але,
they're just keeping
блін,
it
небагато
simple on
імпакту
Thunder this time
від МК,
around. They
як
have their
на мене.
comfort zone, good team fight, a lot of damage from Quap. This matchup into the Sand King, if Sand King is mid, of course, will be pretty decent for them. Then you can decide between the Marcy going one or off lane. And in the end, if you want it on one, there is something like a Darkseer Tiny that's true and tested for Tundra.
There's actually a lot of offlaners still in the pool for 30.
Я так поняв, сьогодні мені також хоча б 11 не відпустять, да, спати?
And against Monkey King.
Yes.
So you kind of secure yourself that, and if they put either of those mid, you're happy. If not, well, then you're facing off against Sanking offlane, which is kind of awkward. You're facing off against the Monkey King carry. You might not be that scared of it. You beat it in the first game, right? So I think it's a good pick, and it's also synergizes as well with Warlock Fatal Bonds.
5 seconds
I do
remaining.
like it a lot here. It also gets protected with the Ember ban. Would have been surprised if that was left in the pool. And the Blade Bug Quap here, I would imagine it goes to the Blade Bug Bond.
Ну мені пік подобається поки що більше тундри, чумби.
Willow basically kills herself. And she
Але
gets
Shadow Demon гарний. Інсенія прям норм.
And if Liquid were to take another mid, there's not much left in the pool. The Ember ban is very good. If they want to put Monkey +1 and Sanking offlane, which they do respectively play, heroes like Kunkka and Voidspirit are the only ones that are like left in the pool. Maybe a Dragon Knight.
5
I
seconds
think you just have to put one of those two mid and pick something else. Like Sanking mid, carry Monkey King, last pick Saberlight. How does that look? I mean, I guess you need to see
It probably depends on
the last pick, right? Yeah, they are definitely keeping it open.
Radiant team's turn to ban.
Tundra here, I mean, this will definitely be a 33 hero.
Yeah, they ban out the Darks here with the tiny combo.
Makes a lot of sense. They've been running this for a long time here. And it's like the bread and butter. And the Doom ban also, to me, makes a lot of sense. It's probably 33's best hero.
What is actually left then?
Axe.
Axe?
One of the few that's still left that he plays.
Axe looks not that good.
Axe is very
The
bad.
problem in this lane right now that I'm seeing is you need a hero that deals well with the monkey because creep skipping might not be an option into disruption.
Does he play Phoenix 33?
I would actually love
This is
that.
an insane Phoenix game, right?
Кого можна, Саныч? Не понял.
Yeah, +3 Phoenix.
There's also another one that's like Enigma. It's a classic with a tiny. What do you think about that one?
Yeah.
It just got played by Liquid and popped off quite well. There's not any BKB control against it. There's a Shadow Doom disruption, of course, but
How would you rate 33's Enigma in comparison
Underlord.
to all of his
Aha,
other heroes?
okay.
But I don't remember when it's the last time he played it. But he bought a lot of
very
auras
good
with
at
it.
it, no?
I think so too.
I think he's it's a classic zoo hero. He's played it in the past and buys Domi.
Yeah, that's true. In this patch at least, right? Like you go for Domi and
Yeah.
you're happy even as an Enigma.
Tundra still remove another hero from the mid lane with the Shadow Fiend.
Leaving
10
both the
seconds
DK
remaining.
and the Void Sprinum in the pool, basically. And the Kunkka, if they
Is
were
there any
to
crazy flex possible on Tundra right now? Besides the I guess Marcy as
What
well.
about what about Visage?
Ooh, that hero's unpicked so far.
And it's pretty dead as well. I feel like Visage at the moment. There's like
3, you know.
it is. There's like 2-3 players that play.
That's a good pick, man.
Ого, і це Марсі Керрі, друже. Зараз Кристаліц покаже, як він грає на Марсі.
They don't even care.
So what makes this a good Phoenix game?
Знову у
What's his-
ліквідів пік такий, що треба закінчувати пошвидше, а нема чим.
Hitter as well. I also feel like they have their late game covered with the Quap and the Marcy already. And Synergizes well with Tiny. I just think it fits their lineup perfectly.
I love Phoenix. I love playing Phoenix as core, and this looks like one of those juicy games to play Phoenix core. Especially the way that DM has been doing it lately as well. Like I've been experimenting to Helm of Dominator on the hero. Looks pretty damn solid. It covers all your bases. Like everything that you weren't able to do before, you can do with the Helm.
Yes, I absolutely love this Phoenix. To me, also the Void Split pick, it is good, but to me, maybe a little bit overrushed. They didn't use any of their left reserve time. Maybe there were other heroes also in the pool that could maybe potentially.
Бать, дайте трохи ролів, блядь, трясе, хочу трохи ролів.
Anybody who hits that egg, and to me,
Оце
Thunder's
покращити,
looks
отут
very
ступені
scary here, so
покращити.
I actually love this Phoenix pick.
The only one that can hit the egg is some BKB monkey, but how do you do that versus a warlock?
А взагалі б мені, напевно,
One
цю
thing
хуйню
is covering
покращити,
another.
але це вже
It's
все
going to be
мрії.
really difficult down the line.
I mean, there will just be too many things that you have to put your attention to, right? It's a BKB Marcy, it's a Warlock Golem, it's an egg, it's Fatal Bonds, tiny tossing things into you. It looks really scary.
Looks like Liquid has their work cut out for them. My panel seems to be feeling a little bit more favor towards Tundra's draft. Can Tundra make it top 8 to the international playoffs, or will it be the defending champions team Liquid that will punch their ticket instead? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Prepare for battle.
It's been 5 years since Captain 33 has pulled out the Phoenix, but this is the perfect game for it, Avery.
You cannot ask for anything. This is a dream Phoenix
Ото
game.
попотіли в дедлоку, не то, що ці кіберспортсмени в доті, да, діду?
A game where no one is going to hit and kill
На
this
розслабоні
egg.
чилять,
Yeah, you
сидять.
can disrupt heroes, but you disrupt them under the sun, they will come out to a world of pain. I'm really excited to see what he can do with this hero. It was a sick haul on the panel by Misery. I think 33 was probably debating it because, yeah, it's not the most traditional 33 hero.
No.
We don't think of Phoenix when we think of 33.
He's
right?
only played it 20 times in his career.
Yeah. But it is one of those heroes where when you get a game for it that's this good, you just can't turn it down, right? And he couldn't resist. And I think it was the correct
30
pick.
seconds
Like
to
even if you go out here, at least you know you picked the right hero in that last spot to put as much pressure on Liquid as possible. And they did snap pick that Void. They kind of didn't care what Tundra threw at them. They're just confident in the scale of their tricore.
Бать, там Фенікс, там Варлок, там в тіні. Там тупо контроль по КД. Ні, тут 2-1 за Тундрою, друзі.
This is like the last support hero I think I ever would have given them. A TI in a game 3.
А яйце хто буде бити?
Who has one ATI on this hero. And at the same
В
time,
принципі, манки може
they gave
дострибувати, я
Liquid the
хз.
Shadow Demon that I think was maybe the most influential hero in that late game in game 2. You gave it to the old man in Insania.
You did.
I don't know. It's bold decisions by both teams. There's a lot of stuff you have to ban. There's always, more meta heroes.
Я думаю, тут буде швиденько.
These two supports
35 хвиль.
have been the game-winning supports for these teams. They both got their signature hero in this game 3.
And Tundra, they will not claim First Blood, but they will strike First Blood. They do manage to find a ward early. They get 3 bounty runes, and their own ward does manage to escape being D-warded just outside of the range for Insania. So, a decent net worth lead here for the squad of Tundra.
More potential for Tundra in this laning phase than game 2. That's going to be the big difference here in the early game, at least. They have some better laning matchups. This Queen of Pain should abuse the Void Spirit, at least in the laning phase on mid. I expect EZM to be ahead. Maybe not too much, but at least a little bit. I think you have a very strong safe lane in the Marcy Warlock. This is a lane they're going to try and punish the Sand King the same way Marcy got the lane punished last game. And up top, you had that Phoenix counter pick going into the Monkey. So this is going to be a favorable lane for 33. I could easily see Tundra pull ahead with a triple lane victory here in game.
This is a super unique offlaner. Item timing is going to be all important. So what are we going to be looking at first?
Це бах чи голий Манкі Кінг бігає.
Are we going to get a Spirit Vessel? Are we going to see a Rod of Atos for some early catch?
Go a lot of ways with this hero. It's going to be Helm into either...
I thought that was a setup, Avery. I thought that was a slam dunk. Of course it's going to be Helmet off.
Yeah,
what else would
I'm
it
just
be?
saying, Helm into either the Radiance build. You want more mischance, more scale, more damage in the fights. You can
Фенікс уже заквікбає в домик.
off of like early bail.
Yeah.
You can sometimes go auras on him if you really want to pipe in a game. He's an okay pipe carrier.
They did have the aura advantage last time for Liquid. Not that it won them the early game like they wanted to.
I don't think it did anything in that game. I mean, obviously, they're still good in the late game with the super high HP heroes. He had an almost 5k HP primal with a pipe behind him. That is mega value. But they did not get the tempo out of the auras that they normally look for.
Yep.
So far, though, laning phase, honestly, really good start for Liquid across these lanes, especially that top lane with the Monkey. 16 and 7 for Mickey. Very nice start for him.
Saberlight pulled out of position, tries to burrow strike, but it can't get far enough away. Slowed down by these blood grenades. And he's not quite gonna die, but both him and the Dark Lord
Арбулет
take some
гранейди
serious
нема, не
damage.
кинув.
Just a really tough lane to play the
Nope.
melee hero into. Hard to trade against Marcy, even harder when he has Shadow Word behind him, and you're always going to get bonds to something.
So the lanes go well, but not that one for Liquid.
No, they are really suffering there on the Sand King. Incredibly rough start for Saberlight. They'll have to play the sacrificial role in this game. And I expect this Phoenix and Quap lanes to pick up steam here. Yeah. So good start for Liquid, but they're going to have to weather the storm here in the early game for sure.
Yeah, once you get level 3 on Phoenix, things really start to change. You get level 5, and Phoenix can pretty much solo lane.
And you always got to remember that built-in mischance with the hero.
Yep.
A good Phoenix will make you miss.
So far, Mickey hasn't missed much CS, 24 and 7. Top of the CS board, uses the Boundless Strike to secure the flag bearer. But can't get the range creep. This will just kind of continue. He will inevitably forced into a situation where the Phoenix is going to be able to make him miss one of these last hits, whether it's through the mischance or a deny.
Actually looking for some sort of little wraparound hit. I don't really know how you all in the Queen here.
Yeah, no clue.
Deny some water runes.
Так, я це сказав. Рембонич, я це сказав.
I mean, it's kind of the only way that Nisha can weather this storm, right? Because no, it is not BZM building up Dagger. He is gone 0-2-2.
Makes this lane more tolerable for the Void Spirit for sure. Just gonna be a farm lane, basically, especially after that water rune loss. So BZM not gonna be able to extract a huge amount here.
Yep. The dust picked up. They're gonna go for the kill on Saberlight. Still, first blood is available, so
He's
it's not
walking
just
the
killing the
base right
Sand
now.
King, but being able to get the extra.
Effectively him killed. He's gonna be low net worth out of this laning phase. Can't stand his ground against the harassment.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Lowest CS of all the cores. They threatened Boxy. Boxy brambles in response. Tries to pull the creep wave back and away, so that way Saberlight and his trip back to base won't be punished as much. At least he can bring a creep wave to him. But it means Boxy having to be here also means he's not stacking up for the Sand King, which is usually the recovery mechanism.
True, not a lot of economy going. In fact, the camps got blocked early. Radiant Sentry on that big camp. Gonna remove some of the Sand King's potential comeback economy. He just has to play the lane more. Suffering on the lane. This is a big pressure point for Tundra, especially if they ever rotate the other support in here and look for the kill. That could be a way to accelerate Sox's experience in gold out of this early game if they're not finding a lot of action top. Phoenix is going to be fine up here. Will always get something, especially when the helm is done. Already has the Iron Will up.
Radiant's top tower is under
6-minute power rune. Soxa making the rotation.
Yeah, a Spirit Hero versus a Queen of Pain. These power runes are going to be constant contest. Soxa doing a good job covering himself. They do find the ward in the river, though. Will they get the power rune? It's the Warlock. Toby, here's here on the other side. He's going to try and stop Nisha. Nisha's going to go for it with the Remnant, and they manage to get it away from Nisha. It's a haste rune that goes into BZM's bottle. Not going to result in a kill or anything, but it might later on.
Best Zoomer mid. Just can't beat youth on those runes.
That's a good point.
Apparently you can beat
Nisha's
them.
been at it for a while.
Yeah, he's a veteran now.
He's an old man at this point.
Yeah, what is he? 24 or something?
Yeah, the incredibly old age of 26.
Time to retire from
time. Yeah. Barely believe he's still playing. Good pressure on the tower here with the siege wagon. They'll get some extra damage and some extra denies. BZM back to back.
Nice little value.
What'd you make of the Marcy being taken early by Tundra? And then Liquid in turn grabbing the Sand King, which has lost all games in this series.
The Sand King has looked good, but it has not won. And I think that a lot of games the Marcy has looked okay, but it is winning.
What is this? BZM with this haste rune. It's going to try, but Disruption, it will keep him out of the Shrine area just long enough, and Toby will be abandoned by his mid. Left to die. Saberlight will finally claim first blood at 7 minutes. Chrysalis fighting back against Nisha here. Astral Step got him on the Remnant, pull back though. Nisha has to keep his distance, still has to dissimulate, but this ultimate makes Chrysalis so dangerous. Saberlight threatening the epicenter here. Still gonna go for Chrysalis? Nah. Chrysalis, I mean, he could just rebound away. There's no way you're gonna catch him.
You have to be careful about taking fights like that if you're Liquid, if a large Bonds is available. Like you get Bonds into the Sonic Wave or Avalanche, Egg, stuff like this. Incredible Bonds lineup for Tundra. That's their big clump punish. Whereas the flip side, you run into, you know, Sandstorm, Epi, Wukong, Terrorize, you're not going to have a fun time either. This meta is really just evolving into a mass teamfight meta.
This time BZM does not blink into it, and so Nisha will get the regen rune.
This is a lane win for Tundra. Not as severe as I think it could have been. I think Liquid played the lanes pretty well, particularly that top lane. Mickey got a lot up there. Still hanging out up there as well.
Yes.
You have Supernova available.
Did just get his 6 recently, and you can see they're going to make the rotation to shut him down.
Exactly what you want here.
If Mickey sticks around in this area, he will die.
You really have to be careful of getting your tree cut here. I don't want to give extra kills into this Phoenix, who's going to have a good matchup against you for a long time. This will be a quick tower down with the early helms here.
And the early skeletons as well. Okay, Wukong's command, because BZM blinked up here, so Mickey knows it too. He's going to get this pickup. He is.
Я просто палками забили.
With the step, BZM, he had no idea that he was blinking under vision.
That is a freebie for Mickey.
Avalanche goes out with the epicenter. Ooh,
Ні одного
dang,
доміка
trading
у
out
Ліквідів.
supports. Chrysalis also takes a lot of damage. He has to TP away. Chrysalis cannot stop the TP.
Radiant's middle
Don't get to
tower
sit in this
could use
lane.
some help.
Or gold for Crystallis, but at least Saberlight getting some recovery gold here, and he does have a couple stacks waiting for him. Not as big as it could have been with all of the Sentry anti-stacking technology Tundra invested in. But it's something. Oh, they're going to smoke to it. They want to take even more away from Saberlight in this early game.
Yeah, it could be a massive hit. Saberlight, he'll back away as he's already cleared out the hard camp. Some of the Ancients are left. Saberlight, he doesn't want to get this up, but he might just give away his life. Oh, so close. A Sonic Wave Scream is not quite enough. Soxa is still looking for it. BZM, toss, a blink, but neither will be there to finish him off.
It's rough for BZM. He wanted something out of the Sonic Wave.
Looks like he's losing a bit of ground. At least he can content himself with taking 2 Ancients.
And look at the buildings fall.
Yeah.
Crystallis picked up the kill in the safe lane solo. He's pressuring bottom tier 1. Other Helm is going into this tier 1 mid. Tundra bringing the heat this game 3, trying to play a fast tempo game, take over the map.
33 wants to put this supernova to use. If you do not come contest the towers, then it'll just be another one to fall. 33 gets the last hit on that one. He is second highest net worth. He's only behind Crystallis' Marcy. The early pickup of Tundra seems uncountered for him.
Really strong laning setup for them. They got 3 towers down around that 10-minute mark. A lot of space to work with. They can be the ones to invade Liquid side of the map this time around, take away those farm, prevent the Sand King stacks. Recovering Saberlight's game as even more pressure going into him.
Tosses him out of his Sandstorm. He's got another Sandstorm, and there's no core here yet. But the Phoenix is going to ride soon. They have to get this kill on Soxa and get away quick, and they're not quite getting it. The heal comes in. It's going to be fine for both sides.
I feel like this is going to be the MO in this mid game. Like, you try and take some fights as Liquid, and if the Phoenix shows up,
nice jump, Crystallis. Toss some Mickey back into BZM, and he just will not be able to jump into the streets. Or maybe actually the distance created by the disruption. Trickery tries to dodge, but he still takes the damage. That means he won't be able to jump into the streets and escape.
Warpine Raiders just owning today. I mean, if you have Warpine Raider in your fantasy, you're cooking.
It's true. If you have the troll or the skeletons
if you have the
for
troll
tower
summoner,
damage.
Holy moly.
2,000 net worth lead for Tundra off of this laning phase. And we haven't even seen them put their team fight to use. Still don't have level 6 on Toby, but we haven't even seen a supernova. 33 has been able to keep Liquid back just through his presence.
We probably won't see one in this early game because the thing that brings Tundra's lineup together is like the tiny blink and Marcy being able to get in there. That's kind of your only catch until you get later hexes or something like that. It's kind of hard to use the ults and lock heroes in the vicinity. Have more control later.
So you're saying it's a game of cat and mouse, except this time Tundra is going to be hunting Liquid around the map, and Liquid's going to be trying to split.
But the thing is, I've never seen a 33 team play to hunt hero.
And I feel like I've very rarely ever seen Team Liquid not play to fight in the early game. So
they're just probably going to get Sand King Blink and then look for those fights. But yeah, his game has been the slowest, so that's what's hurting Liquid's pace right now.
They also don't have any Helmet Dom, so how can you even rat without that item?
How can you play Dota?
I don't know. Liquid had 2 of them last game. We said it. 2-1. That's why they won.
Maybe Insania felt bad about it.
I would Insania feel bad.
A wholesome guy.
He's like, I want to win, but I don't want to win that way.
Yeah.
That's what he told his team.
Exactly.
Screw the millions of dollars.
I
want the moral high ground.
You know, I mean.
Well, 33 is a more ambitious man. He doesn't care how many Helmet Doms he and his team have to build. He is trying to be the 3-time.
Middle tower is under attack.
This could be a huge grab on Crystallis.
It's gonna have to be well executed though, because he can just hop over the cliff.
Як вона їбаше, а?
Needed perfect execution. You had to like disrupt while he was midway through. Oh, the golem drop on 3. That's nasty. Fatal bonds on the 2 of them. Somehow got stomped. The Centaur just comes out of nowhere and stomps them up. They'll still catch Mickey. They'll still catch Insania. As Crystallis rebound, BZM out of blink. Yeah, he's
Так, виснажує, я вже чекаю вихідних, щоб ці турики закінчились.
BZM finally gets the blink necessary to get the kill.
Ну, більше, напевно, не знаю, але подібне відчуття насправді.
A nice little pickup from Nisha.
Oh, Nisha's out of resources, kinda.
Wand.
He has wand. He doesn't have any steps. He does have a.
Якби вона закінчилась хоча б в 9 вечора, я б офав би, знаєш, чилив би і лягав би спати, а так вона в 12 закінчиться, чи в першу. Я трохи охуєвший. А в 9:30 вже вставати, вже в 11 нові катки йдуть. Дуже багато. Я зараз, бачу, відключив емоції, я вже, ну, похуй, коротше. Я одну катку попотів, подивився, що пікнули зараз ліквіди, і, ну, це пізда. Це 35 хвилин гра.
Can Saberlight go for the punish here with the epicenter? He's gonna try, but he's going into a blade mail. An epicenter, frankly,
Нормально в
just
Blade
does
Mail
enough
трусити.
damage for Saberlight to threaten this BZM quap that is level 11.
Nice dominator usage from Tundra.
Так тут нема ким вигравати. Вони, якщо вони сипляться зараз, то через 15 хвилин буде сипатись у них уже ХГ.
Not think Liquid expected Crystallis to commit to the bit. He saw it through. Not only do you end up killing the Void Spirit, you waste a lot of his time. You run him around the map for a minute.
Yep.
And you end up getting the rewards. That means Nisha falls farther behind in this early to mid transition. He's just not found a lot on this Void Spirit. 1-1. Didn't go the vessel buildup. He's going straight to the Ags. This build can feel really clunky when you're not getting a couple of kills to boost it up.
Просто всі навчились грати проти МК, а у Мікі МК це іменно сигнатурка, все. Далі нікуди не їдемо, і ще й Void на мід. Який демеджу не дасть.
Yeah, Tundra punishing you heavily for this lack of fight in Liquid. 6,000 net worth lead they've claimed, and everywhere you go, it's Tundra heroes pushing into Liquid side of the map, and Liquid conceding.
It's such a weird game too, because in game 2 we saw Liquid make a tempo adjustment. They went to Helms. Quick kill on the monkey. He's gone, I think.
He's got the dagger on him. He's going to be taking constant damage. A tree throw to make sure. And
he's fine.
And a shield rune. BZM is willing to dive that tower. Meanwhile, Liquid tried to do something here in the top lane. 33 responds, burns out the mana of Nisha.
TP's coming in.
Yeah, this Nisha actually needs to start running. He's got to get out of here. This mana burn is really killing him. Insania will be the one caught up in it as Tundra continue to sweep back and forth between the sides of
Просто
the
по
map.
всіх лайнах.
Nowhere is safe for Liquid.
Such a fast game. And what I was saying is this is what we saw from Liquid game 2. Get the Helms, take all the tier 1s, run them
Занадто виклались в другій грі. Сил нема.
Tundra are like, oh, that's how we should play. And they're just running it back.
And Liquid, I feel like they do have great late game, and if it goes crazy late, you know, who knows? But I don't feel like there's that same kind of impending threat that the Faceless Void was given. You know?
Well, to be honest, that Faceless Void fell off for a lot of the hard save.
Yeah.
Like he had to play against double saving support that ultimately came through in that late game. Really weird things can happen in the ultra late game in Dota nowadays. But I will say that Marcy scaled incredibly in that game, and there's a reason Tundra first picked it here.
And since the Blink Dagger pickup, we haven't seen Liquid actually get a kill, right?
Oh, we have not seen them get this anything involved in something productive. They're going to smoke him again as the move's coming from Tundra. That's the Blink Dagger for Soxa bought out. So even if he dies here, he won't. He got his initiation tool. That's a big win for Tundra. Pretty nice timing here. He's the wealthiest support out of the phase. And an arcane rune for BZM. Right as Liquid leave the area. Failed smoke for them.
Yeah, Quap getting free power runes every time. It just feels like Liquid will never be able to fight, at least for the foreseeable future.
Especially Pipe on 33. He opted Pipe first.
Саныч, ти хотів Discord, Саныч? Я тільки побачив.
More auras, even considering Drum. This is going to be early auras on the Phoenix. Their 5-man is going to be insane. With an uncontestable egg plus auras on the hero that you can't really all-in or contest. Not sure how you take fights right now if you're Liquid. You just have to dodge.
Oxa knows Nisha's around, as that Watcher was taken. Nisha double steps. And he's got a TP away. Soxa, any way he can get around this and get the toss? No.
Nice play. TP's top to continue farming. Just gotta try and get this Ags up on the Void Spirit. You're not a factor until that's online.
Yeah, you need to not just survive, but you can't just TP back to base every single.
Radiant's top tower
Losing way too much ground in the net worth battle.
Guess who's back? Troll Summoner.
33 will immediately use it. cut the wave. And very soon there will be pressure on the
Добре,
tier 2. But
добре.
it also means that the Tormentor, the creep wave pushed in, Tormentor is
Тут нема
probably
що
free for Tundra.
обговорювати.
They don't really see how Liquid, one, put the team fight together to take it, but also have the map positioning to contest in the first place.
Someone better help Dyer's middle tower.
Так, так,
Map
так.
control is really good. And they're a very good team at cutting waves, playing around their vision. That'll be boots of travel done for the Phoenix as well, so that's going to give them a lot more opportunity to play aggressive. You can TP to all these dom creeps, you can TP to these aggressive waves. A lot of extra map pressure that can come from a hero that's generally immobile. We're seeing this smoke while the Phoenix shows mid. You gotta be ready for these plays. Everybody from Tundra compete at this fight.
Oh, a blink backwards before the gold lands him, and he's gonna go for the TP out. They have the dust, they get the grab immediately. Crystal is spamming it on the ground as soon as the dust revealed him. He got it. Saberlight dies, and the Tormentor is taken. Liquid really tried to do something cheeky there.
Wrong neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, this was just not your Tormentor to take in this game.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
11,000 net worth lead. This may end up being a very one-sided game 3. Liquid are trying to close in on those items. The Aghanim Scepter, the Sand King just got delayed. The Aghanim Scepter on Nisha and the BKB on Mickey are coming in the next minute or two. Tundra, they're just going to lay waste to some of these tier 2s.
Time to take even more of the map. If Liquid refuse to fight you, so be it. Take objectives.
Tower is gone.
That rally damage goes a long way. Double summoner. Stalin is back to his old ways. 33 says, I like what we're doing in that game too.
Catching Mickey in the triangle. He's going into this tier 2, but it's already dead. Where do you go from here?
He does not have his BKB yet if Liquid decide to fight this.
They glyph, they try and hold. Liquid, this is a risky move.
It's really risky.
Go into the triangle, spot Soxa. They're trying to use this Aghanim Scepter. There goes the epicenter, the initiation onto the Marcy. They need to blow up this carry, and they will manage to do so. 33, not feeling good about the Supernova. Starts returning fire, gets the first fire spirits out, and an opportunity for the Supernova. It presents itself. Liquid, all out, trying to get away. BCM looks to slow down Mickey, though. And Mickey slowed down to a crawl. Can Tundra finish him off? As he gets to the high ground, Sonic Wave push back in. He got his BKB. He tries to turn it around. A little bit of a heal. He gets just a bit. 20 HP, 10 HP. He got a heal up. He got another heal up on Toss to finish him off. But 33, he took so much damage, he trades his life for the carry of Liquid.
Worth it for the Phoenix, but not the clean team fight win Tundra were looking for. Liquid strike first. They find the all-in on the Marcy before the BKB comes out from Crystallis. That is huge there.
2 cores apiece.
That's a big win for Liquid. Try and get something out of this game that was spiraling.
At this point, a draw is a win for Liquid.
Considering you didn't have the monkey BKB at the start of that fight, yeah, I think so. Like, you were behind on a lot of effective net worth going in there, and we saw how effective the pipe was at almost saving that Marcy's life.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it took a lot to get through him here.
Ліквіди, пишіть GG, ну шансів реально нема. Папа зараз стрибнула, блядь, хвостом помахала.
The action doesn't stop. Liquid run into Tundra here in the jungle now. Nisha, okay, walks under a sentry, so his invisibility doesn't last for long.
Just such a tough spot for Liquid. This is their item timing they want to strike with. They want to take the fights, but you're 12k down because of how rough that early game was. Buy an early gem.
It's smoke up. I mean, if there's no epicenter, okay, epicenter
Вам
just
видно
came
чи не
back
видно?
up, but there's no
Вам не
Sand
видно
King who is on the
ці
opposite side
бульбашки
of this
маленькі,
map.
да?
Tundra know it. He's
А
gonna
отак
show.
трохи видно.
Not
Push
much
into the
good's
triangle.
happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
Full of
Пиздец, так і
confidence.
помитися можна.
Tundra being the aggressive ones in this game 3. Clear out the triangle, say that's good enough. Take Roshan.
Such a large difference in map control this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's still tier 1 towers up across
Every
the board.
single one. There's just no way to get these lanes deep for Liquid. You look at their wards, they have deep wards on the map, but you can't use them.
And Nisha even tries, and Soxa says, nope, I'm not letting you get anything out of this. And you can't turn
Просто
and
на
fight
що
Soxa.
надіятись?
Soxa is level 12, so just through levels, he's got over
Надіятись.
2000 HP.
Яша, Манта.
Hero always comes back TI season.
Папаша стрибає з цим.
Successful scan on the high ground. Soxa once again will be the first point of contact. Foxy, desperate to get away, will try and
Єбать, Галем полетів, блядь, вообще похуй на п'ятірку.
by the golem.
Чи на четвірку, неважливо.
Saberlight will manage to steal away another shrine. Liquid and maybe losing out in golds. They're scrapping out some experience on the sides of the map.
That evens the experience a lot.
Despite the mobility of Nisha, it feels like he is always on the edge, maybe dying. Always limited on steps, limited on mana.
Tundra have done a good job just hounding him around the map.
Yeah.
Just can't farm freely, can't get these lanes in. You have all these tier 1s to TP2, you have the early bots on the Phoenix. Tiny can just run around and hunt with Dom creep support.
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Really tough to get these lanes out right now if you're Liquid. They're trying to hunt something. There you go. Phoenix TV's up here. We got to bail on this play. Just so hard to gain any map control right now. Lost your outpost early too because the tier 2's going down.
Insania, one more creep for a blink dagger.
And have it.
It was almost one too many. Chrysalis was setting up for him. Instead, we'll get Boxy bursting down before the Shadow Realm, and that's the gem.
Thought he was safe with the ability to Shadow Realm plus Glimmer Cape as those Tranquil Boots disassembled for extra regen in the realm as well, but...
Ех, бідно за ліквідів, друзі. Немає карт. Карт в рукаві немає. Козирів немає. Карти є, але одні шістки та сімки. Заканчуйте так. Ну, типу, я кажу, 35 хвилин гра.
3 minutes left on the Aegis. Liquid.
They're Sand Ags.
Доброго вечора, Деніелс. А зараз же ж буде яйце. Не буде. Але...
Liquid, they'll get the holds here, but there's still the threat of this Marcy. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. 4 versus 4.
He just finished dataless too. This is a lot of burst damage, even without the ulti, which guess what's coming up in 7 seconds. You are not out of the woods yet. Liquid were not ready for this tempo out of Tundra.
No, they weren't. And just showing that they can play both sides of the coin here. But if they overstep themselves, that's going to be the first life. The golden gets dropped. Didn't really hit much there. Dissimulate from Nisha, dodges some of it. Boxy with his Glimmer Cape. Another disruption save from Insania, but Chrysalis will stick around, and now the Phoenix is back in with his boots of travels. They won't.
Фенікс просто на тревел-бутсах прилетає, чат.
Versus the 4 of Liquid. One lane of Barracks is gone. And Tundra, they almost look like they just want to keep this going.
I mean, why not? You had almost 20k gold lead. You have sustain. You have an early solar crest. Just keep hunting. Keep pushing the lanes and don't give Liquid breathing room right now. You are about to send the defending champs home before they even get to that main stage.
33 will be the last member of that lineup if Tundra can move on. Look at that lead. Surprised it's 25%. Where did you give that 25%? I mean, I kind of gave it just to the fact that we've had 60-minute games for like 40% of the matches here in this road to TI.
High ground defense is strong. Shadow Demon scaling strong. Can always catch Tundra in a clump. I mean, we saw their burst power on that Phoenix.
Не кажіть, що ви будете чекати Рошана.
Tundra is doing what Liquid have been trying to do for much of this road to TI. They have not been able to do so successfully very often. Too many times the games have been pulled to the late game, but it's looking like Tundra might just be able to shut it out before 35.
Going high ground without Aegis is risky, though. You risk getting your Marcy all in.
А Shadow Amulet же ж не постійний тепер, Мілкор. Чи за цього, блядь, пофіксили цю хуйню?
Tundra, I mean, the way they're playing here, just all up in their faces.
I mean, they are corralling Liquid. They're getting a lot of economic value out of this because Liquid are coming back to the base, preparing for the fight.
They all show here, and then they smoke to the other side. They sweep over, see if there's some core of Liquid out on the map. Yeah, you see the drawings. They're like, yep. Going to be up here, farming up these neutrals. Now, Liquid playing it so conservatively that they are not doing that.
This ward in the base right now.
Oh, yeah, Sox is...
This is an insanely deadly ward when you're Tiny.
Вон, солодкий Войд.
He's going to be avalanche tossed. Can Chrysalis blow him up? He tried to go for it, but it got silenced. Didn't get the grab on him. Instead, he one-shots Boxy.
That'll do it.
Is Marcy the hero you need to break the high ground? So much of this burst damage seems to surprise the opposing team. It almost got Liquid an opportunity in game 2. It ended up going late. But now, Tundra showing they can do the same thing, but perhaps better.
Just gonna be another lane without a fight.
Домінатори працюють. Поїхав. Майже Магнус на тіні.
Can he get the step through? He steps through 33. He goes backwards here. And he's going to have to play for the buyback. Meanwhile, slowing down these heroes, Demonic Purge on Toby, who is in pretty deep. But if you only get the 5 position, that can't feel good for Liquid. Terrorize being threatened. Supernova gets used. Big A pops. BKB. Chrysalis.
Too much damage.
No, they get the kill. They protect the 8. They take out 3. And that's a die back on Boxy. A silence on BZM, but he's not afraid. Gale Guard, Blade Mail. He is
Таку хуйню напікали, друзі, що піздець просто. Мігачі на 30-й.
Knockout punch to Liquid in game 3. They just blitzed them.
They found the tempo. They brought it to Liquid. They said we can play.
Saberlight buys back, but for what you've got no
They
epicenter.
back?
You're in an awkward position. They got a silence onto
Ні.
the Phoenix, but there's no
Поки що ні.
Supernova. There are bigger threats in this game, and you can't even kill him. Who's too tanky for you?
Megas.
1 base left, and that's it. Megas at 31. Burrow Strike on 3, but the pipe goes out, protecting him from most of the magic damage both Saberlight and Nisha can do. They simply cannot do enough. It's Megas for the foreseeable future for
Ні,
Team
це
Liquid.
справедливо,
For the rest of their
друзі.
road to TI, they will have to play against Megas, and it may
Це
not be a very
справедливо,
long
тут,
road
типу,
as Tundra, but they're going through the tier 4s.
таку хуйню напікали, що просто капець.
Trickle in one by one, try to protect
Вапа,
Nisha,
блядь, кричить
but they got the silence on
кожні
him.
30
Now
секунд, це
another
піздець
dieback.
якийсь.
A toss over. Big A's dead as well. Liquid are gone. Liquid are out of the
Шейкер в
running
бані.
to TI.
Біст в бані.
It's going to be Tundra who will move on.
Despite the odds, despite the last minute stand in, Tundra find a way to
Та
take
просто
the
ліквіді
defending
слабенькі.
champs out in a very dominant
Дуже
series
хуйова,
for them. They
дуже
won
хуйова
this
третя карта.
early game in the game.
Дуже хуйова третя карта. І перша така собі. І перша, ну, перша ще була така, більш-менш. Але знову ж таки, знову МК керрі. І як з цим грати, типу. Ні, коли раптура вішається і його просто пінають жорстко. Перший ще більш-менш, третя взагалі піздець. Ну просто сил не вистачило, я хз. Ліквід знав і все заскрінив.
Truly felt like they could claw themselves back into the game. That was the only problem that I saw. Like if they had an amazing laning start, maybe, but with an even start, this game was such a big obstacle to overcome.
Yes, I think that Tundra in this game basically showed what Dota was like you could say 1 or 2 years ago when the early game just snowballed into the rest of the game. They just didn't leave any openings anymore for Liquid to capitalize on. And after like a very dominant laning stage, it didn't really look like, apart from this move, where the burst of Marcy on the tier 2 mid that we see right here, it didn't really feel like Liquid ever had an opening anymore because Tundra's net worth lead and draft were just too dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like it was they lost all lanes and then it snowballed from there, right? And I do agree with Lisa. I think it comes back to the draft a little bit. We talked about it during the draft, how the Queen of Pain was such a brilliant pick. Not only is it good as a hero with their draft, but it also makes it awkward for Liquid to put their heroes how they want them, right? Being good against Monkey King mid, being good against Sand King mid, forcing them into this Void Spirit last pick, which I don't know, it's like now they lose all lanes. Instead of just losing the Monkey King with squad matchup, for example, now suddenly they end up losing the Sand King lane, the Void Spirit doesn't really salvage anything, and then the Monkey King as well against the Phoenix. So very clever stuff from Tundra here, and it was very hard for Liquid to play this one.
Yeah, they didn't even get a single tier 1 tower down in this entire game. Goes to show the dominance that Tundra had. in this game. And the draft was, of course, one thing. But I think, you know how we said when we saw the first, especially first and second game, how we saw the nerves a little bit from both of these teams? I kind of felt, Misery, that this
Так
game
все уже,
kinda
все.
showed that
Вже
Tundra- that there were
не
no
варто
nerves anymore.
ставити
Tundra was
Мілкорич.
playing very comfortable. The amount of mistakes that we saw in some of the other games, maybe it was a result of the draft, maybe being easier to execute, but it felt like they were so much less.
Yeah, it was a lot cleaner from Tundra, but I do think it's a little bit of a nature of their heroes just being so easy to execute when you get a lead. Like, it's very hard for Liquid to make any moves. But yeah, I mean, they definitely did recover from that loss. I think that could not have been easy to recover from game 2, right? And they managed to reset and come in and draft like this and then execute.
Бля, ну шкода, ну таке.
If you ask me after game
Просто
number
нема
two,
з
I'd
ким,
say that Liquid
ну
have
прикинь,
a
такий
much bigger chance
був
of
би
taking
фінал
game number two.
Інтернешнала.
Just from the
Отакий пік
mentality,
був від
just from
Liquid
the
в
way
фіналі.
they exited the booth after
Нахуй
game
на
number
це
two.
дивитись.
However, the pressure that they were able to apply in this game number 3 by Tundra and 33 in particular, I feel like was immaculate, specifically because of the item build as well that he went on Phoenix. Like a very early Boots of Travel made sure that he is a part of every single team fight across the map.
And this also continues the story of first pick being dominant. It was 3 first picks in a row.
Yeah, I just want to highlight this move from 33. He's actually an offlane Phoenix, but he ends up taking the safe lane. Him being such a brilliant macro player, he ends up taking the lane away from the Sand King, kind of stealing his farm, right? And I just think it shows a really deep understanding of not just Phoenix and how strong he is, but also the Sand King, right? Sand King wants to move backwards, farm those 2 camps, push the lane in. But when Phoenix is there constantly stealing his camps, he's going to not only maximize map control for his team, he's also going to free up the Massive for the top lane. He's going to free up the Triangle for stacks. Like, it actually creates so much space for his team while it's also shutting down the Sand King. So I think this little move is actually quite brilliant by 33, and it might be why the game snowballed. Imagine Sand King pushing down bottom lane and freeing up the map for Liquid.
55 тисяч по очках і по прогнозу, коротше, ніхуя доброго. По прогнозу поки що ніхуя доброго. Але має бути Falcons в плюсі, мають бути Heroic в плюсі. І все. А, і Тундра. І Тундра, виходить. Має бути 3 в плюсі. По очках ось так. 55 829.
It doesn't really need a lot of skill to play.
Nice, naming yourself.
It's one of easier heroes to play. However, if you do get stun locked and silenced like in this clip, then you can fall. And this is basically Liquid pouring their hearts out to take out 33. And they do manage, but at the same time, they're kind of losing the fight afterwards. And this was a problem of their draft. They couldn't deal with the eggs, so they had to make sure that they kill the Phoenix before the fight starts. But if they do manage to kill the Phoenix before the fight starts, then they're definitely losing the fight because they used everything on him.
You still got to deal with the Marcy, which is arguably one of the, if not the strongest hero in this current meta. I kind of feel like, yeah, this draft played a large part on why Tundra won this game 3, but all credit goes to them. They move forward. I do want to talk a little bit about Team Liquid. Their roads cut short, at least very much shorter than I think Stormstormer that they were expecting coming into this international and road to the international.
I mean, it's obviously hard to tell what went on in the team or with what mindset they went into this tournament. I would say, I can imagine it's also been a very long year. There have been a lot of tournaments. They have been successful. They have some land victories in their back. But yeah, I definitely safe to assume that they're not where they wanted to be. They are the defending champions, right? So it is sad to see them go. But in the end, this is what this year's TI is about. If they would have made it, they would have already been top 8 at TI. This is what this first stage works like. But unfortunately, they came a little bit short and Tundra's going to take their place.
Yeah, I think they'd be the first to say, like, okay, if you want to win TI, you got to beat everyone. Doesn't matter when, doesn't matter where, you have to beat everyone. And they did not beat Tundra. And part of that was because of the man of the match, the man of the hour. It is Crystallis that we're going to talk to. It's Nomad. I'm standing with him right now.
I absolutely am. Yeah, I mean, congratulations, your second main stage TI. How does that feel?
Very good. I'm very happy about it.
I mean, in what a way as well. That was a crazy series. What was it like to play that against the TI champions?
I mean, you know, it's just they're all like hype series, you know, just like all the other series in this tournament. Somehow they're all like super late game, 60-minute apart from the last game, super late game, like 60-minute, like complete insane games. So it's always like very exciting and scary to play them at the same time. But you know, in the end, we ended up winning the series, so it's good.
Absolutely, and going pretty deep into the hero pool in that game number 3 there. I mean, where did the 33 Phoenix come from?
I don't know. This guy, he dug deep within the dark pool, and he grabbed out this Phoenix out of nowhere. Finally, he's countering this monkey in lane, and I don't know, it's just too hard, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, it beat them. It was fantastic as well. But I want to talk about yourself because, of course, back in 2022, second place, but you're actually against 2 of the players here, against Saxon and 33. So what's it been like to be on the other side of that?
I mean, I hated
Ну,
playing against them back
44
then in the TI,
тисячі
so it
це не
pissed me off
гірший
what they were
результат.
doing. So now I hope that they're just doing the same to the enemy team. And, you know, that makes me happy automatically.
You seem very happy.
Ніша сьогодні показав скілуху на третій мапі на Void Spirit. Там, дай Бог, 500 очей заробив уже гарно.
What did you have in mind?
I don't know, like 20 minutes before, you like open their Dota buff page, you look at their heroes, you're like, oh look, Nisha playing Puck, ban. Then you play the series, oh look, Nisha fuck us on Primal Beast, ban, and you know, that's just how you do it. There's a little bit of prep and then you just go in.
20 minutes of prep is all it takes, all right, easy peasy. Now, we need to ask about the meta, of course. How much are you enjoying building Helm of the Dominator?
Так, фалькони зі спірітами. Це жорстко буде.
Worst thing ever. I really hope that I just, in the small break that we're going to have soon, we'll just delete the entire item from the game with a patch. It would actually just probably fix the whole tournament going further, for sure.
All right, strong opinions there indeed. One last question I want to ask, and it is actually about your
Вони тебе
standard.
почули на Мадич.
Not the ideal situation, but how is
Я їм
Toby
передам,
doing in
подзвоню.
this team?
I mean, Toby is a legend, of course, as always. He helped Liquid to win a tournament. Now we expect him to help us win a tournament. He's just a legend.
Так, мені треба, щоб фалькони виграли.
It's like, he should be the role model of
Так,
like
так.
every +5 player. Toby Dota, for sure.
That is high praise indeed, and well deserved as you guys continue on at the International. Remco, congratulations on making it to the International.
Thank you.
Love hearing from Christmas. Always high praise for Toby and strong opinions on this Helm of the Dominator. I don't think he's gonna get his wish, guys. In between, like the couple of days break is not gonna be enough to remove an entire item from the game. But you know, he can dream, he can hope. It is very cool to see him making it to the playoffs again via the longest road you could possibly take, just like he did the previous time when he played at the International. Came second. We'll see, of course, later on if he can do the same thing again, or maybe go even further and take first. But today is not yet done. Today is brutal and it will continue rolling on. We eliminate Liquid, we promote Tundra, and now it's time for our final series of the day. Falcons versus Spirit. Same fate for both of these teams. One moves on, one gets left behind. That is the brutal truth of this elimination round, Lizard. Never ending. No mercy.
I mean, there is absolutely no mercy. I like it. By the way, if they do remove Helm of Dominator 33, is gonna have no mercy with Remco afterwards. But yeah, like we just eliminated Liquid. Now we get to eliminate one of these giants of Dota, like Team Falcons or Team Spirit on the other side. And yeah, it's a merciless Swiss stage.
Yeah, and we've had these two teams go up against each other multiple times
in grand finals.
This entire year, in grand finals, 2 grand finals actually. And one thing that is pretty clear when you see the scores of these two teams going head to head, as when the grand finals, no different. It's been, other than that one series, it's been all 2-0 or 0-2s. The thing that's missing here are the 2 grand finals, which are both 3-0s or 0-3s as well. It's pretty definite, and I wonder if that gives us any indication for this upcoming match, Misery, because it has been so defined.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if we base the form of the teams on what we've seen so far in this event, I would say Falcons are heavy favorites. But of course, everything is reset now. It just comes down to that one best of 3. So yeah, I don't know how much you can use that. I would even say that maybe the pressure's off Spirit a little bit, and the pressure's more on Falcons. They had these insane series against both the Chinese teams and like 5+ hour series, right? Yeah. And now they're facing elimination in one matchup. I feel like it's not an easy position for them to be in. Yeah, it's tough.
I want to say also, because you mentioned how defined those matchups are, I think these are two teams that also really depend on what patch we're playing and what the meta is. I mean, we have seen Spirit always shine when those hard carries are really in the meta, when they are the strongest, when Yatoro gets his hands on this PA, Void, etc., etc. And Falcons likewise have their own style that is fighting, but I would even consider this TI to be one of their strong patches, or Road to TI rather, because we know how short they fell. We watched those games. They could have been one of those 4-1 teams as well, of slight things against Typebound or any of the other teams could have gone slightly differently. So I think that plays a huge role why those teams have such highs and lows. I would still go into the series thinking that Falcons has a slight edge just with what they looked like so far. But then again, it's true, like now they're with the backs against the wall. I think it also is going to show if they could keep their heads basically cool after these, I would say, really close, but also somewhat tough to suck it up losses. They had.
Аме страшно розйобував всіх. Я вже маючи результати сів і статистику всіх команд подивився і по кожному гравцю. Не поняв. Коли подивився і для чого подивився?
The state of the games at around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I feel like the 20-minute mark right now is really important.
Так, ти в ТГ скинув? Чи де мені дивитись?
And you can see that some of them are
Що дивитись
focusing
мені?
quite a lot on just farming the hell out of the map. Like you have those river areas. Look
Ляйми
at
наборов,
XG
чисто
Spirit.
Леонардо.
That's like 20% more.
А де випав?
Just this is, by the way, general team last. It's not obviously per hero at 20 minutes.
Хто такий фуглер?
Usually what this means is that their carry, something like a Sven or a Medusa, at the 20-minute mark has 300 last hits. And that's absolutely insane. I think that teams at the moment, they just need to focus themselves not on, and they are doing that, right? Like you could see from Falcons, from the Chinese teams, just focus on getting those stacks and farming the full map. Like these invasive movements where you enter a triangle and try to contest stacks and stuff, I feel like maybe you block it with a sentry or two, but just going with like 3-man smoke, they're just a waste of time. Like you're wasting too much of your time that you could be farming somewhere on the map.
And that kind of goes hand in hand with the game duration that we have, right? If it is more efficient to go for your own last, it's your own scaling, basically exploiting the big size of the map that we have since 2 years now, it automatically leads to longer games, right? In comparison to when it makes more sense to force objectives, force early high ground pushes even, etc. I mean, this really shows why games...
А це де? З чого падає? З дерева падає чи з чого, Праймич?
I agree. It does feel like if you want to invade, you have to be winning your lanes pretty handedly, like we just saw with Liquid, right?
Sorry, I'm laughing at the difference in average game duration.
Oh yeah, that's also very telling.
Falcons, 3 for a treat.
Sorry, Mystery, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I mean when the game is
Подивіться,
even,
Falcons
after
грають
phase,
просто
I feel like it's very hard
average
to,
duration
invade,
53.
and it usually is fairly obvious too. So those type of moves rarely work out. So I agree, it's better to just stack yourself and keep farming, and you know, it's almost like a patience game at that point.
Yeah, and of course it's going to be very important to find out what these teams will have in store for each other, because especially, well, for both sides, there's heroes that you just want to remove from the pool and don't have to deal with, but you also got to take into consideration what's hot in the meta. So, in regards to Falcons, it is pick your poison, Lizard.
Yeah, pretty much. I just want to focus on the bans, by the way, and on the first pick. Like, versus Falcons, teams have decided just to, like, you ban out a couple of... by the way, the order of the picks up there isn't really correct, but order of the bans is what's important. You ban out 4 of their heroes, like...
О, подивись, що вони, блядь, напікали, це ж пізда.
+1, and then you steal one of those mega heroes that they have, right? Like, you steal some, either the Beastmaster, or the Primal, or the Mars. That's how the Chinese teams have been doing.
О, там прикольні піки нижні у Фальконів.
Gaming, they open up their draft with a Mars. You know, you ban out 4 of Falcon's heroes and you just pick up a Mars. You make sure that you kind of counterplay one of their signature picks, because they have hero puddles on all 3 cores.
Yeah.
It's abusable.
It definitely is one of the weaknesses. It's both a strength and a weakness of Falcons that they are so transparent when it comes to their strategies. I think we saw Tidebound kind of capitalize on that yesterday, but yeah, they have a big hero pool, so it's not always that easy. I think Falcons are also going to learn from that. They were in an uncomfortable
Ні,
position.
ну до другої, напевно, до хрена.
We need to make sure that we get our core heroes on our, you know, supports, these type of things, so we don't end up
Але просто
kind
там,
of getting outpicked in that way.
розумієте, у Falcons
Yeah, let's see
середня
how this
гра
unfolds here.
53
Yeah, we
хвилини,
have got Team
розумієте?
Spirit on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Spirit.
А
And that
у
means we got 4 bans
Спірітів
coming out for Falcons.
35-36.
And the one that strikes me, maybe it doesn't strike me as odd, knowing
Тобто,
that
получається,
Metallica is a god on this hero with the Bane.
якщо не
First
спушать до
ban coming out
40-ї,
from them.
то
Is there
перевага
anything
йде
in
на
particular
Falcons
we're keeping our eyes out
сторону.
for other than the Marcy that's left in the pool for now?
I think there's a couple of them, right? When it comes to Falcons,
Йоу, я тут.
comfort zone here from Team Spirit, you have like a Chun, you have a Sand King as well that's left in the pool.
Shaker.
А, блін, не чую, зараз тебе треба вивести на колонки, бо я навушники зняв. Кайфую. Алло, алло, Саныч, а ну скажи щось.
Is Keecher sleeping?
No, he's focused.
He's meditating.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
You interrupted him.
А ну ще раз, Саныч.
Ще раз говорю що-небудь.
Це чую, нормально.
Що вже, наушники натиснули, да?
Та заїбали. Не то, що натиснули, да. Без них, коротше, краще. Бо сидіти по 11 годин в навушниках, піздець, блядь. Заїбався. Ой, їх потрібно покласти на зарядочку, до речі. Це гарно ти згадав.
А вони наче швидко заряджаються.
Та ні.
У мене за 5 хвилин на 30%.
А що у тебе за навушники?
One more.
As your first pick?
Не знаю, що це таке насправді.
There we go.
Перший раз чую таку фірму.
Це дочірня компанія цього. Xiaomi. One more Sony Flow.
Ну, у мене довго заряджаються кінстони. Ну, як довго, я не знаю. Хай зараз загуглю, блядь, скільки заряджаються.
Та по барабану скільки.
Мені ради цікавості, я вже сам забув, скільки вони заряджаються. Я їх просто заряджаю рідко дуже. Ти часто заряджаєш? Не знаю, може раз в 2 тижні заряджаю.
Ну, я раз в тиждень заряджаю.
This is kind of the strength of second pick right now, I think, is the fact that you can pick these two heroes in a row. And there's quite a lot of
А в тебе Type-C гніздо? Зарядка?
Так.
getting left out in the first phase, right? So I think maybe they just choose to not ban them, like the Shaker, the Primal, the mid heroes, but they focus maybe on a Mar, as we see right now.
Yeah, I definitely can see the Mars ban. I mean,
Так.
they have picked it before on the air. Well, actually, no, they
Время зарядки 4,5 години пишуть.
Ого, це дуже довго. Старий протокол. Коротше, там вже розпіковка пішла. ФБ Фуріон для Ятору.
If you look at their heroes, it's pretty much all Amar heroes, right? Except maybe Beastmaster. I think he's mostly played the Monkey King as well this event. The Bristol back.
Offlane monkey.
А ну зараз у цього спитаю.
Maybe just focusing on him and then ignoring sort of
Да,
Malreen's
примірно
heroes
4,
is the approach here for Team Spirit.
4,5 години. Але, блін, вони працюють в мене дуже довго.
Ну, понятно, просто зекономили на цьому. На фастчарджі.
Може.
It's, I mean, you're banning your own heroes too, right? It's Collapse, Magnus,
Прикольно тим, що в мене,
Collapse,
якщо я
Centaur,
бачу, що розрядка,
ban
то
from
блимає
Falcons
ще щось,
as
я
well,
на 5
so
хвилин
it's
поставив
kinda-
зарядити, вже
I mean,
30% є.
I think one
Ні,
thing
воно
we
так
see
само,
is
типу, воно просто розряджається довго. Ти поняв, я можу поставити на 5 хвилин і посидіти пару годин, знаєш.
making this hero work, but
Але, типу, я зарядив і зарядив повністю, не парюсь.
Out of the more casual ones on the offlane that are left in the pool, there's Doom.
Ну, 2-3 дня це, звісно, небагато на Мадич. 2-3 дня.
There's also still this hero that fell off, but still the Dawnbreaker
Але ти ж
is
бачиш,
still
як я
good,
юзаю
and
по
they
10
have
годин
multiple
на день.
chance to profit both in the lane and
Що думаєш
mid.
про ФП цей Фуріона?
Нормально. Нормально. Подобається.
Fell off a cliff?
Але як тобі ФБ Чена? Це перший раз його пікають чи ні?
Да, це купа аур, считай. А там є задроти.
Але так, ну, типу, Чен, я не засуджую Чена в...
Уяви собі, чен, плюс домінатори, плюс всяка херня, маня, блядь. Ой-ой-ой, що то буде.
In the game, I know it fell off a little bit here, but
Профет просто заїбеться вбити цих кріпів.
I feel like it fell off a cliff.
Треба просто якогось героя брати.
Ні, ну він молнію візьме. Та й, в принципі, не так зайобісто.
Молнія ж слабенький, континенту. Вони набагато гірше дамажать.
I agree. It hasn't looked great, to be honest.
okay,
That
this
primal you mentioned still out.
This could lead into a Pangolier pick. No, Sanking. Okay, I mean, just keep your bread and
Просто
butter
якогось
going,
стреля
right? I
треба
mean,
брати.
with Sanking checker left in the pool, I would
з
be very
БФ.
surprised if they left.
I mean,
І
I also
роз'єбувати
think
цю
Malreen is the best sinking, hands down.
Yeah, he's even the
Тим
guy
більше
who
Ятора грав
invented
вже на тролі
Sanking after he
роз'єбував.
got that new ability. Like after he got the Stinger and they changed the innate and everything else, he was the first guy
Ну, до речі, тут можна покращити результати рейвів.
Які?
Ну, міпошка дає може більше набити, якщо довга гра буде.
Так, є шанс.
А і в мене є шанс ще покращити. Так є, це типу прикол, типу, виходить як читер.
Чого? А що, типу, багато грають, чи що?
Да.
Та ну тут просто є шанс, бо фалькони їбашать довго. Якщо фалькони пройдуть, я думаю, що крита їбану на підтримку. Ще не точно, але так думка.
Я також. Для мене, типа, в ідеалі, щоб пройшли фалькони, у мене тоді ставка зайде. Але це, якщо фалькони вибивають, я крита не буду ставити, тоді треба думати. А якщо проходять, то навіть...
А як їх можна ставити крита, якщо фалькони не проходять? Його ж не буде вже в карті.
Так, якщо він не проходить, то тоді треба мені думати, кого насапати.
Так, всім? Так.
А якщо проходить, то можна навіть не думати, зразу крита ставиш і все.
Мгм.
Це вже буде в будь-якому випадку дуже багато цих.
І теоретично вигідно буде класти поінти команду, яка буде барахтатися з верхньої сітки через нижню, поняв?
Так, щоб якщо з верхнього впало в нижню, ще в нижній щось там.
Так, просто на верхній сітці, якщо на сітці, якщо прямо пройдуть 4 матчі і все. 4 зустрічі.
Тільки діло в тому, що не всі стартують з верхньої. Нема типа нижньої.
Всі стартують з верхньої. Правильно, але, наприклад, екстріми можуть по верхній йти, зіграти 4 матчі і бути в фіналі. 3 матчі і бути в фіналі.
Справді треба дивитися по тому, середня кількість хвилин, скільки йде в матч. Хто на кого найдовше матч. А по статистиці найдовші ігри проходять саме в Фальконсі.
А ще у кого?
Спірітів так само дуже довго.
У кого?
Спірітів.
У спірітів недовго, у спірітів 35 хвилин.
А в Фальконсі 38.
У фальконців 50 чимось.
Ні, 38 сама швидша катка була.
А, так швидше. А я говорю, типу, середнім average game. Фальконців по 50 хвилин, а у спірітів 36. Ну, в середньому катки просто. Типу, скласти довжину гри і розділити на 10 каток. Поняв? В середньому виходить така тема.
If you're gonna buy Helm as a Dominator, why would you pick Marcy?
Are you gonna just
I mean, then you would put the profit on the plus 4 roll those, which might just ruin the draft, but...
Yeah.
Але інвокер, блін, я знаю, наскільки він сильний. В лейкі такий сильний, що...
Але ти ж казав, що Ларл, блядь, ну, пиздець, блядь, руїна.
Так. Тут все залежить, до речі, від Ларла. Вся гра на ньому. Якщо у нього гра піде, він проснеться, почне нормально кнопки тиснути, то спірити підуть, будуть нарізати. А якщо ні, то капець. Уяви собі, в інвокера Санстрайк цей під аганімний 625 демеджів. Якщо з рефрешем, там 1250 залітає. Просто так, блін.
Дивися, Слардар, ніхуя собі. Я хотів його в перших катках International, його ніхто не пікав.
До речі, Слардар дуже круто брати проти цієї, проти Марсі, і здуває просто в моменті.
Але я тут навіть не бачу кого збривати. Пангальєра не збриєш. Сандкінга, ну Сандкінга підсвітити можна.
За секунду може збивати. Просто пригає, бах і все.
Так, але Пангальєра так не вб'єш. Білку також хрен знайдеш.
А чого не б'єш? Якщо застанете, він навіть не втане, нічого не зробить.
Та, ну, і не вб'є його за один клеп і за удар.
А я думаю, що вб'є.
Ні.
Збере цей.
Ну звідки він вб'є, якщо панга буде мід і він буде вище по левелу і більше по статам.
Ну дивися, він затримує з другого спела, да? Типа станеть, потім стички станеть, і потім ще 3 удари знову, і все, Пангальєр вмирає. Навіть якщо він шар протискає, він все рівно станеться.
Я думаю, що не... Ну подивимось, я не думаю, що він в соло вб'є панга? Мідового панга в соло вб'є? Повного?
Думаю, що якщо він буде зі слотами, так дуже легко.
Так панга ж також буде зі слотами.
Ну так, але проблема в тому, що Слардера виходить баш крізь БКБ. Типа башить все одно.
СК вже пісочок дамажить, товара. Ви бачили? Та ні, наче не дамажить.
Що,
Пісок Санд-Кінга та Вера дамажить?
I mean, it's more like if you don't have a clear way of killing him, then eventually, you know, then he's always going to be a problem, and he's just going to keep getting more and more items.
But before getting to the carry pick of Falcons, also, what support do you think Team Spirit is going to pick up? Because they still have to take a hero for Rue here. Snapfire is out. The Grimstroke you mentioned earlier is still in the pool.
A lot of time is going into this final ban from Falcons. Makes me wonder if they're discussing any potential flex picks.
The Void ban is quite interesting.
They actually think it can be a profit post 4.
Because I kind of agree with your sentiment earlier that I mean, also just my point about the post 4 heroes are just not that impressive right now, in my opinion. So maybe they just better just...
Ну, який керрі буде для Фальконсів? Давайте щось нормальне. Але вони ще фьюспікнули, коротше, Фуріона, щоб скітеру не досталось, поняв?
That's an option
They have played it.
Думаєш, що скітер може і на цьому?
These heroes on the other side, some extra catch for them as well.
Так, і в нас Свені бахнути.
Ну от зараз він і бахне, Санич.
Для нього гарна ця гра, наче.
It wouldn't be that bad here, I think.
Yeah, just very meh for me. Not very impressive either.
Може, ну його нахуй, пішли у всі тяжкі вайда беремо, блядь, Фальконом. Не войдуть, да? Ну і слава Богу.
Не викине. Да, не викине взагалі. Буде так, як цього.
If you look at the Falcons lineup, they have a Pangolin roll, they have an Epicenter, they have the Chen AoE heal. Team
Це
Spirit
пригне,
team fight
типу,
so
тим
far
більше
is not
войд проти
impressive.
Слардера, це дуже поганий пік.
It's good again.
Стан і все, і
It was good as core last game would be.
Слардер, якщо буде мати керас...
О, подивися, блядь. Єбать, міпошка на БХ, let's go.
They're going for the double
Ні, я думаю,
track.
що
You
це
have
Огр
Cross
на
Face
Ой,
and
Огр на міпошки. Ну, міпошка на Огр.
to make sure you
Огр на
really
міпошки
see it.
їде.
Keep in mind, more single
It
targets.
does amp some extra damage.
Це
as well,
100%
right?
Огр мах, це міпошка.
Global TP, right?
Все, тут все
And you have
понятно.
track for
Ні, ну якщо там буде ця, як і Мідасік, як в папчики,
Aren't they putting
то є шанс.
all their eggs in one basket of the Autor profit hitting
Якщо
somebody?
гра
There's
затягнеться,
no
то буде
team fight at all.
100%.
It's
Ну,
everything
БХ,
is
в
single
принципі,
target.
гра в темп.
But yeah, it's more like skirmishes. It's I kind of like it. I think it fits the rest of their heroes. It's a different style of lineup, obviously, but I think it has synergy. I think their heroes innately have synergy, so that's why.
Та ні, на Фуріки нема місця,
But I agree. I think
по-моєму.
something like a Phoenix would have been solid. It would have solidified.
А Слардер може.
But
ТБ, добрий вечір.
Illusion-based hero.
Норм.
A lot of armor, right? Like you're playing
Все, задум
into
цього.
Slardar and Bounty.
Фальконів понятний,
we talked
просто
about
ілюзіями
at some point somebody said Terrible has a very bad win rate this tournament.
А от тебе може збирати домик.
Because right here, I actually love it.
Та, я думаю, він буде.
Oh no!
Double down?
Я вважаю, що зверху не
I mean,
вистачає
theoretically,
демеджу,
for Falcons, I think this was actually a good pick because it gives them also
Ми вже
the wave
бачили
shot that this
вчора,
team is
як
really good at
Фурон
using at. You can
проти
get your
Жирна.
illusions down lanes. And Spurs wave shot
Ну,
would have been
демага
quite good with
достатньо.
the Prophet and the Invoker, but now
І зверху, і
this one
знизу.
able to sack
Ну,
you
типу,
and
фіза є,
use your pickoffs on the
і
way.
магія є. Гарний збалансований пік. Але нижній пік мені подобається трохи більше.
Like we've seen these games from Falcons go 60.
Мені подобається, а Амар the Fucker хуярить, блядь, на панга. Найс прям.
So I kind of like it for in that
там
way, but at the same time I feel that their draft is
Інвокер
very
нічого не зможе
different to
натиснути.
what we came to expect from a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Зараз дуже прикольно дивитись за Ченом, як він буде мутити.
Прикинь, дивися, там, який в них тімфайт внизу сильний. Це капець, дуже сильний. Але тут є плюс верхнього піку, що в них КД кнопок набагато менше. Тобто, якщо знизу потратили всі кнопки, ті получили пізди, реснулись, нажали смок, пішли, здачі здали, половили всіх. Решті подобували.
I don't think so.
Так може бути.
I mean, Chen gives armor and healing. They're like, okay, I give you bloodlust, I give you alacrity, I will corrosive face this guy and track him. Yeah, Thor, if you don't kill him now, Chen is broken. Let's try it. That's like the message I'm getting from this year.
But let's also think about the whole idea of bounty on the scouting, Slada being really hard to catch. You have the Fury and TB and you have Sunstrike, right? You have the vision game.
Але контролю наче більше у спірітів, да?
It's not going to be that easy to get that team fight for Falcons, just because.
Але знаючи, коротше, панга, там також постійний контроль, да? Можна так рахувати цей, блядь, станчик і міні.
Yeah, and also the first 20 minutes, if Bounty Hunter gets off to some track kills, you can see the Fury and the Invoker just, you know, get top net worth, and then suddenly it's a hard game. You get ages, you're fighting a really overfarmed Prophet. let's see.
Let's see. We do not know what's going to happen in game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination and promotion on the line. We're finding out what's going to happen together with Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, we've just had to say goodbye, of course, to Team Liquid here on the road to the International, and we're just about one best of 3 away from saying goodbye to either Team Falcons.
Що він дізбаниться чи що?
What's going on? You know, some people tuning in and catching up with the tournament at this point.
А може йде в армію, я навіть не знаю.
А може що?
В армію піде, не знаю.
В армію? Заїбався в доту грати.
Yeah, there's so much on the line here. Two massive organizations, massive Dota 2 teams that have had a lot of success and now battling to hold on and move forward to the main event at the International.
And overall, we have a pretty interesting different styles coming in, right? I think we have
А, ліквіди такої херні напікали. Ну це було сразу зрозуміло.
at least me and you in particular.
Це як Наві
Looks
зробили,
pretty
так само
different.
херню
A lot of single
напікали в
target in
третій
particular, not the most team
в
fight,
третій
but
грі.
looking to just amp up eToro.
Yes, I mean, and because overall, do you like this last choice from Falcons to go with the Skeeter Terrorblade?
Раз вони взяли цього, БХ, значить вони розраховують на сноубол.
Так, швидка гра, дивіться, Слардер бере блінк,
І вони всі розуміють, що Фалькони довго грають, значить їх треба спушити. Але по товарам небагато демагу, крім Фуріона.
Ну, блін, Слардер має швиденько.
Так, ну Слардеру підходити треба в притул.
Так, але я думаю, ну зараз побачиш. Я думаю, ти просто не розумієш потенціал Слардера.
Знаю. Але я якось пропонував, коротше, Слардера в пік, але Мілкорич щось кривився, йому він не подобався.
Ну, під Слардера ж любить запригнути, знаєш. Слардера треба якийсь буст демедж, щоб одразу, типу, зносити. Прикинь, дивися, от БХ може підсвітити героя, плюс Слардер ультою може підсвітити. Плюс може Фура ультанути, а всі, хто підсвічені, будуть ультимейту Фуру получати демедж.
Team Spirit's lineup, right? They've got a lot of heroes that are going to be looking to hunt down that Terrorblade, the bounty, the Slardar sneaking around in that mid game, setting up for these sunstrikes or TPs in from the carry Nature's Prophet Yatoro. It feels like a lot of pressure that could be targeted on the Terrorblade quite successfully.
Oh, definitely. But there is so much team fight advantage, I would say, for the side of Falcons. I think that's what we were talking about. Chaos can really start to reign supreme. Let's see how these lanes end up going down, because Brew, he's played this hero quite a lot in the past. It's one of his
classics,
Yeah, it really does love to play. And he is playing it versus this quote-unquote was supposed to be the Chen, right? They did do a little bit of a switch-up, as we see from Falcons. But he can do a lot of damage. He can... Obviously, the rotations that he can do, scouting things out, sniping couriers, but also in the mid-game, just track and corrosive haze. We have to point it out. He's playing Versanking. Can be really, very strong versus him, just to keep track of him.
Yeah, that's true.
Кріт на білочці своїй сигнатурній. Поки що ми всі, що бачили білочки, були дуже погані. Кріта нормально.
Yep, he's a hero now. But this Chen is very disruptive in general. Like, snaking, obviously we saw 100% win rate on him. Just how much he does in terms of early game, just to slow down any aggression, right? Oh, it's this mana burn creep that he tends to have, and later on then he just farms, because that's just a snaking specialty, but we'll probably set up Amar for a pretty solid lane in particular, just because he's going to be able to constantly put them low mana.
Yet to lose a game on the road to the International as the Chen.
And yeah, the mid lane, I feel like this is going to be pretty free for Malrine. I've seen a couple of these Sanking Invoker matchups, but Malrine is the king of the sand. He is truly the king of the sand, and we've seen him dominate so many matchups and just take the tower really early. So that's one thing that I'm a little concerned about for Laurel, since he's getting crushed right now.
Top lane.
Лар, конечно. На 10 кріпів менше.
Very nice here against Collapse so far. Made good use with that first round of the Metamorphosis. Double the CS as opposed to what Collapse on the slide has been able to find in this lane so far.
And some of these games I have seen, you know, I think we saw a couple Sankings in a row just lose, right? I think at least what I got from the reasoning was that I've been seeing a lot of damage mitigation versus Sanking. His damage looked weaker than what I saw from some of these other games because of auras. Spirit doesn't have an aura lineup. There's no pipe buyer. I mean, I guess Bounty can.
I was going to say, yeah, the Bounty's going to get one, at least something like a pipe later down the line, but Nothing too soon, and you know, unlikely to be there at a point where Falcons will be bringing that team fight against them between the Sand King and the Pango in particular.
Yeah, and the epicenter can be pretty devastating this game. They are not, I wouldn't say they're the tankiest overall on their draft on the side of Spirit compared to usual.
So, try and chase down crit here. They're gonna have it. First blood.
Опа, ФБ для коллапса.
They can put heavy damage in onto Skeeter as well. Bash comes in. Skeeter trying to stand his ground, but the crush comes back up from Collapse. Spirit, they're gonna clean up both of them in that top lane and get Collapse the double.
Huge stuff. I mean, they decided to swap these lanes up too, right? On the side of Falcons. They're going to get punished for it with a beautiful move there from Ruin Collapse. So many stick charges built up. He didn't even need them till the last second there. They actually killed them both without even needing those 14 wands from Collapse.
A bit of a spooky lane, and obviously a lane that you'd imagine. It's probably been a while since Falcon's safe lane ran into a bounty Slardar duo, right? You just don't see that this patch.
Also, you picked the Terror Blade in a way to deal with the pressure that's going to be coming out from the high physical damage, and he just died in laning phase. That's a big deal for Spirit.
Я зараз тубзіль поки збігаю, поки лейн стадія.
As we see, Malrine 37 to the 17 and 6 right now versus that Invoker. Really bringing it to him right now.
Bottom lane. 25 and 2 on Yatoro.
It's just kind of a spamming back and forth in a way. Eposka trying to ensure that he can get some ignites out before he gets his mana burned, but overall, Falcons is sustaining through this pretty heavily.
Of course, one other way that the tracks and the corrosive haze will be annoying in these mid-game fights. You know, it's going to provide that vision so that when these ignites are flying out, they are going to still connect, even if you're far back at the back of the team fight. Right, Fru's already setting up with the vision, which is going to make it a lot harder to play potentially with those blink daggers that you want to be getting on the Sand King and the Pango.
No, absolutely. I mean, I was glad that Misery actually, I think it was Misery that said it at the end there, is that this is a very visioned approach coming out from Team Spirit. They're going to have a lot of ways to just see these backlines, see certain heroes with track, with corrosive, and focus down these targets.
Bottom, Yatoro.
Aggro move.
A lot of trouble here. Stick charges won't save him. They'll be getting under the tower. Nothing that Meposka can do to hold Falcons back.
Definitely fragile.
Radiant structures are
Yatoro in this early game.
Тебе гарний,
Trying to help out his buddy.
гарний проти Слардара, бо у нього багато броні.
Alright, so okay, cool. So Laurel went 2-0-2 and he put an extra, then he put the second point in Wex and he got obviously additional point because he is Wex as well too. So okay, interesting. Because a lot of times you see this Dominator build, they go for the 4-0-4, so that they have the double Force Spirits plus the Dominator too, so that means he's maybe going to play a little bit different.
Down bottom, another dive here from Falcons. Putting a lot of pressure now onto the safe lane of Team Spirit. They get themselves a second kill now, taking out the support.
It's on the catapult wave. So Malrine, this tower's dead. Unless they bring heroes down here, this is a full tower kill that Falcon's going to be able to set up for with the stupid miss rate that applies from the Sand King. 40%, of course, on that tower.
He's hanging around.
Gonna drag the wave. He doesn't have a shield, really. This tower's dead.
Хто? Домінатор?
Collapse, solo kill.
I mean, these are big kills that he's finding. No, we're just what's coming up to 7 minutes in and Collapse already
А у пацанів домінаторів немає, до речі.
in this top lane. A couple of deaths early on the Skeeter Terror Blade that I'd imagine Falcons aren't going to be too happy.
Інвокер, ну інвокери всі домінатори збирають.
Game almost completely, right? With the way that the other two lanes are kind of going, that is phenomenal for Collapse.
Але поки що Скітер 2 рази в таверні.
In the game too on the side of Spirit, right? He's the one who's going to be the one leading the charge, setting the tempo for them too. So if he gets off to an early blink with the Soul Ring, that could be massive for them to be able to match and actually have that damage that maybe they were lacking in the early game, right? Because the lack of team fight, if they have an early corrosive haze plus this blink dagger on the Slardar, it changes things up massively.
Ми так і треба збирати. Блін, БКБ і погнали.
Skeeter's got to be very careful up here.
It's level 5.
Взагалі, бро, блін,
Not easy
БКБ
at all
кераса.
to
Шар.
sit in the lane against this Slardar 2 levels ahead.
They'll have to just make some. They're gonna have to make chaos and make space for him, but we'll see how
До речі,
Collapse takes
Блінки
advantage of that because he's got a full free lane. Let's see if he wants to make rotations as well since he does have that haze. He could look to pressure Malrine now too. Power Rune.
The 8-minute. The illusion here for Malrine. He's going to lead him with a burst strike on him, but the Tornado MP is laid down. What the illusion to try and get away with the 5 blast in, and he's out of mana. Malrine surrounded and killed off.
The Team Spirit 8-minute 5-man rotation to the mid lane. Seen this in the past. Can't put emphasis to take out the tower here yet. Collapse is still lingering in the area.
Good aggressive early game so far from Spirit.
These are really clever moves too. I mean, collapse. He is snowballing.
I've got eyes on Crit. Leads in with the crush. There's a dead hoodwink. Collapse.
Ну, поки получається у спірітів.
Very early on.
He eats the tango before the stun can even come out, I believe, there too, from the hoodwink. Collapse.
middle tower isn't going to last long.
Truly the difference maker. 500 differential between him and that Pank. His blink is going to be one of the earliest I think we see. With treads and soul ring and a bracer.
Definitely the quickest we've seen on a slaughter in quite some time.
На 10-й хвилині буде блінк мати.
True.
But yeah.
Кого мати?
Definitely making a case
Блінк?
for the hero here with the way he's played it so far.
На 10-й.
Timings are definitely going to get slowed down quite a bit here from the side of Falcons. You see Brew now
Ну
also.
да, уже
He knows how to
1600.
fight, right? The Sanking now has gotten killed once, so immediately they're going to go back to obviously work on those stacks to be able to get that timing from Alreed. He's already being a nuisance. Brew is placing a deep vision order up on the high ground. He's scouting it out, blocking camps as well.
Так, то Марліну дуже погано стало
Their
після
game
цієї
plan these
смерті.
first 10 minutes has worked quite a bit better, it would seem, than Falcons, even though Falcons were the ones that did that lane switch up. Look, good start for them. Toro is getting space to hit some creeps.
Цікаво, для чого Ор цукерку хоче
Overall,
купити?
Falcons as a whole are keeping up in net worth.
Yep.
But it's just going to be the fact that Collapse, in particular, is going to have that crucial item pickup so early with the Blink Dagger Rush that things could start to barrel out of control.
Зараз можуть колапса вбити.
Barrier snipe.
And we should mention this too, is that we mentioned the buffs for Yatoro. Throw those buffs on Collapse too. You can throw an Alacrity on a Slardar. You can throw these Bloodlusts and all this on the Slardar as well too. If he gets an early start and he gets these buff ups, he's going to be very, very powerful to just run to heroes. That's the blink done. 10 minutes.
That's crazy timing.
That's the Sanking mid lane and Earthshaker mid
Ліквіди
lane.
зараз теж сидять і думають, чому вони могли пікнути, щоб що вони могли виграти, пікнути, щоб виграти гру проти Фуріона, за Фуріона.
They know that the vision is here, but
Я думаю,
he's
що
sapping
Слардер міг
experience,
поміняти.
he's
I mean,
taking in some of these
what do you
neutrals.
do about the bounty sort of sitting in this position?
They don't
Безполезно
want to chase him,
гімном.
right? They want to be as
Так,
efficient
він
as
норм,
possible.
якщо
Look at
брати
the way
його
the
там в
Falcons
трійку,
tend to
да?
play in most situations,
Або в
but everyone's
четвірку.
just wanting to hit some creeps.
Та
Crit was
вбій,
showing in the
просто
mid lane,
НК
Snaking
вміти
was
і
farming
все.
for a
А
bit
цей
too,
Войт,
Angle
що
bottom.
взагалі 0 демеджу. Треба якийсь такий бурст демедж, щоб
And this
одразу
bounty
зривав.
pick.
Так що
Really
навіть на
strong in
крайняк
terms
могли
of
б взяти цього.
Yeah, just being able to slow
Свена,
down
блядь, і все.
timings in particular.
Щоб за 2 кріта знести, блядь, ту Марсі і все.
Да, і не чекати, блядь, коли ставити ту хрону їбучу чи що ще.
Да. Просто собі взяв, блядь, ульту натис, і БКБ пригнув, блядь.
Де, до речі, блядь, Чаус Кнайт? Чому б його не взяти? Не показати, чисто в
Дуже
трічку.
поганий проти Марсі, дуже поганий. Там сплеш просто йде.
TP back up point the way they're trying to finish off Malrine. They'll manage to do so before the backup of Falcons can do anything.
Їбать, даже ульта
Collapse has
цього
had
не
some games this
помогла.
tournament that I've seen that he's struggled. This is most
Так,
definitely
Мілкорич,
not one of them.
це
This is
правильно.
TI form
Yeah,
Collapse.
he's ready to
we're
keep
used to
going.
seeing.
They back up, they smoke up, they're ready to jump on the mid again, and Falcons show themselves.
Such heads up play, right? He didn't show the blink top. Immediately when he got it, TP's mid and punishes the move that Falcons comes in with. Another quick surround there that we see from Spirit. Very well prepared in this
І
early
він,
game.
типа, як
We're gonna see
Марсі,
if
за
maybe they
скільки я
catch someone
часу
around the
пограв,
bottom
типу,
side.
I mean, Snaking,
я ж
he
на
wants
Фредді
to
стою
take care of
постійно
this
проти
ward.
Керрі.
The Collapse is in the area.
Найгірше
Probably the cost
стояти
taking his life.
проти Керрі, типа, дровка дуже погано мені.
Snowballing out of control already
До
on the
снайпера.
Slardar.
Ну, до снайпера, якщо допригає, то піздаємо. От проти дровки дуже погано, вона мене за 2 кріта
Angle
може
defusal
вбивати.
is finished up.
Та сама
Хто, Марсі?
The best game out of everybody as this
Да,
offlaner
на
at the
Марсі
moment.
дуже погано
He's gonna
проти
have to
дровки
do
стою.
a lot of heavy lifting it
Ну, я
feels
маю
in,
увазі
in terms of
по
turning
грі,
up to these fights and
Угу.
trying to put a stop.
До неї добратися важко, вона пікою тебе відштовхнула, блядь, гаста дала, блядь, і все.
He can run into some
Переважно
issues where he
два
can get burst
форстафа.
though,
Ще
right?
проти
Into the
Марсі треба
Slardar, corrosive
збирати
page stun, and if he gets cold
форстаф
snapped,
всюди,
you
постійно.
can't get your own
Типа
thunder
не
off as
Іуда, а
effectively.
іменно
You just get cold
форстаф.
snap
То
constantly,
Марсі
keep poking
пригає,
you.
форстафу, все.
And then there's
Марсі не може
Tornado actually
догнати
follow up
нікого.
too because the build that he's gone for, so he can constantly interrupt to prevent
Сайленс
Mar to
дуже
get these
Марсі
spells
боїться.
off.
БКБ закінчив,
Blink is
Сайленс
done.
получив
The
дібло,
Falcons,
все,
they
впав.
do
Але
have the timing
ці
from
от
Malrine, but it hasn't
фраги
slowed
вже
down by
блінку на 12.
at least 2 minutes, it feels like.
Але ці фраги поки що, ну, нічого не вирішують.
See where they want to
Кого,
go.
блін?
Блінку Слардара.
Так в нього на 10 він
Reveal,
був.
can they find with it?
Да, по-моєму, зараз сказала, блін, із дан.
Just showing the mid.
Ні,
He
на
took the
10
go for
хвилині
Laurel.
був.
He is
Рівно на
not
10 я
fragile
дивився.
anymore. That's a
10
1400
і
HP
12
invoker
секунд.
with this Dominator plus point booster build. You may not finish him off.
І він БКБ
if you
бере,
go with that
все,
epi.
все-таки
He's
я
just going to
говорю.
grab the blink, so not
Красавчик.
going to attempt to try for any sort of surprise play. I guess knows that it's very likely Spirit.
А, то про СК, мабуть?
Blink
Да, можливо.
Yep, he's tracked up. So when you track, they see it as 0 gold, right? So they know immediately.
Ну, він меганім бере, це правильно кажуть.
Дивися, їбать, кайф нахуй, да? Їбать, кайф.
get themselves on the board. It's been some time since they were able to find much, actually.
До речі, якби Вітору був ще більше мани,
absurdly tanky.
Лар вижив.
Very. I mean, they barely got him down to less than half HP
Кріпів
there
забрав.
with that epicenter
Якби
attempt
Вітору
from
було ще
Maureen.
більше мани, вони б,
To be expected,
напевно,
though, right? It's
встриглися
literally
б до цього.
1500 HP Invoker. The
Ну
Emperor does not
зараз
do that much
фалькони
with them.
затягнуть їх в свої довгі темні води.
Так, так.
Versus an Invoker this early on.
Бо по фарму ти ж бачиш, це з кайфом.
He's gonna get caught. Clubs are gonna try and jump in and help out, but the metamorphosis is
Out
up from
heal.
Skeeter. So Team Spirit, they won't want to take this fight.
Опа, а тут сюди Маурін.
Can he continue to run from this? They're all chasing.
Там є стіки, стіки є. Стіки є, стіки є.
Нема вже, нема.
20 стіків є.
It's good that he started to disengage almost
Сардара.
immediately. I think he questioned them.
Вже немає.
He's able to get him with the dive and get the kill behind the tier 2 tower. Lal TP's in, but the damage has been
О, так в'їбали Яторо, поки ми щось десь... Яторо просто Амар їбав соло.
Bruce here to help out as well. Further TP's coming in. Amar.
Зараз, правда, в'їбуть панга.
Out of options. Collapse.
Угу.
For the jump. Amar.
Make him work for it a tiny bit.
Але нормально, він бив Яторо і стягнув 3.
Another one for
Яторо
collapse.
просто
6-0
бігає на лоу
one so
HP.
far.
We'll have to start, racking those up, right? The track kills that will start being there also, Rue. We'll start getting some
Да,
extra
на лоу
gold, of
хп
course,
бігав
for the team.
Яторо. Сам винуватий.
And the offlaners are having quite a start to the series.
Yeah, they're both pretty insanely farmed.
I can actually, Amar's,
До речі,
the fact that he got
колапсом
that kill,
вбили,
right,
це
just
пізда.
boosted him all the way up
Ну,
there.
типа, з Лардаром взагалі не можна помирати.
Gold at least
Він типа
dead
дуже
even now
сильно
after all this.
цей
Some
втрачає
nice
тайм.
stacks here for Maureen.
Ой, стаки ніхто не
Help jump him up a little
законтролював.
bit.
Марлін камбекнув.
Building up to a beautiful mid game, that is. Of course, as we mentioned, for Falcons, their team fight is going to be very strong.
Поки що я
When
не
they have these two
розумію
blink
цього
daggers and they do connect.
цього БХ.
That being said, though, Spirit,
Мгм.
they have the power of being
Мало
able to pick and
роботи
choose their
робить.
battles based
Імпакту
off
ноль, знаєш.
information at times. We'll see if they do get the scouting in particular before those
Кріт
fights
вже
kick off and see how much
імпакту
Rue
дуже
can
багато
do
зробив.
on this bounty hunter.
Він настакав дуже багато.
So
Я
there's these
говорю,
head
Кріт
5
це
on 5
красавчик.
fights. It looks
Топ
very
один
difficult for the
претендент.
side of Spirit. But if they can pick a hero
Так.
up, then
Або
things will
Кріт,
be
або
definitely
хтось з
different.
китайців.
Falcons, they're gonna look to smoke
Так,
up.
так.
Both
Тут
these
все
blinks are
залежить,
at
чи
the ready,
проходить
and they
вони
have
чи
an
ні.
arcane rune from
Далі.
Marine.
See what they can find.
По-любому, по-любому.
Moment, not many around this area.
Ой, якщо не
Collapse the
кріт, то буде
closest.
ваю
Looks like
цей.
they want to get a kill into the
Бо
tower.
знову або вай.
There is a Dominator creep, which is just completely stopping the push.
Це
in the
з
zone.
тайнбаундів?
Damage rune as well here for collapse.
Да. Або
Nice
тайбаунди,
shard
або
down too,
стріми.
so that
Вай
crush
і
is gonna
знову
hurt.
ваю.
His crushes are really
Ах,
good.
Ікснова з екстрімів, да? А Вай з тайбаундів.
Їх знову в район тайбаунда, а вай в стріма.
Ага, окей.
Where did Radiant's middle tower go?
It's arrested.
Able to avoid this move completely.
Цікаво, ні, от зараз дивимось, коротше, домінатори проти недомінаторів.
The next fight. Tora, how's the progress going for him? I believe he's got the Mjolnir recipe coming out in the courier, so pretty significant damage output that Spirit can bring to the team fight.
Yeah.
If
Дуже
Tora
дивно,
wants
що
to
Фальку не
get
перестали
involved,
брати
and
домінатора.
it's safe enough to do so.
And let's see how
Вони беруть, тому що
powerful
в
the
них є
Wex
цей
Aghanims
Чен.
is overall, right? The shard on Wex is super powerful. It is like the
Він
thing
виконує
that you
ту
want for it
саму
in
функцію
particular, but not
залами.
something you want to get first because it makes your EMP, vacuum them in. It makes it do even more damage because of the percentage change.
Так,
But
то
the
ладно,
Aghanims
вже
one is something
Ганім
that's been
зараз буде.
experimented a lot. I'm going to
Це
mention
вже не все
Rihan
так
particularly, though he's
просто
not here, of course, but I'll give him the shout out.
Кого
He's
Ганім?
the one doing it a lot in pubs.
Варла.
But it's a bit of a strange
Mhm,
one
mhm.
because it's kind of like this farming one, but it's
Ганімом
also a
дуже
blink
сильні
canceller
справи.
because it leaves these tornadoes in the back. So
Ні,
there's
ну
some
зараз
really
рівна гра,
potential to it.
незважаючи на кіли.
Я вже розумію, типа, Рю, типа, тактику. Він, типа, бігає, він розвідкає. Десь підсвічує ще якось. Зараз. Хто колапс здобуде?
Колапс заблукав.
Наглів.
Falcons quickly pushing the two of those off their side of the map.
Просто тебе це вже, блядь, не жарти, насправді, а у нього ніхуя нема. А птичка ти бачив, яка по цьому? По колапсу. І тут ще ловлять інвокера. Кріта, блядь, розважала. Кріт не зміг, блядь, допомогти.
Міпошка, да? Міпошка?
Да, Міпошка, блядь, вийшов на Кріта.
Ти прикинь, 15 секунд назад кріт був внизу, і він засетапив там кіл колапса, і зразу ТП наверх.
The fastest taglings that we've seen so far here on the road to the international on Invokers.
Let's see how much it does with the
Фура
Wex.
зайнята.
I'm really curious to see it since I believe it's one of the first, if not the first here.
В нього ніхуя нема.
Looking for the setup onto a mark.
Зараз можуть вбити. Амара. Да, вбивають.
Я думаю, ні. Я думаю, не вбивають.
А як не вбивають?
Ти зміни туди. А на топі, на топі дивись.
Gonna sort of be the bait. Has Lal got enough damage though to help out? He does not. Miposhka shot down by Crit.
Goes on both sides. 9-8 right now.
Чисто у Крита драбаш такий, ти поняв, потужний.
This is great how the pacing that we're having.
Нормально
I swear a lot
Лару
of these other games have been quite slow, but this one, both teams just looking for the kills all over the place. Collapse and Row paired up, looking for their next target.
Dyer's top tower is
Зараз
under
БКБ
attack.
буде,
This tower,
вже таймінг
it's actually
БКБ
surprising
підходить.
this tower is still alive, right? I think
Колапса буде,
perhaps
з Лардера буде,
maybe they
коротше,
should have
БКБ,
done
і
this a little
все.
sooner, just taking that one out so they could have pressured more.
Фура
But
збирає БКБ, вони
the fact that
хочуть
stay alive
піздитись.
that long after Collapse got these solo kills is a big deal. Toro, we're gonna see the buff ups, right? Now we can start to mention a
Але
couple
Амар
of things. He's
багато
gonna get more
фармить, це
involved.
капець.
There's that bloodlust. We'll see the corrosive haze that amps him up. We'll see the alacrity at some point too. And this is a max Wex alacrity too, so the attack speed's gonna be absolutely insane. Look pretty funny actually. Crit shard is finished up, so he, yeah, as we saw before, the boomerang, he does have that amplify for the sanking now at this point. Almost an Ags also for Malrine. They're hitting some pretty big timings on the side of Falcons. How are the BKBs for Spirit? That's probably, I would say, the go time for Spirit.
Yatora's very close, right? Has he got the hammer? Oh no, has he got the hammer on?
I think it's somewhere.
No, I think he had it queued up and then he bought the Yoga Club first instead.
Okay.
Because I think he's, even though it's not queued up, I think he does still need to
Зараз
purchase
тебе
a hammer,
добере
so
он
still a fair
Dragon
bit
Lens,
from having a full
манта
BKB.
вже є, він може вже
I think
ходити
that's the big
піздитись.
timing though, because that's, you know, the way to counter big team fight in a way, right? You
КТ
can match
ульти
it
довго, але може
sometimes with
бути
those
сюди.
BKBs.
Просто приплив.
Kind of a freebie there.
And it's Tormentor
So they
time.
can maybe see if they find more.
Де ти
Lal.
думаєш, на якій хвилині
А
купити?
ось сюди Ларл.
Got him crit, quick with the bushwhack setup. Burst strike to follow up into the sharpshooter. Lal, the turn with the tornado, dropping the EMP down. Backup comes in from Yatoro. Lal, fine for now, but Skeeter stepping up in the metamorphosis. Lal taken out by the final right click flying through there from Skeeter.
Міг просто ТП натиснути,
Getting
в
quite a
нього
bit
було
of
активне
big
ТП.
kills here. They can look to back up and Tormentor if they want to. The bounce, max damage onto crit.
But there's something there to be picked up by Yatoro in return.
Did he still try? He was, right? That damage. All right. Yeah, absolute max tick that he was able to get there. And now maybe they can't go back for that Tormentor since all the Spirit is coming back. Wisdom. Looks like Falcons is thinking about contesting the Shrine here.
They don't have the meta to fight with. Still on quite the cooldown for Skeeter.
Can't quite go for it there.
З Лардера
Go back
БКБ,
up. They'll
він
go
вже
for
тепер
the
сильний.
Ну вони вже
Tormentor.
смок протисли, йдуть і башитись.
Considering if
Так,
they want to
так,
fight
за
up there,
Торментором.
maybe at least
Ну,
Johnny
зараз
Solo.
можуть получити фалькони.
Запізно, не встигають.
Be able to secure the shard in for Malrine. Team Spirit, they're looking for the jump. Straight away, they're going to
Встигають.
go all in on the Sand King. He'll get the burst
Чи не
strike off.
встигають?
Malrine trying to
Єбать,
back up
біжить.
Sunstrike, coming in with the blink.
З'їбався,
If
блядь.
they're in time, doesn't matter. Sprout comes down from Yatoro. They kill
Але в
Malrine.
цілому, але в цілому це ок.
Heads up jump.
Кому шарт випав, я не подивився. А, Малріну ще шарт
Have to keep
випав.
factoring this in, right?
Я
Track
поняв,
kills. Yes, it's still
Мілкорич
level
за
one, so it's not
Сандкінга,
as
за
much,
Сандкінга
but,
топить.
hey, every little thing matters.
Да, але молодець.
А у нього і шарт, і аганім.
Wait to see when Miposhka wants to go
За
for it. He
1500
hasn't
можна
queued it up
померти.
yet, but
It's got to be tempting to get that minus. Yes,
he's queued it up now.
It has
I was
to be.
waiting for it.
You're playing here against Falcons. You know that this game's got a good 40 minutes at least left in it.
You're playing versus Chen too. Right? Multi-minus
Аганім
on
збирає
some of these Chen armies.
I take out his whole armor, yeah.
Why not? Okay,
Куди?
here
Я
the
б,
BKB.
напевно,
So
брав
Collapse,
цей.
he's got it finished.
Кірасу
Yatoro, he's
зразу.
got it finished. How's Laurel? Laurel's not going to go for it. He's going to go more normal Invoker route. Yeah, these two BKBs could absolutely enable them to be able to fight back into these ultis. That work continues to just be dead even this game.
It's a close one.
It's super close. I think most of the games that we've had, a lot of the games we've had, they're pretty 50-50
Збільшує
by this
радіус
20-something
калюжі
minute
сліду
mark,
до
so
80%, а опір ефектом
what a perfect
40%.
scenario that we've got
То
going
це
on here.
капець. Додаткова броня на
Ready to
15.
go again.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Зрозуміло, чого
We go
він
with the
бере
smoke.
Аганім.
See who they can find.
Brew also has a
Типу щось на Баратрума подібно, поняв оцей ефект?
since he's playing versus that invoker heal.
Falcons, they're not afraid to fight either. They
Але
have
це типу
А ось і реалізація. Ти подивися, просто лопнув.
completely controlled, no opening there to get his BKB off.
They know
Він
priority.
навіть БКБ не встигав.
They're ready to push for more Falcons. Spirit, they're hovering around, considering trying to
Не
take this
потратили
fight
кнопки,
still.
зараз
Tornado
кнопок
coming in the
немає.
middle of them. Falcons, they'll be able to split
А
up.
в цих
EMP does
перехід
come in
є.
hard onto Skeeter. Pretty much takes out his entire mana pool.
От мені здається, оце от Hand of God Свену, хіл треба апати. Ну що таке, блядь, 200 хіла? Ну ладно, на 6 рівні 200 хіла ок. А що таке, блядь, на 15-му 400? Ну це тупо один кріт.
Не плюс цих 400 і плюс ці. І все.
Ну, блядь, це, сука, мало.
Бать, що не
Carlos
робить?
comes out, but Pochi, can he run? He's got the back of a Yatoro coming in. The Spirit, they have to be careful here.
So close. Nice sidestep there from Miposhka.
От захилив.
Я думаю, хоча б на 100 треба підіймати за кожний рівень, а на останньому рівні 200. Типу 100, 150, 200.
А це буде тоді перепахано. Дивися, порахуй. 400 цього, ульта, плюс мека, 250.
Ну, м'яку треба купити.
Я вже купив.
Я розумію. Але це вже ж типу не рахується, м'яку може кожен купити.
Уяви собі на 1000 підхилити, це, ну, я думаю, це забагато. Всіх, причому, він не одного хілить, а всіх.
Чому на 1750? Ну 500 зробити хоча б на останньому рівні. Ні, ну мало 500, 600. 600? І скільки? 200? А скільки буде стоїти грівси? Грівси скільки хілять? 300?
Falcons with the plays that they've got, they're kind of having to drop everything down onto if they see collapse. And if they're throwing
От
everything onto
325
collapse,
хілять.
highly likely that Yatoro
Плюс, ну
and
да, майже на 400, менше 600, на 925 підхилити. Нормально, блядь, що? Так це ж уже буде у челів по 3 КХП, по 2,5.
Так ти подивися, що йому дає Аганім. На 200% бафне лікування.
Оце заєбісь. Чи буде він це збирати?
Aghanims finished up now for Amar. His timings are still continuing to be pretty solid. And okay, so you can also mention Lucky Shot, right? So that's another amplification that they do have for the Terrorblade too.
Quick jump onto the tier 2, they don't mind.
А періодичне лікування, Санич, періодичне лікування. Тобто це виходить,
Це дуже багато.
це виходить реген збільшує на 200%.
Да.
А реген 200% це у нього 40 за секунду. Ну буде, виходить, 80, правильно? Чи більше?
Коротше, багато. Мені здається, що це цього достатньо. Більше там всі жирні герої, вони дуже довго живуть. Того точно не хватає зараз демеджу. Він критику пуляє. Шана віддають.
Ні, БКБ не дає 60% імунітету, а БКБ скільки дає? БКБ 80.
Ні, дає БКБ.
А, 60.
Дає 6. Так, 60.
І Аганім дає 60, виходить.
Там ж воно 60 плюс 60 не буде так аж.
Там написано, під час чаклування інші союзні істоти імунітет до негативних ефектів. А скільки він? А, триває 6 секунд. А 6 секунд БКБ?
Getting stronger and stronger. Yatoro also getting closer and closer toward that big damage item after having his Mjolnir.
I mean, he is massive.
Охуєнно, що.
Nearly about 3k ahead of that of the farmer Skeeter.
I always am very interested to see the Yatoro build because I feel like he has the
Але це радіус 800. Ну, це треба впритик стояти до тімейтів.
Ні, ну 800 це не притик, це рендж атаки. Довгої атаки причому. Он у Фуріона дальність атаки 650.
Ні, ну я маю на увазі, що в радіусі, типа, ну треба поблизу тімейтів стояти, знаєш, щоб їх
Так,
захистити.
800. 800 радіус це норм.
Я думаю, що він буде 100% його збирати в легкі. Ну зараз понятно.
Що Ятора? Ну Ятора вже багато.
Так, крики збирає. Зараз критам будуть пробувати.
Getting quite the space.
I feel like the priority of dunking ultis is gonna quickly get shifted onto him, obviously, instead of
They
collapse, you know?
they have to try and poke out a reaction in the fight that causes
Тебе зараз ще Скаді збирає.
drop the real jump onto the
Проти
next
кого не
squad.
знаю,
If
чисто
they
для
know
себе, знаєш.
Yatoro is very close to pretty much just being able to clean up each and every one of them with how much farm he has on this Nature's Prophet carry.
Especially if he gets any of these buffs, right? The corrosive haze thrown on a couple enemies, the alacrity of
Як
bloodlust
вони знали, що він тут?
is
Під
absolutely
пачку
all done
типу
to start
скіпнув,
out.
да?
КЗ. А, так ні, бачив, про чого? Про панго хто знав?
Ні, як сларда побачив.
А, не знаю.
Скіпнув, напевно.
And also, if he does get that shard, because bonus armor, all these things
Да,
are really
пачку
going to
скіпнув.
matter in this game. I see he's been hanging on to this ice ogre for quite a long time, so really wanting to make sure that he can give even just a bit of extra armor for his allies versus that physical.
СК купив зразу цей гост. Розумію.
The Shrine of Wisdoms. Push continues from Falcon's top. 3 minutes of Aegis.
Are they going to force it? I think they can try to force
They
them
could
back at
definitely
least.
go down and press
Поки що Кріт
Meta and just
переграє
see
на
what happens.
100%.
Exactly, I think
Цю
that's what
горю.
they're going to do here.
БХ. БХ взагалі нічого не робить.
Start poking here at least with the illusions.
There we go.
А, ну там уже заход на ХГ.
Purification comes out.
І бать, у нього ілюзії просто піздець. Подивися, як падає.
Good damage here from
Це
Skeeter.
жесть.
Gotta answer it at some point. Let's drop it quickly.
He'll TP back now.
Laurel it
Тавер падає.
does not have
Так,
BKB.
так.
He's still a little bit short of having
І
it.
2 хвилини
That
Аєгіса
fight could be
ще.
pretty dangerous
СК
for him.
на,
He has
на
buyback,
сейві стоїть.
but he's very,
Так,
very
так.
vulnerable.
It's good pressure from Falcons with this Aegis.
Tornado will be able to cut pretty much that entire wave. One creep is actually still alive. Be able to keep that going. Skitter.
Laps is watching from the side. He finds a chance to get in the jump. Not quite going to make the connection.
They force them all back. That's probably the time to back away there on the side of
А, я
Falcons.
думаю, як він пропав, а його
Decent
цей.
amount of structural damage
Чен,
and
Чен,
forcing the
телепортнув.
entire team of
Офігеть,
Spirit
оце
back.
круто.
We'll still have a bit of time where Metamorphosis is back online.
Підіть
They'll
ще
have
заберіть
just under a minute left
Т2
on the
знизу.
Aegis, so
Do they smoke
Ще
out?
хвилина
That's the question
Аєгіса
on
навіть
Spirit.
більше.
I think you
wanna
want
try
to,
for a
right?
play.
Whilst this meta's down,
I think you do.
and because in terms of what Yatoro,
Бля, ну паузи заїбали, серйозно.
Go pick up that demon edge, so he'll have this daedalus,
В кожній грі
Yone,
тиснуть
BKB,
паузу.
Hurricane Pike. You know, 30 minutes in, and that's a devastating amount of right click that Yatoro can bring to the fray.
Yeah. Their magic damage is just, it really is almost non-existent though, it feels like for Spirit, so
Quick jump in the mid.
he'll go down. I feel like we could see Ghost
Хуя
Sectors
собі,
get picked
блядь,
up
за
from
удара.
quite a bit of
Ну,
heroes on the side of Falcons.
саппортів він може забирати,
Yes,
так,
there's a
за
tornado that can
стрибок.
come in, can dispel
А
some
корів ні.
magic damage from the Invoker, but most of this damage now at this point is Yatoro's right clicks. See Malrine, he
Я
does
думаю,
have his
після
Ghost
Ганіма
Scepter
буде
finished up.
цей.
Going for the
Кіраса.
BKB next.
Very close to finding snaking there, but be able to stay out of vision and get back to the safety of the tier 2. And know that Amar was up here.
Laurel, he is hunting inside this Ghost Walk. I believe his BKB
Ну,
is
Амара
about to be
знайдуть чи
delivered
ні,
as
я
well.
думаю.
Amar
Sits.
will lead in
Пар
with the
сам
Rolling
знайшов.
Thunder.
Forces the BKB.
See what the plan is here. He's just going to TP out. This is not a place to stick around.
Опа,
That's
телепортик,
Yatoro
да?
with no
Красиво?
BKB though for
Чен
90
грає.
seconds. Falcons could look to make a play off that.
На БКБ
See
похуй.
what they got. I mean, at the moment, Skeeter and Marine around the mid.
Которого без
I
БКБ.
imagine that Falcons is going to immediately smoke and look for a play. I'd be surprised if they don't
Та,
with that
дивися,
BKB
Єторо
down.
Сатанік
So Crit,
зразу
he comes
купляє.
out, he
Прикинь,
smokes
зразу
Amar.
після
No
квіт.
Rolling Thunder for 50.
Бля, у нього закуп класний.
Skeeter.
Look where they
Skeeter is about to lose the Aegis, and he's very close to having the Skadi. About 300 gold off having that final piece here with the
О, у
ultimate
Скітера
orb.
Скаді.
He's very farmed
Так,
too.
так. Ти ж готовий.
Oh, stat heavy. All these auras as well.
Глянь,
keep
що
mentioning.
цей пангу
Not
збирає.
going to be easy to bring
Кірасу.
down.
Опа, зараз йобнуть цього міду. Ятору йобнуть.
Where they going to run
Знаємо.
into? Crit.
Ні?
Rue breaks it.
Ні,
Those
БХ,
around.
БХ заревіли.
Oh.
Yatoro's TPing in.
Yeah, now they're getting
Thinking
scared.
about it.
They're backing away. BKB back up in 30 seconds for Yatoro. Bottom tower is getting pushed pretty hard here from Laurel.
Thing is, of course, in these fights, even though Yatoro does have this farm advantage, he's going to have to position himself pretty riskily if he wants to try and tackle the Terrorblade. Just down to the fact that, you know, at the moment, Skeeter does have that enchantment of the plus 110 attack range. So when he pops the meta, he should have that range advantage against the Nature's Prophet.
For sure, yeah.
Блін, цікава
It's
гра.
definitely not the easiest in terms of positioning when you're playing versus this team fight, right? Versus Sand King, versus Pango, versus even the Hoodwink as well, too. So definitely not the easiest by any means versus Toro. And there's a lot of sustain. That's the one thing we do have to say, right? The auras and the heals that are going to come in from Snay. He also has a Vlad's. That's a big difference in comparison to Spirit, who does not have that. None of these.
They want to fight this Spirit.
Falcons on the high ground, Rue.
Tornado will
More people.
catch on to all of them. Rue heading up. Right away, though, there with the shield crash and the swashbuckle. Rue Pulling low, pushback holds back Lal. Root, he's gonna get taken out.
Як казав Масонич, є нормальний герой, а є Баунті Хантер.
They kill him off with the
Бля,
physical damage
пиздец.
coming out from
Нахуй вони на двоє
Skeeter.
полізли, я не
I mean, they
розумію
sort of poked around a bit too much there, Spirit, Lal, and Root. Pay the price.
I wonder what the choice of them there was too, because it did not look like there was any attempt of a fight possible. Perhaps they were looking for a pick off
Зразу міг
after
БКБ
getting beat
натиснути і
out, but
ТП. Він
they
стоїть,
gave
блядь,
up
в кущах
kills. That's
чекає,
the
думаю, що
first
ніхто не
BKB
замітить.
usage from Laurel as well
Блядь.
too.
Видно.
And with that, I mean, they can
Звернули
make
увагу на
trouble
аспект
with
Ларла.
Falcons.
They might just
Ні, я не шарю в цих аспектах.
no glyph, no invoker. I don't think Spirit has any means to try to defend this.
Покращує торнадо і ЕМП. Типу хуєта чи що?
Вексели інвокер.
I'm really trying to figure out what.
Це типу який на контроль, да, більш?
Так, так, зараз таким не
That
грають.
is a really painful move there from Spirit.
Because even if there was less there,
Right? Like,
kind of unlikely for those two heroes really to have the damage to kill some of these
Чисто
cores.
на халяву
I mean, they have,
сторону.
like, the Sunstrike that comes in. Even then, right? It's they have the TP as well from Yatoro, but
Просто
a
із-за
risky
тупості
play that
двох
absolutely
саппорта
does
і
not work
Ларга.
out for them as they
Нахуй
lose
вони
their
туди двоє
Rex.
полізли, не розумію.
Always going to be that pressure now on that top side.
Якщо сетапити, то колапс має бути. Типа він має вриватися.
Falcons, the group up, truly
Ну, типу,
starting to show
поняв?
its power.
Таке враження, у Ятора все заєбісь, поняв, як у Керрі. А грати з ким?
Але нема з ким
Falcons'
грати,
team have
да.
been fighting very well
коли немає цього.
around him, enabling him very nicely in these objectives that they've
Буде
been
їсти.
able to push for.
I mean, he's
Напевно, деньку
if
треба
he can
з'їсти,
get
да?
this butterfly, I don't know what their answer is anymore.
Спати?
I think they're actually already kind of running out of answers, it feels like, for him. In
Та не
terms of just
балуйся, Буба.
Yatoro being able to right-click him, it just doesn't look like that easy of a game for him to do so without the backup of his other two cores. He's got to queue up MKB, because he probably saw the Eagle. But it could give a window there to Falcons. The side of Spirit just has to be so careful to honestly not die like that again, because the base just dies so quickly.
Amplified damage room for Yatoro.
This is big.
This is tempting to do something. Will of course be in towards the available metamorphosis.
шанс
So
зараз
it's not
забрати
necessarily
ДД,
the easiest
побитися
times to
їм
go
нормально.
for.
And let's see if they can even get to finding a location of a kill, because I'm seeing snaking. He's cutting creep waves with the Croaker in the mid lane.
It's just hard because overall Falcons group up this game has just been slightly superior. You know,
вони
multiple
побачили, що вони
times
ДД забрали.
where maybe Spirit might have been able to try for a pick-off.
І
It's just
відійшли
not
зразу на
happened
базу,
because
прикинь,
Falcons, they have been
дисципліновано.
prepared.
Оце
And look at
оце круто
super
грають.
prepared, and look at the auras.
Побачили,
I wanted
типа,
to
ДД
wait
і
until
назад
Snake got the
вийшли.
Я
start.
кажу, вони мені нагадують ліквіди найкращі часи,
Cloak aura,
фалькони.
Так,
damage
так,
aura,
дуже круто
armor
грають.
aura,
Типу,
plus
дисципліна
his Mac plus his
кайфова.
Vlad, so
Кріп, типа,
great
спалив,
boss
що
buffs across
він
the board
забрав
for this
ДД
team
і
when they are
все.
all grouped up.
Назад. Думають, ну його
Єдиний
бачать.
мінус, що
Buffs that they have on the
ну,
side of Spirit,
трохи
they're single target
скітер,
buffs.
знаєш, от
So,
трошечки хотілося б краще.
Black Reed and that Bloodlust. Say it's Bloodlust,
Да,
maybe.
скітер це типа як Мікі тоді ще. Ті
Так,
часи,
так, так,
знаєш.
так. Ну, можливо, трошки краще.
Smoke coming out. Falcons
Можливо, да, чуть краще грає.
looking to make the play, probably to get the positioning for
Ну,
this
чиста
Roshan.
копія ліквідів. Все організовано, саппорти круті.
This could be dangerous. Falcons.
А Чен ще й багатий, блядь. Подивись нетвор з Чена і нетвор з Лардара, який їбав, блядь, на 11 блінк був.
Having trouble reading.
Нормально?
Right now, sorry, I was having trouble reading that
Ну
one.
да, да.
They didn't see it pop.
Ні, ну
They
з Лардаром
didn't see it.
хватає поки що.
Starting to group back up. The jump's already been made. They find Maposhka and
Опа,
Falcons. They
Міпошка
blow up the ogre immediately.
Застрелили.
Split push coming down
Фріра
bottom, but
шанс,
Snake can handle it with his creeps. That Roche is
Міпошка
up.
з
45
Вітасом.
seconds, no Miposhka.
А, це фрі Рошан.
Dyer's bottom tower is being
Scout things out, but nothing to be seen so far in the pit.
Level 25, Yatoro has hit. He will always be able to turn up, and I believe that is the MKB
He's
finished.
yeah, pretty much in time, in sync with the butterfly pickup. So Yatoro will at least immediately have that answer online.
And he did get the alert tier 4, so he does have that extra attack range from it. Not going to exactly match the Terrorblade, but a bit of a better one. But a 5-level advantage from him over Terrorblade right now, which is pretty cool.
Spirit, they really want to try and fight this, but they still don't have the full roster up for 5 seconds with Maposhka on the side. Falcons, though, are a bit hesitant on fully committing for the Roshan, respecting the fact that Spirit are likely in the neighborhood, looking to make a jump.
Gonna smoke around, Skitter. EMP will not connect on anybody.
Got Maposhka back by their side now. Maposhka trying to bait here, see what sort of reaction he can get out from Falcons.
Hard approach from Spirit.
Collapsing room, maybe want to try.
От цікаво буде, а слухай, а Vision грали з фальконами чи ні?
Ні, вроді би не грали.
Таке враження, що для фальконів прям китайські важкі колективи.
Так,
Але от з Vision питаннячко. Спіздова його.
Да, спіздив.
And the panic for now, Yatoro to pick up the backline supports and now ready to turn his attention over the Skeeter.
Ніхуя собі.
Ятуро його йобнув, прикинь.
Skeeter does not stand a chance.
1000 кріт пробив. Тебе він пробив на 1000, йобнути.
Collapse makes the jump at the perfect time. They're ready to start pushing.
Зразу пушить.
Are ready to defend.
А ось таку хуйню не очікував. Але там Сатанік.
А сатаніки.
Target here gets a few punches into Amar.
Дивись, йому взагалі похуй, коротше, він мансить. А Сатанік закінчився. Ну, Крісталіс, стрибай, блядь, під копу і вбивайте.
Так і в того їбла нема.
От, Яторо просто сильний, да.
Оце він хоче виграти, стрибається, да? І, бля, і гем вибив, прикинь. Візьме цього бота.
Оп, курой забрав гем. Їбать, вони дуже багато отримали за цей файт.
Піздець, Яторо мільйонером став. Колапс зараз зробив хайлайт, який матьорий.
Їбать, ну це, звісно, піздець рівень.
Ти поняв, в останню секунду запрыгнути, застанете, добити, блядь. Тебе в стані стояв. Мені здається, це помилка цього, блядь. Марліна, бо він мав ультувати якраз під кінець Саршана. Типа вони мали знати, що вони...
Їбать, гра перевернулася за 3 хвилини.
Чуєш, от дивися на секундочку. Якщо Марлін би кастанув ульту під кінець Саршана, зовсім інакше все було, ні?
Так.
Все? Тепер подивися на мідера цього Марліна. Ніхуя немає.
Просто Яторо 6 летів без сапога вже.
35 тисяч. Тебе 25. Блять, куди він влетів з тим? Походу розізлився, да, чувак?
Super cool play. Now so much that Spirit got off of that, right? 10,000
Ну,
plus
фалькони підунили, я думаю.
Collapse now with this. I mean, he had the nullifier almost finished up
Да, я
before, but
думаю,
an
ну,
extra
це проблема в
2,400
них.
gold on top. Everyone finished the full item.
And I love this build. I
Симптом
love a good
пішов
glider on an
в
evoker,
координації.
especially when you got the days and
Там ще ж БХ треків навішав.
the spells are going to be insane.
Да, да, от я думаю, за рахунок того вони ще багатіє настали.
You just straight up aren't going to be able to. It's going to be the whole screen.
And lose your entire mana pool as well too, as we see how much it does do if it does connect.
Знаєш, а у спірітів лишилась, розумієш, та жилка, коротше. Перевертати нахуй за 2 секунди.
Чуєш, а БХ на сотах так, то теж не простий. Там і Хекс, і ще щось можна кинути. А, і ще і Владмір скупив, дивися.
Ні, Хекса нема у нього.
He's definitely got the
Збирають,
items to do
збирають.
so.
You've got to isolate him now
Один
at this
файт,
point,
я
though, as we
думаю, буде
see.
Хекс.
If he's able to just free hit, he will kill everybody.
Ні, це не та грань. Це грань не на гроші.
Even through the auras, because the way that they just approach that.
Це грань на Аганім. Щось вони, коротше, аспекти не підкоректували, да? Ні один, ні інший.
Ти поняв, що в нього за цей, за грань в Баунті Хантера? Щоб тільки ілюзії вбивати тебе.
Ага.
Still a minute left on the Aegis for collapse too.
Ну для цього треба Аганім, по-моєму, брати, щоб він відскокував. Ні?
Ні, він його відскокує.
Угу.
А за Аганім...
Аганім дає дальність. Так, так, так. І ще й дає сповільнення. І плюс демедж.
Ну це хороший. Цей інвокер вексовий, да? Я поняв. Це задебафити просто.
Коротше, команда каже, блядь. Ми їх розводимо на кнопки, Яторо, а ти їби. Все.
І тримаємо, щоб вони не бігали, да?
Oh, he's going to be joining in with the team. That's a good shard also. It's gonna block a lot of this damage, if there is even any that will connect onto Yatoro.
Як думаєш, тут би Крімсон
Refresher is
поміг би
finished up.
зараз
That's a pretty
Фальконом
big
чи ні?
timing here.
Що?
Крімсон
They're
поможе
gonna have to do
Фальконом
some
чи
kind
ні?
of crazy cutting.
Крімсон чи Кіраса?
100,
Ні,
like,
Кіраса,
killing
понятно,
Yatoro
що
100
вже
to
є.
0 feels
Крімсон
pretty
чи що
complicated, but if
допоможе?
they can somehow kite his
Та ні,
advantage,
а проти кого?
could be a
Проти кого
possibility.
Крімсон? Мілкого демеджа нема.
And just to sort of go back again on the vision front, it's just so difficult, right, for Falcons in the
Чи
fight
просто
to
якийсь лотус?
match the level of information that Spirit's heroes are
Ото
able
все
to provide
потрібно,
one
напевно.
another.
Да, вже кріт
Like, how
знає
do
лотус.
Falcons
Є.
try and take a fight with a vision advantage and set it up in a way so they can be prepared to watch out for
Опа,
where Yatoro
пан
TP's
Дає
in?
They just can't get really initiated on it.
Дивись, смок,
If they
смок.
start the fight, it's gonna be, it could be quite different.
Alright.
Say, Maureen, front line. Collapse has a shield rune. Yatoro.
Колапс взагалі не боїться
Collapse might
нікого.
still, no, he's not going to be able to find the jump now. Illusion comes in.
У нього руна броні.
Almost got the vision.
Поняв,
Caught vision of just
зразу
Maureen
так
there.
полетів.
Beauty of the NP level 25. He's in, he's out, he's back with his team.
Aaron's thinking about doing this. He's going to try and get the jump and a collapse, but there's a shield rune and a BKB that
Це, мені здається,
Collapse is easily
пройоб.
able to survive with. First epicenter down the drain.
А, у нього рефрешер.
He uses
Йо.
BKB, but yeah, lost only 500 of that shield rune. Falcons, you can see how
Колапс пересрав.
difficult it is for them to approach that next
Просто у
fight now.
фури вже все, коротше. Макс слот. Уже і муншарт є, блядь, уже все є.
He can just go
Get the,
for
what,
whatever he wants.
get the Axe Blessing next.
Sure, he already ate the moon shard, so
That's true, actually. That's pretty much all he's got
Навіть
left
без
to do.
тапка бігає, бачиш?
Так, мінус БКБ, він же ж рефрешниця. Айтремич. Він рефрешниця і буде БКБ і ульт, і все. А БКБ ось є.
А в Слардера немає.
А, у Слардера мінус БКБ, ага, поняв.
Так, так. Ну, він просто перестав, я не знаю, чи він тис типу зразу БКБ, як в нього була ще руна захисту на ньому.
He has the survivability, this is
Нічого не було.
О, Баунті Хантер.
Ну, якраз того, коли тебе вбивають.
Ятору треба аганімчик, мені здається. А он бере, слухає мене.
the chaos, right? That's what ended up happening. It was just fights on three different fronts, fights on three different fronts that kind of broke them apart there. So,
I mean, if you Falcons, you try and poke out this.
Ну, он за аганім з Актарін зібрав.
А це, походу, мінус друга сторона, ні? Ставер точно впаде.
Їбать, подивися, що з тавером такоїться. 3 секунди, мінус 60%.
Там 500 демеджів зробив.
Опа, на Ятору влетіли.
Бать йому їбальник позриває.
Йому це кому? БКБ.
Віру. За 3 удари.
О, дивися, як вирвався. Непогано. Як же далеко б'ють ілюзії.
Або БКБ нема, або БКБ не було колапсу.
У колапса було, але він його не протис.
А було, блядь, шара.
Collapse didn't get the BKB off. Maybe he was because he had an instance where he could have.
Ти серйозно, Ятора? Ти серйозно? Опа, а тут Ларл. А тут Ларл. Маурін мінус 2. Ятора зараз далі залітає, чуєш?
Вони хочуть ловити їх.
Баунті Хантера йобнути за 2 секунди. Оп, Ятора знайшли. Ну там байбек, блядь. Він подумав, їбать. Він подумав, що, коротше, вони вже 100% бекають, обіссались, поняв? Але Малорін як зіграв, блядь, ахуєзно в цьому моменті. І інвокера, і Ятора.
Ти поняв? Так, ти поняв, типу, чого Ятора атакував? Він думав, ага, ульту проїбав. А потім він крутився рефрешер, він ще раз.
Так він давно вже рефрешер у нього, він мав би знати це.
Ну так, але він думав, що ще КД, типу, рефрешер, знаєш? А вони поки втікали, у нього КД відійшли рефрешер.
Форма, от зараз буде метаморфоза, все, пішли далі пушити.
Коротше, лошари, блядь. Не дивлюсь, що
А Ятора не бейбекається, віддають в сторону.
покупок немає. А ні, є ПКБ, навіть не на ПКБ є.
Але в цій грі Яторо, блядь, налутає пацанам поінтів.
Але все почалося із цього слайдера. Він не протис БКБ, коли треба було. Їбав, блядь. Потім вар підставився, коли Яторо прийняв.
As Falcons now, they can commence again for another play. Collapse on the sideline here.
Ще досі тут Кірасу його не може купити.
От БКБ протис. Але це не допоможе. Чи допоможе? Допоможе. А ні, покотився. Застряг, бідняга.
Аж башер є, знаєш. Бачиш, так хіла мало, блядь. Ти з Владмірсом йому бігає.
А от Рошанчик. Вони будуть файтитися за Рошана. Чи встигають?
Я думаю, що не будуть.
Будуть. Їх уже просканили всіх. Малолін уже пішов. Просто в м'ясо, блядь.
Біжиться другий раз цю хуйню не зробить.
Саппорти просто мінус зразу. Яторо. Яторо жирний. А після стана вже все. GG. Let's go, Falcons. Викуповуються, чуєш? Викуповуються, блядь.
Давай, додому їдь.
Малрін, ти ж живий, блядь, ні? Ідіть заберіть Рошана, похуй, блядь. Похуй мед, похуй пляшем. Але Малрінич, блядь, так топ був знесений.
Дивіться, в них трон падає, блядь. Прикольно. Ніхуя собі.
Да, прикинь, кріпи, блядь, знесли. Єбать, фура може тепнутися і забрати, блядь. Прикинь?
Да, ще один такий фазі знесе, нахуй. Він же ж купив рапіру, дивись. Єбать, на рапіру купив.
Ой-ой-ой.
Блядь, на базі нікого нема, прикинь.
Ну вони тепнуться. Інвокера ловлять. А Слардар хуярить трон. Вони все це бачать.
Єбать, забайте.
Дивись, блядь, а Яторо Рошана забирає. Єбать катка, ніхуя собі.
Ніхуя собі перевернулись.
Оце мейндгеймси. Пізда, блядь.
Просто райдкіку купив цю, блядь.
Так, прикол в тому, що, типу, БКБ 6 секунд, стан СК, блядь, все нахуй, вмирає. Але гра їбанись. Єпошка, блядь, ти хоч налутаєш трохи чи ні?
А ти бачив?
Єпошка, блядь, налутає мені хоч трошки чи ні?
Я думаю, що так. А ти бачив цей момент, коли він, блядь, вправо? Я цього не бачив.
Коли вони сторону знесли, чи що? Чи
Ні,
які?
коли тавери, ці Т4 впали.
А, Т4, кріпи, скоріш за все. Чи це Яторо був?
Яке? Я думаю, що це Яторо зробив. Типу, полетіла, пане кріпів призвав, типу, знаєш, цих піньків.
But they can't use it at the wrong moment, and they have to
Єбать,
be very
він
careful who's back
це
there to
Яторо
defend it.
робить, ніхуя собі.
Jotaro is pretty strong.
Але дивись, фарм, тебе, блядь, ну, на говного з Яторо йде.
He's in this like 1v1, 2v2 scenarios.
Ну, бо Яторо
He's gonna be
байбеком
able to take out most of them.
Ну,
Так,
так.
то було на 10 тисяч більше.
Ну, бейбек 10 тисяч не коштує. Так, ну було, але я кажу, що доганяє. Він так само має мільйон слотів. Йому шар докупити, і він такий же заряджений.
Can kill almost anybody in a fraction of a second.
The damage with his nature's prophet is unmatched right now. With this rapier, MKB, butterfly, daedalus.
And Collapse, he did hit 25.
Okay.
So nothing's gonna be able to get that corrosive haze off anymore.
А, так дивись. Якщо він збере Аганім, в нього буде ще фір.
Так файтниці зараз виграють весь файт.
І додаткова метаморфоза.
Ага. Ну, хороша попитка.
Прикольно, але я щось не бачу, щоб збирали хуєта, наче, да, виходить? Зараз Яторо просто хуйне, блядь, на трон і в'їбе з рапірами. Другу ще купить рапіру.
Там є гліб.
Угу.
Треба, щоб був слардер. Якщо буде слардер, він сам тоді не полетить, бо небезпечно. Бо якщо є слардер, він може нулік накинути на цього, на пангу, знаєш, і йобнути його швиденько. Так то пангу може його застанути. Ну, він згодився. Слард кріпів веде по топі, поняв? От хто зносить цю хуйню. Глянь, там фіолетове таке, бачиш?
Так, бачу. Домінатори зносять цю хуйню.
Да, це він склеїв на презентав. Це Лард ту хуйню робить, блядь. І напевно зніс.
Та якщо фалькони таку гру програють, їбать у них буде дізморалька. Не знаю, чи вистачить їх на другу.
А Марвелс тут завідує ту хуйню.
They have so many different ways to just control him and then just eventually he will die. Yes, sure, the evasion might be a little annoying, but I do think it's...
А СК навіщо взяв Дейдалус? Що за прикол? Звідки будуть крити?
З третього спелу дуже крутий.
А,
з третього удару у нього, типу. Да, фізична шкода, бачиш.
А, зі Стінгера, да? Фізична, ага, поняв, прикольно.
Там як йобне, блядь, зразу.
Across all 5 heroes. Yep. But Spirit, not so much.
Collapse, the big one that's missing it. Laurel, of course, too, but I would feel like Collapse's impact has been quite a bit higher this time, so his is much more important. Smoke's coming out, Spirit.
Так то Огр зараз купить також
Could be risky fighting without the luxury of the buybacks. At the least, if they can maybe get a quick kill, force out a buyback, and then back off successfully, Spirit will be happy with this move.
Так, так.
Eyes on Collapse and Yatoro if they're going to pretty much instantly delete somebody. Laurel?
Ну, який шанс? Фальконі
Position on the high ground. Very
76%
difficult for Spirit to approach here.
Скільки?
Clip, give some info.
76.
А, 75 бачу. А я думав, у фальконів 30%, типу 25. Ні.
Вийшов спін робить.
Лопнули. Ятора. Єс, мінус Ятора. Аєга. Міпошка.
Miposhka will fall if they can get everyone else out of his Spirit. They'll kind of be okay with Collapse. I mean, so they've looked for the
Але ти бачиш, Ятора лопається дуже швидко.
It's not a huge one, it's just snaking.
Скін, ти бачиш, як він швиденько буває?
He's actually out as well, just before any sort of stun comes back online. So
Не знаю, він просто лопнув нахуй.
death on Miposhka.
А він ультує, а там крити каже. Він коли ультує, крити вилітають. Поняв? А давай подивимось. А ну дивимось. Білка дала. Але критів не бачу, а ви бачу один. Ні, там білка йобнула йому на пів хп. О, дивися, бах. Білка, бам. І все, блядь. Блядь, так красиво це все виглядає.
Spirit, they're getting to have a little bit of breathing room again. You know, 1 minute and those buybacks will be intact for themselves.
Okay, Skitter, he pings it. They have a bottle left over still on anybody, or they just gonna give it to him. He still has it.
Сенкін біжить забирати. О, да то пізда.
He can hang on to that one for this next
Сенкін
fight.
ультане просто.
Це реально пів хп, блядь, в'їбав кріт Ятора. На початку, а потім залетів цей. А Чен байбекався чи ні? Да, байбекався.
Ентер натискаєш там?
Ентер? А, да, бачу. А чому 4 рази, блядь, написано, що викуповуються?
Ні, це останні рази, хто
А.
випився, дивись.
Угу.
В мене колапс
He might just be able to end the game whilst he's untouchable. And so I feel like you don't want to get to that point, but you might have to live with that. Because it's getting close. 56 minutes.
А, в повторі було, поняв. Хорош масоныч. Якщо зараз Ларла знайдуть, то буде пізда. Але знайшли панга, а йому похуй. Він поїхав.
Ти не маєш, бля, потратив ульту.
Ятора сьобується. І стан... А як він тепнувся? А, то не стан був. Але значок, дивись, стоїть, блядь.
А, пангу не купив баш. Я думаю, він купив баш. Тепер купив.
Зараз купив.
No more BKB TPs outs. The basher, it's finally picked up. He took a long time to buy it on Amar. He's buying all these
Так,
small
пацани, давайте каточку, хвилин
Like you
на
said, the ghosts are there now.
90.
We're seeing these absolutely come into play on the side of Falcons for some time.
Щоб, може, Міпошка хоч щось нам висрав, Санич.
Panic hitting a target.
Я
Even though
думаю,
they're
що
BKB, they're
виставку
also
це
ethereal.
все-таки огр.
Нема Мідасіка.
There's that basher. So will be a lot harder for them to go around these small
У мене
little
огр
BKB
він
plays.
100% настане більше.
Peter,
Набагато більше, ніж за минулі катки.
А, ну, да.
Від нього.
A little bit
У
spooky
мене
that
стан,
Collapse doesn't
нарешті
have the
вони
money for his
підпали.
buyback.
That's true.
1300 gold short after the purchase.
Все, третю сторону зносить.
Maureen, he's ready with the jump. He's gonna find
Опа-па. Ятора знайшли. Ну є байбек. А там рапіра. Спіздила рапіру. А де рапіра? Чи рапіра вже у тебе? Де рапіра, блядь?
На базі.
А чо, не виклав, блядь, чи що?
Да, виклав, прикинь. Він знав. Взяв рапіру, прикинь. Він такий вже хитрий, ніхуя собі.
Ну а що? Що робити? Єбать, скільки хіла. Просто Малрін. Ой, Малрін, цей, блядь, факер викатився, блядь, на фул хп.
Maureen, continue to rev up that epi.
Треба ловити їх.
Скітер лежить.
Єбать, мер, скітер здох. Пізда.
Ні, чо пізда. Це норм.
Єбать, скрізь красавчик. Блядь, таким жмотом, що ж не знаю.
Ну, катка жорстка, блядь.
2k crits, I mean, just eviscerating targets if he can actually hit onto them there.
Їм треба зараз
Snaking, no buyback.
байбеки
He's dead for
виманювати.
90.
Я думаю, вони байбеки по-любому будуть
Megas
висити.
are out, though.
Бо інакше в них база впаде.
У Снейкінга немає байбека.
Push hard or kind of get the map in a state that they'll be the ones to be able to find the tier 5 neutrals first. Roshan is back up as
Але
well.
то
They
таке.
still want to try and take that whilst Falcons aren't all up.
Dealing with Megas can still be a
Ти
problem
поняв,
at all
як
times, even though they have
забайтив
great
їх,
ways to
типу,
do with these heroes.
спеціально виклав
See what they
рапіру.
want to do.
Оце хитрий.
Falcons will buy back. They're gonna look for the fight.
It's a big one there from Skeeter.
Amar.
Opting for the silver edge, so he's got another way to sneak in and out of the action.
Okay. He has to be super careful with his positioning, though, as we saw there. Can get burst to once almost immediately.
Spooky 6 or 7 minutes for both teams now with both
Як
of
думаєш,
their
підуть
carries
закінчувати чи ні?
having the buybacks
О, Ятора?
on the
Та ні.
And more disabled
Рошан
being
фрі.
purchased now, too. Crit now has a hex as
I mean,
well.
Joe's gonna head straight into the pit here.
This guy's instantly
That's true. They
mastered.
take it down so quickly, the Falcons are barely able to leave their base.
That's the fastest 60-minute Roshan I think I've ever seen.
Who's gonna grab one?
Блядь,
Aegis on
налякав, я
Yatora.
думав. Мій пушка, ти чужий.
Pressure shard's gonna be held by Collapse for now.
That's big.
О, Міпошка, чуєш? Міпошка з Мідасом. Пішла грязюка.
Так він вже давно з Мідасом, хвилин 20.
А, да?
Може й 30. Так, і спочатку гри ще зібрав його.
А ну чекай. А, на 30-й є, да. 30 хвилин
Так він
тому.
ще раніше, він його
А
перед
я щось
соларом
клацав, не
зібрав.
бачу. Для чого мене
Перед соларом
викинуло?
ще зібрав. Прикинь, скільки він там золота. Якщо у тебе є параметр золота, то він тобі налутав багато.
Та ні, ну Керіш все одно більше лутає золота.
Повір, за 60 хвилин... О, нові шмотки появились.
He's been selling and buying back items. I was going to point them out, but you guys can see it. So BKB sold and bought back in that last
Так,
fight.
так, в кого які
У
шмотки?
тебе ще немає шарду.
Stu gets what?
See what he finds.
Ну, муншарда я маю на увазі.
Another 60-minute game. Absolutely crazy to consider how many of
А у
these
Ятора,
games
а у
we've
Ятора,
had so
чуєш,
far.
перекладений,
Just on the
блядь,
road to
МКБ,
the
блядь, в
international
цьому.
alone.
Ще й...
Так, тебе і байбека немає, так само.
І Сільверейс, чуєш, зібрав.
Big one too.
Пиздец якийсь, блядь.
Doesn't
Це щоб
get
пасивку комусь
the helm of the
виробити, так?
Undying. Probably
But he
gonna
got the
Просто
regalia.
He's still taking that over the spider legs as the carry.
I mean, how all in do you want to go? Does he want to go regalia plus audacious?
Yeah. Or do you want to get kind of some movement speed online?
Типа
I can see him
нормально
take
так?
the fleet-footed because he has
Yeah.
booties.
Ну, це просто Сільверейс йому на сейф, поняв? Він проклікає БКБ,
Which one does he want? How risky does he want?
пряче його в сундук, блядь, бере МКБ, якщо піздить цього. ТБ. Якщо інших всіх Крісталіс. АШБ на сейф. Напевно. Хоча там геми. Але гемів ніхуя нема. Тільки один даст на білці, на криті. Єбать. Там пиздец буде.
Тебе навіть буде відлітати.
Ну, у тебе 53 броні, слухай. 76% reduce damage.
Але ти бачиш, як в нього здох дуже швидко.
Да, він пиздує швидко, їбанись.
Колапс це ВК, другий, нейтрал та ВК, блядь.
Але фалькони зажались, блядь, реально. Стрьомно нахуй.
Бо на тебе немає цього байбеку.
На тебе... Як на тебе немає байбеку? А, 4, він байбекався, да.
Snaking finds himself the wise book of the dead, so he's going to get that wisest experience, right? Yeah.
Spirit definitely going to want to try and do this whilst they have the Aegis on Yatora and they know there's no buyback on Skeeter.
See what they can
Колапс, що
find.
той сир йобнутий.
Heroes are going to die so fast. Remember that this Helm of the Undying
Опа,
could
зараз
be
Маріна зайдуть.
completely game changing who they find.
Пізда, Маріна здох. Єбать, стоп. Придивіться, що за Маром робиться.
Ні, це не страшно, є байбек. Ще пограємо. Але кріпи, ти ж бачиш, як хуярять, як пиздують, блядь. І некробуки посилаються, поняв, поки де. Два некробука. Ну, цей, тебе також взяв, блядь, цю хуйню.
Але єдиний мінус цього...
Вона виключається.
Єдиний мінус, що в шоломі, коли він помер, він не може бити
А ні, тебе взяв, не шалом взяв, Ліорік взяв. Ліорік стайл. Я думав, шалом, а я думав, що взяв цей, поняв. Рапіру, коротше.
Так і в цього, спіріхів майже всі взяли з шолом. Крім цього мага, крім огромага.
Угу. Дві книжки у фальконів.
Once you get to these type of late games, no telling what could happen.
The game is still in such a very fragile state for both teams. It could collapse very quickly with the amount of damage both have. But if the Terrorblade gets anyone close to these tier 4s in Ancient, it could be game over. And likewise, if your Tora is able to find a chance to TP over and end it.
There's so many different ways. Yeah, there's so many different ways this game could actually end, right? There could just be a crazy team fight that happens and everybody dies, or there could just be some rat Dota that happens, or who knows. Anything else getting picked up? Not really in particular, just the Hex maybe for Laurel. He's hit 25, has AoE Deafening Blast that can actually be pretty helpful. Yeah, we're going to see them. I mean, it's going to be so many creep cutting and creep pushing and stuff, so
скільки там
this game
біжить
is
в
going to
центрі
extend for some
цих
time.
некращів, це піздець.
Some smiley faces. Yep.
Ого, а чо так багато? Це 3 стаки, типу, чи що?
Oh yeah, they're
Там ще кріпи і цього, як його, Чена.
Both teams absolutely powering up with every passing minute here.
Snay just having this, he's been keeping these neutrals almost exactly the entire time too, so he's giving himself armor bonus, magic resistance bonus for his team, and then he's doing cooldown reduction for the books, and all these other abilities too, so very annoying to play against for sure, as we've seen. Being said, Spirit also looking
Чена, може би рефрешер зібрав би, пиздець.
Toro up top.
That 25 is going to be quite nice as well.
Ти на
for
Йоні
snaking, right?
скочиш
Because
один
just
раз.
spell.
Yeah, and also if
Або
with the
БКБ, да, і
Agonist,
потім БКБ.
it's really interesting how it works too.
Але рефрешер на Чені також виглядає приємно.
БКБ рефрешер.
He might
По суті, треба
actually
просто
be, it's
вижити
a
ульту
weird way to,
натиснути.
like, you might have to prioritize him in a way, because if he's
А
able
ти
to
маєш
just
на увазі
stand his
дві
ground
ульти, типу?
channeling,
Так,
the rest
так,
of the
дві
team is going
ульти.
to be pretty
Плюс 2
powerful.
грівса.
Прикинь, ну да, це
Although it
круто.
doesn't really give them that much. It doesn't give them armor, right? And they're kind of just dying to the physical damage.
Опа, зібрали яйця в кулак, пішли шукати. Оцих двох загулявших можна і знайти.
Колапси треба було ловити, але я бачу відчув.
That's a little cheeky, but he gets away with it.
Arcane rune, always one of the better
Чіт
runes
з
in these
хексом,
later
якщо він
stages.
зараз захексить.
Ну слухай, Чен, якщо протисне ульту, а ну гліф є, да, не встигнуть. Розвести на гліф, відійти і протиснути ульту і допушити.
All this time too, Amar has been hanging on to a gem. Even though it's 60-something minutes, they need to have this gem
Ні,
on
я
the
думаю,
front
що
line
не
here, so he
зможуть.
has to
Там
sacrifice
пізда
an item
буде.
slot
А
for
може,
it.
Аєтора може полетіти до них.
А там бейбек, там этот, блядь, кріп-скіп.
Backpacking is AC, so they don't
Чи як, блядь, називається? Бекдор єбучий.
Абісул. Торохуйово. А зараз дох. Перебивай, не перебивай тебе.
Мінус, Ятора. Мінус рапіра.
Лар його йобнув.
Рапіру заберіть, блядь.
Skeeter dead. Collapse also.
І скітер дед.
Ебать, зловив. Зловив фактора. Пізда.
О, блядь, єбаний зіграв. Нахуй вона потрібна йому. Він не так жорсткий.
А, він хоче аганім, я
He
понял,
actually
купив
both
за
times
аганім.
now that he's died, his secondary life is so potent, even without the rapier.
А у Ятора ще нема аганіма, блядь, до сих пір.
Because he just had to go straight for that play. He did not have time to buy back, pick his rapier back up, and go get those kills.
And he has the disgraced regalia, right? So he lost the audacious, he lost
Єбать,
the
спіздити
20%,
брапідру,
he
оце
lost
було
the rapier,
оплески, були б єбанись.
heroes anyway, so
Блядь, та щас
his damage is still pretty absurd even without it.
Ще й з дабл демеджем. Ну, Ятора, блядь, лакірок. Але вони навіть не будуть бейбеки витрачати, напевно.
Курою, наче вже не можна підати рапіри.
Так вони зараз ще повибивають, поняв, Масонич? Вони можуть свапати же.
It's just inside that little tree spot where he died
He's
still.
gonna go pick it up now, right?
Yep,
Yeah, here we go.
absolutely.
Ready to grab the
There we
rapier
go.
А
back.
Ларла...
Thank you.
Ні, нема ким вбивати.
40 seconds.
Dyer's middle
Do
tower
they want to buy back?
забрав фур'єра.
When you have this little left, probably not.
Torres got to be so
Сир,
careful.
два, блядь,
If he dies,
два прапора, шейк.
Слухай, походу будуть зараз цей во, блядь, бейбекатись.
Spirit.
Єбать, чуть не здох вже.
Ти подивися, блядь. Білка, блядь, дає нахуй. Ну, а, подивися, блядь.
Okay, Rue has it. I was
Ти
gonna say,
бачив?
they had a
Це
refresh
пізда,
shot
блядь.
that he probably wants on your
I mean, they
Toro.
might have to start backing because they weren't able to actually put the pressure on in time to force out these buybacks. So
Оп, не кричи, пішли.
Yeah, they're back.
and they're going to be able to play for the next 6 minutes with buybacks.
А Ларл,
available,
блядь, просто
but
кріпів
Jotaro
дефає.
is not going to have his. So
Все, вони
There's
відійшли.
going to be a window, perhaps even. They could wait 4 minutes and go for the play, and then they can have the extra numbers, and there won't be that Aegis on your. If they want to be as careful as
Зараз
possible,
Єторо
they could just
вмирає,
go
а у
for the
нього є
play.
цей,
But if
да?
they want to be as careful as possible, they
Може
can't wait 4
почекати,
minutes.
поки
obviously the big thing's coming up
видає
as well in just
закінчити
under
потім.
20 seconds, right? They can look for that next set of the tier 5s. So
True.
a chance for Єторо to replace his divine regalia.
Ну, а чого Террорблейд собі муншарт не візьме, я не
I
розумію.
was going to say, does anyone else for
До речі, у нього є вже аганім з жер. І виходить, у нього ефір.
У нього 3000 тільки зверху. Він не може дозволити собі моншан. Байбеку не буде.
А скільки байбек? Угу, ніхуя собі.
Also getting so slotted.
Чи 5200 навіть.
It's a bit spooky. I guess he feels safe because he has this
Він
Aegis.
хочуть
And
атакувати.
anytime he shows on the map, it's dangerous.
Falcons.
He's heading up.
They're ready.
Пізда.
That's going to be. Whoa, look at Long gets caught. Is it on the front lines? How did he end up there? Long's in trouble. He's caught by the Aegis.
Ларл мінус. БХ мінус. Фірнув, блядь, ще. Байбеки полетіли. Колапс товстий. Ятора на хайграунді. Дуже грамотно позицію вибирає. Чен мінус.
У них ще ніхто байбек не писав.
Ні.
Не прийдеться, мені здається. Єбать, трьох нахуй стандартів.
Так. Але бековей.
Красавці вийшли. На базу.
Ух, їбать, ніхуя собі, блядь. Ну, Фалькони єбучий, блядь, сильний пізда просто.
Да, да, красава.
Дуже сильний. Там два байбека втисли спіріти.
Так, вони без байбеків, в них кліпи пушаться. Вони не можуть зайти.
Two buybacks. Laurel and Rue.
Блядь,
They
бачиш?
use it.
Так, пізда просто повна.
It is just snaking that's out of the game, and he has buyback available. They might have to chill things a little bit again, Spirit.
Це гра, бля.
It's gonna be that window open.
71
2 minutes
хвилина,
left
це
on
ми
this
точно
Aegis.
плюса
He's got to get to the jungle. He has to
Треба
find
ще
the
другу.
neutral.
Я ж розумію, що вони, типу, рахують 2 гри, поняв? 2 найкращих. Так що, якщо це буде ось така хуєнна наступна без 20 хвилин, можливо, і не залутаємо, поняв? Так що тут піздець. Треба 2 по 70.
They're not running into that one to fight into it still.
Swift blink into the build here for Yatora.
Okay, a little more mobility.
Я думаю, що тут зараз все закінчиться на тому, що Ларла зловлять, блядь, без байбеку.
For collapse. He's starting to get these luxury items that you always want to be able to try to get, as we do see him leaving his rapier.
With these butterflies online, is he getting to a point now where Skeeter, because there's already the MKB in play, like...
Слухай, а рапіра де вообще, блядь? А, на фонтані. Ну давай там штук 5, блядь, рапір уже.
Ти ж просто продав крити. Взяв цей блінк, а що блінк дає?
Да, слухай, а цей у Огромага хекс, блядь. І це буде в 4, блядь. Єбать.
Ще й це є етеріал, прикинь, етеріал хекс, нахуй.
Ну я тобі скажу, що Чен Айон набирає, блядь, але це не знаю, чи буде, а потім рефрешер стоїть в стеші.
Так його може Айон спуржити цей. Ларл може, типа, знаєш, кинути ці вітра і все.
Very close to getting enough Madstone here. All the reroll on his neutral.
Он, дивися, він нейтралку реролить, бач?
Surely, the RNG says he should. You either get it or you don't, and he didn't get it last time, so he does get it this time.
Все, йому вже не дає.
Так, понятно, я ж кажу, то він не реролить, одноразова нейтралка.
Oh, yeah, one more hit. Okay.
What's he got?
Doesn't get it.
He didn't get it.
He doesn't get it.
That is true. The regalia takes up a slot too.
Бере дизолятор. А що ще йому брати? 100%.
That could have been it.
Okay, what's the plan? Take the Stygian or the
Stygian plus
Spider?
attack range or
Yeah,
what?
he's taking the Stygian and indeed...
Oh, he took Crude.
40. Подивися, яка у нього пасивка там на нейтралку. Плюс 40 відновлення здоров'я. Це піздець, ну це сатанік, блядь, встроєний.
I mean, look at that.
Так, Ганіма немає. А Ганіма є, якщо немає, можна бити. Я думаю, зараз Фалькони ще будуть пробувати.
Та похуй, треба чекати, щоб міпошка поформилася.
Маріна немає.
Значить не будуть пробувати. Не пробуйте, давайте 90 хвилин гру.
Справді треба огру ще...
Блять, просто не кричи проти не кричів хуяряться. Подивись, який, блять, кріпів, блять, просто жесть.
Зараз будуть бити, зараз будуть бити. Так, юзно мета нажав.
Дуже оптимістична хуяра, блять. ТБ, скітер.
Нажав мет, не хоче скінчити. О, Лар, я ж казав, що Лара зловлять.
А там Айон.
Пропав. Колапс пропав. Колапс має байбек. І бать, дивіться, що робить з цим.
Фанга, факер що робить, блять. Амар. Байбак колапса. Нема байбека у Баха.
Just Amar with the creeps actually together did so much damage to the bounty hunter. She was able to
Потрібно
bring it down
почекати
10
кнопки і
minutes.
знову зайти.
And Rue's important. He's been
А що, мета ще ж присутня у нього.
Ой, там трон падає, трон падає, трон. Прикольний трон.
Ой-ой-ой.
Тора має б...
Ой-ой-ой.
Тора має б...
Ой-ой-ой.
Пізда, їбучена, їбучена.
Хуй з тим ченом, блять. Пиздец,
Так,
блять.
тебе немає, пізда, тебе в нас.
Так.
Бачу, трон не впавний.
Але він, подивися, блять, він вбиває Ларла, блять. Ілюзією. Прикинь? Нейтралкою вбив Ларла.
Після байбака. Це круто. Я зараз можу закінчити, Ларла без Ларла.
Єбать, а це валідол, нахуй. Але він ще одну рапіру купляє. А тебе бере рапіру чи ні? Блять, Крісталісу рапіру. О, правильно, Сент-Кінгу рапіру, блять. Магічно. Переключи її нахуй.
Все, нема ким дефати.
Так а чого вони, блядь, стоять, нахуй? Пішли. А, і у Терорблейда рапіра. І у Сенкінга рапіра. Це дві...
Пушить, блядь, з колапсом, ніхуя!
Пушать, блядь!
Не спушить. Це GG.
Сука, пушать!
Палько не з нами. Палько не з нами. Вони знали цю хуйню, прикинь. Вони нікуди не побігли.
76, блядь, я їбав, блядь.
Тільки насправді самі дурачки, їм треба було чекати, поки вони підуть в трон, знаєш, і тоді летіти.
Фу, блядь, ебанися, блядь. Але охуєнна гра насправді, пізда просто.
Таке, як в нас, знаєш, буває це вночі.
Ну да, майже, Санич. Майже. Скільки димагав я Тора?
На Урсі, я на Марсі, ти на Урсі.
Ото був кліп, да, то був заєбісь.
Піздець, там потім виграли.
70 тисяч. У Ятора демеджа. Блять, не так і багато, да? Для 100 хвилин гри, блять. Ну не 100, окей, там 75. Першу катку їх чпокнули, діда. А у Скітера 66, блядь, як він без рапіри був. Та ху, блядь, рівна реально гра. Скітер, блядь, нормально тримався, як чоловік. Міпошка ніхуя не дав, блядь, поки що.
Коротше, можна сказати, що 4 на 5 грали, блядь. Це четвірка баха ніхуя не робила. Блядь.
Ух, блядь, єбанися гра. Ще ж не кінець, діду.
Oh, I mean, also, I've never seen a bigger Giga chat than this Nature's Prophet. Like, this is the biggest Giga chat.
Giga chat all the way towards the end, even trying to all in the throne through backdoor.
Completely ridiculous.
And that was already after he teleported into the middle of a thing that wasn't even a fight yet, but he decided, you know what, I'm gonna cut someone off. He gets a kill, TP's back out, but his team at that point already thought like, okay, we're going in, went in, and he went, oh my goodness.
Діду, я ж тобі казав, діду, ти ж вже питав, я тобі 2 рази відповідав, чи 3 рази відповідав. Що Наві п'ють чай з печивом вдома, поїхали додому, програли Нігмі Гелаксі. Нігма Гелаксі пройшла далі і виграла Аврору Геймінг. Ваш Ревізорич.
Than we've seen teams play for the entirety of the road to TI so far. They put all their eggs into the Nature's Prophet basket.
Блять, але кожен день стрімити по 12 годин, я так втомився, діду, дивитися Доту, ж ти собі не уявляєш. Але все, сьогодні останній день, до четверга передихаю, не дивлюсь. Стрімлю як хочу.
It definitely worked. It definitely worked. I mean, Falcons had to. I mean, Falcons had basically played.
2-1, так, діду, 2-1. 2-1, Наві програли.
Знаєш, як я Тора міг виграти? Якби він купив замість МКБ, блядь, це як його, Дезоль.
Діду, так, бачив, швидко падав. Діду, я люблю Доту. І мені це треба, поняв? По професійній діяльності, ну, поняв, смікай. Я, в принципі, кайфую, я просто втомився, слухай, а я і займатися люблю фізкультурою, але там же ж так само втомлююсь, знаєш? І тиждень чилю, завтра, думаю, буду трошечки зарядочку. Але я люблю Доту, да. Я реально чекав International, не знаю, як хто, коротше, Санич, ти чекав International?
Ну так, ну нема такого, типу, як раніше, типу. Чекав, типу, буде, то буде.
Ні, ну як раніше, Санич, як в дитинстві ми всі чекали Новий рік, уже не буде ніколи, розумієш? От цього свята.
Фанат OG, знаєш.
А?
Нема OG, типу старого складу, знаєш, я сумую.
Просто, блядь, ну, так само і з International, але я прям реально чекав, ну, щоб в мене був, скажімо так, ексклюзивний контент, да? Зібрав коло людей, які будуть так дивитися зі мною попиздюнькати, посидіти там туди-сюди.
Я тако в компанії, це класно, да, згідний.
Та, реально, я Тора хуярив, блядь, Масонич, я Тора хуярив, блядь, 1х9. Ну, типу...
Його огр нормально так бахнув?
Поінтів не дали, але, можливо, після другої катки, чи навіть третьої. Просто Амар, їбать, ну, скільки нерфили Пангалієра, да? А Амар все, ну, типу, все одно про іграх пікають, і він все одно постійно, блядь, робить грязюку. Постійно, нахуй. Проти нього завжди незручно грати.
Міс вибір героя це цей БХ йобаний.
Коли Next чпок спірітів Next почнеться через 10 хвилин, діду. Заварюй чайок, бери пампушок, присаджуйся. Будем чпокати їх разом.
Як ти думаєш, саме з БХ кого вони могли б взяти? Я думаю, любий герой би був набагато краще, правильно?
Замість БХ.
Our MVP was actually decided fairly early on, Stormstormer.
Давай подумаємо. Якщо четвірка, кого б могли взяти вони? Та ту же пугну б могли взяти. Сейвити. Сайленсера могли. Але сайленсер таке, блядь, ну, типу, важко.
Пугну, так, могли пугну навіть взяти.
Ну, бо, типу, поняв, Крісталіс, Крікс, коротше, ініціює, Панго ініціює перший, блядь, з темряви, ну, типу, важко.
А ще цей класний, як його, той, що чорнилом плює.
Блядь, він губ могли би взяти, нахуй, і вообще кайфували би. На четвірочку.
Грімстрока, да?
Ну, Грімстрок танкуватий трохи. От Вінгу взяли б, вона б сейвила, блядь, би, і танкувала би, і все робила би. І станила. Чим погано. Слухай, а Нагу Сірену? От взяли б Нагу Сірену, блядь, пісню, блядь, поспівала би вона, нахуй, трохи, і спушили б трон.
Дивіться, вона просто співає пісню, ті не можуть тепешнутись, і фура просто добиває трон.
Так, ну, типу, блядь, багато чого можна було придумати.
А китайці би так і зробили, блядь.
Слухай, того же Жакіро взяти. Випалювати нахуй ці ілюзії.
Да, щось таке на мас демедж.
Можна було б.
Короче, могли виграти.
Так. Але ти знаєш, я не шкодую за ліквідами. От зовсім не шкодую. Я не шкодую за Наві. Вони самі проїбали собі, блядь, Інтернешнл. У них була купа шансів показати, що, блядь, ми готові, ми хоча б, блядь, на мейн-стадію зайдемо.
От я дивлюся, нам показують повтор,
Ну,
і
все
в нього
справедливо.
МКБ. От у нього стоїть МКБ. Який нахуй МКБ? Ти летиш трон кушати. Купи собі дезоль, йомаю. Правильно?
Просто інвокер грає на мертвому, блядь, аспекті. Беруть БХ і не беруть аспект на сноубол, на голду.
Колапс, їбать, колапс танкував
Ну, все справедливо, да, дід? Що кажеш, блядь?
200к танчів, прикинь, демеджу 200.
Дуже дохуя.
They did not use any Helm of the Dominator's Purge?
That's exactly correct. They invoked
Це,
it to buy one, but
дід каже, плюс, блядь, ну, шарить в курсі.
At this stage in the tournament, what usually happens is the top teams will
Я просто
coalesce
на
around
останній
one
грі
strategy.
Наві
They'll say,
відключив
"Okay, this
емоції,
is
за
the
них
strategy
особо не
and
топив,
very
блядь, ну,
rarely
дивився
it's
на
on
це,
them.
блядь,
This is the
і
previous
так
stages.
само
This is
було і
why
за
this is
ліквідів.
what
Я
they
наче
do.
хотів
Phoenix is not a
відключити на
tower
всю
wizard,
гру
but Helm of the Dominator
емоції за
is-
ліквідів. Потім в
is
другій
very
грі, блядь,
elusive
якесь, блядь,
because
прокинулось,
look how
знаєш,
much
таке
damage is
братерство,
previous
блядь.
tanking that tower was
Трошки,
full.
блядь,
And before it
підтопив,
dies, he says, "Oh, is that
а
a
потім
lane?
дивлюсь на піки
Let me just
третій
turn
катки,
into
ну
1000
нахуй, блядь,
HP, 6
любі друзі,
armor,
блядь, за
to-
що?
to again tank the tower. This is
Так, ще тут ніхуя не розрахувала.
strategy.
Ну, там навіть, блядь, ти саначем Дискорд, та там нема що обговорювати. Ну да, нахуй, блядь, що там, блядь, типу, чисто сонний, блядь, слюну пустити, подивитись, блядь, почекатись наступний матч. Ну, реально не було що обговорювати.
Прикинь, ми з тобою вже про Двінгус попікали, що ми вже розуміємо, що там, бля, мертві, типу. Мертві піки, почі
Так, ну але як вони так... Ну так само ж, блядь, і Фалькони взяли проти, блядь, Тейнбаундів третю картку, блядь. Ну також мертвий пік був.
Так і Наві так само взяли
І,
проти
да.
мертвий пік.
So that's going to help ensure that those heroes are more survivable here. I'm just going to accelerate this a little bit because we also get the kill and skitter. So really good laning out of
В чому
Collapse
проблема
and
їхня,
Brew here
типа,
after they did
ну,
play a little sentry
ліквідів,
games.
що вони
Collapse managed
зациклились
to
на
hit 6
тіммейті
here
і
right
строїть
before
пік
Skeeter hits
навколо
level
мети.
5.
А їм
So
треба
it's a
було
really,
робити
really
так,
nice solo
як
kill on it.
геройки
Nothing that
роблять.
Skeeter
Тобто
can
грати
do
своїм,
in response to that.
знаєш,
And
типа,
that
своїми
translates into that
сигнатурками.
really
Бо там
fast
той
blink
пікнув,
dagger that we
міпу
talked
взяв,
about
роз'їбав,
earlier.
бля,
The
катку за
nice thing was
20
that he
хвилин.
hit it by the super shot for quite a while here. He just sat there because he didn't want to reveal. He saw the illusions coming. He moved it back again because he doesn't want them to know that this high tempo pressure is coming on the map because it's going to be very tough for their opponents. And Sanking, normally kind of hard to kill, was his quick work against Slaughter, who gives both vision and lowers his armor. Sanking doesn't have that much HP, so kind of a perfect counter here. So this up-tempo thing that Spirit did was really cool. We're going to see more of this as the tournament goes on for the teams that are bold enough to say we're going to avoid the TI meta and we're going to try to find a way to break TI meta because that's sometimes the way that you close out a tournament and actually win TI. So we'll see if it continues.
We will see if it continues. I mean, this was quite
Леді і
the
джентльмени,
game
на кнопочку
one
follow.
of this series.
Якщо не важко, натискай.
I know if it's up to the players, they probably don't want to have a game like that anymore. They'd rather just win, you know, in 20, 30 minutes, and I get that. But that's not always that simple. Stormstorm, what are you thinking? Where are the teams going to go from this? Are we going to have another one of these games on our hands?
I do think so. I think Falcons is cursed or blessed or whatever.
Blessed. We're going with blessed here.
I ran into their analyst in the elevator today and I was asking them, man, can you make it short to games? And he said, I don't know how. And he's the analyst. If he cannot do anything, there's no way probably. And it also gets to show that these teams are really like on a really similar level, right? It's a next to next.
Добрий вечір.
The players also kind of tired of it. We saw Amar on the
Іспаньола, привіт.
camera,
81 місяць,
smashing
чат.
his drinking his Red Bull and like, you know, taking a long sip.
Деякі з вас, напевно, не знали, що таке Twitch.
I do think so that
А іспанець вже на мене сабався.
I
Пу-пу-пу.
think also this throne backdoor, I'm pretty sure they were really worried that the Fury would just TP in and throw them. I mean, we saw them Sentry, Necrobook, camp the throne, right? It's like almost like a heart attack to see how fast the throne HP went down when the Fury TP'd in there. And that's, I don't know, it's just so ridiculous.
But just the move itself was so strategical. It wasn't like some crazy last-ditch effort. It was needed, right? Because I believe one or two of the heroes on the Radiant didn't have buyback, so he TPs into the enemy base to force them
Доброї
back
ночі,
as
іспанець,
well,
привіт.
which allows them to kill the Terrorblade after. Invoker dies, of course, as well. No buyback, so it forces them again to go onto the enemy side. I feel like it was, in the end, kind of a forced move. It was...
You can move, otherwise you're just sitting in your fountain waiting for them to push where you know you're
А
going
ну,
to be
давай
out.
подивимося раді цікавості. Скільки димів, вардів, смаків, давай.
Давай.
Так,
О, тобі
що
я
у нас,
розповідаю,
що у нас
що
кріт?
було.
Кріт 26 вардів, блядь, це золоті гори, блядь.
Я ж тобі кажу.
8 димів,
найкраще.
8 димів.
37 цих, да?
І 7 стаків. Ну, тут
Ну, я ж тобі кажу, це
ну,
золоті
ну
гори.
і Снейкінг так само 8 стаків, але у нього просто ще герой такий, який стакає, поняв? А Кріту похуй, він завжди стакає, типу.
Да, так. Ну, я тобі говорю, Кріт — це пахар, він, роботяга. І дивись, і в кожен файт він фуру з ультою, типа йому пів хп зносив.
Пиздець. А скільки у нього демага? Цікаво. У нього 40 тисяч, блядь. І це все, блядь, іменно таргетний, знаєш, такий, блядь, фурі в'їбали. Але самий низький демаг на мапі.
Слардера 30, чуєш?
А ні, 32,
А, ні, це
32.
отримав.
Да,
Це отримав.
32. 32.
Ну, все рівно Слардер 30 тисяч набив.
Так, а АБХ 20.
Така це, блядь, просто Кріт бігав там. Ніхуя не робив, всю гру просто бігав, блядь. Піздив, блядь, золото. Хоч би купив, блядь, цей йобаний дизоль, блядь, щоб і полетів би з ними, щоб спушити той, знаєш, тоді
Too
був
many
би
moments
шанс.
to remember right now. Game 3 obviously kind of a disaster.
От Інсенію жалко насправді. Приємний чел сам по собі, знаєш?
Did you feel like maybe you weren't at your best coming into the tournament, or do you think you
Дід
got
став,
here
да?
and just like what went wrong specifically as a team?
I actually felt very confident coming in. We had a very successful boot camp. It was almost to the point where you are a little bit worried because you haven't faced enough adversity on the way here. And then I feel like we didn't really manage to make things happen the same way in our practice.
Та і Мікі норм грає, блядь, але цей Манкі Кінг заїбав просто і
Practice
все.
doesn't look so great, and then we end up playing better in the
Ти думаєш, він сам сказав,
officials,
типа, пікній
but
мій
unfortunately not
МК?
the case this
Не
time.
знаю. Ну, блядь, 2 рази пікнули. 2 рази було пікнуто МК. Я хз. Його, типу, хочеш сказати, що його, блядь, заставляли на ньому грати? Принуждали?
Типа сказали, давай, типа, на МК граєш.
Ну давай, і що, і проїбали на МК? Через катку виграли, і що, давай ще раз на МК?
Ні, я думаю, типа, знаєш, якийсь скромняга, типа, о, тут ММК класу заходить, давай, типа, щось пофлексимо його на іншу лінію. І він каже, ну добре, давай.
Але ще Сане, ще Last Pick Void, блядь. Ну якщо все так хуйово, нахуя того Void Spirit брати?
Я думаю, що там ще є ніша сказав, о, я собі Void возьму. А Мікі, якби трошки був цей нагліший, він би міг сказати, ні, ніхуя, ти бери свій МК, а я собі беру якусь тебе, блядь, чи ще когось. А кого-небудь, блядь, просто, щоб відпіздити цього, ту Марсі. До речі, проти Марсі, знаєш, типу, коли в неї ПКБ закінчується, БМ дуже круто працює.
Але ніхто не бере БМ, ти ж бачиш? От, блядь, я розумію, що це за тема, але, блядь, ніхто не бере.
БМ має брати цей, Харда.
Та, ну, слухай, ну можна і мідеру взяти, блядь, в лейті на 50-й хвилині, знаєш, там це взагалі копійки, коли там в стафі.
Вона собі їбальник б'є дуже швидко.
Так.
Хочеш неї крити,
Wow, hit with a heavy dose of realism and sadness, of course, coming from Insania. And that sadness is exactly what Falcons and Spirit are fighting so hard for to not have happened to them. Because one of these two teams that go into this
Третя буде ізі, чи що?
as one of the favorite
А я Торо похуй, він готовий їбашити, поняв, всю ніч, блядь, як в дитинстві в ігровухі, блядь. Він машина, йому похуй вообще, що здаватися.
Але він оце всі рази, які пікає цю хуру, блядь, один завіть, що вже яку ми гру дивимося, ну, типу, хура не виграє в доту.
А давай подивимося він рейд фури.
Типу, останні 3 матчі вона програє.
У фури 20 матчів і 55 він рейту.
Але останні матчі вона програє.
Ну.
Пітер програв, той програв.
And I do want to talk about the follow steps because we saw
Кого
Team Spirit going for something different. We have Insania talking about the helms.
Лапсу Ятора треба зйобувати в ліквід.
We have Falcons using it.
А їх там хтось чекає?
On the side of Spirit as well, but they do try to find different ways of dealing with it. And they thought, you know, going for that Slardar, making sure you just have.
Ну слухай, я б, коротше, замість ніші ще б тоді туди захуярив би якогось би нас інтусея.
А ніші не буде на слідуючий сезон, говорить.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just
То, типа, наче він залишить
went
команду.
again with a very similar style.
Okay.
Because I do believe what they
Я думаю,
drafted
Топсона
did
тоді
work.
треба
Maybe
вліпити.
Ага,
some
голову
slight
покрасив,
adjustments.
голубий кайфує сидить,
I'm not
поняв?
really sure about how you guys felt about the bounty hunter and how it fit.
Це
I
як
think that's maybe
анімешник,
the
так?
only improvement
Не
that I
знаю.
could see somehow.
No, I mean, Bounty played its part in a lot of ways,
антимаг,
right? It
антимаг,
set up
поняв, персона, типа,
the lane
антимаг.
top, and it created a lot
Фу,
of
бля,
vision
кажеш,
around
аж
that.
трохи
It set up
спотів,
this,
блядь.
the
Дайте
wall
вухові,
into the
блядь.
triangle, right?
Фу, як ви мене
Interfering with the
заїбали,
stacks that
блядь.
we've been talking about. Can you invade? Can you maybe
Поки
steal the
чула.
stacks? Can you do some stuff? He's actually slowing down the sanking game quite a lot, right? They ran no
Мар
track
зараз
kills in
так,
the
треба
game.
якусь
I
херню
feel like this
напікати
hero
знов.
is pivotal to
Неприємно
this
було
game's
вперед.
development in a way. I mean, you could pick another hero there in the end, and then we're gonna have a completely different game. It's hard to explain exactly, but what I noticed in this game
Не
is that-
вийдуть вони
and
мейн
from
стадію, масонич.
Falcons games
Хто?
is that they pick the sanking mid,
Фалькони
and
вийдуть.
if you go back and
Бо
watch
тут
the
видна
games,
робота.
it's pretty obvious what they keep doing, right? They keep stacking for him, he goes and finds
Куди?
those stacks.
А ти поняв, тут
You know,
трансляція
he
йде на
gets the
20
super
секунд
early blink
раніше,
dagger,
ніж
and I feel
ми
like that's
дивимося,
something that
типу,
Spirit
матч.
perhaps have looked into, right? And that's
На
something
скільки?
that
На
both
20
teams kind of have
секунд.
to
А, ну
adapt
20
to.
секунд хуєта.
Generally, it could also be
Так, хто там в банах? Нага, Бісмастер.
Дуже багато панго їбашив. Він такий противний, блядь, постійно.
Чуєш? А якщо би замість БХ взяти Вівєрну,
stacking for him,
прикинь?
he goes and finds those stacks, then
Морозити нахуй тебе.
Да? Тебе просто вбивають.
Вообще, до речі, я не бачу Віверни. Де Віверна, блядь? А ну давай в пік нахуй. Фальконце. Кріт, блядь, покажи Віверну, чувак, як треба грати.
Ні, Мікошка на Віверні грається, його
these stacks, so I think that's part of what the bounty hunter offered as well.
I feel like also the part that
Магнусів
prevented
також
Sensing
не
from getting
бачив.
the earlier blink
Магнусів?
was such an
Да,
amazing
він
start
був у
on
бані,
collapse.
бачиш?
Магнуси,
А Віверна?
11 minutes
Магнуси
left,
часто в іграх.
gets that kill on
Санич.
Sensing, and he kind of controls the tempo.
Ні,
He
ну
was the
в
one
минулій грі не бачив.
А,
up to that like 15 to 20 minutes
А от дивися, за
mark was
Вівєрну
setting
самі
all
з
the
БХ
fights on the map.
і все. І ігра виграна.
от дивися, вони зараз банять Бейна, коротше, Фалькони. Можливо, це буде пік Марсі.
In the sense that Radiant does not have first pick this time around. Normally it plays
Та,
out the
і
way
цього
that
кентавра
a
це
team
точно
wants
буде
to choose
Марсі.
Radiant for first
Такого
pick,
тебе.
and then the other
Там
will get the
кінга
other
пікнула.
one.
Аж пригай
or
зверху.
sorry, Dire
І
first.
чисто
But
Team
that happened.
Spirit від гріха подалі забанили фуру, поняв?
It will be first pick on Falcons, and Team
Тільки
Spirit
на
was second.
Щоб не пікнути.
Last game,
Вернися
Spirit
на
was
гул, там
first
швидше
pick, right?
розпіковка
Did you
йде.
Furon?
Yes.
This
Там
game
видно
it's
зразу,
gonna
коли
be
пікає.
This,
Вибачте, в'їбав по мікрофону.
Team Spirit are still radiant.
They had a
Yes.
very different
І відрейд
approach, right,
показує
when it comes
також.
to bans as well. Banning out most of them are heroes. Now we have a Chen as well in the first stage.
Yeah, very different. They go with sinking again. I just want to make a quick note about this whole
Скаф.
dominator business.
Скаф в кожній
I actually
картці.
think Furion
Заміть.
has,
І
for
сильний,
me,
наче іска.
grown. It's like risen in stock for being like maybe
Ти
a
мелко
little bit weak in the
любиш.
beginning. Now I
Мілкорична
think
СК.
it's one of the best ways to
Так,
counter the
так.
dominator split push meta, right? Because he just TVs back and deals with it. And he can also kill the dominator creep with Sprout
Опа,
and
SF,
everything. So I
SF.
think this hero is on carry.
Не спойлери, Санич.
А, ну блін, я думав, ти на
This is
голові.
maybe the
зараз.
best.
Ні, та там же ж маленька
I
картинка.
feel like there's a lot of
Добре.
these heroes like Sanking, Primal, Beast, Beastmaster, Shaker that kind of fulfill.
А SF, до речі, гарний вінрейт має, насправді.
Зараз я ж 1-1 для Єтору. 50%. Як ти думаєш, для кого він буде? Для Єтора чи мід?
Я думаю, мід.
Магічний сев, так?
Now Team Spirits, I like that they deviate here. Last time they answered the Sanking with the Invoker. Now
Добре, а
they
піти
go to
сефа, знаєш,
Shadowfiend.
тут класно заходить.
Shadowfiend is actually
Хто?
one of the potential heroes
Марсі?
that if Sanking goes mid, it can
Чому?
destroy the
Проти
Sef.
SF-а
It's
чи
very
під
skillful
SF-а?
matchup. It
Під
could
SF,
also just
іменно
become
під.
another 50-50 story.
А чо-
because
чого?
Shadowfiend is like the best
Вона
laner
бафає його
who
третім спелом.
making hard matchups
Типа
in
демедж йому
matchups.
бафає.
Ну
І
таке,
реально
так можна сказати про кожного, що на кожного бафа як керрі.
It's also a flexible hero, right? We just saw that
Ну,
they
типа,
played 4 games of
ну і
Shadowfiend
плюс
actually, 2 on Lara
цей
and 2 on
ВСФ,
Yetoro.
мінус демедж,
So,
знаєш,
and they
типа
are second pick
аура
this time around,
працює.
right? So they can
Там
flex this
нормально
guy all
куски
the way till the
відливає.
end. So that's also worth noting, I think.
It's really strong on mid, but the way Etoro played a couple of games, I've never seen anyone as active on Shadowfiend as he was. Just gets his stacks and rotates like he was ganking mid in one of the series. I mean, at 6-7, so definitely can make that hero apply a lot of pressure early in the game.
A couple heroes we should be keeping on our radar that were first phase banned in the previous game is the Bristle and the Monkey King. Both banned, are still in, and I still feel like I have to mention the Marcy as well, just because. But both of these teams.
Дуденьку наріжу.
5 seconds
I guess
remaining.
both these teams don't really like Marcy at all. We know it from Falcons watching their series earlier, but it also doesn't seem like it's something that Spirit want to touch.
From Spirit, I'd expect maybe another position 4 or 5 that's melee and bulky, something like an Ogre that they had in the last game. Just combos up and frees up that position 1 Shadow Fiend if necessary.
Funnily enough, like we talked about the bounty hunter, I actually felt like the Ogre was more lackluster in that game than
5 seconds remaining.
the bounty hunter. Just because, yeah, the bloodlust is nice, and he did tank a lot of smokes, but yeah, I don't know if that's enough. You know, it's that hero for me was not
He
it.
just didn't multicast the Midas
Yeah.
enough times.
And Team Spirit can go for multiple routes here. It will most likely be a ban into a support pick. A hero that has been highly contested in the previous years was Tiny. And Tiny Shadow Fiend is a classic combo where you're able to toss a target onto your Shadow Fiend if Rue likes that hero. I'm not sure
He
if
does
it's
play it.
archetype, but if that's the case,
А от Тіні реально
it has
заходить
been
під
one of the
Шадоуфінда.
most contested melee force,
Оце
if not
больно.
the most contested melee force.
Дуже сильно
Побачиш,
боляче.
хто
It's been really
хто
strong for
зайде.
Shadowfiend, so
Зараз побачиш.
they could look at that. Either that or a casual +5 pick from
10
Mikoshka,
seconds
like the
remaining.
Ogre we saw last game. What else is there to say?
Просто
Clockwork.
ідеально.
5 seconds
They banned
remaining.
out the Abaddon on the side of Team Spirit. What can we learn from that? Because we
Dire
don't see
team's
that in
turn
the
to
second phase bans that frequently as Ogre comes out straight away.
I feel like this
Знову
lane,
Огр.
if it's laned this way, Ogre and SF,
Ну, якраз
this
третій спел
doesn't lose
блокіду.
to all 90% of dual lanes
Це
that can
буде
hit you with a 4
Shadowfield
and
керрі,
3.
напевно.
The combination is obviously
Ніхто швидше за
very
нього не буде
valuable down the
махати
line
і
with the
демеджу
Bloodlust.
давати.
With the
Seconds
Prophet,
remaining.
it was value later on, but with the Shadow Fiend, maybe even more so.
5 seconds
I mean, he
remaining.
had a hard game as well, right? They came down to with the Sand King and the Chen and Hoodwink and took his tower really early on, and Miposhka had just had a rough Ogre game. There's
Мені
also
здається,
the
треба якусь
games
тузка
where
брати,
Ogre
ще когось,
has a good
знаєш.
lane and suddenly transitions that into
Типу
a
сейв за
Тузка
Богом,
заєбісь виглядає
the ignite
спірітом.
really comes into play.
Чи якусь, ну, чи навіть ту масі, що вона відпригувала, відкидувала
That's
все.
a TI classic.
Гримстрока хотів
Yeah,
Санич.
to
Просто
answer
тебе
your
Гримстрок.
question, because you asked about the Abaddon
Ну, не
ban, I
бачиш,
can
там
see
демеджу
that
буде
it
мільйон.
has been one of Skito's most successful heroes, and it might be that now Team Spirit is gonna pick a
Тепер
double
треба
pick
якогось
that
з
would
нуліком,
suffer.
напевно, буде Вов,
It could, for example,
Лайкен,
have been
да?
something like an Axe
Чи
route or
хочеться нулік
something where we
купити.
always saw the Abaddon as an
5
answer on the
seconds
18
remaining.
pick. Usually
Проти
this,
цих двох.
because also last game, Falcons in the spot, they banned Prowlbeast and later picked Pangolier, because Prowlbeast is a Pangolier
Як
answer.
думаєш,
Now
на
this
кому Кріт буде
Abaddon
грати?
might be a protection ban for what we're about to see.
I love the Grimstroke for multiple reasons, but his ulti, I mean, not
Не знаю,
ulti,
Маш.
his dark portrait
Опа,
down the
Магнус.
line into Shadow
Це вже
Fiend feels
геймченджер.
really damn good as well.
Ого.
If
Так,
you
і ще
can get
вдвоє.
that Aghanim's.
Ще ідеально.
Yeah, now also with that, Magnus
А,
picks the
діду, зараз
Abaddon
скінів
ban
немає.
does make
Зараз
more
скіни не
sense
бачиш.
and
Коли
few
вони
of the
пікнуть
heroes
героїв,
who
тоді
best
вони
survive
одягнуться в
Falcons
скіни,
and
в
even
яких
shield up
грають
Falcons.
гравці, поняв?
Now, the pick for Falcons is not that easy, and I also
Так,
love the
запит
Magnus pick
кайфовий
for
у
Wade, that
приконів,
that's also
але
the Knight pick from Falcons.
зараз зверху Магнус є.
Amar, honestly, delivered
Масонич,
a lot
а
of
у
matches at the
спіритів
start.
не
It felt
подобаються?
like the collapse of this year in some way.
And the Shadow Demon, by the way, right? Like into Pugna and Grim feels
Мені
really
зверху
damn
сильніше
good.
поки що.
Yeah.
Could
Де
this be a
сильніше?
Weaver pick
Демеджу
perhaps for
мільйон.
Skeeter?
Зверху.
It seems like a
Так.
decent Weaver game, and this is one of his hero pool, you could say, from this event.
He did prioritize it earlier. I feel like since there is no safe, and Shading doesn't protect. Okay, never mind. Actually, you nailed it perfectly. What I was concerned about this Weaver pick is that the Team Spirit drafts,
Ого.
they
А
can't just
куди Вівер
out
іде?
and burst him down.
Yeah.
Як
Because
думаєш,
the Shadow
а це може
Demon
бути
prevents
Вівер
any
для
safe.
Скітера?
It
Це
counts
Керрі,
both
блядь,
the
Вівер,
safe
походу.
from the Grimstroke and the Decrepify from Buckler.
What box?
Box.
Sorry, I thought it's a Ringmaster for a second. They look so similar.
They are.
Yeah, they're kind of same vibes.
They actually look so similar.
Insane
It's not
we
like-
talk about him,
Зараз
but
буде
I think,
ласпік,
I agree with
Амар
you. I think
любить
the
ласпік
Weaver
собі
makes
лишати.
sense because lack of disables, and it is Skeeter. But also just the
Weaver
SF
взагалі лопне
killing him
може
in like 2
якщо
seconds
його
with 1
знайдуть.
RP. I can see that happen as well. But yeah, and just
Але
fits the archetype.
якщо
do you guys think?
ну,
Yeah,
типу, за
I
сефом
was gonna ask
змагатись, то
because
Вівер
of
може
now
на
Team
рівні,
Falcons
да,
banned
дамажити.
Void
Просто
anyway,
дід
but
сам
I would
жук,
say the
поняв,
SF
ще
is still
той.
very flexible,
Тому він і
right? Like
жуків
it can be
любить.
mid, it can be safe lane, and I kind of have to say I like him maybe evenly on both lanes looking at what Team Falcons have got.
Yeah, I mean the mid lane SF is for sure strong. When you have the RP, especially in your team, you have the classic Kayashable and the Requiem can cause huge chaos here. There's no safe drafted on Falcons, and that usually makes a mid SF quite viable. So far, I do have to say I like what Team Spirit is bringing to the table. The Falcons draft looks a little bit more lackluster to me on the first side, but of course they have one more pick to.
What is it exactly with Falcons that can tie all of this up?
I mean, I think they have really strong early game. I think the Pugna can open up the map for the other heroes, right? You have a lot of gank
Як
potential with the
гадаєш,
Sanking
може бути
Grimstroke.
Марс?
The Weaver can connect to
Охуєнно.
fast, and
Для,
he's gonna
для
have a lot of
фальконів чи
damage
для спіритів?
as well.
Для Амара, для Амара.
Так охуєнно, він це любить.
Для спіритів вже немає опції, там Магнус
I see
100%
Falcons, they
відтика.
need some beef for Amar. Maybe Doom isn't really an option,
Треба
right? Like
вибирати
versus these
цьому
heroes, it
Ларблу
doesn't really
якогось мідера.
do a lot, but
I think Doom
maybe Amar
Doom could be an option, I think. It's not
Я
too
думаю,
big
Марс і буде.
with the heroes that they have, I think. It's also
А
Grimstone.
Амар на бруді грає?
Doom is actually a good bet for their
Ні,
last pick.
а
here.
грає, да?
Amar hero that
Він
just
йде
runs
в
Ну
Це
тоді,
Марс.
блядь, Амар, пікни для діда бруду, будь ласка.
It's also a lot of the offliners
Забанили,
are
да,
banned
Марса?
out at this point.
Я не
Yeah,
бачу.
and
Да,
Incentives
бан.
Mars is
Так
banned.
фалькони самі забанили Марса.
There's not a lot of room for any other heroes. They could, of course, simply
Андерлорд
also
може
take
бути
a
ще
mid hero
така
and
херня.
put
Ну
Amar
мені не дуже
tanking.
подобається Андерлорд.
However, it does sound like a
А
kind
от
of
якийсь
rough
Дарксір?
Ogre Shadow Fiend would meet him there.
I think we could see the ogre the
Darkseer,
Seraphim
не
commit. We
знаю,
did mention it
таке
earlier,
собі.
but I think that maybe Yatoro is looking at some
Він
type of
дуже
Muerta.
товстий,
Could
багато
also
фармить.
be- Could we maybe even see him play the
Ну, зараз
Bloodseeker
побачиш.
like we saw Crystallis
Це
play?
пік.
But I think
Як думаєш,
Muerta is
що він-
interesting here. You get a silence, you kill, like Pugnet does nothing to Muerta. You know, the Decrepify does nothing. So I think potentially it's another
А я
hero to
Тора на
block us
фінді,
as well.
Масонич.
But yeah, definitely not an easy last pick here for both teams.
they ban
Ну,
out
зараз
Doom.
побачиш.
Йобаний МК, блядь, ну нахуя?
All the way.
That
Oh,
does
Ну
mean
це
Sand
Сенкінг
King
харда.
goes...
Ну, харіш за все, МК це буде мід.
It's here of Monkey, I think.
Чи ні?
That seems to be
А
the...
Вівер керрі, да?
Вівер Керрі,
Yes,
Сандкін
and then
харда.
I wouldn't be
Дуже- дуже
surprised if they
тонесенький
would randomly
цей.
throw Amar and Sanking
По
and
ХП дуже
Monkey
якісь
mid.
проблемки
They
є.
played a
Ну,
lot of
1-1, давайте зараз заново
Also, it's
пікати.
Marine Sanking.
I would
It's
say,
better Sanking.
Ще не
I would
знати,
say they
кого
are ready to
Ларблу
flex it
возить.
so,
То
but
тут
yeah,
треба
I
брати
agree.
ДК.
It's definitely a
they might flex
tendency to put the Sanking
Щоб
mid
ловив
and
станом. станом цього
monkey on the
вівера.
offlane, and
Ну, типу, когось
Діду,
стан.
тебе МК обідав чи що, діду?
Я думаю, тут треба ДК не в бані.
Some
Да, не в
setup
бані.
for the Sand King, but it
Я думаю, тут треба
is
грати
lacking a
ДК
bit of
проти
that
вівера.
beef that we talked about, right?
I mean, it's a lot of lane domination, right? And then trying to transition that into something from there. There's very strong lanes from them right now.
Прикинь, а Файкнс не вірить, що це СФ це керрі. Я думаю, що це мід.
Could pick both carries and mid laners.
Йо-моє, це
Something like a Queen of Pain could again be interesting. We
Зараз подивимося,
saw
хто
Thunder
краще.
play that earlier. As it's again,
Ну, мені зверху більше подобається.
monkey and sanking, no matter who goes mid.
Так, і зараз побачиш на спік і скажеш
Not a lot
100%.
of catch. I mean, the soul
Зараз
bind
подивимося,
can catch
хто
you off guard
кращий керрі.
potentially, but apart from
Ятора
that,
чи...
you even have a shadow demon to save you and back you up. So
Spirit needs to be careful they also don't pick something too greedy, where suddenly SS farms, Magnus farms, everyone's farming, and there's not much playmaking going on.
you say that.
Піздець, по-любому зверху краще.
That's pretty greedy, no?
Ятора чи Гаджіджус? Хто кращий?
It is.
Як ти думаєш, на
But
морфі?
again, it's maybe a hero.
На
that
Морфіну, звичайно, Ятора. Ну,
Ятора
типу,
feels
блядь,
like
ні,
they
ну,
cannot
що
really kick him out of
казати.
the lane. Feels like he can just sit there in his safe lane for a long time, and that in itself is makes
Діду,
it
як
less
тобі
greedy.
скін на
That's
Shadow
the case,
Демона?
right? 'Cause then you sort of
Хуйня,
just
да,
sit down
дід?
there and is more or less unkillable as his morphling.
I also feel that once they
Батя Магнус, що за вообще піздець, якийсь клоунський, блядь, якийсь рога, блядь, їбанися, блядь, все підряд
Фонарик.
шторчить.
Що це за, бля, геймстрок з яйцями
It's an
зеленими?
ultimate win condition on the other side, and I have
Ні, ну це
a
чоловічі
feeling
великі
might be
яйця, що.
eyeing that item very early on.
Він їх вивалює,
Imagine
блядь.
soulbinding both Laurel and Yatoro, and then getting your portrait off.
10 seconds
That's
remaining.
quite a lot of damage we set up from
Дід
the
цілий день
morphing there.
проспав, а
But yeah,
тепер
it's
вже
an
зараз
interesting
десь
pick this
є.
morph. I'm also a bit
remaining.
surprised to see it. Wonder what the thought process is there.
Мене хоч трохи попустило, мене в день просто постійно робило спати, блядь, сил ніхуя не було, блядь, не знаю чого.
У мене таке саме, я навіть каву випив, все нормально.
А я ото пішов посеред стріма, поки вони там пікали, пізділи, пішов просто в душ холодний. Трохи роздуплило.
Anyway, and Magnus also needs Blink Dagger, maybe one more item as well. So this can maybe backfire a bit. I'm not 100% sold on it, but let's see if Toro can make some magic happen.
You gotta play pretty clean on the 3 cores. You cannot afford to die and make some mistakes there. And I think the supports also have to do a heavy lifting, filling that space. Miposhka is gonna have to walk into some smokes, walk into some deaths this game, undoubtedly.
Intentionally, like that's
Yeah, I think Miposhka is not walking out of this game without
Деякі
deaths.
так само, як ти,
I don't think so.
цілий день від стрімів.
Діду, а як продавати скіни, якщо вони всі будуть сірі, унилі і чорні?
Was it yesterday
Всім
or
потрібно,
this
щоб
morning?
блискуче
Actually,
було,
yesterday,
цікаве, цяцьки,
we
знаєш?
had some really nice morphing performance into a Sand King as well, right? That's something to think about.
Also against Falcons.
Yeah, and there are some very nice juicy morph targets here for the morphing.
For sure.
Well, we're gonna find out. Will we have a third game to this series? Will we have another 17-minute game?
Чисто в кунсткамеру, да, потрапив, блядь, з такими скінами.
Straight up take this series 2-0
Предиктики,
and
на
secure
кого ставиш?
playoffs for the international.
А
We'll
я
find
ставлю
out.
на
Who do you pick for,
спіритів.
Bug?
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, game 2 time here, ready to start off between Alkins, Spirit, and Fog.
Gotta start it
What do you
slow.
make of this? It feels
Ебать,
like another
куда?
draft. I feel like so many teams do this again in
Ah, блядь,
TIs
sorry,
when it
sorry,
comes
sorry.
to crunch time. Last pick, they're holding on. You know, one loss away from
Oh,
going
good,
home.
good.
They turn to their carry. They say, "What do you want to play?"
And they say
say,
Morphling.
"Morphling."
Yeah.
It happens so many times, and as we've seen, you know, with mixed results, right? I think it was close to sort of a 50% win rate we've been having on this road to the TI on the Morphling.
This is interesting, right? Because now I'm like looking at. Oh, actually, we might have just get a first blood immediately.
All right.
Чисто по приколу, блядь, Ятора в'їбали, навіть не показали.
That Skeeters could be happy with that.
Sometimes you pick the Morphling right away, and then
Yeah.
because now I'm
I think it was close to sort of a 50% win rate we've been having on this road to the TI on the Morphling.
Пиздець.
this is
Це
interesting,
міняє.
right? Because now I'm like looking at. Oh, actually, we might have just
Просто
get a first
Ятора
blood
перекачаний нахуй на повну був, поняв?
immediately in the Sand King. However, the other thing is he can all 3 of the cores that he can morph into are fantastic in the mid game. He gets mobility from Weaver.
Їбать, палка по розмірам майже така сама, як фісура, трохи менше.
It's like the dream.
Міша, дивись,
to turn
який
into any
ефект
of the 3
Ятора
of these when
прикольний.
you're
Він
fighting.
біжить, якийсь
Just
вогонь за
sometimes
ним,
it's
бачиш?
also an indicator of
Що?
decent morphling game as well.
Ятора,
Well, let's
який
see if it
ефект.
works. I think the
Да,
other thing that I
вогонь,
see with
вогонь.
Spirit is they
Угу. Класно.
had a team fight, right? Last game, it was pretty lackluster in the team fight department, but they made those fights work anyway. This time, I think they wanted to make the game maybe a little easier to play, perhaps. Although that last game was
Дай
absolutely
пошка
fantastic.
кудись, непонятно.
So
Falcons we get.
going to be able to start off with kind of double the bonus to get 3 bounty runes and
Кріпів, може, хотів
first blood.
підламати, поняв?
Вже другу гру
That's kind of the dream
підряд,
for the
кріт,
Weaver.
типа, цей, тусуйся.
Starting first
You're not
blood for
doping.
Weaver is very nice when he's playing versus a lane that has no stun. So this is a lane that could actually get punished pretty hard. Yeah, Magnus. Shadow Demon
Так,
can
то
play
для
around
Ладного
it
це
where
класного
if you
героя
have a sentry down and
вибрали.
you
Він
see the
просто на
Weaver
інших не
Sakuchi,
вміє грати
you can
нормально. На
immediately
цьому
disrupt
нормально
him
не
and then you can
зробити.
look for making these plays. But a Weaver with an early advantage with a hero like Pugna behind him can be incredibly potent.
Кожен день, блядь, все пізніше і пізніше закінчуються ігри. Це просто їбанись.
Up against Lal on the mid SF.
Could be a hard lane. It should be on paper, right? A hard lane for the Sanking, but Maureen is the specialist Sanking, and he is the specialist, as I believe they were saying on panel also, of just doing really good in matchups that can sometimes be very difficult. He's like the master of manipulating creep waves in the mid lane. Top, they actually won the Sentry War immediately, so Snaking, he was able to place that Sentry, take it out right away, so Skater's playing in a lane versus no Sentry at the moment. And Pugna, I think we've said a million times, one of the best harassers.
Скітер буде купувати. Поки що 4 гілочки і стіки купив.
Good job of bullying back collapse. Indeed, sort of ensuring a lane where Skeeter incredibly unlikely to die.
Yeah, has to make a pretty big mistake, I would imagine. Or, yeah, just pretty much a big mistake if he gets caught from a disruption under a Sentry. Bottom, Amar, this feels like, I know he's been doing this a lot more recently again too, but this is like an Amar of the past kind of thing where he plays this kind of carry here, but also this anti-carry in a way in that off lane.
О, до речі, я не бачив, як він грає на Макакі.
He gets off to a good start, he can bully a lot with that Jingu early on.
Because overall, the panel did talk about just in general how greedy Spirit's draft can look when you consider the
Коли,
cores.
типу, Макака не керрі, тоді, типу,
With the
ок.
greed, is this them sort of saying, hey, you know what, this is probably going to be a 60-minute game, we're going to get time for everyone? Or do you think Falcons, this game, we might actually see a rare situation where Falcons could have the potential to close this one up a lot shorter than the 60-minute games we've been seeing for them?
Oh, and it's the 60. It's Falcons. It's a 60-minute game. Let's be real. No, maybe not 60-minute game, but it should be a much longer game. Also, looking at what they have to push, I don't see a Dominator builder on their draft. They have a Pugna to be able to force buildings, but on the side of Spirit, they do have a Dominator builder. And we've seen these Dominators just prolong games. Just cutting the creep waves constantly is a rare miss from
Little off the mark there from Collapse.
Я він туди
With the connection
пішов.
probably wasn't quite close enough to get these shot
Крипів
quotes to
забрати,
skewer
5
back.
пів'їбало втратив.
He's got the order
Да, да, да.
He's trying to get the connection onto Yatoro. Yatoro won't let him get that
Ну,
fourth
хотів
Jingu.
забрати, але бачите, задефав. Задав задеф.
But he's definitely gonna slow this Morphling down a bit here. The Poshka has hit level 2, has a second spell.
Go aggressive.
Практично.
Зараз вбивають Амара.
Of crit, but the stick charges, but the damage is done.
Heads up there from the Poshka on the side. Crit still wasn't back in the area.
Єбать, хватило демеджу.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aro so far is doing a fantastic job. So in terms of greediness, I mean, there's definitely that greed that's always going to be there from the Morph, but I don't feel like the Shadow Fiend is very greedy whatsoever. Yes, he wants his items, but he's going to win this matchup. I don't know how Maureen actually can... Yes, he has boots to try to cut, but I imagine Laurel's going to get boots, and he can follow the Sanking. You can actually do a pretty good job of bullying the SK while you're playing the Shadow Fiend if you do get your boots as well.
And would you say sort of like overall these two mids should be on track to hit kind of similar timings and similar sort of power spikes? How do they sort of match up?
Речі, побачив, чи цей Рюк краще грає, ніж Міра. Що Міра дуже круто відіграв.
Ось, діду, дивись. Що качається. Поки нічого не звичного.
Thinking about it more, it is pretty dangerous because the issue is that there's always going to be these stacks that are coming out. And even if the lane goes slightly bad, Maureen will probably actually come out ahead in the lane. This is pretty wild to say.
Especially with the backup he has, even just kind of
Бери сапог бере, Фалькон взяв, Power Trees бере. Це, в принципі, поки. Ще каплі взяв на лайн проти Shadow Demon і Магнуса. Каплі блокують магічну демедж. А в жуків всього по один раз качнув. Це по один раз. Раз інвіз, раз двойна тичка, раз жуки.
He pulls the lane creeps into the neutral camp, so he's even already starting to get that maximizing. He's actually ahead of the SF by 500 gold. If you look at the last hits, you saw that the SF was actually ahead in last hits, but
that's pretty crazy.
The Sanking is significantly ahead.
I understand, drafting against Falcons must be incredibly hard, but I am surprised how many times they do let the Sanking through. Maureen has definitely been showing his strengths on this hero, and I think most of the time if you let them have it, they will just take the Sanking from Maureen. Of how solid of a showing he's been giving.
I feel like you'll just take it for him every time. He's clearly shown he's by far the best Sand King.
Барлін в лісі вже качається, дивись.
Так, і в нього непогано це виходить.
So level 6 has been hit.
Да,
They've
да,
got the
по
catapult
левелу
wave
не
2.
просідає
He's going to
взагалі.
start to put some pressure onto the tower here. Are they going to look to make a rotation mid? It looks like
І
they're
по
actually going to
грошам
make
на
the move
500
bottom.
більше
So
має,
all
прикинь,
eyes
на
focused
500.
on Yotoro.
Ніж СФ.
Dyer's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Nice.
І під рунку зараз вихід, і СФ вмирає, да?
Collapse.
Set up.
Someone better help Dyer's middle tower.
Options there.
He's speedy.
He's going to be fine.
So missed move there from Rue. That means they didn't double check the runes, which ensures that Falcons gets that regen rune from Alreen. Level 6, 400 ahead of the SF. So yeah, he's done it again.
Знаєш, яка проблема велика в Фальконі? У них немає станів.
I would have definitely liked a bit of
Тільки
backup
СК
to try
один
and
зі
Ну,
станом.
СК і СФ.
power and control himself. Would have
Ну,
helped
це
Ой,
him.
СФ, блядь,
I
Сенткінг.
thought Rue was going to go there.
Це
Because they
мало.
could potentially set up
Так,
for
дають, але
a
трошки, діду.
disruption into Requiem play, since he did have that slight level advantage, but looks like the call was made for him to try to assist in bottom.
Across the board, all three cores of Falcons having slightly better time out of these lanes.
Yep, that first blood in particular from the top lane, you're seeing that difference, especially. Rue in a pretty sneaky
Так,
spot here.
рунка на
Looks like he's
7.
gonna try to steal the Shrine of Wisdom.
Crypt.
І кошку запіздили.
Chance to bring him down. Easy kill from up.
And Rue, look at that sneakiness.
Mari's going to be here.
Does he go for the disrupt steal?
Dyer's middle tower isn't going to last long.
He is. Does he do it in time?
Don't know if it's going to be quick enough.
He
No.
was not in time.
He's not going to be able to make the steal happen. Marine's going to be able to hold his position, secure the Shrine of Wisdom for himself, and likely get a kill on top of that. As he turns towards Rue, comes in with a power strike to
Це
finish it off.
забахали Марліна.
So not only getting a kill, but also being like, oh, what a shame. I've got to take that Shrine of Wisdom for me.
So usually when I've seen people do this in the past, you're kind of standing in the circle already, so that when you get that disruption, you get it immediately. But it was just slightly off time there from Rue. A good attempt for that sneaky play there, but inevitably it actually just ends up hurting more than anything as Malrine. He's going to be enabled toward a very quick blink dagger, maybe even faster than we were talking about because of that.
And they just have so many ways to make plays. You know, I look at Falcons lineup, and again, as we say, normally Falcons games do go pretty late. But you just got to imagine the amount of action that Falcons can start playing with. It's pretty insane, right? The sort of combos that they can team up with. All three cores are going to be ready to go in. And with sort of the offensive backup of the Grim and the defensive backup of the Pugna, they've got so many ways to make plays.
Батерфляй. Блін, не знаю. Як думаєш, Бівір буде батерфляй збирати?
He's in a lot of trouble as well. The sandstorm burning him down. Rue will try and help out here with the disruption.
Мани нема.
Lal should be okay. No, here comes Amar. Jumps in, bound the strike, couple of right clicks. Can he finish Lal off?
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Clicks will finish the job.
СФ вмер. Їбать м'ясо.
Leading up Spirit here in the mid lane.
Їбать 3 в 1 нахуй.
The brawling from Falcons heroes and the
3 в 1, пацани кайфують.
is far superior than what Spirit can bring in this early game. You don't want to battle Falcons
Ну,
right now.
теоретично можна батерфляй Віверу зібрати. Якщо у нього все буде добре, я думаю, він збере. Дивися, от в планах є, діду. В планах є, але ще не скоро.
Там буде інста БК, це МКБ наразі від Віверу. Та Віверу жопа буде, я не знаю.
Early item builds too, as you see. Treads, Orb of Frost for the little, reduction of health restoration on Amar. He's going for Diffusal, first pickup. And that blink, about 1,000 gold away from Alreen.
Ух, важко, звісно. Не знаю, треба перевірити, бо там даблтичка також дохуя демажить.
Get punished from the early moves from Falcons.
So these moves are just going to continue to come out for them.
А, ні, чекай, це СФ Батерфляй, а Вівер. Ні, Вівер поки в блискавки йде. В блискавки.
Завіть другу гру вже, Фалькони на 10-й зносять цей, до 10-ї хвилини зносять тавер внизу. Тягуються всі.
А Башер на ранжовиків не збирають. Виключенням може бути СФ магічний, якому він потрібен для додаткового контроля, або Вінга з аспектом на мілішний.
Him dying early on definitely hurts them quite a bit.
1,600 gold on towards the Blink Dagger right now on Maureen.
Thanking.
Лар кричить тільки. Тобто він дуже погано
So
грає.
high level. He is almost level 7. Rue is level 4. So the supports on the side of Spirit really struggling. pretty much the blink done. So Maureen, he can look to accelerate things massively here and collapse. He's gonna go for this build that we've seen, of course, for the Magnus, the internal empowerment, plus he's just going for that Dominator build, which it can be a bit greedy, right? So in terms of playmaking, because Laurel has been slowed down, where's the playmaking really going to come from Spirit, right?
I don't think it is.
It's there, but as individuals, it's
just
lackluster.
They're going to have to avoid fights until Collapse is ready.
Yeah, pretty much it feels like that. Otherwise, they're just going to get Blink epi'd. The Monkey King can jump in at a whim's notice. And they're just losing towers. Second one to fall. Another blast. It's gone. Level 7. Like, that's pretty crazy that Snaking's that high up there right now. Making a smoke move, looking to connect with Maureen with his blink dagger timing. He's got... He doesn't actually have the soul
А дивися, от я нетворси поклав, фальконці попереду.
Yeah. I mean, look at that burrow strike into the silence on the morph. It's going to be a whole world of pain for Yatora. Here we go. There's the setup burrow strike into the silence. The disruption will come out.
Підсейв є.
So this will give a chance for Yatora. But the Wukong's command in the balance is there. Yatora has to get out with the wave for. Collapse, stepping forward.
Ой, колапс вообще, капець. СФ капець.
Розмінявся
Amar will take that all day. Question mark for Maureen.
I tell you what, you got to be careful with these question marks on land. They've historically not gone too great for some teams, but it's there. The all chat question mark.
Maureen looks so serious too there. Collapse was actually laughing it off. Maureen's just like, no.
Collapse XD написав чат. Амар він пише релакс.
Gotta be careful. I'm walking into that Monkey King. Oh,
especially when Amar has this type of timing, right? He's got the refusal.
Collapse хотів під'їбати Марина, поняв, що типа стрім собі дав.
They just can't take these fights right now, Spirit.
They need time.
Falcons far too strong here in the early game with their heroes and the lead that they've managed to grow. There's going to be this very quick time. It's going to be another one here for Falcons.
This bottom side of the map might be something they have to avoid for some time. I mean, Amar is just too threatening, but... Yeah, it's pressure.
Що до демона знайшли? Шокується.
Пець розносить.
Slowing him down. Through. There's blink. That burrow strikes up before the blinkers, and that'll be enough to close in. Get another 11.5k lead here for Falcons.
5000 на 13.
Yeah, they're dominating this early game.
And they can just take over this part, this area.
Марін просто розносить.
Там є просто Яторо 1v9.
Ну так, але в нього немає ще нічого. А в 5000 вже ведуть. Де фарм забирають. Блять, банять кемпи. А це все хвилини часу йдуть.
What's the move gonna be?
Скітер розбігається і
Set up
пасеться.
onto this. No. Skeeter's perfectly fine.
They just don't have playmaking.
Боляче, діду.
Honestly, until Collapse has a blink dagger. That is pretty much the only way that they can make these individual plays. Otherwise, it has to be a team move.
І знову чуєш, і знову смок. І знову когось шукають.
The blink is done. Maureen actually
І
has
там
two components of his
міпошка є і
Magnus
колапс.
pretty much done. Oh, and this is scary times for Spirit already.
Міпошка тільки що вмирав, і зараз знову буде вмирати.
Taking the Shrine of Wisdom too. These
Та стій, куди побіг?
Вони, походу, не хочуть запушити і не дати, типу.
Вони зараз руну досвіду піздять просто. З кайфом.
Та, і плюс кемпи 2.
А тут МК забираєте, подивися який.
Yeah, this BKB defusal is going to be aligned
Єбать,
so
6К.
ridiculously fast here.
14 хвилин, 6К.
And he's not even the top net worth.
І так як ми турніри грали, пам'ятаєш,
And under the tower.
під тауром
Now
їдуть.
Maureen's going in under these tier 2 towers ready to set up for kills.
До
The Green is
побачення.
absolutely getting punished. Yatoro is going to be so far from getting his Manta style too that
Магнуса
very
навіть
easy kills
блінка
that they
нема.
can set
Купив
up
йобаний
onto him.
цей.
With this Grimstroke
Домінатор.
+1.
А, блінка нема.
Laurel, look to get involved with Rue.
Do they really want to try something here?
О, зараз Амара можуть зловити.
And he's just going to make the jump.
Але навпаки вийшло.
Straight in with the epi and the burrow strike route. Will fall. The disruption buys him a bit of safety. They're going to try and fight this Yatora turn. The Wukong's command is
Так
down.
просто зараз Марфа ще в'їбуть.
He's out of mana, Yatora. Will
Ні.
be able to finish off Maureen here with the help
Не
of Laurel.
чи в'їбуть?
Is it sides?
Ні, Марфа інвіз, да? А як він, звідки він інвіз?
Та ні, у нього немає інвіза.
Є, він спіздив цей. Форму
А,
So they get something.
I mean, they
Та
got
ти цей
Maureen again,
пісочок
but they
якийсь
lose a
сховав.
lot again.
They
too.
certainly do. Skeeter.
добрий ранок, смачний сніданок, Елін, привіт.
Plays seem to be set
Як
for
так
Amar.
цей кріт був без цих,
That's not
без
showing the whole
гвардів,
fight right
капець.
here, right? Only showing half. Okay, so it's showing the whole thing. Okay, wow, they actually got a little bit of an advantage off of that, it seems.
I guess it's a big kill.
It is, but
But they certainly need a A hell of a lot more than that to try and come back in on this one, Spirit. Still down 6 or 7k or so.
I mean, Falcons are just, they're ready for the plays, and they are not afraid to take every single fight that comes to them right now, right? So Collapse, he's waiting. He's not going to join, it feels like, for some time until he has that Blink Dagger done, and yeah, they need it.
Oh, Skeeter. Has he got a way to get down? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. TP's got to come.
Is it TP off cooldown?
Скітер нагору підвіз. Глянь,
It's up
зверху
in 2
стоїть.
seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, still, a little bit of time. Collapse is able to hold Skeeter up on the high ground.
He's looking for the delay of the game, right? He's just looking to cut as much as possible. Get
Так,
that
де
time
скітер?
ball.
Не бачу.
Nice little
Зверху,
counter
зверху,
play,
жовтий.
though. Peter will lose
Без ТП стоїть.
quite a bit of time of
Колапс
efficiency.
з цим
40 seconds lost,
доміком
30
його
seconds
туди
lost at
запхав.
least. Deep
А
wards
скітер,
that we see
блядь, я вже,
from
коротше,
Falcons early
пливу.
on here. Laurel down bottom
А,
is
все,
right on top of
поняв.
one.
Все, вилетів вже.
Be very careful.
Це капець.
Clever play though. Peter will lose
30
quite
секунд
a bit of
стоїть.
time of efficiency.
Mhm.
Right? 40 seconds lost, 30 seconds lost at least. Very close, yeah.
I imagine they probably will immediately look for a smoke up around that Blink Dagger, right?
Yep, Yashikaya is finished up, especially because they want to abuse before the BKB timings can come out, right? Because if a BKB comes out and then they make the first move and Amar gets the BKB off, it could just stop it in its tracks. As Amar
Found another. Lol, considering helping out, but Malraine's ready to make the jump. He's in, gets the epic strike.
Панора
Strike
став.
on the two with it. Lol will get the Requiem off. But he's stuck.
Додому.
And he's very, very dead again.
Very dead again. Слухай, ну, блядь. Щось Фалькони, блядь.
Такий батяра. Це капець.
Putting pressure on a collapse. Okay,
Мана
that's back off
забиває,
at the
да?
time. That's with
Да.
the TP coming in for
Ні.
you. The pressure from Falcons continuing.
It's everywhere. There's no real breathing room, as we're seeing on the
Поплар,
side of
да,
Spirit.
красунчик.
Toro, now he actually
Тора
has his
підійшов,
ancients
тому не
unblocked.
були.
Didn't get to point that out, but the camps have been blocked for some time too.
Рейд
So
босс.
overall, the economy game, Falcons
У
are playing
Фальконов
aggressive
задача перемогти
and blocking
Яторо.
the camps to prevent that economy from Spirit.
Я думаю, вони справляться. Один
Blink
віз
done,
9, ми
it
бачимо,
is.
що це не
So eyes on
працює.
collapse. This is the time.
See what
Віз
he can
5.
get.
Один віз 5.
We'll take
Опа,
that.
вивіз.
We'll get one immediately.
А Блінк, ніфіга собі, за 2 хвилини Блінк нафармив. Це дуже швидко.
Хто?
Getting closer and
Колапс.
closer
Його
for
не було
Yatoro as
600
well, which will be very
грошей, а
nice
зараз
to
вже
deal with
Блінки.
that Phantom's Embrace.
Думаю, що Пага не ожидала,
But
що
overall, I mean,
не
Ruin's actually
очікувала, що це
protected
буде
him
Блінк зразу
I
такий
think twice
швидкий.
now versus it.
Віва, Віва, я ж сказав, що? Що ти казав, діду?
This from Marine are in the neighborhood. Lars got to be a bit cautious.
Spirit
Віва їбашить, да.
in their own move too. Starting to feel that power because they have that
Та,
blink.
то,
Super fast time
Чому
on the Fulmione.
діду, знаєш, чому, типа, мінус
Might
її,
be
що
one of
він
the
один
faster
раз
ones we see
здохне
with
і
the rest
все.
of the items that he does
Типа,
have
йому
picked
вже
up. He
важко
is
буде.
crazy farmed. And he's not that squishy either.
Ні, ну він же взяв
Actually, look at
блискавки на
things.
фарм.
He's on strength treads. Actually sitting at a fair bit of HP. With that essence strength too. He's going to be over 2000 HP on a Weaver, which is not usually the case you see for Weavers. Usually quite fragile.
Монта вже зараз буде.
Гарної ночі. Спокійної ночі, Елін. Тихо і мирне.
Boy, Yatoro
Чао, персик.
needs that bloodlust at all times. Okay, crit. This could be cool if he does go down this build. If he does want to get the blink first, or if he does go either that Aghanim's.
I mean, yeah,
I
Скільки?
mentioned it. It's a fantastic
70,
one.
пиздец.
Yeah. Morph is
Чуєш,
pretty much one of the best
вони
that
зараз
you can
ведуть
turn.
7К, да, на 19. Навіть це вже все, це,
There's
напевно,
that
вже
BKB.
на
Yeah,
діагноз.
these
Тоді
timings
теж
just
все
flying out
капець.
for Falcons, and they're ready to use them
Спірітів вони
immediate
можуть
smoke up
грати ще.
now. But this
Ні,
next
вже
round,
6К. Та це не
It's
багато,
around
це
a big
один файт
objective
так.
too, right? They have two big timings, and it's around that tormentor potential that both
А
teams
Фалькони
might
це
try to
хто?
go for here.
Шведи, напевно? Чи хто вони?
Емірати.
Емірати, Фалькони.
pretty dead if they want to commit
Мій
for him.
пошки
Well,
знову. Розбито розріліли. Мій пошки якийсь треба глімер, я навіть не
Power rune
знаю.
as well.
Типу його дуже швидко вбиває. Глімер
Amar is
просто.
here. He sees them.
they're going to see him.
Манку зловили, але там БКБ.
Waves, you a collapse, but I don't think he's got a way out of this
Їбать, яка палка, який підкоп по двох. Це пізда.
perfectly from Malrine.
This is the fastest I've seen
Я до
Falcons
речі,
play all
був
tournament.
недалеко.
And every move is hitting.
Так
They're
бистро
reading the
І він з ДД був, до речі.
and they find them in position.
Pretty wild.
Думаю, вони би завалили
I
його.
guess they were sort of saving it for this point in this
Мапа би
very
вмерла
important
дуже
series.
швидко.
They're like, you thought we could only win games after 60 minutes? We're going to run you over in less than
Але яка
30.
охуєнна палка, який охуєнний підкоп по двом.
Every single one of their moves is connecting. It
Та й
just does
БКБ
seem like they're
зривало.
more than one step ahead so far in this early game versus Spirit. Tormentor looks like they're going to work on it. They don't even need the whole squad. Just a bug plus
Цей
a
Магнус
Pugna.
просто не в ту сторону
The way
вивіз
that
цього манки.
minus armor plus
До речі,
weaponry,
міг
of
би
course,
ближче до
works.
етеру вивести. Нажати
That's a really
РП.
nice combo to be able to take
They're
out
coming
his
over here, Team Spirit. Snake King probably going to die for this.
Оп, а ну.
Skeeter will get out. Actually, Marin's got the 7-2-1 euro.
Я не
Snake
врив, не
King's
будь
fine.
Ага, а ось прийшов Санд
In
Кінг.
fact, it's Miposhka that's paying the price, and Yatoro's got to start backing away. All right,
У
they
нього
couldn't
ганім
even
же є.
kill the support at this point.
He is not an easy kill. He has a full solar crest. He's about to have a mech on top of
А
him.
хто отримав? Ага.
I mean, Spirit's still hanging
Міпошка
around,
шарт.
they collapse, waiting in the trees.
Actually, wait, snaking is absurdly high level.
Міпошка
What's going on?
1.6. Це капець. Це
Ой, Міпошка шарт, цей Снейк Кінг шанг. Пугна. Міпошка скільки? 0,6? Оце він нам нафармить за 1,6. Нафармить нам сьогодні, чую.
Ще
He
де
has
так
same
само
net worth as
1.6.
Magnus. And Pugna, if he's not dealt with overall in a lot of team fights, he can be pretty crucial in terms of how much he can counteract any damage. And overall for Spirit, they already are lackluster in damage in this early game. It's pretty crazy timings for the King of the Snays.
Are those cracks
Ready to enter into Spirit's jungle again.
20-5. We haven't even seen a soulbind combo, right?
Цей Омар
Level
такий
2
зайобистий.
soulbind now. There are some
Chill.
cool combos that they can do in this game, Owen.
Up. He wants this helmet to dominate a creep dead.
He'll
Get it.
They're gonna start the Roche.
Yeah,
You
Spirit.
can't go there.
Absolutely not. Unless they wanted to go for some crazy YOLO play with the RP.
Wait, way too
Хороша
risky at this
буває,
point
да?
when you're this behind. They do have the BKB on Laurel.
Закрий
Maybe if
Roche.
he had it a couple seconds ago.
They've hit the
Другий?
scan now.
Чи перший, блядь?
Indeed, any decision
Перший.
to get over here
Ти
probably
перший,
isn't going to
перший.
come soon enough. They are going to smoke up.
If it was just a little bit
Witness, we need
sooner,
to witness.
perhaps.
Falcons, they'll have this secure. Skeeter grabs the Aegis.
They're gonna look for the fight. It looks like there's a bit of a read here, though. Again, Falcons.
This is scary for Spirit. Oh, just jump straight
Опа-па, блядь. Макака быстро вмирає. Доганяє, Малрін. Це нахуй всі просто посипались.
За одну мапу це нормально.
I swear he knew it.
Най забайтив ще, тіпанув його, бач.
That was a bait play. He jumps in, loses his life, but he forces RP, Requiem, all these different spells. It lets his team just come in and clean up. That's a couple times now I've seen them have
Ці стільки, вони якісь
sacrificial
тупі,
lamb on the
знаєш.
side of
От
Falcons
зараз
to
не
just
кнопок
ensure
немає,
a
їм треба
team
зараз
fight win.
зібратися і битися, знаєш. Вони зараз не
I
дають,
saw,
що
I think it was Amar that was the one pinging. It was either him or
Ну, у
Chris
Вівера не супер великий рейндж, але він зібрав цю піку, бач. І ця піка дає 140 до дальності атаки. І вже, в принципі, нормально такі.
Вона й дає йому ще хіл демедж також.
Tanky. That HP.
Майже 600.
Even in that last sort of instance, we saw how
Тому
they
він
pretty much
далеко
take everything
плюється.
to take down Amar. Because that was in a situation where they were able to stop him from getting the BKB off. If he gets the BKB off next time,
От
that
бачиш,
combo's
він
not
десоль не
killing him.
збирає.
And look what Amar has queued up. This is
Попіка
not one of those
Йоргер
where he's
першим був,
this is
а
not one of those where like, I'm
потім
super
зразу.
sad that I'm queuing up the
А
Maya. This is
Дезоль
not, I'm
скіпає.
super happy queuing up
Ну,
the
Дезоль
Maya.
взагалі мало хто збирає.
He's not gonna buy it. No,
Із про.
But it's a
А в
meme
пабах,
when he
блядь,
just-
залітає,
it's-
пів'їбала
it's the case
відлітає.
what it is.
Палар зараз здохне.
He's so careful stepping up. That's the tier 2 taken away.
Such fast pacing. 23 kills, 24 minutes. If you
А
told me
тепер
this was
вбити цього Вівера за Єгою із таймлапсом. Опа, помилочка.
20 seconds or so still until the RP's back up for collapse.
Not much good's happening to
Skeeter's got multiple ways to play around it too. If he has vision, he can just Hurricane Pike on the initial go as well.
Якби зацепив, то
Another tier 2 being pressured.
так нормально повезло.
Я так Тіма підтягнулась, там уже Малрін готовий був. А ні, да, ульта готова у нього. А ні, тоді ще не була готова.
Тоді не було. Але я думаю, там Ейс поки відкидеш і все, бо було б готово.
Getting those timings, he's very close to well, yeah, but he's
Almost
about
has the
50,
butter.
yeah, a little bit away still from the
So,
butterfly.
Пошка приплив.
Falcons, they'll keep the kills coming in.
One of my extra worries, of course, for Spirit in this game though is the butterfly timing is a really good one for the Morphling, but this one, he kind of needs the butterfly and the BKB Owen. There's too many things that he has to
Он
deal with.
Батерфляй Морфлінг збирає. А Вівер БКБ, бач, діду.
Can just stop everything as well too, so he needs the next two pretty badly in this game.
Там колапс
And
просто...
Skinner immediately. Another
Просто цей
two
голди
falls.
фідить.
They instantly swing to top. They're looking for the last tower. They are constricting the map completely of the side of Spirit.
And they're taking everything away from Spirit here.
Yeah. Look where Rue is having to farm. Look at the Shadow Demon. He's trying to find these desperate places. You know, the safest place is usually the most dangerous place at times. He does finish up his Blink Dagger, so can at least get closer to potentially go for some saves. But yeah, this tier 2 going down.
Radiant's top tower
And at the moment, actually, crit. I think I like this even better if he can get it early. He has a Hex queued up. Why are you going to get an Axe?
Так тут зараз вони швидко дуже
Hex him and kill him. Yeah, you
пушить
don't need us.
сторону.
Morphling who's not that strong.
От бачиш, з Дизолем би він швидше пушив. Але не беруть.
And it also left on the ages for Skeeter.
Але у нього є ще є.
Так, я думаю, він буде пушити. Колапс дофармлює БКБ, але йому ще багато. 600 золота. 500.
Колапс скіпає пачку.
Ну, йому треба 500 золота, щоб збирати.
З домінатором.
Тавер падає по-любому. Ще й вар поставили його на ХГ.
They'll play careful after they get that tower. Extra influx of gold. Collapse.
Напевно, стіки
Пробиває БКБ? Ні, не пробиває.
Він, напевно, стіки продасть. Бо пачку зараз ще якось забере.
Can't afford to blink in and get tripped up by a burrow strike, boundless strike.
There's too many. Yeah, too many different spells that could just.
А він і не хоче вже фляй збирати.
As we've seen so far,
А ні,
Falcon's
чекай,
very on
це морф.
point with
Хоче.
leading the plays so far
Уже
this game.
зібрав.
Scotty is soon finished up
Ще
for
є
a
час
mark too. Another
такий. Фляй, БКБ.
pretty incredible item when you're
Коли
playing
вже
versus
будуть
the
крити
Morphling at this
сатані,
type of
то є
advantage too. He's
мало
gonna have it
шансів.
very
Он, він, напевно, буде збирати зараз БКБ, потім Скаді проти морфа. Вівер.
He needs that BKB.
It really is sort of a race to the BKB timing for Yatoro before
Да,
Falcons
Скаді
turn the
потрібно,
heat
мені
up.
здається. Скаді вже
They
знаєш
might
кого.
have to smoke though to
У
try
кого?
to get
Monkey
outside
King.
because all the
Monkey
lanes
King.
pushed in like
Майже
this means there's
готове.
just no
Ого.
ability for Yatoro to farm.
Потужно.
And look at how Falcons has blanketed the vision, right?
Що
A
морфу
ward
буде не
placed in
перелом.
every single one of the lanes to watch if any
Тут
movements come outside.
взяли,
So
нажали
they'll
смок,
see
ідуть
anything
зараз
if it's
кого
not just
знайти
a
хочуть.
smoke movement out.
На кого? Тут хіба Марліна на топі.
Spirit has to play clustered as well. Brew has to pretty much hug Yatoro. for the
Зараз
rest of the
зможуть Гріма підчепити.
Який смок, нікуди не знаю.
А, та ні, Гріма зараз підчепать, але такий собі кіл. Грім їх побачив. І у Гріма ще дагер.
what to do. Another timing has been hit. Crit. Level 15. So he's got the Soulbind spell amp, which is insane with Sand King. Do have to
Сіторо
always factor
схоже
that
на
one
топі
in.
когось попробувати зловити.
25% spell amp on a Sand King is just crazy for that
Зараз
second
буде
iteration of
летіти.
the Soulbind.
Марліну по
gem
факту
next.
треба просто тривала,
Hopefully he
щоб
just
не
continues to
тепечитись
throw in.
на героїв. Все зразу.
And the items they're picking up, the anti-morphling items we call
Все,
them, right?
Скаді
So,
летить до макаки.
Scotty finished up for the Monkey King. Shiva's is queued up on the Sand King.
Да, там
He even
БКБ
gets a
нема,
pollen
прикинь.
bag, right? I think I saw there on the Monkey
Це
King too,
важко
right?
буде.
So this also reduces health restoration as well too. So all these little things a Morphling trying to stack up versus it.
Потім просто рефрешер. Блін.
Файнс Гріб
гарно
це
грає.
ульта ось цього чела, діду.
Plays Spirit have to bring out now have to be nothing less than perfect.
Ось цього.
They have to hold on against this incredible lead that Falcons
Ось вона.
has managed to build up this game.
And they land the multi-hero RP.
Бач,
It's
хапає,
pretty
коротше, і тримає.
Eyes on Yatoro to carry, but eyes on Collapse to get the big connections, which has not been given to him at all this game.
And I guess the question is, for Falcons, are we going to see them keep the pressure on, or is it going to fall the same way as many of the other games where they're like, well, we've got a lead now, let's wait, make that lead a little bigger in a next 30 minutes of gameplay, and then we'll end.
I think they look for the Roche push. They have all the BKBs. I think once they get Aegis, they can go for ending.
You think they, like this game, Falcons feel that they have that much of an advantage that they won't be feeling the necessity to
Непогано.
play it super safe and hold back before going high ground.
I think they're ready to fight.
They're ready to go.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much ready to fight at any time. But going high ground, they might wait for an Aegis. Pushka.
Бейпошка здохає, да. Бейпошка вмирає.
Так. Ну, Біпошка вже, в принципі, не в перший раз. Я не знаю, Санич, що він може нам налутати.
В цій грі нічого, я думаю. Минулі могло щось зарахувати.
Just about 1,400 gold short
Але треба так, щоб ця була також не дуже погана, щоб ці дві гри перекрили минулі дві. А, лута, поняв, Масонич. Якщо він лутає, то виходить, ми колекціонуємо. Рента не бачив на туріку, до речі. До речі, заєбісь дуб. Мені подобається. Противний піздець саппорт. Мені здається, кріт на ньому би нормально грязюку пробив би.
Ну, не знаю.
He might actually go for this refresher next item. He's got the mana pool for it. He's got the items already.
Шактивних
It kind of
треба
makes it
героїв.
very effective.
It's true, I don't mind it. Yeah, get up there, BKB, Wukong's command. You're able to hit the building.
Там майже
Refresh,
всі.
do it again, take the racks.
They're going to be able to push for
It's a
mega
game
creeps
plan.
pretty early this
20к, 30 хвилина. Нормально.
Камар топ-2 по фарму, капець.
How long on that roche?
Показує, як на макакі хуярити, да?
It's a quick spawn.
Да.
Але морф уже топ-3.
10 seconds, not
Це
even 5
макака майже
seconds.
3000 хп.
It's about to come up.
Surely we'll
800, ну це дуже
have
багато.
to try
Є
and tackle
Рошанчик
this. I mean,
по таймінгу. Оце ідеально.
maybe not. I guess you know,
Сьогодні
the call is
не
going to be
день
coming from
цих
Yatoro.
спірітів.
Whenever it's sort of the decision is made for them to fight, Spirit as a team will be looking towards Yatoro's guidance on that.
The question is,
When
like,
to
do they even attempt to contest a roche, or is it just, guys, we've got skewer on high ground. We're playing for high ground.
Єрошан.
Guys, we have skewer on high ground. We play on high ground. Стратегія перемоги. Але все може бути.
With this much of a deficit against this
Клас, коли форстав. От як буде форстав, це вже небезпечно.
У кого форстав?
Колапс, так він купить.
Угу. А тут хуйня лишилась так-то. У нього вже є майже.
Тримає.
Міпошка здех.
BKB TP to get out of there.
Did he see
Лар
it?
піздець просто.
I didn't see if
Так ні, не Лар,
They
Міпошка.
caught there for a second. They may have not seen the BKB
Ні, це
usage.
Лар був на
Either way, though,
боті.
А.
Aces claimed they've got the banner now.
Я говорю, мер
They still
Міпошка.
have to push. They might spend some of the gold before they do it, but
Ще не затащив, діда.
time that they're gonna look to
Там
force
єдине,
as
що
much as
Лар
possible.
проти
Skeeter's got so much money to play
БКБ.
with. 4K
Його
gold
тепер
in the
немає
bank.
БКБ, він тепер в
And,
файті не
getting
Але
close there as well on
спіріти
high,
мають таку, знаєш,
3,300 ready to spend up, and, yeah, that's the timing here for Spirit.
можливість перевернути нахуй все.
You don't see
В
this
попередній грі
30
вже
minute
було
hex
раз.
on the 4 position usually with a blink dagger.
I mean,
І потім грали 76 хвилин.
He gets in with a blink soul bind double hex. It could be game over and the end of the hopes and dreams from
Я
Team
торби
Spirit on this
збайбеку.
road to the international.
Що
If
зараз
Brit
я
gets that
тормараюся
jump.
всякі
Especially
не
because in some of these situations, when you're at this deficit, right, your BKB usage has to be so clutch. Some of these players like to hold it until a certain scenario. He could just get hexed and die, right? So we'll have to keep tabs if he does get that on Yatoro.
Risky play from Spirit, smoking up out on the map into this Aegis of Falcons.
They don't have BKB from Laurel either. It's still cooldown 35 seconds.
Зато у Фальконів весело,
He just
Деніелс.
pick up his Aghanims. Does have that extra fear. He also hit 20, so extra control.
Да, ти також їх поклав на фаворити турніра, Деніелс? Зізнавайся.
Да, я думаю, він не багатьом
Wants to
заруїнили.
approach the high ground push.
Фентезі
Ти в доту зайшов поклав їх, діду? Чи що? Ми ж говоримо, дивись про що. Тут була голосовалка, і за неї дають, коротше, поінти всілякі. І розставляти місця.
One misstep,
Прогнози
one
робити.
misplay.
Вон, преймбонкети 460 залутав уже.
They don't want to do it. Maybe waiting to spend, like we were saying, but
And maybe sort of saying, guys, you know what, 34 minutes, do we really want to end now? Let's play to our element.
Amar's like,
We got a
need
good
another
Амар,
30 minutes
коротше,
more in this
збере
game.
цей саблю апнуту, гарпун,
shield
поняв?
rune on Amar.
Буде як Скорпіон. Камовий геєр буде казати.
Це ще один керрі. Він буде жирний керрі, такий, що типу, лушперити так не
В нього вже 3500 хп.
Так,
Skater
це
gonna queue up.
капець.
Did you get the Daedalus, or is he going MKB? Anyway,
А ми
Daedalus,
взагалі будуть заходити на ХГ, чи ну його нахуй? Дамо шанс Міпошки налутати
He's
бали.
gonna kill heroes so fast.
Так що такого МК попробуй перебити, навіть морф не справиться з такими
Everyone
морфами.
except for Yatoro is going to die so fast if Skater is actually
Там ще
alive.
є цей
BKBs aren't going to save them at this point.
No.
If Skeeter
ігор,
gets his
який
hands
там
on them,
стріляє в спину непогано.
so much physical damage now.
Alright, maybe it is going to just be one of those. where
Знаєш, що
Falcons
треба
gets
насправді
okay,
I
цьому
mean, there ain't
Міпошки
no. Are we
купити до
actually going to be here for
блейдмейлу?
another 30 minutes?
I think we
Ігор
are.
себе в
It's starting to feel like
блейдмейл
it
вбиває,
might
ні?
be.
Там 1700 хп.
Bar?
Ну там ось і морф.
БКБ на тут
Опа.
роз'їбав.
Ага.
Що це за хуйня? А, ніхуя.
Але що він робить, той Амар? Подивися, блядь.
Так він здох.
Ех.
1100 віддав на команду. Не топ знесли, я не знаю. Гем віддали і 1200 на команду віддали.
Так, ще й вбили Кріта. І ще 1000. 2000 віддали майже.
Єбать. Ні, 1500 на команду. Ну і плюс такі типа. Нормально, нормально. От там повезло, що був цей Магнус. Якби не Магнус...
1500 вони отримали за Амара 1800 і за Кріта отримали 1000. Навіть трохи більше.
Що, я то вже появився? Майже тільки апнувся. Нормально так.
But they get time for Yatoro's BKB to come back up, right? It's going to be back up as the Monkey King comes up and only 20
Коротше,
seconds
дивись,
left or so.
як грають Фалькони, я
I
зрозумів.
feel like maybe Falcons isn't gonna go.
Вони не дають спірітам нав'язати свою гру, бо спіріти закінчують на 37-й. Затягують їх в своє болото. Давай їм гарний лайнінг, блядь, і піздюлін. Потім спіріти камбекають, і потім ота от возня до 70-ї хвилини.
Ну нам це плюс.
Так.
Цей, ога.
Оп, ще одного зловили.
Чів... Ага, о, як так? Чів спурджили, а це цей. Shadow Demon спурджив, да? Да. Це прикольно проти Пугуни, що Shadow Demon, дивись, він зразу спурджить другий спел, типу, Сліпошка з Мідасом, нам красивий плюс.
Морслейті і Б. Так. Але тут, ну, типу, тут, блядь, всі не пальцем роблені, Деніелс. Марлін також їбав, блядь, в леті на Сандкінгі на 70-й хвилині в прошлій каці.
І не розвалювалися.
На нахуй.
Знову, блядь, цей.
Арена, їбать, і знову. О, їбать, попок пішов.
Хекса нажав. Бля, Кріт красава.
Мінус Магнус, ні?
Ні, живий.
А ось і Малорін прийшов, добрий вечір.
Бач, що він робить.
Чебать, що Амар робить? Ти бачиш взагалі на макакі, блядь?
Бачу, але ти поняв, хто його спас? Його спас Кріт. Він пригнув, віддав ульту і хекс по двом. От якби я тут прожав БКБ зразу, то вони б забрали Амара, 100%.
Так, забрали, звісно.
Бачиш, мені здається, це
Оце той самий мав би бути переломний момент, але він не настав.
Да. Просто смитися на тебе, вони цього не зробили.
Манкі Кінг може перетворюватися, поняв? Але, блядь, такий безтолковий скіл, піздець. Просто ніхуя не дає.
Але Амар робить помилки, дивися, це вже друга помилка. Пішов боті накидив, тільки що знову міг накидати.
Ну, слухай, він був в своєму лісі, біля Т2. Ну, таке собі, блядь. Ну, якщо б його зловили під базою, це теж б його помилка проховалась би.
Капець повезло, що там Кріт був, знаєш? Ну, типу, якби не Кріт, це капець. Капець Кріт ще, ну це топовий цей саппорт. Не зря ми його знайшли, це золото таке. Да, два хекса.
А Кріт це четвірка чи п'ятірка? Четвірка, да?
Четвірка. Так капець, ульта, два хекса.
Але він, походу, за двох хуяри, поняв?
Що?
За двох, і за п'ятірку, і за четвірку.
Та піздець, я не знаю, як... Дуже круто грає. До речі, маю зараз зловити скітер. Йобнути його, да? Да.
Trying to understand his ground here. Linkers is going to be popped to Mark. Collapse. The tree's getting the vision. They're going to bound this strike on towards them. Collapse trying to skewer him off the trees, but he's already off himself. He's going to put the BKB.
Kick smoke. Force go. Я не здох, ну здох, це концов.
Півгодини.
До побачення, Руся, йди.
I think I actually didn't see what canceled. I think it was snaking, right? I'm not sure what canceled that blink from him, but something did. And overall, I mean, Snaking kind of solo killed the Shadow Fiend. Goodness. Amar also, the scouting he was able to do in that fight, he jumped over the Magnus's head, jumped off the tree as the skewer was coming on.
Ти поняв, колапс став в землю в РП, не попав в РП.
They'll definitely come in with a push. There's a full minute here without Yatoro.
Коротше, я дивився на повторі, колапс в землю дав РП.
Це GG, походу. Ну, слабенько виглядають щось спірити. А, нема, блядь. Зараз.
Saw them last
Ось
game
тут,
hold
тут.
on for quite a while, but still obviously to that inevitable loss in game one against the Mega Creeps. Let's see how long they can hold on this time.
Much earlier this time. Mega Creeps at 40 minutes is much different than Mega Creeps at the 50-something minute mark. These heroes cannot really deal with them.
Це набагато швидше все йде. Є рошанчик.
Я просто думаю, це фалькони такі охуєвші, чи спірити занадто хуйові? Ну, фалконі класний, наче. Помиляються дуже мало.
Оцей файт, що був в топі. Ти бачив, як там починався файт? Типа, Магнус взяв, типа, двох зловив і відніс до морфа. І він не натиск РП, а РП дав в землю, прикинь. Все. І на тому файт закінчився. Знову ж таки, морф не натиснув БКБ, получив хекс, відло.
Коротше, діду, дисципліна б'є клас, да, в цьому випадку. Діду, цей вопрос треба Габену задати. Або Айсфроги.
Will they do it before the 60 minutes?
It's looking.
We're getting up there. We're getting
Всі
up
гроші
there.
закупили зараз.
They are hitting pretty critical mass
Весефа
very
вже
early.
цей хекс.
Refresher is done
Це,
for
до речі,
Amar.
Ого.
Max slots on Skeeter.
With
Almost
Vesseffa.
max on Gasoline as well. This is really early to have all max items, 43 minutes. And they have this Aegis, so they could look to just shove it in and find that fight. Setting up on top. Toro.
96% перемоги на Falcons. Зараз ловить для Торо і він здихає. Так? Так.
Ні, він тепається.
У цього байбеки. Слабенький сап. Гірший грає, ніж Міра.
Courier snaking it. They get the snipe on it. It's a Reaver. They will. That is, I believe, the Satanic finish,
That
right?
would have been the full Satanic.
Oh man, that's 3 minutes without it
And he
finished.
spent up for that Reaver, you know, forfeiting buyback gold.
He needs. I mean, at this point, he has to go all in, right?
Sure.
In this type of game, he has to have every item possible.
The risk doesn't pay off. He doesn't manage to make that delivery.
No, 3 minutes.
That's going to be a long 3 minutes.
They're gonna smoke it. They're gonna look to end this game. Arcane Rune bottom, Amar.
Шарп получив, до речі.
Level 25
Хілить
as
на
well too. So
450.
that massive Wukong. Good luck fighting inside of it.
Falcons, they really have made this game too look pretty easy.
Spirit, their hope now is pretty much bringing them in the fountain, it feels like. Collapse, he's got to make it happen.
It has to be something crazy for him. Falcons there, a very careful, meticulous team. They don't normally make those mistakes. They end up in, you know, putting them in positions where they can be in a fountain.
Опа, і хек сразу, блядь. Ну це кріт просто.
Їбать, здуло.
Але Марина здуло так само.
Дві арена, бля, на пів карти.
А зараз буде ще одна арена, бо рефрешер є.
І БКБ є ще.
Ох, як швидко відпадає.
Замарніна
Мінус
3000
Лару.
дали. О, бля,
Байбек.
Назар це дурачок.
А демеджа нема у Марфа. Хекс, хоєкс.
Все, до побачення, GG. Капець. Все, значить, кріт, так як ми ставили, це нормально.
Але цей... Але... Перша була епічніша.
Калапс пише, Girl Next Тамар. Той пише, thank you, Параза. Як ти думаєш, Team Falcon зможе далеко зайти?
Так, я думаю, да. А, типу...
Я думаю, що кріта треба ставити на саппорт.
Я думаю, що так, можуть.
Тепер дивися, можна тепер подумати над фентезі цими. От хто в тебе стоїть.
Діду, ой, діду, кажу, Санич, саме сильні команди. Це ББ, Екстріми, Фальконси і хто, і Тейкбаунди. Все.
Мені здається, що ББ
А,
не
ну
такі
і...
сильні, як Falcons.
Не знаю. І ще Перевіжен. Все.
Ти собі такий список і лишаєш? Сатанік, там, Nothing to Say і Кріт?
Напевно, так. Ну, ще я не знаю, ще у нас є 4 дні. Але поки що лишаю так. Якщо щось в голову мені стукне, то щось поміняю. Ну, Сатанік дуже багато заносить. А в Міпошка ніхуя не заносить.
Вже й не занесе. Вже нарешті все лівнув. Ой, от заніс, прикинь, мені 20 тисяч дали. Тільки що.
А було скільки?
Було 17, в мене вже 56 тисяч, я тебе перегнав.
А мені нічого не заніс, може треба почекати трохи, може там по черзі? Ну, бачиш, тобі заніс, бо була гарна гра. Перша, точно.
Та жесть мені заніс. Ні, на вардах, а бо в мене стояв варди, мене за варди десь 800.
I have to say, drafted in a greedy way. Like we all agreed with the Morphling last pick.
Нормально, я топ-1 зі своєї
I
групи.
feel like the Falcons
Зі свого цього болота.
absolutely beautifully abused the fact that Team Spirit took a little bit
Ніфіга
extra
собі
time
там
to come
Prime
online, to
Bonus,
get all those
рахунок 360
items,
поінтів на
to get the
вокал.
Magnus online, to get these.
А тут ще показало вже прогнози?
Да,
О,
вже показали.
Правильне передбачення 0, блядь.
А не 4.
А скільки поінтів?
Не дало мені 0, тільки просто 4 доль сказав, що правильно передбачить.
А зароблено
А як
поінтів
знати?
скільки? Там написано, покажуть ваші прогнози. 0, 16х. А що, нічого не зайшло? Дивись, Team Falcon пройшло, чому мені пише, що 0?
Мені 5 6, в мене 5 прогнозів написав.
А, у мене 1 тут пише, ніхуя не розумію.
Да, бо ти не повгадував?
Так, ні, 1, ні, от Falcon це ж пройшли. От, прямо
Так вони
зараз.
в тебе є вверху, ні?
Вони вверху в
зелено.
мене. Так, правильно, але очков поінтів 0.
Ну
Бачиш?
і в мене 0, я не знаю, що так пише.
Воно має 30-ку дати. Напевно, пізніше.
А 3 на 5 скільки? 150, я 150 заробив.
А тут є 60, 120, 360. У мене Яторо 34. Ну, Яторо заносить, да. Але більше
У мене
все
20.
мотор. Більше Яторо не занесе. F.
Да, це точно.
Більше
Що,
Яторо.
Сатанік це найкращий тебе варіант. Центр, звісно, не знаю.
Ну, Сатанік, якщо скері, Сатанік або Амі треба класти.
У нас інтесей, то з тайбаунда. А з екстрімів це XM.
Я знаю.
Треба
Я
ще
знаю.
думати.
Я знаю. Ні, так ще 3 дні. Ще, камон, мільйон. Ну, типу, якщо я так поставлю, я не сильно проїбу, думаю. В чому прикол нас Інтусея, що він постійно хуяриться з командою.
А Марліна не хочеш?
Ну, може і Марліна, подумаю. Подумаю. Наче також непоганий чел.
А, він постійно піздиться теж.
Ну, поки лишаю так, поки нічого не трогаю. Міпошка, блядь, не дає ніхуя, мені, блядь, заїбав. Мені б трошечки ще, хоча б, блядь, щоб не так позорно, хоча б пару кап ще заніс би.
Так ти топ-2 в себе в групі, ні? Чи топ-3?
В друзях? Так, топ-2.
Ні, я тебе перегнав, ти вже топ-3.
А, тоді,
мене
виходить,
56.
топ-3.
Я перезайду, може дадуть.
With the epicenter as well. Every time somebody is caught, he's there already.
Мілко хуярив доту,
It has to
чат.
be coordinated, right?
Мілкорич, ти
Somebody
живий
goes
там,
in
Мілкорич?
and Marine is channeling that epicenter. That's
Подивився,
map
думаю,
read is
треба
very
теж
good.
піти на
It can
різати.
smell where the enemies are gonna be at what time and be ready. I mean, we could also see in this game, I think, at least 2 or 3 moments where they went on Amar and he was ready to answer at the epicenter, and you would think
Чисто
on a split
цілий день
perspective,
дивився
hey,
в доту,
this is a good
потім,
goal
блядь,
for us.
похуярив
The
сам.
enemies won't have the information, but there's something in him that even though he doesn't have vision on the enemies, he has a good read on where you should be at a certain time.
I feel like that's something where they excelled in this last game as well. If you guys remember the Monkey King RP on the mid lane, instantly followed up by
Yeah, that was what I was
everyone.
thinking about as well.
And then they tip Amar as well, like nice bait, bro.
Everybody is ready to answer the moment anybody jumps
У мене
into the
нема
fray.
реально
Just
сил
like
на доту.
Skeeter right now is ready to answer some questions from Nomad in his winner's interview.
Також якось не хочеться.
Thank you, Shiva.
Ну, блін, не
Skidder,
знаю.
how does it feel?
Щось
Another
так,
TI
типу,
main stage, and not just a TI
не
main stage,
дуже
but
щось
knocking out one
хороші
of your
емоції
biggest rivals in the
спереді.
process as well.
З Ліквідами були прикольні емоції.
Ні, перша катка... Перша катка мені сподобалась. Я не знаю, як тобі. Перша прям сильна була на спірітах. Спіріти і Фалькони, перша катка була охуєнна.
На 70 хвилин?
Да. І розмін тронами, блядь, і камбеки.
Кінець такий тупий, де якось по-тупому не зіграли. Ну, але самі винуваті. Ви ж мали там не програвати.
The game times have been absolutely ridiculous from you guys. 54 minutes and 39 seconds is your average, which is 5 minutes higher than any other team. Why do you think that is? Why do you
на
play such
шейкері
long
рубає.
Isn't it everyone though? Like every game is kind of longer. I mean, I didn't know the stats, but I would just assume like it's TI, like the pressure is a little bit higher, so people tend to be more safe with their plays and how they make moves in games. So I would just assume that's what it is. And but also another thing is I feel like
Як
a
мені
lot of
зібрати
teams
ці
improved a lot,
очки?
so
Чому воно мені не дає? У мене 5
the difference
прогнозів
is not that
зайшло.
big, right? So you cannot
Саныч,
just
дасть,
count two teams
пізніше
anymore as much as
оновиться.
you used to. So I think it's just everyone is
Я
kind of
думаю,
on
що
the
просто
same
ще не,
level,
типу, не
so
оновили
the
вони
difference
цю
is so
хуйню.
small.
Типа я вгадав з плундрою, з фальконсами. Типа якщо б зараз спірити виграли, то в мене би не зайшов прогноз. Потім повіжили, якусь бразер, з ними вгадав і з Авророю вгадав.
Yeah, I mean the game one was very stressful. Like it was like late games are always like that. It kind of goes out of hand. We kind of knew what they're gonna do. Amar bought Crimson. He had some BKB control with Abyssal and Basher, so we were kind of prepared for it. I think they kind of rushed it a bit because they could have just waited for us to go into the base and maybe cancel some TPs, but they made it pretty simple for us. But at the end of the day, like you know, it's TI elimination game, late game. Like a lot of stress is happening, so mistakes are about to happen.
Тут, я думаю, в Last Fight зарішав Кріт. Ти бачив, він Хекса накинув?
You know, Amar was on his knees at the end of the game. It looked like stresses were very, very high, but then you completely regroup and give us a fantastic game number 2.
Well, so this is like a first time for Falcons that Amar is like going to TI as a draft and as a captain, so I would assume like he feels more of a burden as a captain. And you know, like you saw it on the cam, like we felt it as well, like he feels more responsibility and probably that's why his reaction was like that much better than everyone else.
He was very involved in that one. Well, there is many more teams to come up against, but also some of the teams which are doing the best right now are the Chinese teams, and you've faced both of them. So what is it about that region that's making them so strong right now?
To be honest, I don't know. Taiwan has been pretty consistent this whole year, like top 6, like around that, which is pretty good for Chinese team. But I don't know what happened. Like this tournament, they all kind of stepped up, and they all look like the best team in the world, best teams in the world. Like when it comes to like team fighting, playing the map, and all these things. So honestly, I don't know what happened. I guess they just got better, and we are trying to like catch up to them now. And
Чи є тор треба дівати з тих стікерів?
Do you personally want to take down Arme?
1v9 нереально зіграти.
Так, а його хтось відпустить, у нього там контракт, напевно.
Я не знаю. Ну, типа,
I'm sure
по
Falcons is
факту,
going to do their best to be
реально,
ready
він
for
типа сам
anyone they
воював
face
проти
in that
п'ятьох.
playoff. I like how he talks
Ти лар
about
без
Amar having
руки,
that extra
блядь, ніхуя
responsibility
не
and therefore
нажав.
also feeling extra
Ти
relief,
ж кріт інста зразу
happiness
хекс дає, а
when
лар
they
не
do
може
well in a
натиснути
game. I'm
хекс
sure
проти
that
цього.
that extra responsibility,
Кінга.
you are familiar with that and how much extra pressure it gives you when you do well or not well.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware that it was Amar doing the drafting and like has the captain role. But yeah, that's of course it's going to be. I mean, I think Skeeter has taken it a little bit lightly. The games that they've played in this event is more than just a little
He's
bit
like,
more than average.
Didn't everybody do that?
No, they didn't. They didn't. What they've been through is something else, and it's crazy for sure.
It has been pretty crazy, but Falcons, of course, every game they play, they learn and they make the good moves, and they do come back with those 70-minute games. It's experience that not a lot of players, not a lot of teams are getting right now, so that must be very valuable. And speaking of good moves that they make, we're going to head over to Purge and see one of those.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, amazing moves across the map, but also really good draft that synergized well. They picked a lot of their main staples, the mid Sand King. They've been picking Weaver Carry a lot. It's very good against the Helm, the Dominator creeps.
От я дивився
But they
зараз
also
релік
pair them
повтор.
with really good support combos.
Чи там ти колапс оцей, хотів відвести типа
But
цього
fitting the Grimstroke and really
Вівера.
made their game simple. The Sand King unlocks easy towers, of
І Лар
course,
тупо
with
не
some
пригнув, не
little
дав
hitters here.
хекс
This was a cool
цього
variation of this. Rather than
Sand
commit
Kinga.
to attacking the tower yourself,
Хоча мав час.
you just do the Sandstorm to clear the creep wave, and then Pugna can basically be protected by the Sandstorm
Типа не
and your
пригнув,
Sand
не
King
дав,
by being here.
типа
And
цей
Spirit tried
Марс,
to react to this by
не
moving
Марс,
their
цей,
heroes over, but
як
this
його, Магус
variation was kind
пригає
of tough.
типа
They can't
в
just like
Вівера, щоб
spam
його
out
вивести. І
the
зразу мав
Sand King
пригати
in the
Лар
same way that they
з
normally
БКБ,
could if
знаєш,
he was
щоб
just
давати
attacking.
хекс.
So these little
А він цього не
pairings that they
зробив.
made
Да.
were really fantastic. And here's another one. The Sand King normally falling off a little bit and struggling a little bit in late game scenarios because he jumps and stuns, but usually there's no follow-up stun. Well, if they've got the silence from the Grimstroke and the Inkswell follow-up, now they've got two ways to layer these abilities, which basically makes your Sand King now a god-tier initiator, frankly, in a lot of circumstances. Disruption did save Yatora in this case, and they had a really good fight with the Monkey King dodging and Collapse having a rough initiation, but they're basically showing the synergy that they had with their draft this game. And what's happening on the other side, they've got a Shadow Demon support and an Ogre support. Neither hero is very good offensively in ganks. There are some circumstances where they can make kills happen, but basically Spirit just gets into a position where they can't really play Dota on the map very much. They did try to do a disruption into Requiem here, but Shadow Fiend doesn't even have a Blink Dagger. It's just a Yasha, so they would have to have Omar kind of walk into them to do the disruption kill, which would be kind of low chance of happening. It's a possibility, but and they do end up killing Malrine in this circumstance, which is about best case scenario, but multiple times Spirit just kind of struggled to get kills on the map. But I did find something really fun on the map, guys. Look at this. Collapse, doing the normal. Helm of the Dominator creep, clearing creep waves, slapping these. This is wonderful, but Skitter decides, I'm going to kill that thing, so check out what happens. Collapse running it to the cliff spot, and then he cliff Skitter. Isn't that wonderful? I found that. He didn't have his TP scroll after this, so he was stuck there for
He
at least 40 seconds.
time-lapse Purge.
He could-
Why didn't he do that?
That's a really good point, Cheever. She's a Weaver player, obviously.
Definitely
he
not.
He didn't do that.
No, I'm not.
Big mistake. Almost lost him in the game. Yeah.
I think he was just sitting there contemplating his actions. You know, it's like, well,
Yeah,
I deserve this. This is my place now.
He tipped the second after. I think he was too busy tipping.
He did tip.
Ну,
Oh, what
пиздец,
a game,
конечно,
what a
насправді.
series that was. I do think we should close the book on
Чи
Team
передивився
Spirit.
цей
This
момент про
is
разі
a
останній
team
ласт
that
файт,
I
поняв?
think a lot of people didn't
Магнус,
didn't
коротше,
just
має
have in the
БКБ
top,
активний.
but had at
І він
the-
пригає, блядь,
at
щоб
the
вивести
very
Вівера,
top
блядь, і
storm
получає хекс
Yeah,
Вівло.
and I mean now
Ну, типу, якщо ти вже
basically we
прийш,
got
то
the two
прожми
reigning
БКБ,
TI
блядь.
champions eliminated, right?
Щоб
Nico
вивести його
last year and
100%,
Spurs
знаєш. І
Spurs
все.
the year prior. So
І вмер, блядь.
I guess
Алло,
also
ХП.
comes with the tournament format that we're running here, but then again, like
А цей, а Ларс, знаєш, хто хекс потратив?
Ну.
Сенкінга кинув, коли він натис БКБ, блядь. З ультою. Хоча міг захексити того ж самого Вівера, знаєш? Ну, типа, у Вівера не було БКБ протиснути. Ну, коротше, піздець, бля. Вівер тримав після Рошана, після ЄС БКБ, знаєш, натиснути.
Слухай, а героїки разве пройшли далі?
Так, так.
Вони в мейнстеді, да?
Кого вони обіграли?
Я не знаю.
Чекай, вони якось йобнули сьогодні.
Та вже стільки всього
Так,
подивилися.
Якуль Бразерсів йобнули 2 рази.
Ага, да, без шансів.
Вчора, вночі ми дивилися.
Та.
Так, то прикольно, блін. Що там у нас виходить в мейн стадії? Зараз гляну. Extreme Gaming будуть грати проти Тундри. Provisions проти Heroic. Team Tybound проти Фальконсів. Ого, це буде цікавий матч. І Бедбуми проти Нігма Галаксі.
Це друге протистояння. Tainbound проти Фальконсів.
Так, це буде реабілітація Фальконсів. Вони ж програли їм, так? Тою фурою тоді рісною, Скітер нічого не міг зробити. Ми пам'ятаємо.
group stage or whatever you want to call it gauntlet that has ever, it's the best ever maybe.
Бо показують, бачиш, типу,
Ще не дали. Намадич, що такий кипішний? Намадич, з твоїми амбіціями треба вже бути в ваху і писати письмо Габєну, що тебе обікрали. Я в ваху, глянь, блядь, де мої? Ну нема, в мене, блядь, он, дивися. Ну нема, не дали, що, де мої, блядь? От в мене один, блядь, поінтів нахуй 0. Але ти не бачиш, напевно, за вебкою, да? Я в ваху, і пиздець повний, обікрали, блядь. Бач, поінтів 0, ну не підрахували ще.
Прикинь, перший
Це
місце
буде.
111 тисяч.
Зачілься, лягай спати. Завтра прокинешся, будеш багатою людиною. Ти що? Завтра все буде. Новий день, нові можливості. Що кипішуєш? Я в вахуї, я кожен день по 14 годин, блядь, стрімлю цю хуйню. Оце я в вахуї. Ще живий.
Of the road to the international into the main event in the Barclay Arena in just a couple of days. Our final 8, Lizard.
Some surprises, perhaps, considering today that we lost Spirit and
До
Liquid,
десяточки не
but
намотав.
these teams have to be
Ого, ні,
so
намотав.
glad
Це
to
у мене електроенергія падала.
into the main
Точно,
event.
там більше
Some
ніж
of
10.
them
13:53.
had a very rough road. I'm looking at Puma Galaxy, like we counted them out
З
many
11.
times through the Swiss stage, but they kept on hitting back, they kept on coming back, and that's probably one of those fan favorites when it
Так що все
comes
буде
to
добре.
the main
Намадич,
stage.
лягай
I
спати.
want to see it. Sorry, I'm really
Ну,
curious
коротше, я
because
думаю, тобі
I
Сефа
just
точно треба
remembered
повертати
Extreme
пік.
Gaming. They
People.
came through with
Все
4
сильні.
на
very
кері,
good.
ну вони,
Last team
бачиш,
that qualified.
вони
Is that indeed-
в
no,
більшості
that's not our
випадків
matchup.
на міду.
Okay. So
Але в
we
цілому
have
так сильний.
our matchup.
З якого
Sorry.
рейтингу піде і фізовий навіть?
We got
Ні, ну
ourselves
я теж
Extreme
грав на
Gaming versus
фізовому.
Thunder
І ще
Esports,
хтось грав.
Division versus Heroic, Tidebound versus Falcons and BB Team
Ці доміки, це
versus
будуть в
Enigma
кожному пабі, напевно,
Galaxy.
знаєш? Вони
Extreme-
контролюють героїв.
Extreme Gaming, Tundra Esports. Блять, ну ізі має бути для екстримів. Pavision Heroic.
Не знаю.
Ізі має бути для для Pavision. Tidebound Falcons, тут буде йобка. BB Team Enigma Galaxy. Ну, має бути ізі для BB Team. На жаль.
Чуєш, а от подивися, от добре, якщо, то, припустимо, павіжени проходять героїків і попадають на екстримів. Як ти
Отам,
думаєш, хто виграє?
я думаю, Extreme 2-1.
Ну, і виходить, що у нас Сатанік вилітає з турніру.
Чому це він вилітає? Він іде в Lower Barket.
А, в ловербак, да. Ну, нормально тоді.
Нормально. Да.
Фальконси проходять тіп-баунт.
І дивися, він іде в Lower Barket і буде грати. А, там не зрозуміло ще з ким буде брати. З тим, хто програє в наступному раунді свинерів, поняв?
Так. А як ти думаєш, тайбаунди пройдуть фальконів чи ні?
О, це не можу. Це я не відповідь. Це я не можу.
Ну,
Да, це я
знаєш,
не.
типу,
Там була
вибери
йобка
просто
їбанись.
крита, він знову може вилетіти.
Але Санич, але він вилетив в нижню сітку.
Да, але якщо буде ігри знов по 60 хвилин, то кріт принесе дуже багато.
Санич, так слухай. По нижній сітці він же може далі йти.
А ні, я до чого веду, якщо фальконси впадуть в нижню сітку, і павіжени впадуть в нижню сітку, виходить, що у нас два гравця, ну, типу, вилітають, знаєш, типу.
Один з них має вилетіти, да, типу?
Так.
Але не факт, що вони будуть битися прямо зразу.
Да, не факт.
Вони ж можуть битися, ну, типу, хуй зна коли. Але катки по 60 хвилин, ти ж бачиш, вони заносять.
Да, насправді треба просто 60 хвилин відіграти. 60, а краще 70.
Так, і так, щоб було пару каток, і ти, блядь, налутаєш прям вообще заєбісь з запасом. Ну, щоб було з чого вибирати, я маю на увазі. Ну, більш вдала катка, більш не вдала. Ну, я зараз дивлюсь. Сітку. Просто дивись.
А, поняв?
Що?
А, ні, все нормально.
Ні,
Я
дивись.
720 поінтів налутав в передбаченнях.
Ахуєнно.
Шлях до International. Воно мені не дало, я просто подивився. В мене просто 5 цих предикшенів залетіло. Ну це не... Ахуєнно це би було, якби 6 тисяч чи 9 тисяч там налатав.
Ну, я тобі скажу, Санич, от, наприклад, якщо обрати екстримів, скільки екстрім геймінг середня гра?
Знаю,
Зараз-
40, напевно.
Давай подивимось. Десь це можна подивитися
А де
статистику?
це ти дивишся?
Я на Ліквіпедії дивлюся, але там нема. Зараз спробуємо. Extreme Gaming, Average Game. Напишу в гуглі.
It's like every single match matters so much in this format, I feel like, and in this event. It's just, that's kind of unusual.
Он
I
зараз
think,
у
in some
капілота
other events. It's just, the stakes are so high.
А, точно, капілот маю.
Середня тривалість ігор Extreme Gaming 35-45 хвилин. У матчах з високою конкуренцією, наприклад, проти топ-команд, ігри можуть тривати до 50 хвилин. У швидких матчах Extreme Gaming домінує. Коротше, 40 хвилин. Ну, досить непогано, в принципі.
Але в тебе бітер вибраний.
Я знаю,
Тайбан.
так, Санич, знаю. Але дивися, в чому прикол. От, якщо припустимо, що Extreme Gaming виграє одну партію, другу партію і все, і фінал. Тобто, всього обирати буде з 4 каток. В принципі, цього достатньо. 4 катки, поняв, чисто на шафл кращих
І рахуєш
поінтів.
БО5 в фіналі. БО5.
БО5 в фіналі. Ну, то буде із нижньої сітці БО5 також. Так що тут, типу, всі в равних умовах, правильно? От, з нижньої сітки. Якщо чели попадають, грають одну катку, от тундра, наприклад, падає в нижню сітку, 1 гра, 2 гри, 3 гри, 4 гри, 5 гри, 6 ігор. Розумієш? От як я тундру протягнув по ловер бракету, тобто на 2 гри більше, на 2 зустрічі більше. Поняв, в чому фішка? Тобто,
Шанс залутати.
та, шанс залутати вищі поінти, він реально вищий, аж на 2 попитки, поняв? На 2 спроби. Ну, типу, прикольно, саме охуєнно предсказати так, хто буде фіналістом ловер баркета. От фіналіст ловер баркета буде іменно охуєнно себе почувати в фентезі. Але хто це буде? Розумієш?
Думаю, Тім Фальконси.
Тім Фальконси проти екстримів, так?
Ні, ну, типа, я думаю, що Тім Фальконси влучать пізди, впадуть в левел цей нижню сітку
Так.
і пройдуться понизу просто.
І вийдуть в фінал з екстримами?
Можливо, да, може буде таке.
Ну, прикол в тому, що Team Falcons і Timebound, оце для мене сама, от, типу, сітки вінерів зараз в мейнстейджі. Team Timebound і Team Falcons саме незрозуміла пара. Ну, типу, не бачу фаворитів, поняв? Фальконси грали з Тімбаундами, Тайтбаунди на розслабоні, поняв? Я думаю, що Фальконси вже не будуть допускати помилку, яку вони допустили в 3-й грі, пікнули хуйню.
Можливо.
Да. І тому, типу, файт в мене, це зустріч буде 50 на 50, прям реально.
Ти бачиш цей? От проти Спірітів вони вже таку помилку не зробили. Вони не взяли якогось хуйового керрі.
Але слухай, і тобі, і мені на початку було ГГ, давайте наступно 1-1. По піку скажи.
Да, було таке.
Була такий момент.
Я думаю, що Спірити самі видаваті. Ну, хто так робить, типа, знаєш, не, ну, по-перше, полетів, просто так, типа, на трон хотів спушити, не закупився по-нормальному.
Ні, ну там Яторо, ну він ефект неочікуваності. Хоча Фальконси все очікували, розумієш? Плюс, чому він там хуйню не закупився? Нормально закупився, бо він, ну, робив прикольні теми, там, типу, рапіру викидав, розумієш? Там 2 рапіри, одну купляв, з однією йшов, блядь. Ну, коротше, там були такі фішечки круті.
І Скітер не дурачок, він же не взяв, типу, як тоді фуру, він же поняв, що боде може не хватає, і взяв просто цього. Тебе. А тебе нормально навалював.
Да, тебе, ти ж бачиш, він з марафон, блядь, на рівних слотах, ну, типу, навіть перебивав, по-моєму, в якомусь моменті, чисто із-за ілюзій.
Так.
Чисто із-за ілюзій і багато броні. Так що, ну, а Марфа, а от Вівер чи перебивав би, це цікаво затестити, блядь, на фул слотах, ну, без сатаніків, наприклад. Але і там можна взяти сатанік, це таке, якби, така справа цікава.
Знаєш, Напевно, поставлю на героїків. Я думаю, що героїки можуть повіжнів роз'їбати.
Що ти будеш ставити?
Ну, через 8 годин, тобто завтра, вже можна буде предікти ставити нові.
Ага, через 8 годин 45 хвилин, так. Може буде класти нові.
Там оцей King Jungles, блядь, це капець.
Да, ну,
Розйобний чувак.
гарний саппорт. Ти вже думаєш про нову сітку?
Так.
Ну я думаю, що в новій сітці, блядь, будуть нормальні попадання.
А ти думаєш,
Поприємніше.
екстріми знов прийдуть в фінал? Просто, типу.
Фух. Блядь, ну вони
не
дуже
знаю.
сильні, я хуй знаю. Просто, типу, по класичній схемі, ті, які йдуть отак от, типу, на ізічах, потім падають, блядь, в лузера в мейн стадії. Але я не знаю, хто їм може створити прямо іменно гідну конкуренцію. Ну, типу, дивися, сітка їй пощастила. Типу, теоретично їх могли би в'їбати в сітку лузерів бебі. Бедбуми. Ну, чисто теоретично, із-за того, що вони з ними не стикалися, розумієш?
Так
Вони
я
зовсім.
думав, що треба пройти китайців спочатку. По Фалькінсі.
Так, ти ж не почув. Я ж кажу, що сітка мейн стадії зараз їм так пощастило, що у них легкий противник. І теоретично вони, от дивися, тобто, скоріш за все, бедбуми їбашать, коротше. Бедбуми їбашать Нігму, попадаються з стейтбаунсами або з фальконами. Потім екстрими їбашать тундру, попадаються з паревіженами. От екстрім паревіжен буде дуже сильний матч. І, ну,
А ти думаєш, що тундра 100% вилітає? Типу, екстрим їх переїдуть?
Да, я думаю, що да.
Блін, бо всяке може бути.
Ну я не можу казати 100%. Ти питаєш 100%, звичайно, ні. Ну матч, на мою думку, 70/30.
Тундра так-то набирає обороти.
Набирає, але ліквіди хуйові. По факту.
Да,
І віддали одну карту ще. Забрали у них одну карту. Ну, типу, просто такого вайда екстріми переїдуть просто на сніданок з'їдять, розумієш?
Екстріми грали проти Аврори 2-0 йобнули, і Фальконсів 2-1 йобнули. І Таймбаунд 2-0 йобнули.
Так.
Тут фіга так-то виграли.
Ну, я ж кажу, що екстріми тундру мають переїжджати, Паревіжен мають переїжджати героїв. Оце Team Falcons та Nightbound тупо 50/50. Я б навіть віддав 55/45 в пользу фальконів.
Це як Тундра програвала героїкам 2-0. Да, наче мають проходити екстріми.
Тундра кому програвала? Героїкам.
Героїкам, так.
Да. Ну, розумієш, типу, тундра нестабільна. У китайців там дисципліна піздець.
Побачимо.
Бедбум Тім, ну, Нігма чисто на характері є такий варіант, що можуть віджати карту. Тобто, пам'ятаєш, це хто такий, блядь, пікав друїда? Це ж Нігма пікала, блядь, лон друїда вчора. Чи позавчора. Лон друїда і спушили. Наві, проти Наві, пам'ятаєш?
Так, пам'ятаю.
Тобто, воно таку хуйню якусь викатять, блядь, типу лон друїда, блядь, і спушать за 30-ку бедбумів. Вони...
Спортує.
Да, якусь таку хуйню. Тобто, Нігма теоретично не дуже приємний суперник. Знаєш, як от є професійні боксери, а є такі каряві, знаєш, з вуличним стилем, блядь, з колхозними ударами, да? Так само от і Нігма може якось, блядь, з-під сраки як зарядити, блядь, і бедбумичі будуть до цього, можливо, не готові. Бо Сумаїл ахуєнно грає. Прям ахуєнно. Хто там ще у них? Дай зараз я їх на них наведу. Нуб, Амар і GH. Ну, блядь, там, типу, всі непогано грають. Нуб і Гост, Гост це керрі, Нуб це окфлейнер, правильно? Ну, Нуб такий собі, блядь, а Гост, наче, блядь, ок. Да? Ну, типу, Сумаїл непогано. Тобто, одну каточку, одну карту вони забрати зможуть. Є такий шанс. Ну, сама йобка буде це Paravision Extreme Gaming в наступному раунді. І, наприклад, Тайтбаунди проти бедбумів, або Фальконси проти бедбумів. Це вже сильно буде дуже.
Ну да, є таке.
Нам треба, Санич, коротше, блядь, вибрати ось тут, блядь, сітку лазерів, і кайфувати. 6 ігор,
Да.
поняв? Все одно хтось Ну, звісно, в ідеалі, блядь, обрати одну команду.
Трьох
І-
різних команд, типа по одній команді
По,
обирати.
по одній, слухай, а в ідеалі обрати одну команду, та, яка пройде через сітку лазерів. І пізда. Але так не вийде.
Не вийде, не вийде.
Не вийде, поняв? Ну, типу, блядь, вгадати 1 з 10 з команд, що виграшний, блядь, через лазерів дуже важко.
Для мене просто Team Tidebound оцей, це,
Ну?
типа, команда-загадка. Ну, не знати, на що вони, типа,
Та сильні,
знаєш,
сильні.
типу,
Мілкорич мені про них розповідав, що він трошки слідкував, що вони до International були сильніші, ніж екстріми. Поняв? Вони, коротше, вони їх били на якомусь туріки на останньому, там, 4 місяці тому. Типу, вони були
Ну
сильні.
да, але бач, як за 4 місяці в екстрімі проснулися.
Ні, так, екстріми та прокинулись, але все одно вони ж гарно з ними грали, вони ж з ними грали, наче. А не 2-0 їм програли, але там були гарні катки, давай подивимося, до речі. Турніри, поки що. Давай подивимося. Tidebound, Falcons. О. От дивись. Подробиці матчу. 1.36, ця хуйова, тут можна не дивитися. Я наче пам'ятаю. Тут наче, результати, діаграми. Ну, коротше, проїбали, скільки тут? 10к було, дивись. В принципі, 20к 4 тисячі, 4,5 тисячі нетворца. Ну, це ніхуя. 20 хвилина, 4к нетворца. Ну, але тут проїбали файт, все, коротше, GG. Але друга.
На годину, я бачу, да.
Але друга година, і там була йобка, блядь. Там була йобка, там була рівна катка, там все було, в кращих традиціях International. Тобто, щоб ти розумів, дві команди 45 хвилин грали зовсім без переваги. 45 хвилин. Вони грали без переваги, блядь.
Нормально, да.
Да, ти поняв? Так що, це, типу, непрохідний суперник.
Ну, я думаю, Мідера точно треба брати з китайської команди. От він мене і вибраний.
Кого? А, Мідера?
Мідера.
А, у тебе ж XM, ти кажеш, поклав.
Так.
От, я просто під мої ці приколи підходить нас to say. Якщо я покладу XM, також не проїбу. Ну, в принципі, що так, що так. Єдине, що я скажу, що, блядь, хоча б дали б ще 10 беролів, нахуй я б кайфанув би. Казав би дякую, Габєна.
Та хоча б 5 даже, чи 3, знаєш, щоб чисто підняти чуть-чуть.
Трошечки,
Мені
блядь,
просто рулювати
пукнути.
характеристику.
Тобі треба характеристики жорстко поміняти на мідері.
Да,
А мені
взагалі
ступені
повністю.
попіднімати.
З ступенями все норм, а характеристики гімну.
Або ще унікальні, незламну усю хуйню ще переляти, бо, блядь, на саппорті хуєта, на керрі заєбісь все. Ну, на саппорті прям супер хуйові ці ступені, мінус 10 якісь, блядь, пізда. Все, Саныч, йдемо спати. Ідемо
Все,
спати.
давай, на
Дякую за
добраніч.
компанію.
Дякую за компанію.
До завтра. Завтра підроблю, блядь, але не так довго. На день, напевно. Це
Давай, щасливо.
Так, друзі, всіх убаюкав, все з кайфом. Іду спати, чого і вам бажаю. Тихої, мирної, спокійної ночі. Побачимось, не знаю, коли я завтра підроблю, але підроблю колись. Напевно, зранку підроблю і до вечері пострімлю, а ввечері вже чил. Ну і вон нахуй. Побачимось завтра, всім па-па. Залітайте в ТГ, кого там ще немає.